Chapter 1, I'm pregnant, and it's yours.
In the metropolis, I was having a meal with my dorm mates at the third cafeteria of Moda University. Suddenly, Ding Dong and Zhang Tao, sitting across from me, stared straight at me so intensely it gave me goosebumps.
What's wrong with you two? What's going on? Is there a flower on my face? I asked. Gu Yi, turn around quickly, look at the goddess. Ding Dong reminded me in a muffled voice.
I turned my head and saw a stunning figure standing out in the stuffy cafeteria. The girl exuded an ethereal aura, dressed casually yet with impeccable taste. Her floral dress reached mid-calf, revealing slender ankles of hypnotic beauty, while her delicate feet clad in sneakers resembled fine porcelain art. Looking upward, her exquisitely sculpted features defied all attempts at verbal description. No words could truly capture her beauty.
It's Shen Ruoi. Shen Ruoi, that legendary senior who's been voted our university's most beautiful campus belle for 4 consecutive years? She's so stunning, even staring feels disrespectful. My roommates spoke highly of this beauty. But before I could gather more thoughts, Shen Ruoi's figure drew increasingly closer to us. Holy shit, the campus queen bee is heading right toward us. Gu Yi, stop ogling already. Oh. I turned back to continue eating, though in my mind I was thinking, why does this campus belle Shen look so familiar? Where have I seen her before? Just as I was pondering, I felt someone approach my side and stand still beside me. I instinctively looked up. It was Shen Ruoi. Staring at her flawlessly fair and delicate face, she seemed even more familiar to me now. Senior, is something the matter? Shen Ruoi nodded lightly. Junior, could we speak somewhere privately? Alright, Tower, help me clean up the dishes. Although I was baffled as to why she sought me out, I still agreed. Under the astonished gazes of my 3 roommates, Shen Ruoi and I walked out of the cafeteria side by side. Senior, don't tell me you came looking for me starting from the first cafeteria?
Noticing the faint sweat on her fair forehead, I tried to ease the awkwardness by speaking up. To my surprise, she nodded slightly and admitted in a soft voice, I didn't know which cafeteria you'd be at, so I had to check each one.
Glad I found you.
A flush crept across her pale cheeks. After all, it wasn't exactly ladylike for a girl to go searching for a guy down every street.
Ahem, it's pretty cool here. Senior, what did you want to talk about?
I coughed awkwardly, stepping under the shade of a tree to ask. At this moment, I still couldn't recall having any interactions with this campus beauty.
Until Shen Ruoi spoke up. Junior, I'm pregnant. I was stunned. The child is yours. Complete confusion washed over me. Ever since that night, my period hasn't come. After getting checked, the doctor told me I'm pregnant, already almost 3 months along. I was completely dumbfounded.
If she hadn't patiently explained the circumstances, I might have stormed out. After all, I had no interest in taking responsibility for someone else's mistake. But as she mentioned that night several months ago, I remembered. That evening, I'd gone to a bar to drink away my sorrows, and slightly tipsy, I met a beautiful girl. In the colorful lights, she stood out with an ethereal grace. She didn't seem like someone who frequented bars at all. After drowning my sorrows in drink, she waited anxiously at the bar for someone. Gradually, we started talking, and one thing led to another until we ended up in a hotel room. When I woke up the next day, the girl was long gone. Only the crimson plum blossom stain on the pristine white sheets bore witness to last night's folly. For several months after that, I never saw the girl again. Little did I know she was actually attending the same university, none other than Shin University's most popular campus belle, Shen Ruoi. And now she had sought me out. This was all too sudden.
Junior, don't be nervous. From now on, I won't trouble you again.
Seeing me spaced out, Shen Ruoi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. After speaking, she turned to leave, her beautiful face etched with grievance and bitterness. She had prepared herself for the possibility that I wouldn't take responsibility. After all, we were mere strangers who met by chance, and that night happened because of alcohol. She didn't want to cause me trouble, always putting others' feelings first.
Senior,
I called out to her urgently, reaching out to grab her delicate, fair wrist.
I'm not a scumbag.
If it's really my child, I'll take responsibility for both of you, I promise. I spaced out just now because I felt like I've let you down.
Don't overthink it.
My words were like a ray of sunshine, brightening Shen Ruoi's heart. No, I wasn't overthinking, she protested, her cheeks flushing pink. Though you're the only one I've been with, words alone won't prove it.
We can go do a paternity test right now. I've checked already. You can do DNA testing after 3 months of pregnancy.
She had consulted someone before coming to me, not wanting me to harbor any emotional distance. At the same time, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang through my mind.
Ding! Bloodline connection detected. Host's bloodline is developing. Dad's system successfully activated. Ding! Newbie gift package successfully delivered.
Congratulations, host has received daddy funds of 100,000 yuan and body enhancement potion *1.
Note, fund source is legitimate and may be used without hesitation.
I'm quite familiar with systems, having read plenty of novels about them.
Besides, according to the system, its activation was triggered by the baby in Shen Ruoi's womb, which pretty much confirms the baby's paternity. Ding! Main quest triggered. Complete paternity test. After receiving the system's task, I took Shinruoi's small hand and walked off campus with her. Okay, let's go to the hospital now. Mum, honestly, even without the system assigning this task, I would have agreed to accompany her for the paternity test if only to ease the worries in her heart. Pregnant women overthinking can lead to depression. Since I'm her man and the baby's father, I can't keep doing things that hurt mother and child. I need to rise to my role as both a proper husband and father. Chapter 2, so domineering, in such a hurry to make me call you husband. Standing at the entrance of the residential area, I glanced around looking for a taxi. Shinruoi lowered her head slightly and called out to me softly, Guyi. Could you, let go of me for a moment? Oh, sure, sorry about that. I immediately released her hand and apologized. Shinruoi shook her head gently to indicate it was fine, then explained, I don't want my daughter and me to become a burden to you, nor do I want to cause you any trouble. So, it's better if we keep some distance. Her voice was soft, her tone sincere. She was genuinely thinking of me. But the more she acted this way, the more uncomfortable I felt. Clearly, I was the one benefiting, so how did she end up feeling so wronged? Thinking this, I took her small hand in mine again and said gently, don't overthink it. You're not a burden, you're my angels. I want to take care of you both, don't overthink it. If you keep worrying, I'll teach you a lesson. As I spoke, I playfully pinched the tip of her nose, still as smooth as ever. Shinruoi's cheeks flushed pink, spreading even to the delicate rose hue tinting her earlobes. She's really shy, but despite her shyness, she didn't pull her hand away from mine, secretly feeling sweet inside. I thought to myself, did she really mean it when she said the baby and I weren't burdens but his angels? She seemed genuinely happy. The baby's father seems not bad. I was pondering this when the taxi pulled up in front of Shinruoi and me. When Shinruoi opened the rear door and bent to get in, I thoughtfully put my hand protectively on the doorframe, which touched her heart just a little more. I said to the driver, take us to Municipal 3rd Hospital. Shinruoi had told me that paternity tests could be done there. The driver grinned, nodded, flipped down the meter, and drove off. 10 some minutes later, we arrived at Municipal 3rd Hospital. I carefully helped Shinruoi out of the car, and she said to me, classmate Guyi, it's only been 3 months, nothing serious. I'm not that delicate, so don't worry. I replied, no way around it. I'd tie you to my side if I could, just to make sure I don't overlook anything. Rest assured, I'll be a proper father and husband. She gave a soft hum, her cheeks flushing even hotter as she stole a glance at me from the corner of her eye. I could tell she was probably wondering why I'd so quickly started calling myself her husband. Entering the hospital, I couldn't help but rub my nose when I saw a pregnant woman walking briskly while carrying a thermos in her left hand and a fruit basket in her right, her belly prominently showing. I wondered if I was being overly cautious. Shinruoi noticed my thoughts and comforted me with a sweet laugh. After registering, we arrived at the paternity center. The nurse collected my sample for testing before leading Shinruoi inside. When she came out, we began the long wait. They said the earliest results wouldn't be ready for at least 3 more hours. But it seemed we had little to talk about. Breaking the silence first, I asked her, you haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? She nodded at first, then shook her head, saying she'd searched from the first canteen to the third and hadn't had time to eat. She claimed she wasn't too hungry and would eat after the results came out. I couldn't agree. That won't do. Food is as essential as steel to a soldier. Skip one meal and you'll feel the hunger pangs. Wait here a moment, I'll go get you something to eat. Without giving her a chance to protest, I turned and walked out. I knew she was watching my retreating figure, and I wanted her to feel completely secure. She gently stroked her belly and whispered that the baby's father was quite reliable. I walked out of the hospital and turned into a small restaurant across the street. Luckily, it wasn't crowded. I didn't want to keep her waiting too long. As soon as I stepped into the restaurant, a middle-aged woman greeted me with a smile. I glanced at the menu on the wall and asked, Miss, my wife is 3 months pregnant. What would be good for her to eat? The woman said, at 3 months, fresh fruits and vegetables are best, along with foods rich in calcium and protein. Peanut trotters, steamed carp, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables would be perfect. I took her advice and asked her to prepare the dishes quickly. After offering me a seat, she hurried off to the kitchen. At this moment, I felt quite emotional and wanted to share Shinruoi's pregnancy news with my parents to make them happy, but then immediately felt the weight of responsibility. I am only a sophomore in college, unable to work outside, and figuring out how to support Shinruoi and the baby is weighing on my mind. Shinruoi is about to enter her senior year and could start interning, but I absolutely can't let her work while she's pregnant. The thought of earning money to support our family became all-consuming. Lost in these thoughts, 40 minutes passed. The shop owner packed the food and said it was $150 in total. I paid, took the food, and hurried back to the hospital, feeling a bit embarrassed for making her wait so long. Returning to her side, I saw a flicker of panic in her beautiful eyes. Without even asking, I knew she was probably worried I'd run away. I called out to her, come eat. The way I said made her pout.
She was shocked by how much food I'd brought back and said it was too much. They'd go to waste if we couldn't finish it all. I told her not to worry about waste, we could always pack up the leftovers. I urged her to start eating, then borrowed her phone to add WeChat and save my number. She rolled her eyes at seeing the contact name saved as hubby. She wanted to change the contact name, but I stopped her with my chopsticks.
Holding them up, I said, open wide.
Have some fish, you need high-quality protein. She felt a bit flustered, thinking it was too intimate, that their relationship hadn't reached this stage yet. I urged her, come on, open up. I've picked out all the thorns for you. She whispered her thanks, her face turning red. She muttered that she wasn't a child, yet there seemed to be a different kind of emotion stirring in her heart. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat on her own. I sat across from her, watching, thinking how amusing it was to see a cute girl blush like that. At this moment, the system notification chimed, ding.
Congratulations on completing your first feeding achievement, rewarding you with mastery of state banquet level culinary skills. My eyebrows arched in pleasant surprise. Though I could cook, it was nowhere near the level of a state banquet chef. If she couldn't eat due to pregnancy nausea, my top-tier culinary skills would come handy. The system was quite thoughtful. Shinruwei tensed under my gaze and asked, Guyi, why aren't you eating? Teasingly, I replied, I am eating beauty feeds the eyes. When she asked what that meant, I said, well, you're so pretty, a glance is enough to fill me up. She also said, is it because I'm so ugly that I've killed your appetite? I felt rather helpless. This campus belle truly had the strangest thought process. I urged her to eat quickly as I needed to think. A woman's voice came from across the table, seemingly asking Shinruwei if she wanted to take on a part-time job. After glancing at me, Shinruwei declined and said, no time today, but I'm free tomorrow. I asked her, are you going for a part-time job?
She replied, yes, it's a simple job with decent hourly pay, just handing out flyers at Times Snack Street. I furrowed my brow, deeply concerned. The weather was scorching hot, with outdoor temperatures extremely high. Prolonged exposure would surely lead to heat stroke, especially since she was pregnant. I said firmly, you're not going, feeling somewhat angry that she wasn't taking care of her own health. Her eyes instantly reddened as she gently stroked her belly and explained, I was supposed to intern, but many companies won't hire pregnant women. I had no choice but to take part-time jobs.
Otherwise, I wouldn't even have money to buy formula when the baby comes. My heart ached. I'd misunderstood her. Quickly, I apologized. I'm sorry, I misjudged you. She shook her head and said, it's okay, I know you're just concerned about the baby, and about me. She was really too understanding. But her mention of handing out flyers in the food street reminded me. I asked, Shirguan Snack Street, is that the one west of our school? She replied, that's the one. It gets really crowded in the evenings, and there are lots of delicious foods. Oops. Mid-sentence, she slipped up and revealed her true foodie nature, then embarrassedly took a hurried sip of soup to compose herself. My eyes lit up. Her words had just given me the perfect idea, a way to both earn money and take care of her and our daughter. The moment I gained the culinary skills of a state banquet chef, I instantly mastered every gourmet cooking technique in the world. To put it bluntly, if I set up a food stall on the snack street, it'd practically be crushing the competition. But making money? Nothing to be ashamed of. She asked me, Guyi, are you even listening? I hurriedly replied, I am, but you're not allowed to take any part-time jobs. As long as I'm here, I'll earn enough to support you both. Got it? She was about to say something, but I cut her off. Be good and listen to me. She could only respond with a muffled ahem. I knew she was worried about affecting my studies and feared adding to my stress, but since I was adamant, she had no choice but to relent. I knew she must have agreed for now, planning to share the burden with me later. A short while later, she finished her meal. After tidying up briefly, we sat back down on the chairs. 3 hours passed as we waited, until she could no longer fight off sleep and dozed off, her head leaning against my shoulder. Her beautiful sleeping face made my eyes long for her, itching to lean in and plant a soft kiss. Just as I was hesitating whether to take a bite or not, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Paternity test task completed. Reward, pregnant woman's physical fitness +5, fetal physical fitness +5 reward note. May alleviate pregnancy-related discomfort symptoms. At the same time, a young nurse walked out holding the test results and called out, Guyi, Shinruwei, paternity test results. Shinruwei abruptly jolted awake, her usual bashfulness forgotten as she nervously watched me take the paternity test report. After all, she feared I might change my mind. I murmured softly, confirmed biological relationship. Seeing her hesitation, I interrupted her before she could speak, pulling her into my embrace. I'm going to be a dad, I laughed. Thank you, Ruoi. I swear I'll take good care of both you and our child. I swear it. The little nurse smiled warmly and tactfully stepped aside. She didn't push me away either, allowing me to hold her because she could feel my sincere, genuine affection coming straight from the heart. It took me a moment to realize how inappropriate I'd been. Just as I placed my hands on her shoulders to make some promise, she interrupted me. Guyi, actually, it's me who should be thanking you. Fortunately, I have you. At my firm insistence, Shinruoi underwent over a dozen tests.
In no time, the slips in my hands had piled into a thick stack. We entered the doctor's office, where the physician spent a full 10 minutes reviewing the reports, not because anything was wrong, but simply because there were so many tests.
This only made Shinruoi increasingly anxious. She kept tugging at my clothes, worried something might be wrong with the baby. I reassured her, "Be good, everything's fine, just listen." She responded softly, The doctor set down the report and said cheerfully, "No need to be nervous, young lady. All your health indicators are excellent, there's nothing wrong at all." We both finally breathed a sigh of relief. Truthfully, I'd been scared too, terrified that something might be wrong with her or the baby. Now that we had the doctor's clear answer, my anxious heart could finally settle. The doctor continued, "Both mother and baby are perfectly healthy, but the first trimester still requires extra caution. If you're feeling tired, you must rest and avoid overexertion. Later I'll prescribe some folic acid supplements for you. You can purchase them outside the hospital since they're more expensive here." The doctor truly has a healer's compassion, understanding how costly raising a child can be and wanting to help us save some money. I wonder what she would think if she knew we were still university students. Shinruoi kept nodding in gratitude. Thank you, doctor." I gently stroked her shoulders to comfort her. The doctor noticed our intimate relationship and abruptly changed the subject. "There's one more thing. The first trimester is prone to miscarriage, so you must be very careful about intercourse, don't use too much force, and the physician should also, just be mindful." Shinruoi's face turned bright red in an instant, and I felt equally awkward, rubbing my chin before forcing out a response, "Yes, we understand, doctor." But in my mind, I kept thinking, Shinruoi and I really haven't done it that many times. 6? The doctor added, "If you absolutely can't resist, you can do it, lightly, yes, very lightly. Or, take care of yourself." I quickly changed the subject. "Doctor, are there any dietary considerations my wife should be aware of?" If we continued talking, I was afraid Shinruoi's face would turn red as an apple. "She's not thick-skinned like me." The doctor replied, "Regarding diet, just maintain normal eating habits. High-quality proteins, fresh vegetables, and fruits can be consumed in moderation, but cold-nature's seafood and ingredients with blood-activating properties should be eaten sparingly." The doctor was very professional, explaining many details and repeatedly emphasizing the important points. Strange how those words imprinted themselves into my mind in just one hearing, as if branded there, impossible to ever forget. Leaving the hospital, we walked in silence, then ended up arguing. Shinruoi insisted on repaying me for today's medical exams, registration fees and medicine, which I absolutely refused to accept. "Young Master Gu," she said, "this is all your living allowance, you must take it back." I teased her, "Student Shin, since when did you become so affected?" Flustered, she protested, "It's not that, what will you do if you have no money for meals?" I vowed confidently, "That won't happen. After today, we'll have money coming in. Trust me." She had no choice but to relent, adding, "Then eat with me from now on, my treat." I coaxed her, all right, whatever you say. Now stop pouting and smile, got it?" As I spoke, I playfully pinched her rosy lips. We took a taxi back to campus. When I escorted her to her dormitory building, she insisted we have dinner together that evening before reluctantly turning to leave. I watched as the mother and child left, then walked straight out of the school to look for a short-term rental. These places were cheap, costing only about 60 or 70 yuan a day, and even cheaper for monthly rentals, just 5 or 600 yuan. After looking around, I rented one that was a reasonable distance away. Then, without wasting any time, I applied for a business license online and picked up a physical copy at the offline department using my health certificate. After more than 2 hours of hassle, I finally reached the step of buying a food cart. During my college years in Shanghai, I'd become quite familiar with the surroundings and know exactly where to buy anything. I came to a street selling food carts, where they had all kinds with varying prices. The cheap ones could be bought for just a few thousand, but they were too crude, neither windproof nor rainproof, and not hygienic when the wind blew. After walking around a while, I settled on an electric food cart with 4 wheels, super convenient for going anywhere I wanted. There's space in the cart, it keeps out wind and rain, it's exquisitely made, and the environment is quite nice. Of course, the price is a bit higher. In the short term, a cheaper food cart might seem more suitable, but I never cut corners, I can't settle for just anything. Besides, whether I can earn enough for baby formula quickly all depends on this food cart. I said to the boss, "Boss, I'm genuinely interested, name your price." The boss replied, "You seem like a sincere guy, young man, 13,000, and you can drive it away. I'll even swap in a new fully charged battery for you, how about it?" The final price settled at 11,000. Truth be told, I could have haggled it down further, but with my urgency to start the night shift, I didn't press for a lower price. After all, I'm confident I'll earn back the extra cost in no time. I called Zhang Tao, get Gao Fan and Ding Dong to meet me at the residential zone entrance, need your help with something. Prepping for the night market stall requires too much work for one person alone.
Fortunately, I've got these guys, no need to hold back when putting friends to work. Outside the residential area, Zhang Tao and his two friends were squinting under the scorching sun, their faces glistening with sweat. Zhang Tao said, "What does Guyi need? Did he buy something big and need help carrying it?" Gao Fan replied, "Not necessarily. Guyi left with Shinrui, the campus belle. There might be some interesting drama. I've even prepared some money if a brother gets a girlfriend. Financial support is a must." Ding Dong exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that Guyi has actually won over Senior Shin? If they heard this speculation from me, I bet they'd be astonished. How could they guess so accurately? At that moment, the sound of a car horn blared. Zhang Tao and the other two turned their heads to see me leaning out of the car window, all three wearing stunned expressions. "We parted ways not long ago. How did I suddenly get into business? Could it really be because I'm short on cash?" Zhang Tao said, "Guyi, if dating made you broke, you could have just asked us. Why be so formal with your bros?" Gao Fan also chimed in, "Exactly, there's no need for you to set up a stall. Answering the call of the street vendor economy policy isn't something you need to worry about yet." Their words moved me deeply, but feelings aside, I needed to earn money to buy supplements for Shinrui and baby formula for our child. Zhang Tao said earnestly, "Guyi, if you're short on cash, just say the word. We bros can pool together to help you out." To him, it was utterly unfitting for someone with my handsome face to peddle goods on the street, not to mention the uncertainty of making any profit. These days, money disappears fast while earning it is impossibly hard. I said gratefully, "Thank you, brothers. I really need the money, but let's talk on the way." Time was running out for me. If I didn't hurry to prepare the ingredients soon, my plan to set up the stall tonight would fall through. And so, under my firm insistence, the four of us headed toward the market. Fortunately, with urban villages and residential areas surrounding the school, markets were abundant. There was one in every direction. I picked the closest one, leading the three guys into the bustling, lively food market. Zhang Tao still wouldn't let it go. "Come on, tell us, what made you suddenly decide to set up a street food stall?" Ding Dong and Gao Fan were also speculating. Gao Fan said, "Shin, the campus belle, is a celebrity after all. A girl that pretty obviously needs to dress up and look good, so of course her expenses are high." Ding Dong chimed in, "This humble servant seconds that." But as I was picking out some fresh chili peppers, I shook my head. They had guessed wrong. It's not that I don't want to explain, but I don't know how to bring it up. Should I say Shinrui is pregnant with my child, and that I must shoulder the responsibility like a man? With so many people around, I'm afraid Zhang Tao and the others might shout in shock if they hear this news, so I can only keep them in suspense for now. The ingredients are all picked out, plenty of variety and generous portions. I'm confident tonight's stall at the snack street will be a big hit. The food cart comes with a built-in square fryer. After buying a 10-liter jug of oil, I headed back to the rented apartment. Entering the rented room, Gao Fan looked around and shook his head. "Guyi, don't take it the wrong way, but this place you've rented can't even be 15 square meters. Would Senior Shin really be willing to squeeze in here with you?" Ding Dong chimed in, "Exactly, Guyi. We can chip in for you to rent a proper apartment in the next neighborhood. It'd be much more comfortable living there." After bringing back the ingredients for the fried skewers, I shut the door firmly. I could tell, unless I came clean, they wouldn't stop pestering me. Zhang Tao speculated, "Guyi, are you in some kind of trouble?" All three of them stared at me anxiously. I know they meant well, but actually, I was lucky in this situation. I deliberately drawled, "Alright, stop it, don't speculate anymore. The reason I urgently need money is because..." I teased them to the point where they almost wanted to hit me. I quickly explained, "Okay, I'll be honest, it's because I'm going to be a dad." Wait, not your dad, don't get the wrong idea." The three of them pretended they were about to teach me a lesson, and I hurriedly added, "Shinrui, the senior Shin Gao Fan talks about, the campus belle Shin Ding Dong mentions is pregnant with my child. It's already been 3 months, so I need money to buy supplements for the mother-to-be, and milk powder and baby supplies for the little one. Doesn't everything need money, guys? So quit standing around and get to work, hurry up and start skewering." As I finished speaking and picked up a kitchen knife to chop cabbage, the trio of Zhang Tao froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances with expressions that were nothing short of spectacular, complete with shock, disbelief, and even awe. They each muttered badass in turn until I grew embarrassed. Zhang Tao snapped out of it first, yelling, "Why the hell are we still standing here? Work!" Then they rolled up their sleeves and started skewering frantically, while Gao Fan and Ding Dong joined in too. Although no one mentioned again that Shinrui is carrying my child, when brothers unite, their strength can cut through metal. With everyone's efforts, we skewered 300 vegetable skewers, including the ready-made ones we bought. We now have 600 skewers in total. In my eyes, tonight's haul would surely be bountiful. Ding Dong worriedly said, "Guyi, with so many skewers, how long will it take to sell them all? The weather is so hot, could they go bad?" Though Ding Dong was stout and dark, he actually thought things through quite thoroughly. "If these can't be sold and we just watch them go bad, we'll be ruined sooner or later.
but I'm not afraid.
With my state banquet-level culinary skills, I'm confident in making deep-fried skewers, this humble street snack, a success. I'll definitely sell all 600 vegetable and meat skewers. I said with full confidence, we must sell everything today. They thought it would be tough, but I replied, just watch, I'll show you how it's done. I knew explaining wouldn't help, better to shut them up with real skill. I set up a small pot, poured in oil, and began my performance. Gao Fan remarked, hey, I gotta say, Guyi really has a knack for cooking. Just look at how he pours the oil, that precise control over the temperature, impressive.
Zhang Tao shot him a glare.
Though they joked lightly, their hearts were heavy with concern for me. A college student, not yet graduated, already has a girlfriend pregnant with his child. Anyone in his shoes would be driven to despair. Especially since we've decided to keep the baby. We need to start preparing as quickly as possible, every second counts. The 4 of us in the dorm are extremely close, and the other 3 had secretly agreed if my fried skewers didn't sell and the snack stall failed, they'd definitely lend me a hand. At worst, they'd take on part-time jobs during their free time to help ease my burden.
Those who make it into Magic City University are no ordinary folks, and we all treasure our brotherhood in the dorm even more. If it were one of them whose girlfriend got pregnant, we'd do the same for them. While waiting for the oil to heat up, I wasn't idle. I started mixing my secret dipping sauce according to the information in my mind. Fried skewers are a popular snack found all over the country, with no fixed standard. Some places use sauces, while others sprinkle seasoning, making each region's flavor distinct and appealing to different crowds. But no matter the variation, people just love them. The sauce I'm mixing is special, it satisfies most people's tastes. This is my secret weapon for success. When I finally looked up after finishing the sauce, wow, 3 pairs of eyes were eagerly staring at me. I asked, what are you guys doing? And noticed Ding Dong had even pulled out his shoe inserts. Slurping back drool, his eyes glued to the dipping sauce, he said, I swear this sauce would make shoe inserts taste delicious. Ding Dong, didn't you swear you'd never eat starch sausages? Why the hell are you stealing mine? Zhang Tao glared furiously while Ding Dong crammed the sauce-drenched sausage into his mouth, rolling his eyes. You lick bamboo skewers clean and judge me for eating starch sausages? Seeing the 3 of them fighting over a few skewers, I quickly fried up a few more for them. I was actually quite pleased seeing how they were scrambling to eat. Setting up the stall at night shouldn't be a problem. Gao Fan had stuffed himself silly, slumping on the ground with a satisfied burp while still managing to give me a thumbs up. Damn, Guyue, he said, my old man works as a chef on a cruise ship, and I always thought his cooking was the best. Never thought the day would come when someone like you could blow my mind. Your skewers are even better than my dad's dishes. Hearing this, I smirked mischievously and said, come on, kid, call me daddy. Piss off. The 4 of us brothers joked around, and most of the banter was filled with praise for me. Zhang Tao and his friends clearly worried for nothing. With skewers this delicious, it would defy all reason if they didn't sell out. I'm full. I'm stuffed. Help me up. I can still eat 2 more pancakes. Gao Fan and Zhang Tao were both tall and lean, while Ding Dong was a bottomless pit, eating more than the 2 of them combined. While others stuffed vegetables into their pancakes, he went ahead and stuffed pancakes into pancakes, slathered them with dipping sauce, and ate with such relish. After a while, Ding Dong looked at the pile of bamboo skewers with an awkward expression and said, Guyi, let me tally up how much I owe you, and I'll transfer the money. I didn't take it seriously at all. These skewers had outrageous profit margins. A decent-sized head of green cabbage could make about 10 skewers, sold for a yuan each, with profits around 8 yuan. What they just ate couldn't have cost more than a few dozen yuan, no big deal. Rolling my eyes, I cut him off. Stop fussing. Keep acting up and I'll toss you out. Ding Dong scratched his head sheepishly. Hee then I'll put in more effort tonight. I said with a grin, no problem, I won't hold back when using you guys. Afterwards, we made some more skewers, and I prepared another bucket of dipping sauce. Checking the time, it was already 6:30. Normally, it'd be better to arrive early for the first day of setting up a stall. But when I bought the food cart earlier, I'd already scoped out Lighttime Snack Street. The vendor spots there follow a set order, with each merchant assigned their own designated area. I slipped the manager a big red envelope, and he promised to reserve a prime spot for me. As the sun was setting, we arrived at the food street. I didn't expect the manager to be so straightforward. He gave me the number 1 spot, right where the foot traffic was heaviest. Everyone passing by would notice my stall. It was a perfect location. Hey, buddy, you're here. Yeah, thanks for the help, man. I set up my cart and made small talk with the manager, slipping another red bill into his hand as we shook. What's this? 4 drinks. Haha, don't worry, kid. Any issues, just come find me, Zhang Shan. No problem. We exchanged a few pleasantries, and as a customer arrived, Zhang Shan excused himself and left. Boss, do you sell fried skewers? A girl adjusted her glasses, scanning the skewers on the food cart as she asked me. Yes, of course we do. Since you're my first customer, pretty lady, I'll give you a discount. Giggle thanks, handsome. Well then, I'd better pick a lot. Go ahead, here's your plate. I guarantee you'll be coming back for more after trying them. I'm quite confident, I said cheerfully.
If it tastes good, I'll be a regular. 5 minutes later, the girl had piled up a plate, a whopping 23 skewers in total. I swiftly got to work frying them, mastering both the oil temperature and timing like a pro.
Not only does it preserve the ingredients' freshness, but the texture is perfect too. Combined with our signature dipping sauce, who wouldn't be won over? Wow, smells amazing. How much for everything, boss?
10 veggie skewers for 10 yuan, chicken cutlet at 3 each, totals 58, but 50's fine. Always fair with prices. The transfer's sent. Take a look. The girl flashed her phone screen at me. I waved my hand with a grin and said, no need to check, just glad you paid.
Come back if you like it. It's a good start, and I'm in a good mood.
I used a clean rag to wipe the surrounding oil stains, not that I have a cleanliness habit. Now everyone pays attention to hygiene, and it doesn't hurt to keep the stall clean.
Why are you all staring at me?
Ding Dong and his 2 companions stood to the side, their expressions completely changed.
Nothing, I just feel like you've grown up, Saya-chan. Is this what happens when a man becomes a father?
Working around the clock, juggling connections and management, slick-talking your way through business dealings. If it weren't for that impossibly handsome face of yours, I'd swear you were some greasy middle-aged man.
I second that.
They teased me about the changes in me, though I didn't feel much different myself.
Maybe it was just the sudden weight of responsibility. Still, I couldn't complain. Who could resist having a gorgeous wife and an adorable daughter?
Shinruoi still didn't know whether she was carrying a boy or a girl. She wanted a daughter, saying she'd be my little warm-hearted coat.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind a son either. Hold on, stop teasing me. Customers will be coming soon. Help me with the frying skewers. No problem. My dad's a chef. I've got the talent in my blood.
Gaofan shouted the loudest but ended up scalding all 3 of us the moment he reached out.
Damn it, Gaofan. Do you just throw food into the oil? Couldn't you have placed it in gently? At least straighten it properly. Chapter 7, those are reserved for my girlfriend, not for sale. Guyi, do you mind if I post our food cart in the class group chat?
Zheng Tao was quick-witted and had been pondering ways to spread the word. It wasn't that he wanted to rally their classmates to help Guyi, he genuinely wanted to recommend the place. These skewers are absolutely delicious. It would be a shame to miss out on them. And if classmates enjoy eating them, they can always come back for more in the future. I'd say better not post it. Some people are bound to gossip. Gaofan thoughtfully remarked, since classmates might include those who couldn't stand seeing others happy. I'll listen to Guyu. If he says not to post it, then I won't. Guyu could only shake his head with a bittersweet smile. He understood the futility of pleasing everyone. People would say whatever they wanted with their own mouths anyway.
What's more, making money isn't shameful. Go ahead and post it.
If classmates were interested in coming by, it would only serve to boost his popularity. Besides, confidence was the one thing he never lacked.
If Guya's fine with it, then I'll post it. Zhang Tao posted the edited message in the class group chat. Instead of disappearing without a trace, it stirred up a buzz among his classmates. Guyi has started a street stall? What's he selling? You blind? Fried skewers? Can't you see the picture? Looks pretty clean and hygienic, and the ingredients seem fresh. I'll drop by to show some support later. You've got our support. The enthusiasm shown by the classmates was unexpected, with many shouting that they'd come by skewers after finishing their current game of Honor of Kings. Even their instructor Zhou Wenxian noticed the messages in the group chat. Guya's street food stall? Earning money in spare time, that's admirable. I should go support my student later. On the other side, Guyi and his team also got busy. Thanks to the prime location, the endless stream of pedestrians couldn't help but notice their fried skewers, and with the enticing aroma of their exclusive dipping sauce wafting around, anyone who stopped at the stall for just 3 seconds inevitably made a purchase. In no time, the food cart was swarmed with customers. Boss, another plate, please. Boss, give me 20 sticks of those starch sausages. Big brother, I want more, I still want more. While Guyi and his crew were bustling with their street food business, Shinruoi woke up, hugging her knees and curled up in a corner. She kept checking her phone intermittently, hoping to see if Guyi had sent her any messages. Be good and eat properly. I've got something to deal with today. I'll contact you later. This was the message Guyi sent to Shinruoi before he got busy. Meanwhile, Shinruoi stared at these words and began to let her thoughts wander. What's he doing? Did something happen? Should she call back to check on him? Bang! Just as she was about to dial the number saved under husband, the dormitory door was flung open. Looking up, she saw it was her best friend, Tan Mengmeng. However, this petite yet voluptuous girl was no stranger to Guyi at all, because she was none other than Guya's first customer, the girl who had bought over 50 yuan worth of fried skewers. Mengmeng, slow down. Don't fall, Shinruoi scolded gently as she put down her phone. Tan Mengmeng quickly waved her hands, urging Shinruoi to get out of bed. Xiaoshen, come down quickly and have some tasty food. If it weren't for thinking of you, I would have finished it all on my way back. Hurry up, hurry up. What's this? It actually smells quite good. Shin Ruoi climbed down the ladder and saw Tan Mengmeng's cherry-red lips glistening with grease. She couldn't help but wonder what delicacy could make the notoriously picky Mengmeng rave about it so enthusiastically. Is this skewers? Yeah, the taste is really good. Try some. Okay, I'll eat some. Shin Ruoi had wanted to refuse, considering she was carrying a baby, but she couldn't bring herself to decline Tan Mengmeng's warm offer. Besides, hadn't the doctor said during the day that she could eat normally basically anything in moderation? Crunch! As Shin Ruoi took a bite of the vegetables, a unique burst of flavor instantly softened her taste buds. Despite having little appetite earlier, she suddenly felt an unexpected urge to eat several more skewers. But the next second, she found herself wanting to share this delicious food with Guyi so he could taste it too. Xiaoshin, why is your face red? And no. Shin Ruoi shook her head repeatedly. She couldn't possibly say she'd been thinking about a man. Is it good? I'm telling you, this dipping sauce is absolutely killer. It's delicious, really delicious. Where did you buy it? Wait, hold on, let me show you. Tan Mengmeng wiped her hands clean before pulling out her phone to show Shin Ruoi. Shin Ruoi curiously leaned in to look, and then she saw Guyi. Guyi? Mengmeng, where did you take this photo of him? Tell me quickly. Xiaoshen, I admit the boss is handsome, but there's no need to be so desperate. What, is he your type? If so, I'll go get his WeChat ID for you later. No, it's because, Shin Ruoi stammered without giving a proper explanation, and in the end, she abruptly grabbed Tan Mengmeng's hand and strode straight out. Where are you going, Xiaoshan? Off to ask the boss for his WeChat? That boss is my boyfriend. Yeah, my boyfriend. If Guyi heard this, he would probably be thrilled. But before he could even celebrate, Tan Mengmeng next to Shin Ruoi was utterly stunned. Pointing at the phone screen and staring at Shin Ruoi, she stumbled over her words in disbelief. And me, why you, boyfriend? Since when? Arg. I'll explain later, just take me to see him now. Alright, let's go. It's on time Snack Street, I'll take you there. Tan Mengmeng had a giant question mark floating above her head. Since when did Shin Ruoi get a boyfriend? And he's actually the owner of a fried skewer stall? Wow, what a treat. Indeed, in the world of foodies, eating reigns supreme. After a short while, the couple arrived at Time Lane Snack Street, where from afar they could already see a crowd gathered around a food truck, clearly doing roaring business. When Shin Ruoi confirmed it was indeed Guyi, her beautiful eyes grew slightly red. So when he said he had something to do, it wasn't to game with girls, he was out making money. Recalling Guya's words to her in the daytime, "Don't be afraid, I'm here," Shin Rui's heart swelled with emotion. She really wanted to go over and wipe the sweat from Guya's brow. With this thought in mind, Shin Ruoi strode toward the rear door of the food cart. But just then, she suddenly heard the guests sighing in dismay. Sold out? Boss, everything's gone? Boss, what time are you coming tomorrow? I still want to eat more. The customer's enthusiasm was unexpected, but with no stock left, Guyi had no choice but to apologize. Sorry everyone, we're sold out for today. Please come back tomorrow. Boss, aren't those skewers over there for sale? Sell them to me, I'll take them all. One sharp-eyed customer spotted the pre-fried skewers placed to the side and immediately tried to drive up the price to buy them all. To this, Guya's response was, "Sorry, those are reserved for my girlfriend, not for sale." Well then, it clearly means even if you didn't get to eat the skewers, no worries, I'll treat you to some rainbow-flavored dog food instead. Upon hearing this, Shin Ruoi behind him covered her mouth with her delicate hand. For some reason, she found herself genuinely moved. Chapter 8, Would you like to move out of the dorm and live with me? Your boyfriend doesn't seem too bad. Tan Mengmeng teased, and Shin Ruoi didn't argue, instead, she nodded in agreement. The customers crowding around the cart dispersed, and Guyi and his 3 companions began packing up to leave, having sold out all their stock on the first day. It was nothing short of a bumper harvest. Haha, incredible. Guyi has truly cracked the code to wealth. Look at those disappointed faces of people who didn't get to eat. I can already tell we'll need to prepare more skewers tomorrow. Like we needed you to point that out, even a pig could have figured it out. Ha ha. The 4 brothers worked together seamlessly. Just as Shin Ruoi was about to knock and enter, she came face to face with Zhang Tao. Sister-in-law Shun. Zhang Tao exclaimed in surprise. The other 3 turned their heads at the sound, and upon realizing it was Shin Ruoi, Guyi quickly stepped forward to support her. How did you get here? It's such a long way, you shouldn't have tired yourself out. As he spoke, he carefully helped Shin Ruoi inside, while Ding Dong perceptively brought over a stool. I'm fine, thank you. Are you thirsty? Let me get you some water. Are you hungry? Want some fried skewers? They're not spicy, and eating just a little won't make you feel greasy. Seeing Guya's meticulous care for Shin Ruoi, Tan Mengmeng behind them couldn't help but roll her eyes in envy. Such attentiveness was utterly foreign to her, having never been in a relationship. Ahem, Comrade Shin, aren't you going to introduce us? Oh, I forgot Guyi, this is my roommate, Tan Mengmeng. She's my bestie, Tan Mengmeng added. Hello, I'm Guyi. Tan, huh? It's you.
Guyi was about to greet her when she suddenly recognized her. This was the very first customer she'd given a discount to.
What a coincidence. That's right, it's me.
I never expected you'd woo our little Shin. Color me impressed.
Mang, don't talk nonsense. Shenruoi's jade-like face flushed crimson as she reached out to pinch Tan Mengming's waist, provoking a dissatisfied pout and whimper from her.
Humph.
Don't strain your fingers, young mistress. Sit properly now, acting like you're pregnant or something. Tan Mengming's remark immediately aroused suspicion among the trio of Zhang Tao and his friends. Beauty, haven't you heard yet? She really is pregnant, and you call yourself her bestie.
Exactly.
Ha!
Tan Mengming looked utterly baffled when she heard this. Had her ears just heard what she thought they had? Although her cheeks flushed slightly, Shenruoi didn't blame Guyi for telling his roommates this matter, since her belly would eventually show and anyone could tell.
Besides, wasn't Guyi telling his roommates proof that he cared about her?
At this thought, Shenruoi no longer felt embarrassed.
Instead, she nodded calmly and openly admitted it. No wonder Xiaoshen's aunt hasn't visited for 3 months. Mang. Ahem, listen here, boss, you'd better take good care of our Xiaoshen, got it? Or else I'll beat you up for her.
Tan Mengming waved her dainty fist menacingly at Guyi, her intentions genuinely kind. Although the revelation that Shenruoi was carrying Guyi's child still shocked her, she could ultimately accept it. After all, such things weren't uncommon in today's society. Don't worry, my wife deserves the best care, of course. Guyi nodded firmly, then pulled Shenruoi closer to let her lean against him. The intimate gesture made Tan Mengming, Zhang Tao, and the other two break into knowing, indulgent smiles. Such a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, their damn chemistry was addicting. The more you saw, the more you fell for them. After that, the group started cleaning up, picking up bamboo skewers and trash around the car. Shenruoi wanted to help, but Guyi and Tan Mengming kept pressing her back onto the bench.
Are you kidding me? With so many people here, we can definitely manage.
There's no way we'd let a pregnant woman do the work.
In no time, the cleaning was done.
Everyone gathered in the vehicle, shutting the doors and windows securely, their eyes glued to Guyi as they eagerly waited for him to tally the accounts.
600 skewers in total.
Total cost for stocking up, purchasing groceries, bamboo skewers, oil, seasonings, and other supplies comes to 600 yuan. Everything sold out today. We made a total of 3,200 yuan. After deducting costs, the profit is 2,600 yuan. We still have plenty of new oil and bamboo skewers left for tomorrow, meaning the actual profit is much higher than 2,600 yuan. After calculating, everyone fell silent. Zhang Tao and the other two were stunned, though they said it took all night. In reality, they had sold out in just an hour and a half. If they had prepared more skewers, they could have earned even more money. Earning 4,000 to 5,000 a day meant over 100,000 a month. Even a small restaurant only had a daily revenue of around 3,000. With a gross profit barely reaching 1,000. It simply couldn't compare to Guyi's snack cart. Of course, skill is the real foundation of success. Without his exclusive dipping sauce and his precise control over heat and oil temperature, Guyi wouldn't have been able to earn this much money. That's the truth. With profits of several thousand a day, we could buy so many bags in just 1 month, Tan Mengming blurted out after seeing Guyi's calculations. Meanwhile, Shenruoi murmured softly, we've got baby formula covered now. Deep down, she was contemplating what she could do to help share Guyi's burden. She didn't want the entire responsibility of raising their child to fall solely on him. In that case, let's head back. Great. Back at the rental apartment, Zhang Tao and the other two helped Guyi tidy up for another half hour. Originally, Guyi wanted to treat them to a meal, but the three of them slipped away in a flash, claiming the cafeteria portions were more generous in the evening. Truth be told, he knew these brothers were trying to save him money. Little Shen, I'm heading back to the dorm first. Bosku, make sure you get Little Shen back safely. After shouting something about not disturbing your couple time, she jogged away, making Shenruoi blush all the way to her earlobes. Yes, now it was just her and Guyi left in the room. Moreover, she had heard that most of the people who rented these short-term apartments were young, passionate couples. Their purpose was obvious without saying. What if Guyi also wanted to? Should she refuse, or just listen to the doctor and keep it light? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, making Guyi genuinely worried. Your face is so red, are you feeling unwell? And burning hot too? Guyi pressed the back of his hand against Shenruoi's delicate, porcelain-like cheek. His gesture held no ulterior motive, only concern. No, nothing. It's just too hot in here. Let's open the door. Ah. Shenruoi got up to open the door, but as soon as it swung open, delicate gasps and moans spilled out from the room across the hall. She froze. With a bang, she slammed the door shut again. It's still so early, but the people across can't wait any longer. Shenruoi is practically dying of embarrassment right now. What's wrong? It's fine. Shenruoi immediately refused, looking so adorable you could just eat her up. Let me get ready first, then we'll go out for dinner. All right, I'll help you. Shenruoi hurried over and squatted beside Guyi to help, her mind blank as she simply copied whatever Guyi was doing.
Watching her clumsy, dazed expression, Guyi couldn't help but chuckle silently.
As he brushed aside the delicate hair on her forehead, his heart suddenly stirred with an idea.
Would you like to move out of the dorm and live with me? Chapter 9. Simple is true, ordinary is happiness. Moving out together? Shinruoi instantly grew nervous, stumbling over her words like a little stutterer. She hadn't expected Guyi to bring this up so soon. What on earth should she do now?
Exactly, the dorm has lots of safety hazards.
What if you slip and fall on the slippery floor? Or accidentally bump your belly? Or even worse, fall off the bed? It's just too dangerous.
Listening to Guyi's words, Shinruoi suddenly found them so reasonable that she couldn't come up with any counter-arguments. Looking at it this way, the dorm really was too hazardous.
However, can I have just a little more time to think about it? Of course, no problem. Just let me know when you're ready to move out. Thank you.
After saying her thanks, Shinruoi lowered her head again, unable to stop her thoughts from running wild.
Living together? Under the same roof? Sharing the same bed? Using the same bathroom?
The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. What should she do? While Guyi was packing up his tools and cleaning the ground, Shinruoi was lost in thought. Not far from Time Snack Street, in a bar, Guya's fried skewers had become a hit. A couple originally heading to the bar for midnight dancing lost their appetite due to the heat. Seeing the crowd in front of Guya's snack cart, they couldn't resist their curiosity and joined the queue. They were lucky enough to buy 10 fried skewers, but before they could even take a bite, a phone call from friends summoned them to the bar. Just as everyone was about to drink, someone suddenly caught a whiff of an incredibly fragrant and mouth-watering aroma. Following the scent, they were shocked to discover a whole bag of fried skewers. Fei, where did these fried skewers come from? They looked delicious.
They've gone cold. Might as well toss them. No.
Bring them here, they'll make the perfect snack with our drinks. Just like that, they stripped all the skewered bites from their bamboo sticks onto plates, drinking alcohol and enjoying the skewers. In no time at all, they'd polished off all the food but barely made a dent in the alcohol.
Damn, how is this so good? I actually want more.
Same here.
Fei, where did you get these? I'm going back for another 100 skewers. It's on Shiguan Snack Street, first stall you'll see.
As the group hurried to the spot where Guyi had set up his stall, they unexpectedly found it empty. If not for the lingering aroma of fried skewers and his special dipping sauce in the air, Fei and the others might have thought they'd come to the wrong place. After some inquiries, they learned that he had already packed up. Everything was sold out.
Ugh, so frustrating. If only I'd bought more earlier. Fei stamped her feet in frustration, but there was nothing to be done. She could only resolve to come earlier the next day to avoid missing out again.
Not just them, but all the other customers who had tasted Guyi's fried skewers had firmly committed that flavor to memory. Many of them, after trying those skewers, no longer felt the urge to venture further into the snack street, their thoughts wholly preoccupied with the skewers, just the skewers. And so, Guyi had unexpectedly gained a batch of devoted fans for his fried skewers.
Everything's packed up. Let's go grab something to eat.
After finishing his cleanup, Guyi turned to Shinruoi.
Alright, as agreed, it's my treat. Fine, you're treating.
As the two walked out of the room and were about to lock the door, the opposite door suddenly opened, revealing a girl wearing a revealing top and a JK skirt, her hair disheveled and face flushed. No need to guess what had just happened.
See you.
Seeing this, Shinruoi quickly grabbed Guyi and hurried downstairs, muttering under her breath, looking at such things will give you styes.
Guyi couldn't help but chuckle. Shinruoi, the renowned campus belle, was actually this adorable?
It seemed people's perceptions of her were quite skewed.
Weren't they supposed to be talking about an aloof campus goddess? An untouchable snow lotus? Why did she appear not just cute, but even a little silly? Where was that composed and distant demeanor everyone spoke of?
Shinruoi had dragged Guyi onto the street before slowing her pace, but when she came to her senses and tried to shake off his hand, she found it impossible because Guyi was being shamelessly stubborn about letting go. Her fingers were slender and delicate, with beautifully shaped hands and fair skin.
Holding them felt like gripping warm, smooth jade. How could he possibly let go so easily? Guyi, let me go. No. Shinruoi pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. After all, she was the one who had grabbed Guyi first. Now that she couldn't shake him off, it was entirely her own doing. What are you planning to treat me to? Guyi asked with a grin, then added, how about we stay at the rental place tonight? I'll go buy some groceries and personally cook for you, guaranteed you won't regret it or get scammed. No, thanks.
Shinruoi shook her head so vigorously it was like a child's rattle spinning wildly. At the same time, I couldn't help but think to myself, Guyi, that big villain, was sneakily trying to prevent me from returning to the dormitory.
My cooking skills are at banquet level. It's such a pity you won't get to enjoy it. You're bluffing. If that's how you feel, I'll just have to find time to show off my skills for you. How about this weekend? Name any dish, and I'll make it for you. We'll see. Shinruoi gave vague answers, stubbornly refusing to yield to either kindness or force. Yet Guyi didn't press her. After all, there would be plenty of time ahead, and everything could take its course slowly. Guyi, would you like to eat ramen? Ramen? Yeah, beef ramen, it's pretty good. Meng Meng and I used to eat it often before. Okay, everything's up to you. Then let's go. She led the way while Guyi walked alongside holding her hand, one trudging along with head bowed, the other striding confidently with a radiant smile. They made for two entirely contrasting figures. The noodle shop they arrived at was an established old brand with steady customer flow, wafting with the fragrant aroma of beef noodles. Just as Shinruoi was about to step across the threshold, ugh! The overwhelming smell of beef balls in the room immediately made Shinruoi retch. This sudden movement drew unfriendly glares from the customers in the shop. Shinruoi bit her delicate lips nervously, her fingernails digging into her palms. Fortunately, Guyi was there to quickly explain, "Sorry everyone, my wife is pregnant and experiencing strong morning sickness. We apologize for the disturbance." Hearing this, everyone's gazes softened. No matter who you were, one would always retain kindness towards a pregnant woman. Even the shop owner hurried over to greet them, though she didn't invite them inside. The smell inside is quite strong, and you shouldn't eat overly greasy food while carrying a baby. Come back another time, I'll treat you both then. Alright, thank you, sis. In the end, the pair didn't get to eat beef noodles after all. However, Shinruoi wasn't disappointed at missing out on the beef noodles. Instead, she stood cheerfully by the meal cart, her face lighting up with delight. "Auntie, I'll have the braised pork, and could you drizzle some sauce over the rice too, please?" "Of course, no problem. And also a sauerkraut stew with tofu." Beside her, Guyi watched Shinruoi's delicate white fingers eagerly pointing at dishes on the menu, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips as a sense of serene tranquility settled in his heart. As the saying goes, simplicity is truth, and ordinary days bring true happiness. Guyi felt on the verge of enlightenment. Chapter 10, Let me high-five the baby in your belly. Who would have thought the university's most beautiful girl, Shinruoi, would jump for joy over a boxed meal? Guyi couldn't help but be infected by Shinruoi's radiant smile as she carried her lunchbox. He remembered Zhang Tao once saying campus beauties survived on celestial air. What utter nonsense. If they hadn't been searching for a proper spot to eat, Shinruoi would have undoubtedly opened that container all ready to devour those braised pork chunks. The boxed meals are delicious: braised pork, glass noodles with minced meat, and other dishes, all very tasty. Shinruoi defended herself, hardly imaginable in this era where wealth and beauty were considered synonymous. Yet she was surprisingly content with so little. A treasure of a girl? She truly lives up to the name. Guyi, let's go eat on the spectator stands by the field. The evening breeze feels really nice there. Okay, I'll follow your lead. They hit it off immediately and promptly headed toward the sports field. MDU, Magic City University, was quite romantic, knowing full well that students loved to flirt on the sports field. The lights would turn off as soon as darkness fell. Sometimes even a faint ambient light was left on, which was beyond considerate. This way, young couples could discreetly do whatever they pleased without being noticed. Over time, the sports field became the ultimate dating sanctuary for couples. Shinruoi clearly hadn't considered this point. She simply wanted to find a suitable spot to eat her boxed lunch. Otherwise, her heart wouldn't have skipped a beat upon seeing so many couples seated in the audience stands, nor would she have instinctively grabbed Guya's arm upon hearing the muffled sounds of kissing. Finally, the two reached the highest point. Though many young couples were cuddled up below, fortunately the distance was great enough that they couldn't be seen clearly. "AKA not coming here next time." Shinruoi patted her chest with her small hand, muttering softly under her breath. Guyi felt rather pleased, eagerly anticipating their relationship taking another 100 million steps forward. "Wait, let me wipe it first." Watching as Shinruoi was about to plop down, Guyi hastily stopped her, pulled out a wet wipe to clean the spot thoroughly, and only then allowed her to sit down with peace of mind. "Thank you." Shinruoi smiled sweetly, sat down with her knees pressed together, then placed the lunchbox on her lap and opened it completely. "Here, chopsticks for you." And so, the two of them sat in the bleachers, unpacking their boxed lunches and eating while exchanging compliments. They didn't seem to care in the slightest whether anyone might see her and Guyi in such an uninhibited, carefree moment. "Braised pork, the lean part, open your mouth. I can manage on my own. Open your mouth, Zhang." Ow. Guyi came to feed Shinruoi again, and as always, he couldn't refuse her. Instead, he ended up being teased and bantered with. "Does this count as an indirect kiss? Eat up, eat up. Your scent is still on the chopsticks. What brand of toothpaste do you use? If you're not eating it, I will. Nom nom." Their conversation was like a donkey's lips not matching a horse's mouth, yet both were in remarkably good spirits. Having obtained Guya's promise, Shinruoi felt a massive weight lift from her heart. Guyi was also in high spirits, thrilled by his newfound ability to provide a good life for mother and child, already fantasizing about their future happiness as a family of three. Moments later, Shinruoi set down her chopsticks. "Guyi, I'm full. You can have the rest." "Really full? I'm stuffed. I don't believe you. Ha! Let me touch. Guyi moved the lunchbox aside and, before Shinruoi could react, reached his large hands toward her waist and belly. Ah! Shinruoi gasped in surprise. The nearby couples looked up one after another, but fortunately, being completely dark, nothing could be seen clearly. What are you doing, Guyi? Machem, I'm really full, my little belly is all bloated. At these words, Shinruoi couldn't resist rolling her eyes. Well, duh. She was 3 months pregnant. Even if she hadn't overeaten, her belly would still be rounded if touched. Ugh, he just wants an excuse to feel me up. Humph. Hearing Shinruoi's adorable cooing, Guyi couldn't hold back any longer and impulsively reached out to embrace her. The campus belle hadn't even processed what was happening before she found herself nestled in Guyi's arms. More precisely, sitting right across his lap, in that position. Put me down, there are too many people watching. Looking around, below on the sports field, people were everywhere. If the light had been just a bit brighter, anyone could easily have seen Shinruoi and Guyi pressed together. No wonder she was so frantic. Fortunately, the lighting was dim, no one could make them out clearly, not even their silhouettes. Don't worry, no one can see. And it's cold, you'll catch a chill. It's warm inside my arms. Shinruoi was innocent, not stupid. Even with her lack of experience, she could tell Guyi didn't mean a word he said. But, the warmth in her arms was real, and Guyi's large hands had been warmed too just moments ago. That feeling was so strange, it actually made her resistance melt away. Alright, it's settled then. Just holding, and no, doing anything else. Anything else? Like what? Stop teasing me. I don't know, don't ask me. Shinruoi's cheeks flushed red, and she couldn't be bothered to roll her eyes since Guyi wouldn't be able to see it anyway. She even placed her feet on the adjacent seat, her delicate body tensed up and not daring to move recklessly, worried about pressing down too hard on Guyi. Understanding her little concern, Guyi shifted her slightly in his arms to prevent her feet from touching the seat. Don't do that, or your legs will go numb in a moment. It's fine, you're so light, and your husband is so strong, no problem at all. Tisk, nonsense, the two of us aren't light at all. Key points are good, key points are good. Come, let me give our baby a high five. With that, Guyi gently placed his palm on Shinruoi's belly, his touch so light as if fearing he might hurt her. Shinruoi stopped struggling, and the family of three stayed together like this. It was beautiful. Guyi, how about I help you with the night market stall from now on? But I can't bear to see you exhausted. It's fine, I'm only 3 months along, not that fragile yet. No. She finally witnessed what it meant to refuse someone in the gentlest tone possible, just shy of resorting to coquettish charm. But Shinruoi understood perfectly well, Guyi's word was law. When he said no, he meant no. But, tomorrow night I can sneak over to help them myself. Shinruoi thought this way, a mischievous glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. The night was too dark, Guyi couldn't see it. Although they didn't exchange many words while tangled together, their feelings for each other were rapidly intensifying, drawing infinitely closer to that of a romantic couple. Sweetheart, can I give you a kiss? Ha! Shinruoi was pondering what Guyi's words meant. The next second, her cheeks suddenly tightened. It turned out she'd been pecked on the cheek. Stop it. Haha, why don't you retaliate? Left cheek or right cheek? Or both, whichever you prefer. I'm ignoring you now. Shinruoi was no match for Guyi. She could only tilt her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Little did they know, this would perfectly play into Guyi's hands. Not taking advantage of a bargain is a fool's game. Guyi fiercely pressed his lips against those cherry-like lips. Chapter 11, Guyi, I've finished washing up and am now in bed. The wind picked up, bringing a slight chill to the air. Guyi and Shinruoi strolled through the campus, preparing to walk her back to her dorm. But even as the night breeze kept blowing, it couldn't cool Shinruoi's burning cheeks. She finally understood she was no match for Guyi at all. In the audience stands, Guyi had taken full advantage, and describing Shinruoi as utterly defenseless wouldn't be an exaggeration. Indignant, Shinruoi could only retaliate by lightly scratching Guyi's palm with her fingertips. The dormitory building was dimly lit, with many young couples embracing each other as if fearing they might never see each other again tomorrow. So reluctant to part ways, after hearing several strange noises, Shinruoi's face flushed slightly. Young people these days sure are bold. Guyi, I should head back. You should rest early too. Alright. Would you mind letting me go now? Okay. Guyi couldn't help but feel awkward. Who could blame him when Shinruoi's little hand felt so nice to hold? For a moment, he even forgot he was still gripping hers. But just as Shinruoi pulled her hand back to say goodbye, her lips suddenly met warmth. Sure enough, Guyi had struck again. However, Guyi immediately pulled away, not out of embarrassment, but because his lips were throbbing with pain. Hiss. I'll just bite you. Shinruoi bared her teeth, flashing 2 rows of pearly whites to intimidate Guyi, looking utterly adorable. So it seems you still love me after all. Guyi's words were somewhat cryptic, and Shinruoi couldn't quite grasp what he meant. How did biting him reveal that she had feelings for him?
Then, Gu Yi pointed at the corner of his mouth and grinned, saying, "Look, the tooth marks you left are shaped like little hearts."
Nonsense, there's no way. Of course, Shinruoi didn't believe him, but she couldn't resist her curiosity and leaned in for a closer look. Unfortunately, the dim light in front of the dormitory made it impossible to see anything. However, pop.
Just as Shinruoi leaned in to check if the bite mark she left was shaped like a heart, Gu Yi suddenly pressed a fierce kiss against her delicate, flawless cheeks.
We're even now. Hurry back to the dorm. Don't tell me you actually want to come live off campus with me?
Shinruoi's beautiful eyes widened before she deflated in defeat. Gu Yi had truly beaten her. This big bully always knew how to push her buttons.
Humph. Goodbye then.
Pouting, she turned and walked away, though her heart fluttered like a startled fawn. What was this thumping all about? Turning back to glance at Gu Yi still standing there, though she couldn't see clearly, she could certainly imagine the mischievous grin on his face, yet why hadn't he left already? Puzzled, Shinruoi walked into the dorm building, turned down the hallway, then retraced her steps after a few paces, only then seeing Gu Yi turn and leave. It was just an ordinary action, yet it inexplicably left a sweet warmth in Shinruoi's heart. How peculiar. Stop staring, he's already gone, someone said.
Ouch. Gee.
Shinruoi suddenly turned her head and realized the one teasing her was actually Tan Meng Meng.
You're dead, Meng Meng. Were you trying to scare me to death? TCH, if I scared you, your better half would come after me for sure.
Forget it, I'll fetch the hot water from now on, no need for you to tire yourself out. Tan Meng Meng rolled her eyes and sighed helplessly, suddenly feeling a sense of being out of the loop. All my close friends are already expecting babies, and here I am without even having had a boyfriend yet. What a complete failure.
What about the water for washing hair?
I'll take care of it.
Where's the foot washing water? You're going too far.
Meanwhile, Gu Yi had also returned to his dorm. Though he'd rented an apartment outside, he certainly didn't want to fall asleep listening to the AU moans from next door. That would be pure torture. Besides, there's a full morning of classes tomorrow anyway.
We can prepare the skewers for the evening at noon, there's plenty of time.
Yet when Gu Yi stepped into dorm room 254, Zhang Tao and the other two roommates simultaneously let out noises of surprise.
Ha, Gu Yi, shouldn't you be taking care of your wife? Nowhere in the dorms is as comfortable as outside. We're no longer in the same world anymore, Gu Yi. Listening to their teasing, Gu Yi wasn't angry at all. In fact, he felt utterly at ease.
Not for any other reason, but because their voices were dripping with sour envy, and that was satisfaction enough.
Hey, had to come back and give you guys a heads up. When my daughter is born, what kind of welcome gifts are you planning to give her? Damn. Still got months to go, what's the rush? Gotta be something expensive, of course. But Gu Yi, how do you know it's a daughter? Don't doctors refuse to reveal the baby's gender nowadays? My wife guessed it based on intuition. TCH. After joking around with Zhang Tao and the other two, Gu Yi lay down on his bed. Today should have been an ordinary day, but to put it mildly, what had happened completely altered his future. Shinruoi is carrying his child and plans to keep it. Activating the system gave him the ability to earn money and support his family. Both things happening on the same day, it felt like something straight out of a dream. But the most important thing now is earning money. Only by making enough can he ensure Shinruoi and their baby have a good life. He refuses to let his child be born without even a decent can of formula milk. Just as Gu Yi was pondering how to expand and strengthen his snack stall, a few round objects came rolling over from the shop. Gu Yi, have some hawthorns.
They're fresh, my grandma mailed them over. Ding Dong poked his head out to speak, his facial features already twisted from the sourness of the hawthorns. Needless to ask, they probably didn't taste very good.
Hawthorns?
Gu Yi muttered to himself, then suddenly sat up and picked up the hawthorn fruit to examine it closely.
Look at this protrusion near the stem. Is this an Y Bahong variety? Not bad, Gu Yi.
You really know your stuff. You can even identify hawthorn varieties.
How much more do you have at home?
Ding Dong grinned widely.
My family grows over 10 acres of Y Bahong. Want some? How much? I can ask my grandma to send more over. I might have to learn a lot. Donzi, I'm planning to launch a hawthorn juice drink tomorrow.
If it sells well, I'll take all the hawthorns from your family. That sounds great, but are you sure it will sell?
Ding Dong hesitated.
While it would be great to help sell his family's hawthorns, he didn't want to let down a good friend. He'd rather let the hawthorns rot on the trees than do that.
That depends on who makes the hawthorn juice. Wait till tomorrow night, you'll see. Gu Yexin said with full confidence.
As a chef of national banquet caliber, he had complete assurance that he could turn hawthorns into a highly sought-after hawthorn juice even capable of large-scale factory production. Just like that, another means of making a living for the future had been added. However, even if his secret recipe hawthorn juice was exceptionally delicious, there was absolutely no way he could let Shinruoi consume it. Who would have thought that such a tiny hawthorn fruit could actually cause a pregnant woman to miscarry?
Dingling.
Speak of the devil, no sooner had the thought of Shinruoi crossed his mind than she sent him a message.
Gu Yi, I finished washing up and am in bed now. Machem, okay, got it.
Seeing that Gu Yi had replied instantly, a trace of happiness flickered across Shinruoi's delicate face. But even she didn't understand why she felt compelled to report to Gu Yi after finishing her morning routine. Chapter 12 Shocking. The campus belle actually approaches a man first. Early the next morning, all 4 roommates in dormitory 254 woke up and got ready. Except for Gu Yi, the other 3 had dark circles under their eyes and looked completely drained, as if they'd been preyed upon by some female ghost.
Damn, I'm exhausted. Gotta sleep early tonight. You said exactly that yesterday morning. I'll never believe Tao's bullshit again. Just one more win then sleep? How's that 10-loss streak treating your heart? Gao Fan clapped back at Ding Dong.
Truth was, these two had been even more hyperactive than each other last night, their voices progressively louder, especially after picking Guanyu with execute, constantly getting their horse legs chopped off. Zhang Tao waved off their complaints dismissively. Unlike them, he looked remarkably fresh this early morning, already grinding ranked matches solo on his phone. What kind of addiction was this? In contrast, Gu Yi was full of energy. He had gone to bed early the previous night, but his mind hadn't stopped racing for even a moment. In his dreams, he was either pondering how to earn money for baby formula or engaging in shameless antics with Shinruoi. It got to the point where Gu Yi began to question himself. Had he been penned up for too long? Otherwise, why would simply holding Shinruoi's hand and planting a few kisses on her cheeks lead to such heated dreams? Once they finished getting ready, the 4 of them left the dorm and walked together toward the classroom. Due to the specialized nature of their field, Gu Ye's class was the only one in their department with a dedicated classroom, making them far more comfortable compared to students who had to rush around campus with armfuls of books. Only for public lectures did they need to sign in at shared classrooms. For everything else, they just had to arrive early and wait in their own space. The moment Gu Yi led the way into the classroom, over 2/3 of the already gathered students burst into excited chatter. Gu Yi, what time are you setting up the stall tonight? I'm coming by to show support. Stop acting like you're being supportive. Wipe your drool first. Oh, by the way, what time does Guy set up his stall? Sigh, what a pity. I overslept last night. Today I'm definitely going to try it. The skewers are so delicious. Just thinking about Gai's cooking makes me want to skip breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I only want your skewers. Ugh, Yoshi, you shameless flirt. You're obviously lusting after Gai's flavor. Gu Yi and the others were completely baffled. What was going on? The gossip among their classmates was actually about Gu Yi's fried skewers? And the way they looked could only be described as ravenous, though it was a bit strange that the object of their eagerness was fried skewers. Tonight at 7:30, no meetup without our rendezvous at Times Snack Street. Gu Yi grinned while responding to them one by one. These classmates were all potential customers, or rather, patrons. The customer is always right, no shame in that. Gu Yi was confident inside, so he didn't feel surprised. On the contrary, Zhang Tao and the other 2 grew even more admiring of him. They were all able-bodied people with no missing limbs. Others were already earning 6 figures monthly while they were still in dorm rooms arguing fiercely over a blue buff. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Tao's mind. Arriving at his seat, he suddenly slapped his own thigh. Just play the damn game. What's the point of overthinking things? The classroom was buzzing with chatter, though during morning classes the students typically resembled half-dead zombies. Today was an exception, all because of Gu Ye's fried skewers. Those who had tasted them sang praises, while those who hadn't were enticed by the descriptions, mouths practically dripping with saliva. It was irresistible, truly irresistible. But just 10 minutes before class was about to start, the noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. It wasn't because the teacher had arrived, but because a head popped in through the front door. That head possessed a breathtakingly beautiful face, capable of outshining all women without even a trace of makeup. Gasp! Isn't that senior sister Shinruoi, the university's most beautiful girl? Is she here to find someone? Someone recognized Shinruoi, and their words immediately made the classmates glance around. Both boys and girls were eager to see who she had come for. Shinruoi still felt somewhat shy, but fortunately she had found Gu Yi. Immediately, her face brightened into a smile as she raised her jade-like arm to wave at him. Gu Yi, could you come out for a moment? Whoa! Shinruoi's words once again set off a wave of murmurs through the classroom. Of course, no one could blame them. The scene before their eyes was nothing short of astonishing. Shinruoi, the campus belle, the reigning beauty of Mordor University for several consecutive years, actually took the initiative to visit their class looking for someone, and it was a guy. What she was holding in her hands were steamed buns and soy milk, a breakfast of love? How enviable. Moreover, her smile towards Gu Yi was genuinely warm. What happened to the aloof and untouchable campus belle image? Was the persona just abandoned? In contrast, when Gu Yi saw Shinruoi, he merely raised an eyebrow with a flicker of delight, but moments later, that delight was replaced with a reproachful glare. Gu Yi stood up and walked toward the front door. Then, whether intentionally or on purpose, he took Shinruoi's small hand in front of the entire class. Why are you up so early? In the hallway, Gu Yi's tone carried a hint of reproach as he inquired. Shinruoi mischievously stuck out her pink tongue playfully. then handed the steamed buns and soy milk in her hands to Gu Yi.
I just couldn't sleep anymore, so I got up.
Meng Meng insisted on dragging me to take a walk around the playground with her. I saw the steamed buns and soy milk in the cafeteria were fresh, so I brought them for you.
You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Hearing the reproach in Gu Ye's tone, Shen Ruoyi quickly explained with intense survival instinct.
However, the Meng Meng she mentioned was currently sleeping soundly with her fair legs exposed, hugging the quilt tightly.
Getting up early for a morning walk around the playground? Tan Meng Meng would only say, that's impossible, Shen Ruoyi is framing me. I haven't eaten yet. However, didn't I tell you not to overwork yourself? Don't get up early to bring me breakfast anymore. I'll go eat by myself. Take good care of yourself, understand? Shen Ruoyi nodded emphatically. Who could resent a handsome lad saying a few more sweet words? And you, what are your plans for today? Gu Yi casually pinched Shen Ruoyi's cheek as he asked. The moment their skins touched, he was overcome with a sudden urge to skip class. The thought of leaving Shen Ruoyi all alone made Gu Ye's heart uneasy. Yet he knew she would never allow him to skip lectures if it caused him to fail subjects and jeopardize his studies. Shen Ruoyi would surely blame herself. I'll go to the library. I was supposed to do an internship, but, since you didn't allow it, I'll just work on my graduation thesis first. Shen Ruoyi tilted her head slightly, tapping her fingertip against the corner of her mouth as she pondered. Yet even she herself was surprised. Having spent less than a day with Gu Yi, she had already become so willing to follow his arrangements. Their relationship seemed to be progressing at an alarmingly fast pace. That works. I'll join you for lunch at noon. As he spoke, Gu Yi affectionately ruffled Shen Ruoyi's hair, causing her face to instantly flush red for no other reason than the fact that standing behind Gu Yi appeared to be a teacher. Chapter 13, Dad, Mom, hold on to the handlebars before I continue. If you're tired, take a break. I believe the baby wouldn't want you to push yourself too hard either. Gu Yi continued his well-intentioned reminders on his own, while Shen Ruoyi could do little more than nod in response, unsure of what else to say. But the look in the teacher's eyes behind Gu Yi grew increasingly meaningful, and there was even a deliberate glance at Shen Ruoyi's belly. Gu Yi, the teacher is coming. Hurry back to prepare for class. I'll go ahead. Alright, take care. MHM. Shen Ruoyi nodded lightly, her face flushing red before she hurriedly turned into the stairwell. Gu Yi watched until she completely disappeared from sight before finally returning to the classroom. But, advisor, are you trying to scare me to death? Ah, advisor. Gu Yi hadn't noticed when the advisor had appeared behind him. No wonder Shen Ruoyi's face had been growing redder. That explained it. MHM, come back to class. Zhou Wenshan didn't say much more, just nodded and led Gu Yi into the classroom. But that meaningful look in her eyes? Gu Yi understood. The advisor must have overheard his conversation with Shen Ruoyi about the baby. Would she report him? But Gu Yi was clearly overthinking it. In this day and age, anything can happen, and romantic relationships are incredibly common. Zhou Wenshan had no intention of reporting Gu Yi and Shen Ruoyi to the school authorities. Instead, she secretly contemplated how she could help Gu Yi. Gu Yi works hard at his night stall to earn money, all for his girlfriend and their soon-to-arrive baby. How wonderful, he's such a good boy, and the girl is very beautiful too. They make a perfect match. I should rally more classmates and colleagues to support his business. That way, Gu Yi's financial burden might ease a bit. On the podium, Zhou Wenxian thought to herself. She hadn't managed to visit nighttime snack street yesterday evening, so naturally she wasn't aware of how well Gu Yi's skewers had sold. If Gu Yi knew their instructor was contemplating ways to help relieve his pressures, he'd undoubtedly be deeply moved. Afterwards came the tedious and dull advanced mathematics class. Zhou Wenxian was one of the rare instructors who also served as a counselor. Well aware that this subject held little practical use for 99% of students, her academic demands weren't particularly strict. As long as you show up for every class and listen to at least some of the content, you'll pass the final exams, mostly just scraping by with 60 points, but that's more than enough for college students. On the other hand, the three guys sitting beside Gu Yi, Zhang Tao and the others felt thoroughly uneasy. And it wasn't just the advisor occasionally glancing over this way, even their classmates kept sneaking peeks at Gu Yi. The male classmates might have been jealous, that much was understandable, but what about the girls? Gu Yi already had a girlfriend, and he was about to become a father. Shouldn't they tone it down a little? Finally, the tedious advanced mathematics class came to an end. Not just the students, even the instructor couldn't help but yawn with her hand over her mouth. You've all suffered enough, class dismissed. Ah, sound of collective relief. The students seemed to have been granted salvation as they hurriedly left the classroom, refusing to stay a moment longer. What's for lunch? Gao Fan and his two friends' stomachs growled with hunger. Unlike Gu Yi, who had a girlfriend to look after him, no steamed buns for them, no soy milk either, the contrast made them feel even more dejected. You guys go ahead, I'm heading to the library. Go on, get out of here. Go be all lovey-dovey with Senior Xinjiang Tao waved dismissively, shooing Gu Yi away. Meanwhile, Ding Dong said with complete envy, if I had a girlfriend, I'd bring her steamed buns every single day. Ugh, what a simp. Grandpa don't care. Grandpa'll simp for a whole bunch. Grandpa's gonna be a herding dog. Guyi didn't join the trio's banter.
After exchanging greetings, he turned and headed towards the library. Truth be told, he too felt somewhat surreal inside. At this same time yesterday, he'd been a bachelor just like Ding Dong and the others. Yet today, he suddenly had both a girlfriend and a child on the way.
Talk about moving at rocket speed, could this be any faster? Ding ling ling.
Just as Guyi stepped outside the library, his phone suddenly rang. When he checked, it turned out to be his mom calling.
Sooner or later I'll have to tell mom and dad, and besides, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, right?
With a bitter chuckle, he answered the call.
Hello, Mom? You little rascal, haven't called your mom in days. Are you busy chasing after girls?
The familiar voice of Zhao Yuzhu, his mother, rang out the moment she spoke.
But was her guess really this accurate?
Guyi looked up at the library doors on the steps above him in amazement.
Your dad misses you. Are you coming home for Dragon Boat Festival? Go on, stop fighting.
Just say you miss your son if you do. None of this roundabout talk.
Out of the way.
This last remark was clearly directed at Father Guyi beside them. Gu Changren was a straightforward man, a genuine farmer through and through, gruff in speech and honest at heart. He would only ever dare to think about missing his son in the depths of his heart, never voicing it aloud. Fortunately, Zhao Yuzhu was a woman who spoke her mind, finally giving voice to the words Gu Changren kept buried within. Guya's heart stirred at the other end of the phone, his father's honest face surfacing in his mind. It did seem like time for a visit home.
Your dad had his appendix out yesterday and won't be discharged until tomorrow.
If you're thinking of coming back, make it during the Dragon Boat Festival holiday so he'll stop pestering me about it every day.
Why tell the boy about this? It's not like it's serious. Xiao Yi, your dad's fine, don't worry. Come back or not, it's all the same.
As soon as Zhao Yuzhu finished speaking, Gu Changren hurriedly defended himself, utterly unwilling to let his son studying away at university worry about his health.
Dad!
Guyi frowned deeply, parting his lips to call out softly, yet an inexplicable discomfort clogged his throat as if something were stuck there. His own father had undergone surgery, yet he, as a son, hadn't even known. The family hadn't mentioned it, and he himself hadn't inquired much about the situation at home. In that instant, Guyi felt like nothing but an unfilial son.
Dad, I'll come home for Dragon Boat Festival,
Guyi said without hesitation, silently reminding himself to care more about his parents in the future.
Xiaoya, the holiday is so short. It's inconvenient to travel back and forth. No need to come home. Tomorrow I'll have your mom mail some zunzi to you. TSK TSK TSK. Why don't you mail them yourself? What's wrong with a son wanting to see his mom? Are you getting in the way?
Over there, Zhao Yuzhu rolled her eyes and glared fiercely at the old man, such a thin skin for someone his age.
Mom, Dad, I have some news for you. You might want to hold on to something.
Hearing his parents bicker, Guyi felt even more resolved about going home. He also decided to tell them about Shenruoi, so they could mentally prepare themselves sooner. He just didn't expect the old couple to panic after hearing what Guyi had to say.
Son, is it good news or bad news that requires your dad and me to hold onto the armrests?
Zhao Yuzhu asked softly, her voice tinged with apprehension.
Good news? I feel like it's good news, though I'm not sure how you'll take it. Guyi murmured to himself while holding his phone.
In any case, upon first hearing he was going to be a father, Guya's initial reaction wasn't nervousness or worry.
I wonder how mom and dad will take this news. Chapter 14, what the hell is this bringing home the ball business? It depends on how we take it. Your father and I naturally hope it's good news. Hearing this, Zhao Yuzhu was momentarily stunned. Of course, both of them hoped for good news. What parent wouldn't wish the best for their child? Guyi no longer kept them in suspense. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Mom, Dad, you're going to be grandparents. Wait, becoming grandparents? What?
Zhao Yuzhu repeated Guya's words, then suddenly jolted awake as if her brain had short-circuited, nearly failing to grasp the meaning of her son's message.
I'm going to be a grandfather?
Gu Changren also murmured to himself, before his eyes widened in shock just like his wife's had.
That's right, my girlfriend is pregnant. She's 3 months along now. Guya's tone was firm as he spoke, though it felt a bit odd. Getting his girlfriend pregnant while still in university wouldn't exactly sound good if word got out, would it? Yet Guyi didn't want Shenruoi to abort the baby either, as it would be too damaging to her health. That's why he insisted so forcefully that she keep the child. Mom, Dad, are you still there?
Hearing no response from his parents, Guyi even wondered if they'd hung up, disowning him as their son. But the next second, old Zhao Yuzhu's voice on the phone exploded with uncontrollable excitement. Really, son? You're not lying to your mom, are you? Haha, I'm going to be a grandma. Old Gu, you're going to be a grandpa, aren't you happy? Happy, happy, happy. Gu Changren said it 3 times in one breath. Tell me, what man could resist the idea of becoming a father and a grandfather? Hearing this, Guyi couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his parents were open-minded and didn't see his situation as reckless or absurd.
Still, Guyi couldn't escape his mother's scolding. Guyi, it's not that mom is scolding you, but how could you be so careless? What if your girlfriend doesn't want to have the baby so early? Do you know how much damage an abortion could do to her body? Since your girlfriend is willing to keep the baby, you must treat her well, do you hear me? Yes, Mom, your son understands. I'll bring Ruoi home during Dragon Boat Festival for you and Dad to meet. That's wonderful. Mom will make zongzi for you.
After chatting a bit more with his mom and dad, Guyi hung up the phone because he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the library.
Little silly, over here. Guyi called out softly.
Only then did Shinruwari notice that Guyi had come to pick her up, and a flicker of joy immediately surfaced on her delicate face.
Holy shit, did someone actually pluck the campus bell? Silly, can someone tell me if I'm overthinking this? Ah, the campus bell-shin. What happened to your aloof reputation? Who's that guy? How did he manage to win over the campus bell-shin? Nonsense. Look at the joy on the campus belle's face, doesn't it seem like she's the one pursuing him? The students who recognized Shinruoi's identity were also shocked. The campus belle actually allowed a guy to address her with such an intimate nickname?
Although Guyi was undeniably handsome, solidly at the level of campus heartthrob, the male students still felt that Shinruoi was like a delicate flower stuck in a pile of cow dung.
Take it easy, walk slower. What would you like for lunch? Guyi took the laptop from Shinruoi's arms and asked. How about just grabbing something at the cafeteria?
Shinruoi whispered that the hot weather combined with her pregnancy had left her with little appetite, and if it weren't for her promise to treat Guyi to dinner these days, she would have wanted to go straight back to the dormitory.
Whatever you prefer, I'll follow your lead. Let's go then. Okay.
Having agreed on their destination, Guyi naturally took Shinruoi's small hand in his as usual. Before she could react and pull away, however, he dropped a bombshell on her. Fool, if you're free during the Dragon Boat Festival, come home with me.
My dad had a minor surgery. The main thing is, my parents want to meet you.
Shinruoi hesitated, her heart set on refusing. After all, going home with Guyi carried a distinct feeling of meeting the in-laws for the first time. It was only natural to feel a teensy bit embarrassed. But upon hearing Guyi say his father had undergone surgery, Shinruoi couldn't bring herself to refuse. In that moment, she felt so conflicted she even forgot her hand was still clasped in Guyi's palm. Don't worry, your mom just gave me endless instructions, telling me I absolutely must take good care of you. She even wanted to fly over and look after you herself. It's clear how much mom adores you.
Nonsense. Auntie hasn't even met me. I've shown her.
I sent your photo, and mom said she's decided you'll be her daughter-in-law, no one else will do. Hearing this, Shinruoi suddenly looked up, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe apple, stammering incoherently. Where did you even get a PH photo of me? Here, I secretly took it. Shinruoi was utterly defeated. Guyi had acted first and reported later.
How would his parents view her if she refused? The more she thought about it, the more Shinruoi wanted to bite Guyi.
Finally, as they reached the cafeteria entrance, she convinced herself either way, they had to meet, but,
Guyi, won't your parents think I'm improper?
At the dining table, just as Guyi was about to order food, he heard Shinruoi ask this question. He naturally knew why Shinruoi said so, it was because of the baby in her belly, but clearly, she had misunderstood. His parents would never think she was improper, they'd only want to do more to make it up to her.
Sweetheart, don't overthink it. Mom and Dad adore you.
Your arrival has dropped my ranking at home by 2 spots, landing me second to last.
Dropped 2 spots? Second to last? Shinruoi asked suspiciously. Exactly.
You and the baby rank higher than me in mom's eyes now, so my status has dropped by 2 spots.
What about the second to last one? Because the last place is our dad, don't worry, Dad will always be at the bottom,
even the big yellow dog ranks higher than him.
Put. Shinruoi was amused by Guyi's words. Since when did family hierarchy come with rankings? And the family dog ranks higher than the male head of the household? Haha, how adorable. Moreover, his witty banter made her feel much more warmly toward her yet-to-be-met in-laws. This kind of family dynamic must be incredibly harmonious. Wait here for me, I'll go get your meal. Okay, be careful.
Watching Guyi walk toward the cafeteria serving window, Shinruoi rested her chin thoughtfully on her palm, her slender arm propped against the tabletop.
The first time visiting Guyi's home, she absolutely couldn't go empty-handed to meet his parents, especially since Guyi's father had just undergone surgery. She needed to buy gifts, but what exactly should she get? Having no experience and unable to figure it out, Shinruoi simply opened Douyin to see what others had to say. But while bringing nutritional supplements makes sense, what the hell does bringing the ball home mean? Chapter 15, Marriage is something that needs more consideration. What are you thinking about? You look troubled. Guyi returned with the food tray and immediately noticed Shinruoi's anxious expression. He couldn't tell what problem had her so worked up that beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. Guyi, do your parents have anything they particularly like?
Shinruoi looked up to ask, biting her lip so hard in distress that her teeth left marks. After watching several videos, she still hadn't found anything useful.
Would she really have to show up empty-handed or with nothing but her pregnant belly as an offering? To her, that simply wouldn't do. Ah, so that's what's been bothering you.
Right, it wouldn't be proper to go empty-handed for the first time.
So, you're really willing to come home with me? I didn't say I wasn't willing. Shinruoi lowered her head slightly and muttered softly, "It's not that I'm unreasonable or don't understand things, I'm just a bit shy and thin-skinned, okay? If you ask me, you don't need to buy any gifts. Just coming home with me is enough."
Ha! I feel like no gift could bring my parents as much joy as you and the baby.
The gift itself isn't that important.
Shinruoi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Guya's words, so he actually thought it was better for her to go home with the ball too. But going home pregnant always made Shinruoi feel like she was showing off to Guya's parents, and she had no intention of being some trophy wife.
No way, we have to bring gifts. Otherwise, I'm not going. Fine, whatever you say. We'll bring gifts. How about we go shopping this afternoon? Not counting today, there are just 2 more days until the Dragon Boat Festival.
If we're really going to prepare gifts, we should indeed get started soon.
Okay, but what about the kebabs we need to sell tonight? Maybe I can ask Meng Meng to go shopping with me. It's still early now, and the weather is so hot.
Let's wait a few hours until it cools down before we go shopping. After dinner, you can go back to the dorm to rest while I prepare the kebabs. It won't interfere with our plans.
But that would be too tiring for you.
Let me help you prepare the kebabs together.
No. Guyi outright refused.
He'd rather exhaust himself than let Shinruoi tire herself out.
After all, pregnant women should rest peacefully. Humph, so domineering.
Shinruoi wrinkled her nose and grumbled quietly. But being taken care of by someone as domineering yet considerate and handsome as Guyi felt rather wonderful. The two of them polished off both plates of food in no time. When she first stepped out of the library, Shinruoi genuinely had no appetite. But unable to resist Guya's persistent coaxing and cunning persuasion, she ultimately found herself stuffed full under his relentless mix of sweet talk and trickery. At first, being fed by Guyi made her feel somewhat shy and embarrassed, especially with so many people in the cafeteria. Openly displaying affection like this really flustered her.
But gradually, she began to relax.
Not only did she accept Guyi feeding her, but she also started reciprocating, taking the initiative to feed him in return. Back and forth, their relationship grew much closer, to the point where even their unintentional public displays of affection chased off the people at the next table. Those poor souls couldn't help but feel resigned. All they wanted was a peaceful lunch, yet they ended up drowning in an overflow of affection. If refusing to eat wasn't enough, Guyi and Shinruoi practically grabbed them by the neck and force-fed it to them.
Didn't eat much for lunch, but my stomach's stuffed full of dog food. Ugh, I won't need to eat until tomorrow noon at this rate. Go back to the dorm and take a nap. We can go shopping when the weather cools down a bit. All right. After finishing their meal, Guyi escorted Shinruoi back to her dormitory, then gathered Gao Fan and the other two before heading to the rental apartment together. Of course, it wasn't for nothing they were treated to good food and drinks, and with the air conditioning on, wasn't this far more comfortable than staying in the dorm? Gao Fan, Nyowa guy, taking your girlfriend and kid home to meet the parents already? TSK. Why does that sound kinda off?
Ding dong, look at this, comparisons are truly odious. Guyi already has a family of 3, while I haven't even held a girl's hand yet.
Zhang Tao, ding dong, what the hell are you grabbing my hand for? Get lost. By the way, Guyi, when are you and Senior Shin planning to hold your wedding?
10 months of pregnancy might sound long, but it passes in the blink of an eye.
If you want to get married before the childbirth, you'd better hurry. Guyi, who was skewering the ingredients, nodded slightly.
He had thought about this question last night but hadn't had the chance to ask Shinruoi yet about her opinion. Personally, he still preferred to hold the wedding after the baby's birth. First, it's safer. Wedding preparations involve countless trivial matters, and with Shinruoi's growing belly, the risk factors increase accordingly.
Guyi didn't want to take any chances. Secondly, it provided security. He wanted to work hard for a few months to earn a bit more money, not just to provide a good life for their baby and Shinruoi, but also to host a grand wedding. He didn't want Shinruoi to regret anything about their wedding. Thirdly, marriage wasn't just about the two of them, it involved both families. Time was tight.
Arranging meetings between both sides and discussing wedding plans would take up a lot of time, making the ceremony too rushed if they tried to do it now.
Rather than that, it would be better to wait until after Shinruoi gave birth to make wedding plans.
Before then, they could arrange for both families to meet and discuss things properly. After hearing Guya's plan, Gao Fan and the other two found it quite convincing, and they could also see that Guyi had changed. "Sai promised to stay single forever, but Guyi, you already have a child."
"I want a girlfriend too. It wouldn't be so bad if she wasn't the school belle. Get lost." Ah.
As the guys were lamenting, a girl's heavy breathing suddenly reached their ears.
Following the sound, they realized it was coming from the next booth. Damn, going at it in broad daylight, how desperate can you be? Thank God Guyi doesn't live here, or listening to this every day would drain a man.
Zhang Tao was even more shameless, he actually started shouting toward the neighboring room.
Go for it, girl. You got this. Come on, everyone. However, the noise from next door did quiet down noticeably. It was clear the girl was deliberately lowering her voice. She must be feeling quite awkward about the whole situation. This little episode actually boosted the efficiency of Guya's four-person team considerably. He even found time to prepare his secret recipe hawthorn juice.
After just one sip, Ding Dong and the other two were completely won over.
Guya's reasoning for adding the new secret recipe hawthorn juice was simple. It stimulates appetite and cuts through greasiness. With better appetites, customers would naturally buy more skewers. He not only had clever ideas but also confidence, whether it was his secret hawthorn juice recipe or his exclusive dipping sauce for fried skewers, he was confident they would captivate diners' taste buds. After finishing up, the timing was just right, and it had cooled down outside, perfect for a stroll around town. After saying goodbye to Ding Dong and Zhang Tao, Guyi headed straight toward the girls' dormitory building. He notified Shinruoi, and to his surprise, she came down within just 10 minutes. Truly, a beauty had her privileges. Even barefaced, she could turn heads effortlessly. Yet even though Guyi knew Shinruoi was beautiful, her current outfit still made him stare transfixed. Chapter 16, Flirting Method, Simple yet Brutal. Traditional maternity wear often gives off a stiff impression, but Shinruoi's outfit not only prioritized comfort, she still looked breathtakingly beautiful. One must admit that fashionable girls always have great taste in clothing. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. A girl who knows how to dress is never truly unattractive. Since it's still early in the pregnancy, Shinruoi's belly wasn't very noticeable. Today she wore a slightly loose knitted dress with good elasticity. Over it, she draped a pale pink semi-transparent outer layer that both shielded her from the sun and created a slimming effect. Her cascading hair added a touch of mature senior charm to her appearance. Guy, what are you looking at? Approaching Guy, Shinruoi noticed his gaze roaming over her and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. But Guy didn't hold back either, speaking his mind as he took Shinruoi's small bag and began praising her. Of course I'm looking at a beauty, how could I ever get tired of such a view? Humph, you just like to tease me. Shinruoi muttered with a playful glint in her beautiful eyes, feeling an indescribable sweetness in her heart after receiving Guya's compliment. Let's go shopping. Okay. Guyi naturally took Shinruoi's slender hand in his, and the two walked together toward the school gates. Although there were quite a few shopping malls near Moda University suitable for students to browse, the products targeted college crowds, trendy but not appropriate as gifts for Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changren. Hence, Guyi hailed a taxi straight to the city center. I need to make money fast to buy a car, it's just too inconvenient without one. On the way, Guyi silently pondered. He worried Shinruoi might get carsick and feared she wouldn't feel well. Fortunately, they arrived smoothly without incident. Crossing the overpass, the two arrived at a pedestrian street. Though it was barely past 3 in the afternoon, the shopping crowd was already quite substantial. But Shinruoi was different from ordinary girls. She didn't get excited at the mere mention of shopping. Instead, she acted more like a guy, shopping with clear purpose, not even bothering to glance at irrelevant stores. In just about an hour, Shinruoi had already bought all the gifts she wanted to bring for Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changren. Cosmetics, tea, and some health supplements. Though not extravagantly expensive, Guyi could tell Shinruoi had put serious thought into selecting these gifts. Otherwise, as a girl who's never been in a relationship, how would she know what gifts to give? Must be tiring after researching on your phone for hours? Not at all. Shinruoi, who was scrolling through her phone notes, answered instinctively before realizing she'd fallen into his verbal trap. You silly fool. If mom and dad knew you skipped your noon break under the scorching sun just to buy them gifts, they'd probably feel terribly sorry for you. No, it's not hard at all. Shinruoi's face flushed crimson, and after much deliberation, she still insisted on telling Guyi not to mention that she was the one who suggested buying these gifts. When Guyi asked why, she only replied softly, saying it out loud would make it feel too deliberate. There's really no need. What a fool, adorably foolish. Deserves a reward. Guyi glanced at the time. Several hours remained before he needed to return to set up his stall. He promptly took Shinruoi's small hand and led her back onto the pedestrian street. Guyi, what are you doing? Aren't we going back to campus? Since we've finally come out, let me buy you a few outfits. When we go home to see my parents, don't you want to dress up properly? No need, I still have plenty of clothes. Those are clothes you bought yourself. Today is about me giving you clothes, it's not the same thing. Shinruoi was utterly confused by Guyi's words. Before she could even process them, Guyi had already pulled her into the store. Afterwards, it was all about shopping sprees. Shinruoi, naturally beautiful, stunned everyone around her each time she changed outfits. A short video content company took one look at her and outright offered to sign her as their next female internet celebrity.
Before Gu Yi could object, Shin Ruoi flatly rejected the so-called short video media company's offer. Seeing they were about to sweeten the deal with more generous terms, Gu Yi cut them off abruptly.
My wife is pregnant. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to sign a contract with your company to film videos now?
Ha! The female planner was stunned, sizing up Shin Ruoi from head to toe, but no matter how she looked, she couldn't tell that Shin Ruoi was pregnant. It wasn't until the sales assistant pointed out that all the clothes Shin Ruoi had bought were loose, oversized maternity wear that the short video planner reluctantly took her leave. Even so, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If Shin Ruoi could star as the female lead in a series of videos, they would absolutely go viral. After visiting about a third of the shops, Gu Yi was already carrying over 10 shopping bags, and Shin Ruoi refused to continue shopping. It wasn't because she was exhausted, after all, shopping is practically a natural talent for girls. The reason she didn't want to keep going was that Gu Yi had already spent so much money on her. A dress costing 2,000 yuan made Shin Ruoi's heart ache terribly. Guy, let's stop shopping and go back to campus. Shin Ruoi whispered while holding onto Guy's arm, genuinely not wanting to spend his money any further. Especially when she thought about how Guy would later go out to set up a street stall to earn money at night, her guilt only deepened.
Money spent is easy, money earned is hard.
Not only was she unable to help Guy in any meaningful way, but she was also recklessly spending his money. Just thinking about it filled her with regret.
In contrast, Gu Yi didn't mind at all.
Not only could he earn back today's expenses in a single night, but he hadn't even spent much of the 100,000 yuan meeting gift provided by the system. He even wanted to buy Shin Ruoi some more nutritional supplements.
Let's stroll around a bit more. If we find something suitable, we'll buy it. If not, we'll just call it a day.
Unable to persuade Gu Yi otherwise, Shin Ruoi could only nod in agreement while silently reminding herself, I absolutely must not spend recklessly anymore. But, she didn't want to buy anything, but she couldn't stop Gu Yi from seeing everything as something Shin Ruoi could use.
Nutritional supplements, buy. Maternity clothes, buy.
Even specialized maternity bras and underwear. Gu Yi insisted on chasing down the sales assistant to get the most expensive and most suitable ones. Then I realized it wasn't because it was getting late that I should return to school, but because both hands were full and couldn't carry anymore.
Gu Yi originally didn't want Shin Ruoi to carry anything, but there were simply too many things, so he could only pick some small items for her to hold. At the same time, Gu Yi became even more determined to buy a car. At least it would be more convenient, right?
Gu Yi, I'll hail a taxi, wait just a moment.
All right. Ding.
As Shin Ruoi hailed a cab, a sudden system prompt echoed in Gu Yi's mind. Detected that host has completed the first-time shopping achievement.
Reward, cashback once. Rebate? Gu Yi couldn't understand what this reward meant.
It wasn't until they got on the car that he discovered the money in the card actually increased the more he spent. The so-called rebate turned out to be returning all the money Gu Yi had spent back to him. For example, today's shopping trip with Shin Ruoi for clothes cost over 9,800 yuan, but the refund amount after rebates was 98,000.
A full tenfold return. Night Gu, don't buy me so many things next time.
In the car, Ruoishin looked at the dazzling array of purchases and admonished him,
while Night mumbled softly, I actually wish I could have spent more. After all, the more you spend, the more you get back. But to the taxi driver's ears, it sounded completely different. Damn, just another rich playboy. His pickup tactics are simple yet brutal. Chapter 17, Boxed Lunch with Soybean Paste. What kind of divine eating method is this? Back to school. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Tan Mengmeng was called down by Shin Ruoi. Otherwise, there were too many things, and she would have needed to make 3 or 4 trips back and forth by herself. When Tan Mengmeng saw how much Gu Yi had bought for Shin Ruoi, her eyes widened in shock. Was he out shopping or buying out the entire store? And so, in front of so many classmates, Tan Mengmeng and Shin Ruoi made 2 trips back and forth before finally moving everything back inside. Xiao Shun, your husband has such a strong physique. Tan Mengmeng glanced at Gu Yi, then leaned in to whisper into Shin Ruoi's ear. After all, she had personally witnessed Gu Yi single-handedly carry all those things back from outside. Put, you shameless hussy, what exactly are you after? Oh my, don't get me wrong, I was just moved by the moment. What, afraid I'll steal your man?
The 2 women were standing close together, yet their voices were anything but hushed. Gu Yi heard every word crystal clear, and couldn't help but feel his forehead darken with annoyance. It was his first time witnessing such a bold attempt at whispering.
Gu Yi, are you leaving already? Tan Mengmeng pressed anxiously. Yeah, I'm about to set up the stall. What's up, Senior Tan? Don't be like that.
You call Xiao Shun so affectionately, yet senior sister sounds so distant.
Just call me Mengmeng. Gu Yi didn't answer immediately.
Instead, he looked at Shin Ruoi. Only when she nodded in approval did he reply to Tan Mengmeng. Okay, Tan Mengmeng.
Tan Mengmeng, wait, now it sounds even more distant? Fine, call it whatever you like. I just really want to eat some skewers. After all, I was your first customer, right? I'll give you 20% off. Hooray! I was waiting for you to say that. I'll definitely come by later to support you. After a while, Guyi gave Shinruoi a few more instructions before leaving. Out of curiosity, Tan Mengmeng turned to Shinruoi and asked, Xiao Shen, what were you just talking about? Nothing much, just saying we'll give you 20% off, while I get to eat for free. Alright then, I shouldn't have asked. Tan Mengmeng took the bag from Shinruoi's hands and strode ahead up the stairs, while Shinruoi followed behind, covering her mouth and giggling uncontrollably. So teasing Tan Mengmeng turned out to be such a delightful thing. Meanwhile, Guyi returned to the dormitory to rest. When he saw it was about time, he called Zhang Tao and the other two to head to the rental apartment. The group gathered around the food cart one after another and made their way together toward Times Snack Street. But they hadn't quite arrived yet. The newly emerged Times Snack Street was just coming into view when a couple came sprinting toward them. Wait, boss, wait, skewers, I want to buy skewers. Thanks to those skewers, Feifei had won everyone's enthusiastic praise while dancing at the club last night, all because Guya's fried skewers were simply delicious. And so, despite there being 6 hours until the club opened and still an hour until the snack street officially started business, she and her boyfriend had already staked out their spot here, for no other reason than to buy the first skewered snack, and not just to eat his fill, but to bring some back for his friends too. With her sharp eyes, she spotted Guya's snack cart from afar and, throwing all dignity aside, hiked up her skirt and dashed toward it. Instantly, the scene unfolded, a cart rolling ahead, a hungry foodie chasing behind. Miss, the oil isn't even heated yet. Wait for us to park the cart first, then you can line up. Zhang Tao couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the scene, especially when he saw a few loyal customers already jogging alongside the food truck to queue up. It felt downright ridiculous. Amidst the jostling crowd pushing and squeezing around them, Guya's food truck finally arrived at its designated spot. In the blink of an eye, a serpentine queue had formed in front of the truck, stretching over 100 people long. Remarkably, the oil temperature was just being heated, not even operational hours yet, but this many people who'd tasted yesterday's skewers were already lining up again today. Gao Fan and the other two could hardly believe just how popular Guya's food cart would become after operating for a month, half a year, or even a full year. Opening a shop, even a chain of shops, shouldn't be a problem, right? Guya's stall was booming with business, leaving the other shop owners on the snack street baffled and discouraged. They all knew the saying food is the first necessity of the people. Edible goods were never hard to sell, but compared to Guyi, a newcomer, how could the gap be so vast? Luckily, Bosku sells out in 2 hours at most, otherwise there'd really be no profit left for us to share. The braised pork trotter vendor said this, but the moment the words left his mouth, they felt awkward and left him feeling terribly frustrated. He immediately pulled over his wife and daughter, tossing out 100 yuan bill for them to join the queue and buy some skewers. Were they really that delicious once tried? Finally, the oil temperature reached the ideal frying point. Gu Yelai rolled down the window and began selling. Frying, brushing with sauce, wrapping, the motions flowed seamlessly, leaving Fei Fei with a sense of unexpected aesthetic pleasure. Although skewers are just a humble street snack, Fei Fei insisted that even a 5-star hotel chef couldn't rival Guya's cooking prowess. Delicious. Boss, you're amazing. I won't eat anything but your fried skewers from now on. Fei Fei and her boyfriend exclaimed loudly, clearly genuinely enjoying them. Thanks for the support. Good food deserves support. See you, huh? What's that? Fei Fei and her boyfriend were preparing to leave after paying when her sharp eyes caught sight of the deep red beverage soaking in the ice water nearby. Instinct told her this thing had to taste better than horse piss. Hawthorn juice, new product launch. Care for a cup? Guyi picked up a cup and placed it in front of Fei Fei, then continued explaining. Freshly squeezed, no additives, anti-aging, strengthens the heart, lowers cholesterol and blood pressure, sweet and delicious. If it doesn't taste good, I guarantee your money back. No need for refund guarantees. I trust everything the boss makes must be delicious. Boss, 2 cups please. Coming right up. 8 yuan each, 16 for 2. After paying, Fei Fei and her boyfriend took their fried skewers and hawthorn juice to sit on the circular stone stools beside the food cart. Before finishing the fried skewers, Fei Fei took a sip of hawthorn juice. That sweet-sour, silky, and refreshing sensation instantly overwhelmed her taste buds. Seeing Fei Fei's exaggerated expression, Xiaoming, her boyfriend, also took a sip. And then, disaster struck. Neither of them wanted to go to the bar anymore. Compared to the hawthorn juice in their hands, the drinks at the bar tasted like horse piss. There were plenty of diners just like them. After trying a cup of hawthorn juice once, that unforgettable flavor made them feel that selling it for just 8 yen a cup was practically a loss. Nowadays, how much does a cup of bubble tea even cost? Business was thriving as usual. Guya's techniques grew increasingly polished, he never felt overwhelmed, and one might even describe his movements as effortless. Yet, the customer before him completely stumped him. Boss, just these 3 skewers, please. Also, I have a request. Would you mind hearing me out? Big bro, what do you need me to help with? Then the man took out a lunchbox from his bag, opened the container of rice, and said somewhat sheepishly, Boss, could you add some dipping sauce to my meal? It smells absolutely divine. Oh, this, boxed lunch with dipping sauce? What kind of divine eating method is this? Chapter 18, Business Rivals? Oh no, we're diehard fans. No problem. Though the way of eating was peculiar, Guyi still agreed with a smile. He took the lunchbox and sprinkled a layer of his signature Gu family dipping sauce directly over the rice, even adding a complimentary piece of fried spicy pepper. It looked incredibly appetizing. Thanks, boss. Payment sent. The guy was a straightforward man. Seeing how generous Guyi was, he didn't feel right taking advantage and transferred an extra 2 yuan back. Though not much, it was the thought that counted. Big bro, you're too kind. Come again next time. Absolutely. As long as you're setting up your stall, I'll definitely come every time. Men, you see, can experience a qualitative shift in their relationship over the smallest things. Guyi's generous and open-hearted manner left a lasting impression on him, and he simply had to spread the word about her food stall far and wide. After that, the way this man sprinkled dipping sauce on his boxed meal sparked a new trend. Customers in line who had eaten Guyi's fried skewers the previous day began pulling out other foods they'd brought, asking him to sprinkle some dipping sauce on them too. Guyi didn't refuse after all. What did the dipping sauce cost him? In large quantities, it was practically nothing. Far from taking advantage of Guyi, customers would actually pay extra for the sauce, adding another stream of income, more money for baby formula. What's hard to accept is that these people seem obsessed, putting dipping sauce on absolutely everything edible. Splitting a steamed bun in half, that's acceptable. Mixing dipping sauce into rice, that's understandable too. But sprinkling dipping sauce on stinky tofu? Aren't they afraid of getting sick? One mother even tossed down a 100 yuan bill and simply held out her own hand and her baby's hand, signaling Guyi to scoop some dipping sauce directly into their palms. Guyi's forehead darkened. Seriously, ma'am, are you sure you're not here to cause trouble? Ma'am, let me pack some dipping sauce for you to take home. If you like it, feel free to come again. The woman suddenly understood upon hearing this, clapping her forehead repeatedly in thanks. It seemed the idea of packing dipping sauce in a bag had never crossed her mind. Could this be what they call pregnancy brain lasts 3 years? At this thought, Guyi's hands trembled slightly while frying skewers, and his mind involuntarily wandered to Shenruoi. He must keep a close eye on Shenruoi from now on. If she also suffers from pregnancy brain for 3 years and does something reckless, there'd be no use crying over spilled milk. Gee, Boss Shang, you're here to queue too? Ha, Boss Wang, what a coincidence. Boss Gu's skewers are famous in the food street, so I thought I'd give them a try. Who would have thought you two bosses would become customers yourselves? Interesting, very interesting. Get lost, Li Ergu. Shouldn't you be busy selling your ribs? Why are you here queuing up? Li Ergu, who had been teasing Boss Wang and Boss Zhang, grinned and held up the pan of fried ribs in his hands. I came to get some dipping sauce. Boss Gu's sauce is just amazing. Oh please, pot calling the kettle black. Quit laughing at us and scram. The customers lining up couldn't help but look astonished upon hearing their conversation. You mean these three are all bosses? They say competition in the same trade breeds enmity, but instead of being jealous or resentful of each other's skewer stalls, these three bosses openly queued up to buy and eat. Now that's rare. I have to say, Guya's deep-fried skewers are absolutely delicious, so much so that they even attract competitors. Next to Shiguang Snack Street stand two commercial center office buildings, housing countless companies both large and small. Han Peipei, the president of a media company, is no ordinary figure. At just 28 years old, she's already worth tens of millions, a fortune earned through relentless day and night effort. Having spent so much time at banquets and dinner tables, she'd long since grown utterly weary of so-called gourmet delicacies. Compared to that, she preferred coming to Times Snack Street after work to grab some street food. Though gnawing on a pig's trotter might not be the most elegant sight, she couldn't be bothered to care. Today, her purpose for visiting Times Snack Street was simple: to try the newly opened fried skewer food cart. Yesterday, Han Peipei had tasted one of her secretary's fried skewers, and the flavor was incredible. Who knew fried green beans could be so delicious? The texture was perfectly tender yet crispy, filling her mouth with an aromatic delight. And oh, that dipping sauce. Han Peipei had even licked the bamboo skewer clean. Her pink tongue kept licking the bamboo skewer, unwilling to waste a single drop of sauce. This sight nearly sent her secretary straight to the afterlife. Was this really the same iron-willed business tycoon, CEO Han? After finishing overtime work, Han Peipei couldn't wait to rush to Shiguang Snack Street, repeatedly cursing herself along the way. Why did she insist on wearing high heels? Otherwise she could have reached the food stall sooner. Finally arriving, Han Peipei frowned at the sight of the endless snake-like queue. The overwhelming crowd made her hesitate apprehensively. But after taking a deep breath of the lingering aroma in the air, she recognized it. It was the exact same fried string beans that the secretary had given her the other day. That's why there was a line. Han Peipei hugged her arms haughtily as she joined the queue, immediately radiating an aloof and unapproachable aura from head to toe. It was as if the words "strangers, keep away" were practically written on her forehead.
Within minutes of Han Pei joining the line, more than a dozen people had already lined up behind her. Seeing how popular this food cart was, even the worldly Han Pei couldn't help but feel a little astonished. Glancing at Gu Yi bustling inside the cart, even she had to admit how handsome, how inspiring.
Here we are. This is my student's stall. See, I wasn't lying to you, was I?
Suddenly, a scorchingly passionate voice rang out. It was none other than Zhou Wenxian, Gu Yi's faculty advisor.
Yesterday, she was swamped with work and couldn't make it to support Gu Yi.
Today, she wasted no time rallying a group of colleagues to help boost his sales. Especially after guessing that Gu Yi and Shen Ruoi were expecting parents, Zhou Wenxian was even more determined to lend a hand to the students in her class. Not to mention the top scholarship is already reserved for Gu Yi. Tonight was definitely about boosting his sales numbers. If he could rope a few colleagues into buying, gaining colleague fans would be even better.
Looks quite impressive. E-business is booming. That handsome young man is really your student?
Some teachers asked in disbelief, prompting eager nods of agreement from the others. Indeed. Working hard to support his studies, what a sensible young man.
Of course, our Gu Yi is exceptional in both character and academics, handsome and sunny. Now that he's working part-time to support his studies, we teachers naturally have to show our support, right? Zhou Wenxian truly had a way with words.
Between calling him our Gu Yi and our student, she left her colleagues speechless.
They were all thinking to themselves, if they didn't buy a few extra skewers, wouldn't that be letting Zhou Wenxian and her precious Gu Yi down?
Fortunately, Gu Yi's handling technique was becoming increasingly skilled, and with the help of Zhang Tao and the other two, although the line was long, they could still manage.
It's just that the deep-fried skewers seem to be running short again.
Originally, I thought the stock would last for 3 hours, but at this rate, it won't even hold out for an hour and a half. For instance, the fiery, tall, executive-looking businesswoman in front of me, everything she wanted is sold out.
Boss, I want the fried string beans.
Sorry, we're out of that.
How about bell peppers? Out of stock.
Potato slices, green cabbage, and
all gone. Han Pei's delicate brows furrowed tightly. How could they possibly be all gone? Then give me a skewer of bamboo sticks, with extra dipping sauce, no spice.
Sigh, another person who's just craving the dipping sauce.
Chapter 19, Becoming a Deep-Fried Skewer Workhorse. Miss, we don't have single bamboo skewers either, Gu Yi said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Seeing the beauty about to walk away, he quickly added, the ham sausage, chicken cutlet, and chicken stick are all excellent choices. I highly recommend giving them a try. Han Pei instinctively wanted to refuse, as she disliked eating meat very much, and even though she knew these chicken chops and strips were breaded, she still wasn't fond of them. But the words of refusal reached her lips, yet when spoken turned into, all right, give me one of each. What the hell? Even Han Pei herself was stunned. What had just happened to her? Weren't they supposed to refuse meat? Got it. Just wait a few minutes. There's one last cup of freshly squeezed hawthorn juice left. Would you like one? Gu Yi kept his head down as he worked busily. Noticing the remaining cup of hawthorn juice, he asked again out of the kindness and profit-seeking of his heart. Initially, he had thought the hawthorn juice would sell like hotcakes, but he'd forgotten to account for human psychology. When it comes to unfamiliar foods, taking that first step to try them requires considerable courage. His hawthorn juice was a novelty to customers, so naturally, getting them to try it wasn't so simple. So even though the skewers were nearly sold out, there was still 1 cup of hawthorn juice left chilling in the ice water. My hawthorn juice here is also made from a secret recipe. It fights aging, beautifies your skin, and there's only 1 cup left. Gu Yi didn't hear Han Pei speak up, so he continued promoting the product. Thanks to his silver tongue, what was essentially unsellable hawthorn juice was cleverly hyped up as a hot commodity. Han Pei in the front seat was also a woman, and everyone has a love for beauty. Hearing that it could beautify and resist aging, she was actually tempted by the offer. He nodded immediately and ordered it. But there was another important reason driving her decision to buy this hawthorn juice. If the fried skewers are this delicious, the hawthorn juice must be delicious too. So she decided to give it a try, especially since it only cost 8 yuan, far cheaper than the 1,000 yuan coffee sitting on her office desk. Little did she know that this cup of hawthorn juice would spoil her taste buds to the point where, after tonight, no other so-called premium fresh juices from big brands could satisfy her palate. The money's been transferred. Got it, take care. Gu Yi's smile was brilliantly sunny, effortlessly winning people's favor. Han Pei took the fried skewers and hawthorn juice to a nearby seat, ready to taste them. Unexpectedly, she fell in love with just one bite. Who knew starch sausages could taste this good? Who knew chicken tenders could be so delightfully chewy? Who knew the skewers here could be this delicious? For a fleeting moment, this formidable female CEO felt a twinge of regret for not buying more fried skewers. It wasn't that she didn't want to queue again, it was just that she remembered how few leftover skewers were still in the car. Looking at the long queue still in front of her, she realized that even if she got back in line now, there was no way she'd make it on time.
The line gradually moved forward until it was finally Zhou Wenxian and her group's turn. It must be said that the fast-paced life these days has already worn these university professors ragged. If not for Zhou Wenxian's sake, those teachers would have turned and walked away long ago. The snack street is so big, isn't there anywhere to grab a bite? Advisor, professors, what would you like to eat? Upon seeing Zhou Wenxian, Gu Yi immediately guessed the identities of the other people and politely spoke up. Seeing his politeness and good manners, the professor's expressions visibly softened. After all, Gu Yi was their student, and teachers should support students' entrepreneurial efforts. Come on, you guys choose, my treat. Zhou Wenxian waved her hand generously, preparing to foot the bill, which lifted her colleague's spirits even higher. That won't do, counselor. You're our teacher, how could I possibly let you pay? Gu Yi was the first to refuse, and of course, he meant every word. The counselor had always taken good care of the students in the class, including him, so treating them to a few skewers was only natural. But the teachers weren't happy about it. What kind of thinking is that? Just because we're teachers, we should get free meals? Charge us whatever you're supposed to, and Professor Zhou doesn't need to take care of us, we'll pay for ourselves. All the teachers present were highly educated intellectuals, the very idea of taking advantage would have genuinely bothered them. They still had their own understanding of what it meant to set an example as educators. After some back and forth, Zhou Wenxian and the other three quickly picked out their skewers and paid without hesitation. Gu Yi didn't stand on ceremony either and got to frying. The teachers didn't idle either, showering him with praise. If my students had Gu Yi's mindset, I'd willingly sponsor them out of my own pocket. But no, they're either gaming or hanging out in internet cafes. Who says otherwise? Gu Yi, right? If there's a chance, come share your practical experience with our class. Professor Bai, our Gu Yi is quite busy. Surely you'll need to offer something in return, won't you? Look at you talking. Of course it's a must. Listening to the teacher's teasing, Gu Yi couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Experience? What experience? He'd only set up his stall for 2 days. Still, it must be said that credit should be given where it's due. We should really thank our academic advisor. At the end of the day, she just wanted to lend her support, and her heart was in the right place. Here you go, teachers, your skewers are ready. Feel free to come back if you enjoy them. Of course, definitely. Just as they finished paying, gathered their skewers, and were about to leave, Zhou Wenxian suddenly called out to the three of them. Don't hurry off, come sit over here. The skewers will get cold if left too long, and they won't taste as good. Unable to resist Zhou Wenxian's enthusiasm, Teacher Bai and the other two had no choice but to follow her to the makeshift dining tables along the food street. They opened the bag unexpectedly. One bite was enough to shock them. After taking just one bite, Zhou Wenxian nearly jumped out of her seat. Damn! These fried skewers are better than any I've ever had before. If Zhou Wenxian had said this half an hour ago, Professor Bai and the other two would have assumed she was just hyping up her own product. But now that they've actually eaten the skewers, they naturally don't think that way anymore. Because Gu Yi's fried skewers are truly delicious. Delicious, not just good. The flavor lingers in the mouth, stimulating the taste buds in a way that's truly marvelous. Is this really just deep-fried skewers? The three teachers, Bai and her companions, carefully savored the skewers, praising them more than once. Gu Yi was that confident, once someone tasted his skewers, even just once, he could leave an unforgettable flavor etched in their memory. Gu Yi, your wife is here. Ding Dong shouted from behind the food cart, instinctively making Gu Yi turn his head to look, only to realize, damn it, he'd been tricked. TSK, so Gu Yi isn't actually made of wood. I thought he was just a skewer frying tool. Ding Dong sighed helplessly. From the beginning until now, Gu Yi hadn't stopped for even a moment. Only now did he pull a playful trick by using Shen Ruoyi's arrival to catch him off guard. But Gu Yi made a mental note he'd settle this after packing up and going back. However, Ding Dong suddenly called out again. Gu Yi, your wife is here. Damn it! Shut up! The next second, Gu Yi felt a slender little hand gently stroking his back. Chapter 20, Shenrui, don't ask me, my brain can't handle this. Gu Yi turned his head and found himself gazing into a pair of beautiful eyes shimmering with hidden heartache. That's right, it was Shenrui. At this moment, she was doing her best to massage Gu Yi's exhausted and tense lower back muscles, then even took out a wet wipe to gently wipe the sweat from his forehead. Shenruoi's unself-conscious demeanor moved Gu Yi deeply, and in an instant, he seemed to be filled with renewed energy. With a wife like her, what more could a man ask for? You've worked hard, Shenruoi said softly with reddened eyes. Gu Yi was working tirelessly after class to earn money by street vending for her and their child. If she remained unmoved by this, how would she be any different from a stone by the roadside? Listening to her question, Gu Yi shook his head. It wasn't that his physical stamina was exceptional, he simply didn't want Shenruoi to worry about him. Not tired. We'll close up soon. I saved some skewers for you and Tan Mengmeng. Go on and eat. Hooray! That's why you're Xiao Shen's boyfriend, thoughtful. Worth me tagging along late at night to buy your gift. Gift? Gu Yi looked suspiciously at Shenruoi. Shinruoi quickly waved her hands.
No, not a gift. It's a fan. The weather's getting hotter and hotter, and I was afraid you might get heatstroke if you stayed in the car too long. As she spoke, she hurriedly took out the fan, connected it to power, and with the blades spinning, a breeze indeed began to flow. But it doesn't seem to be of much use. The scorching weather outside was unusually intense. The cart was made of heat-absorbing metal sheets, and with 2 oil walks added into the mix, a single electric fan couldn't possibly save Guyi. Even so, Guyi still pretended to look unaffected by the heat, if only to avoid hurting Shinruoi's feelings. Everyone present could see Guyi's good intentions, Shinruoi included, but she merely nibbled her thin lips lightly without saying a word. After all, Guyi treated her with such care, how could she not know? Finally, the last few skewers were sold, and it was time to pack up. Yet outside the window, more than a dozen customers still stood in line eagerly. Upon learning that the skewers for the night were sold out, visible disappointment washed over the faces of those who hadn't gotten their share. Boss, you've got to prepare more skewers next time. I work late shifts otherwise, I really won't get to eat any. A young man in a company uniform sighed regretfully, saying, office workers really have it tough. Guyi also didn't have the heart to disappoint his supportive customers, so he earnestly promised to prepare more fried skewers next time. Only then were those few customers willing to leave. Good heavens, do we really need to prepare extra? Ding Dong gaped in astonishment. After all, tonight's grilled skewers had taken them several hours to prepare, yet they couldn't even last through 2 hours of sales. How popular is this business? As Guyi counted tonight's earnings, the trio, Gao Fan and the others, stared wide-eyed. After exchanging glances, they all turned their gaze to Guyi. Tonight's profit is 11,000? Holy shit! Guyi, we'll put up the money, you provide the know-how, let's open a shop together. Forget about school, just open a shop already. Exactly. Even after graduating from college, you might not earn as much as you do with this snack stall. You three are really... Tan Mengmeng sighed in exasperation, rubbing her temples at their words. Everyone expected her to wear a look of frustration and try to talk some sense into Gao Fan and the others. But when she finally spoke, she nearly dropped a bombshell that left them all stunned. Don't steal my idea. Guyi, however much you're short, I'll fully invest. Let's go big and strong, and create even greater glory. Who would have thought Tan Mengmeng before me turned out to be a wealthy lady? In just her opening words, she offered to fully sponsor Guyi. But so far, Guyi hasn't entertained thoughts of opening a shop, starting a chain, or going big and strong. He just wanted to earn enough for the baby's formula and provide Shinruoi with a decent environment, that was all. Plus, running a snack stall at the food street after class perfectly suited his current needs. As for the future, he didn't plan to rely on his culinary skills to make money. Though it could bring in income, the earning potential was too limited. After all, Guya's major was economics and finance. With the system by his side, he was confident he could make a killing in that field. I'll think about the future later. Right now, I just want to save up some money for the two of them. Guyi looked at Shinruoi and spoke, causing Tan Mengmeng and the others to roll their eyes unexpectedly. This public display of affection was just too sugary. Closing up shop. Later, my treat, you all choose what to eat. With plenty of time left and the snack street still bustling with crowds, there was naturally no rush to head back to the dorm. Besides, Gao Fan and the other two had helped him out immensely these past few days, and Tan Mengmeng had also taken good care of Shinruoi, both emotionally and logically. Treating them to a meal was absolutely warranted. However, after tasting Guya's fried skewers, their palates seemed to have become more discriminating. Going out to eat? How boring. None of the nearby restaurants can make food as delicious as Guya's. Here. It's a shame we're not renting a place outside campus. Otherwise, how awesome would it be to have Guyi cook a few dishes for us? With just a few words exchanged, they thoroughly trashed every restaurant and eatery near the campus. But it was only natural, after all. Guya's cooking skills were at the level of a state banquet chef. How many ordinary restaurants could possibly afford to hire chefs of that caliber? Next time, I promise after the Dragon Boat Festival break, I'll treat you guys to your heart's content. Guyi agreed boldly, and he had also promised Shinruoi earlier that he would cook her a table full of dishes. Gao Fan, I recorded it. Zhang Tao, it's etched in my memory. Ding Dong, I'll vouch for both of you. Just like that, the group helped Guyi clean up his stall and transported the food cart back to the rented apartment. Afterward, they picked a nearby restaurant to dine at. Inside the private room, Shinruoi and Tan Mengmeng were carefully scanning the menu while the others chatted idly. Awesome. No need to attend the elective class tomorrow. An extra day for the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Upon glancing at the class group chat, Gao Fan was overjoyed, while Zhang Tao and Ding Dong also wore pleased expressions on their faces. After all, no one ever complains about more holiday time. After confirming the message came from their academic advisor, Guyi raised an eyebrow and immediately turned to look at Shinruoi. Just as Zhang Tao and the other two were about to ask Guyi if he had any Dragon Boat Festival holiday plans, they suddenly heard, You idiot, why don't we change our tickets to tomorrow's flight?
Only then did they remember Guyi was taking the campus belle Shin to meet his parents. Look at him, not only meeting the parents, but also about to become a dad soon. Then look at the three of us, our future girlfriends are probably still in kindergarten wearing split pants.
Now that's the real gap.
Shinruoi was pondering whether sweet and sour fish or savory braised fish tasted better, so naturally she didn't have the mind to think deeply and instinctively replied, okay. Meanwhile, Tan Mengmeng beside her was stunned. She looked at Shinruoi with utter disbelief in her eyes.
Was this still her usually timid best friend who would blush at the slightest thing?
How can I explain going home with my boyfriend to meet his parents without feeling the slightest bit awkward?
Chapter 21 Sweet Zongzi, Salty Tofu Pudding, Fight Me If You Disagree. Meng, why are you looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Look at the fish instead.
Shinruoi's face burned under Tan Mengming's intense gaze, lifting a hand to adjust the girl's head position.
Xiaoshun, did you hear what Guyi just said? Ha!
Seeing her like this, Tan Mengming understood Shinruoi had been entirely focused on eating and hadn't processed a single word Guyi had spoken. Sigh, Xiaoshun, with how adorably clueless you are, how could I ever feel at ease leaving you in Guyi's hands? Sell you two off, and you'd probably still be counting money for Guyi.
Hearing this, Guyi rolled his eyes without hesitation. What kind of nonsense is this, selling Shinruoi? He wouldn't dream of it. Then, after Tan Mengmeng repeated Guyi's earlier statement about wanting to change the plane ticket, Shinruoi's breathtakingly beautiful face flushed instantly crimson. Well, the redness came out quickly. That's right, this is the Shinruoi I know, thin-skinned and delicate. Tan Mengmeng nodded thoughtfully, unaware that Guyi was already giving her dagger-like stares. Don't worry, we'll go back tomorrow evening and you can have those delicious zongzi then.
Guyi brought out his ultimate weapon, the temptation of delicious food.
Though embarrassed, Shinruoi took the opportunity to gracefully exit the awkward situation, dropping the subject without further hesitation.
But her one soft-spoken question sparked a heated debate among everyone at the table.
Are the zongzi sweet? I really want to try sweet zongzi. Sis, aren't zongzi supposed to be savory?
The meat-filled ones are the most delicious. No, sweet zongzi tastes much better. Strangely enough, the normally shy and blush-prone Shinruoi was actually having a disagreement with Zhang Tao.
Could it be that the battle between sweet and savory factions can bypass thin-skinned people?
I also think sweet zongzi tastes better, just can't quite accept the savory ones at all. Tan Mengmeng answered truthfully, not intentionally siding with Shinruoi, but speaking from the heart.
Since childhood, she had never eaten savory zongzi. It wasn't until she came to study at Mota University that she finally tried it. To put it simply, she couldn't quite get used to it. Wait, you all eat sweet zongzi? Oh my god, how could anyone stomach that?
Ding Dong exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Just like that, the two factions began their debate, with even Shinruoi refusing to back down, raising her chin confidently as she argued her point. During this time, Guyi repeatedly picked up the water cup for her to soothe her throat. The meal was extremely awkward. Nothing but arguments echoed in his ears. Some cited classics, others preached about tradition, leaving Guyi thoroughly dazed. I nearly wanted to drag Chu Yuan out of the Miluo River just to have him settle this debate. Even as the two groups finished their meal and returned to school, ready to part ways, they were still arguing. Fortunately, Guyi was decisive and simply led Shinruoi away from the quarrel.
Zongzi should be sweet. Sweet.
Downstairs by the dormitory, Shinruoi stood with her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out in adorable anger, so cute that Guyi couldn't resist the urge to lean in and give her a kiss. But just as he was about to succeed, Shinruoi abruptly turned her head and fixed him with a stare. Guyi, decide right now, sweet or salty. Guyi sighed. Now the battle had shifted to him. Whether it was to cheer Shinruoi up or truly meant, he said without hesitation.
Sweet ones, I've never had the salty kind. See, birds of a feather flock together, it's gotta be sweet. Hearing this, Guyi's forehead darkened. Isn't this the perfect scenario for birds of a feather flock together? Honestly baffled by this little fool, what brand of paste is stuffed in that head of his? Yet precisely because of his words, Shinruoi rewarded him, a sweet kiss, seems even sweeter than zongzi. Go soak your feet when we get back tonight, I noticed they looked a bit swollen at dinner. Got it. Shinruoi responded in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but in the darkness, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink that blushed through the rosy hue. At the dinner table, she had been so engrossed in arguing with Guyi's roommates about sweet versus savory flavors that she hadn't even noticed him massaging her feet the entire time. Touched as she was, but her feet, such a sensitive spot, actually being needed in Guyi's palms, it was utterly mortifying. Go back and just grab a couple of outfits. We can always buy more if needed. No need, I've packed enough clothes to change into. We've already bought so many. After Guyi's near-forced clothing shopping spree, Shinruoi was almost developing a complex. If they bought more clothes, how would they manage when moving? With so many belongings, would Guyi laugh at her? Moving, that's what Gu Yi had mentioned.
As her pregnancy progresses and her belly grows, staying in the dorm would become too inconvenient.
They would definitely have to move out and live together.
Although Tan Meng Meng is her best girlfriend, there are some things where a boyfriend comes in more handy than a bestie.
Just thinking about it makes her blush uncontrollably.
Shinruoi secretly pondered, feeling shy yet unable to suppress that faint trickle of anticipation in her heart. What's going on here?
Remember to soak your feet when you get back, got it?
Okay, I'll head back first.
Stay safe, and let me know when you reach the dorm.
Gu Ye's earlier reminders barely registered with Shinruoi. Since getting pregnant, she'd clearly felt her brain wasn't functioning like before, where she used to multitask effortlessly. Now her mind couldn't handle a second thought while occupied with anything else. So Gu Ye's words simply went in one ear and out the other. But she still remembered she needed to go back for her foot soak, and that after tidying up she'd chat with Gu Yi.
That was enough for now.
Watching Shinruoi enter the dormitory building, Gu Yi also returned to his dorm. Unexpectedly, before even stepping inside, he heard an argument.
Zongzi should be sweet, and tofu pudding should be salty. Bullshit. Zongzi is salty, tofu pudding is sweet. Tofu pudding? We call it old tofu back home. Youtiao, soybean milk, old tofu, that's how we say it there. Get lost. What the hell is old tofu? This is tofu pudding. Pudding.
Pushing the door open, Gu Yi saw 4 guys from the neighboring dorm also gathered in their room. The 7 boys from both dorms had split into 2 factions, each camp sitting on opposite sides and arguing heatedly while jabbing fingers, the confrontation so intense it looked like they were trying to drown each other in spit. In the end, it was Gu Yi who stopped them, genuinely afraid they might actually come to blows. After seeing off the neighbors from the next dorm, Gu Yi returned to his bed to pack his clothes.
This trip home filled him with immense anticipation. Was it because he was bringing his girlfriend home? TSK, Gu Yi's grin is practically reaching the sky. I noticed too. What's he so happy about? What lucky guy. If my girlfriend was half as pretty as your wife, I'd be grinning in my sleep.
Though they were good brothers who'd genuinely help each other out,
they still couldn't help feeling sour with envy.
Gu Yi couldn't be bothered with these 3, but there was one thing he wanted to ask of them.
Aren't any of you going home for the Dragon Boat Festival holiday? Zhang Tao, hell no, it's too damn far. Might as well spend the travel money fondling young models at a club. Way better deal. Gao Fan, clubs? Where? Ding dong. I've got this friend who knows a place. Gu Yi looked helpless but answered truthfully. Would you mind helping me watch my snack stall for a few days? Chapter 22, should we call you auntie, or mom? Yes, we do mind. Don't come looking for me. I might be sick for 3.5 days. Gao Fan and the other 2 were scrambling to find excuses, terrified that Gu Ye's street food stall would somehow become their responsibility. Where's the promised brotherly bond? Put. Not really. The reason those 3 didn't want to help Gu Yi operate the stall was simply because they were afraid of messing it up. These past 2 days, they had finally managed to attract a group of loyal customers. If they ruined it and scared the customers away from the food cart, who would bear the losses? So, to prevent Gu Yi from losing his way to earn baby formula money, and to avoid tarnishing his reputation, Ding Dong and the other 2 dodged the responsibility as far as they could, cutting Gu Yi off in unison without even needing to confer. TSK, you guys, so dramatic. Gu Yi couldn't say much about it. He could guess what Zhang Tao and the other 2 were thinking. Since that was the case, he wouldn't force the matter. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, before Gao Fan and the others had woken up, Gu Yi packed up and left. Mentioning going home, even though he's no longer a child, he couldn't help but feel a bit joyous and excited, probably just because homecoming hearts grow fonder. Arriving at the girls' dormitory building, Gu Yi called Shinruoi, and to his surprise, she picked up immediately. It seemed she had been waiting by her phone all along. Shinruoi answered the phone with a soft, gentle voice. After glancing at Tan Meng Meng, who was still sound asleep, she quickly picked up her bag to head downstairs. She hadn't meant to wake Tan Meng Meng, but Shinruoi accidentally kicked the dorm door on her way out. With a loud thud, Tan Meng Meng had no choice but to wake up. Xiaoshin, did you do that on purpose? Tan Meng Meng sat indignantly on the bed, arms crossed over her ample chest. Shinruoi sheepishly stuck out her tongue before darting away in a flash. She swore it wasn't intentional. A moment later, Shinruoi walked out of the dormitory building. Gu Yi, sensing something, turned to look and instantly felt his eyes light up. Underneath her vibrant ponytail was a sky blue t-shirt that made her skin glow. Paired with an off-white pleated skirt, the youthful charm was instantly maximized. What are you staring at? Shinruoi could feel Gu Ye's gaze wandering over her body, making her somewhat shy as she subtly twisted her delicate frame and slightly raised her head. While taking the shoulder bag from Shinruoi, Gu Yi muttered thoughtfully, I was checking whether you're wearing stockings underneath, be it flesh-toned silk stockings or bare legs. TCH. You perv. Don't run, let me touch it myself. I'm really curious. No. Shinruoi walked ahead with small, quick steps, while Gu Yi chased after her with long strides. Of course, if he really wanted to, Shinruoi wouldn't have been able to break free no matter what.
But this was inside the campus, not some deserted wasteland. If he wanted to test whether it was bare skin or stockings, he'd of course have to wait until no one was around.
In the taxi, no, the driver's rearview mirror was polished way too bright. In the airport lounge, no, that wouldn't do either. Too many people around, he'd definitely be labeled a pervert. What about on the plane?
At 8:20 a.m., Shinrui and Guyi held hands as they presented their documents and boarding passes at the check-in gate, smoothly making their way onto the aircraft. As the plane took off, the surroundings instantly quieted down. All these early risers rushing home by flight grew drowsy, Shinrui included.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Guyi succeed. Mung shredded pork.
After Shinrui leaned against his shoulder and fell asleep, Guyi gently took the blanket offered by the flight attendant and draped it over her.
Both emotionally and logically, his hand would inevitably brush against Shinrui's lovely legs.
At that moment, the sensation was slick and slippery. Guyi gazed affectionately at Shinrui as her breathing gradually steadied. This girl was his girlfriend, and now the mother of their baby. He wondered just how much his mom and dad would adore Shinrui.
Guyi had already informed his family the night before. Gu Changren and Zhao Yuzhu were both thrilled and nervous.
Shinrui was visiting her future in-laws' place for the first time, while the elderly couple was also meeting their prospective daughter-in-law for the first time. Both sides were equally nervous. So much so that the old couple barely slept a wink last night. So, under the moonlight, Gu Changren and Zhao Yuzhu finished wrapping the zongzi they had prepared in advance. They're just waiting for Guyi and Shinrui to get off the plane before they start steaming the food. At the same time, to consider Shinrui's feelings, Guyi intentionally or unintentionally dropped some hints to his parents.
Show more care towards Shinrui, don't just focus on asking about the baby in her belly.
Although Guyi's words might sound somewhat inappropriate, they were absolutely necessary from Shinrui's perspective. Imagine if a girl went to her boyfriend's home, and his parents barely acknowledged her, how heartbroken she would feel. Moreover, now that Shinrui is carrying his child and has sacrificed so much, Guyi genuinely doesn't want to see her hurt. But just as Guyi subtly hinted to his mom and dad, Zhao Yuzhu saw right through his little scheme on the spot. And they kept insisting that they weren't the type to act unreasonably, they understood what truly mattered. While grandchildren were certainly important, what held the highest priority at present was their daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Guyi couldn't help but give his mom a thumbs up. His mother was so open-minded. The 3-hour flight passed by quickly. Under the alternating announcements from the captain and the flight attendants, Shinrui's long eyelashes fluttered slightly before she gradually woke up. It was clear she had slept well, her eyes were bright and clear with no trace of drowsiness, though a glistening trail of drool lingered at the corner of her lip.
Ah!
Shinrui brushed her delicate fingers across the corner of her mouth and suddenly gasped in alarm.
Had she really drooled, and worse, all over Guyi's shoulder? Fortunately, Guyi didn't mind.
He simply pinched the tip of her nose comforting her, saying it was nothing. I'll help you wash it when we get to your place. Shinrui voiced her concerns, while Guyi hurriedly waved his hands in reassurance.
Don't, little one. If mom finds out I let you wash my clothes after we get home, she'll skin me alive, believe me? It wasn't that exaggerated. Damn right it is.
Seeing Guyi's nervous expression, Shinrui smiled brilliantly, stunningly beautiful. Moreover, the nervousness she felt for the first time about meeting Guyi's parents seemed to ease quite a bit. They sounded pretty nice, probably easy to talk to, right? Shinrui thought to herself. Little did they know that even though Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changren had only seen her photo, they had already recognized her as their daughter-in-law in their hearts. The reason, surprisingly, had little to do with her being pregnant with the Gu family's baby, and the reason was, our mom. Shinrui suddenly realized and immediately caught on to the term Guyi had used for Zhao Yuzhu earlier when speaking to her.
Yeah, our mom. Too fast. Shinrui's face flushed crimson. Truth be told, she'd been worrying about this dilemma repeatedly. What should she call Guyi's mother when they finally met? Call me auntie?
There was a hint of unfamiliarity, though mother-in-law and daughter-in-law hadn't met yet. Shinrui had already heard many caring words directed at her from Guyi's side.
Call her mom? Chapter 23, Shinrui?
That's the Gu family's treasured jewel.
After landing, they still needed to take an hour-long shuttle bus to reach Guyi's hometown. Shinrui's small face remained flushed like this for a full hour.
A kind-hearted aunt, thinking she might be carsick, thoughtfully handed her a red apple. Shinrui's cheeks were practically the same hue as the fruit.
Silly girl, what are you worrying about?
Guyi teased while deftly peeling an apple with swift knife strokes, soon presenting the peeled fruit to Shinrui.
Shinrui didn't stand on ceremony.
She took the apple, pressed her cherry-like lips against it, and began nibbling in small bites.
After a long while, she finally asked hesitantly, Guyi, what should I call your mom?
So that was what had been bothering her. She'd been worrying about this question the whole way without finding an answer. Poor thing. If I call her mom, of course you'll call her that too.
Call her mom? No, I can't.
Shinrui shook her head like a rattledrum.
Just imagining it made her unbearably embarrassed. How could she possibly bring herself to actually say it? If it's too embarrassing, just call her auntie for now. Take it slow, you can't become fat with just one bite. Gu Ye's straightforward words made it clear that forcing mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to accept each other immediately wasn't realistic. After all, they had plenty of time to take things slowly. Yet Shinruwei hesitated again, afraid that calling her auntie would create distance. I'll think about it some more. Shinruwei no longer had the mood to eat the apple. She shoved it into Gu Ye's hand and turned her head to gaze at the scenery outside the car window. Time passed in a flash. The shuttle bus exited the highway and arrived at the county bus station within 10 minutes. After hailing a taxi, Gu Ye and Shinruwei were soon home. This was when Shinruwei felt most nervous, completely disoriented and unable to tell east from west. Gu Ye, we're at your house now, don't leave me alone, okay? I'm scared I won't know what to say to your parents. In the taxi, Shinruwei started stammering like a complete tongue-tied mess, making the female driver auntie burst into laughter. Luckily, she was used to such scenes. Instead, she even offered Shinruwei some advice. Take deep breaths, exhale slowly, stay calm, help out more at the in-laws' place, be diligent. Shinruwei eagerly counted these tips on her fingers and memorized them all like treasures, only to find later that none of them worked. The taxi stopped at Gu Ye's doorstep, and as he pushed the door open and stepped out, Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changren hurried over to welcome him. The middle-aged female driver couldn't help but smile at the sight. With such an enthusiastic family, this young lady had nothing to fear after all. Ruoi, it is Ruoi, isn't it? Ah, we've been waiting for you for so long, Zhao Yuzhu exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands together. Gu Changren also wanted to say a few words, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. He could only follow behind his wife with a beaming smile. Mom. Chen Ruoi startled herself the moment she spoke. During the entire journey, she had repeatedly resolved to address Zhao Yuzhu as auntie upon meeting her. Yet here she was, blundering right at the outset. Not only had she failed to call her auntie, but she'd even stammered out a string of moms, something she hadn't planned to utter even once. But these repeated moms thrilled Zhao Yuzhu immensely, making her already warm smile grow even brighter. Alright, let's go, let's get home quickly. It's hot outside. Zhao Yuzhu stepped forward and took Shinruoi's small hand. The mother and daughter walked home together, and as they passed by Gu Changren, Shinruoi didn't forget to greet him. Uncle. Good, let's go home. Gu Changren watched as the mother and daughter returned home. A moment later, it suddenly dawned on him, the terms of address were off. His wife was called Mom, so why was he only addressed as Uncle? Dad, Ruoi is too nervous right now. Let her call you Dad a bit later. Gu Yi noticed the surprise on his father's face and immediately explained with a smile. He hadn't expected his honest, straightforward dad to care about such details. Alright, but you've got some nerve, kid, actually managing to chase a girl as beautiful as Roy and even getting her pregnant? Is this for real? Why would I lie? Besides, your son isn't exactly bad looking either, okay? Ha! Not bad at all. Gu Changren rubbed his palms together with heartfelt contentment. Grandchildren at last. He'd been waiting for this moment for so very long. Now that this wish was about to come true, even if he were to perish those thoughts, he still needs to live long enough to hold his great-grandchildren. Dad, you just had surgery. You should go home and rest. Your old man's fine, full of energy. Hurry up and go back to your wife. I'm going to buy some groceries. Alright, Dad, just don't overwork yourself. Gu Yi voiced his concerns hesitantly, but seeing his father's radiant face that showed no signs of poor health, he couldn't help but feel somewhat reassured. Back in the room, Gu Yi finally understood what special treatment meant. Just a few minutes in, and the sofa where Shinruoi sat was already laden with dried fruits, fresh fruits, and candies. Zhao Yuzhu, holding her hand, began showering her with concern, asking if Gu Yi had mistreated her in any way. Judging by the situation, if Shinruoi had said yes, Gu Yi would have definitely gotten a good beating. People always say a son forgets his mother once he finds a wife. But here, what Gu Yi saw seemed more like a mother forgets her son once she finds a daughter-in-law. Still, the warmth Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changren showered upon Shinruoi eased her worries considerably. She'd been agonizing the whole way here. What if her in-laws didn't like her? Now it seems not only did she not dislike it, but she adored it with all her heart. Even with the cooked zongzi, the very first bite, Zhao Yuzhu personally fed to Shinruoi with her chopsticks. Gu Yi said you love honey dates, Ruoi, so I added a few extra for you in the zongzi. Try them. If you like them, I'll make them like this for you every year from now on. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Uncle. No need. Zhao Yuzhu replied with gentle warmth. Don't mention it. Gu Chengren's face showed helplessness. When would the boy finally change how he addressed him? In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. After calling for Gu Yezhou to care for Shinruoi, Zhao Yuzhu pulled her husband along to light the stove and prepare dinner in the kitchen. Shinruoi wanted to help with the chores, as taught by the taxi aunt,
but he simply wouldn't let her step into the kitchen. It felt as if she were Gu's treasured pearl, so precious that he feared she'd melt in his mouth or shatter if held in his hands.
Tonight we'll sleep in the south room, it has an earthen bed. Will you be okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? What makes you say that?
Holding her water cup, Shinruoi countered. Sharp as she was, she'd probably long guessed Guya's thoughts. She abruptly set down the water glass, then slipped her delicate hand into Guya's palm. Gently scratching his palm, she began speaking truthfully.
Auntie and uncle treat me so kindly, and you're so good to me and the baby too, what more could I possibly criticize? Besides, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, you follow the dog. So, you're saying you'll marry me?
Guyi seized upon the key phrase in Shinruoi's words and wouldn't let go.
Chapter 24, is Shinruoi the daughter of Dad's comrade in arms? What a coincidence. Shinruoi's face flushed crimson from Guya's teasing.
Although she hadn't anticipated Guyi pressing further on this matter, she still spoke up. And no, I never said I wasn't willing. From the moment Shinruoi found Guyi to tell him she was carrying his child, she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of rejection. Yet contrary to her expectations, not only did Guyi not abandon them, he became increasingly considerate and gentle. This unexpected tenderness warmed the inexperienced Shinruoi's heart. Although the two of them had never discussed the matter of marriage or not, in Shinruoi's heart, she was already earnestly embracing the identity of Guya's wife. Guya's face immediately broke into a wide smile after hearing Shinruoi's reply. It was as if her words were a binding promise. Guyi gently pulled Shinruoi into his arms, resting his head on her fragrant shoulder as he whispered softly, "Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I'll protect you and our child."
MHM.
Shinruoi nodded emphatically. She believed every word Guyi said.
Dragon Boat Festival.
Every household had their dinner earlier and more sumptuous than usual.
It just made one wonder, wasn't Dragon Boat Festival supposed to be in remembrance of Chu Yuan?
But now it seemed more like a holiday to thank Chu Yuan for blessing everyone with 3 days off. Shinruoi and Guyi chatted idly in the living room for a while before Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changren, the elderly couple, started bringing dishes from the kitchen, rejecting Shinruoi's attempts to help as she rose from her seat. Soon the table was laden with beautifully plated dishes vibrant in color and aroma, making Shinruoi's appetite surge just by the sight of them. Even so, Zhao Yuzhu still felt dissatisfied, rubbing her palms together as she looked apologetically at Shinruoi.
"Ruoi, dear, these are all the dishes Mom's best at, please don't mind them. Just tell me tomorrow what you'd like to eat, and I'll make it for you."
Zhao Yuzhu had made up her mind. Even if Shinruoi asked for dragon liver or phoenix gall, she'd follow Douyin tutorials to make it happen. There was no denying how much she valued this daughter-in-law. Likewise, Shinruoi was deeply moved by her parents-in-law's devotion. It was clear at a glance that this lavish spread must have required preparation since dawn. Just this depth of affection from her mother-in-law alone was something Shinruoi would cherish for a lifetime.
"Mom, Dad, thank you for all your hard work.
I'm not picky at all, and the food smells and tastes absolutely wonderful. I'm truly touched. Come, hurry and take a seat. We're all family here, no need to stand on ceremony." Seeing Shinruoi's eyes redden, Zhao Yuzhu quickly pulled her to the dining table, diligently serving her dishes and even peeling zongzi for her. Anyone unaware would have thought she was their own daughter. "Have some candied dates. If you don't want the glutinous rice, just give it to me or Guyi, whatever you prefer." "Mom, I can eat, don't worry. You and Dad don't need to fuss over me." Good. Guy, take good care of Ruoi."
"Got it, Mom." Guy nodded in agreement.
Although his parents' enthusiasm was expected, seeing it unfold before his eyes still brought a touch of helplessness and amusement. The family of four seemed like a perfectly complete household, eating and drinking as usual while casually chatting about daily life. However, as they grew increasingly familiar with each other, Gu Changren suddenly locked eyes with Zhao Yuzhu. The elderly couple's gazes were unexpectedly filled with astonishment. Noticing this flicker of disbelief, Guyi couldn't suppress his curiosity and finally asked,
"Dad, Mom, what's the matter with you two?"
The honest and simple-minded Gu Changren waved his hand, the bitter smile on his face growing even more pronounced. In the end, it was Zhao Yuzhu who spoke up to explain. "To be honest, looking at the photos you sent didn't really strike me as anything special. But now, seeing she reminds me a lot of an old acquaintance of your father's and mine. To be precise, an old comrade in arms. Oh, and right, his surname was also Shin, and his hometown was the same as E's."
"Gah!"
Guyi opened his mouth slightly, unsure of what to say.
Could it really be such a coincidence? Even Shinruoi's lips parted slightly in disbelief. "Is your father's name Shin Jangwo? And your mother, Jian Yun?" After a brief hesitation, Gu Changren cut straight to the point with his questions. Guyi could tell his parents were 99% certain that Shinruoi was the daughter of their old comrade in arms. They wouldn't have asked otherwise if they weren't sure. Across from him, Shinruoi froze upon hearing her father-in-law's words, her beautiful eyes widening into perfect circles as her rosy lips remained slightly parted in shock. For no other reason than that everything the elder had said was absolutely correct. It can't be such a coincidence. Was I right, Gu
Changren pressed again, only collapsing back into his chair as if drained of all energy when Shenruoi finally nodded.
Ha, good, very good. So the old bastard's still alive after all. That's good. That's very good. Gu Changren smiled awkwardly, speaking with dry laughter, yet tears began to bloom in his fierce tiger-like eyes, tears of joy and excitement. Gu Yi also grew quiet.
Ever since he was little, he had heard his mother and father talk about how extraordinarily close they were with Uncle Shen. His father had taken bullets for Uncle Shen and endured punishments in his stead, all because he was Uncle Shen's squad leader.
After all, in those days, the bonds forged between comrades in arms were purer than anything. Since their parting and settling down as arranged, Gu Changren had often spoken of Shin Jiangwo.
But their separation had been rushed, and with transportation and communication being inconvenient at that time, more than 20 years had passed without them finding each other. Little did he expect that fate, in its mysterious ways, would bring Shenruoi to the Gu family. Indeed, fate works in wondrous ways. Emerging from his memories, Gu Changren gazed at his daughter-in-law, Shenruoi, with boundless excitement. In that moment, the rugged man found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Seeing Zhao Yuju's discomfort, she finally voiced her husband's true feelings. After lunch, could you arrange for your father-in-law to talk with your dad? Consider it a way to soothe his lingering regrets.
Okay, that's no problem, uncle. Good. Thank you so much, Gu
Changren, who normally took an hour to finish a meal, finished this one in less than 10 minutes. He sat upright in his chair, beaming as he watched his son and daughter eat their meal and rice dumplings. His thoughts were simple, he was just looking forward to catching up with his old comrades in arms later. However, having him stare at them like this made Gu Yi and Shenruoi feel rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, thanks to Gu Yi and Zhao Yuju managing the arrangements, Shenruoi was finally able to eat her fill. But after finishing the spare ribs and chicken legs in her bowl, she quickly put down her chopsticks lest they piled more food onto her plate again.
Mom, Dad, I'm full. Take your time, no rush. Gu Changren waved his hands, afraid he might be delaying Shenruoi's meal.
Zhao Yuju was even more direct, rolling her eyes at her husband.
Not in a hurry?
The word anxious is practically written all over your face.
Not at all. Gu Changren rubbed his face with a thick-skinned smile. Shenruoi didn't delay either.
She grabbed her phone and dialed home without hesitation. Moments later, the call connected, and a firm, powerful male voice came from the other end.
Hello? Why did it take you so long to call your dad?
Upon hearing this voice, Gu Changren was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down his face. This was unmistakably the voice he remembered.
Chapter 25, Uncle, your daughter is carrying my baby. What should we do?
Faced with her father's rapid-fire questions, Shenruoi found herself at a loss for words, especially with the visibly emotional Gu Changren sitting across from her. After a brief greeting, she quickly turned to her father and spoke.
Dad, I have a boyfriend.
With just one sentence, Shin Jiangwo on the other end of the phone froze.
It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in that moment, it felt like a surge of anger rushed from the soles of his feet straight to his head. Why? Their prized cabbage had been trampled by some stray pig who wouldn't be furious? Before Shin Jiangwo could say anything, Shenruoi began playing coy again. Dad, I'm actually at my boyfriend's place right now. His uncle would like to meet you. Is that alright with you? Were it not for his lingering rationality, Gu Changren would have lunged to snatch the phone, for he was now absolutely certain that Shenruoi's father, Shin Jiangwo, was no other than that soldier who'd been weighing on his mind all this time. Hiss, of course, you silly girl. You should have given your old man some warning. Look at me, I'm not even properly dressed. Bit impolite this way, isn't it? Uncle, here's your phone. Dad, look.
Shenruoi smirked slyly, chirped a sound, and then handed the phone to Gu Changren. And then there was no and then. The imagined scene of overwhelming excitement and euphoria never materialized. There was only Gu Changren clutching his phone, staring fixedly at the screen. Across from him, Shin Jiangwo was no different. His narrow eyes widened to the size of walnuts as he locked gazes with the familiar figure that had unexpectedly appeared on his screen.
Oh dear, am I drunk? He muttered. Wasn't it our daughter who called me?
Shin Jiangwo smacked his lips and tilted his head to glance at his wife, then added, why do I see our old squad leader instead?
Has my muddled mind started messing with my vision now? Ugh, the girl said to meet the in-laws. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and say hello.
Zhang Yun couldn't wait any longer as he hurriedly rushed to Shin Jiangwo's side. After all, they couldn't afford to neglect basic manners. But as she glanced at the screen, she froze in shock.
Brother Gu? Am I seeing things?
Shin Jiangwo's face twisted into a bitter smile upon hearing his wife's words. Apparently the resemblance was real, not a trick of his eyes. Seeing how old Shin Jiangwo and Zhang Yun had become, and now this ridiculous misunderstanding, Gu Changren was both touched and wistful. Touched that they still remembered him.
Sigh. It's been over 20 years, so many changes have swept by like seas turning into mulberry fields, and familiar faces are gone. Xiao Shin, what's the matter? Don't recognize your old squad leader anymore? Gu Changren straightened his face and asked, then switched his phone screen to the rear camera and pointed it at Zhao Yuzhu. Here, your sister Zhao, still recognize her? Zhao Yuzhu. After readjusting the camera, Gu Changren saw a face filled with disbelief, as if beholding a ghost. After a long pause, as Shen Jiangwo's eyes turned red, a voice heavy with nasal tones rang out. Brother! My dear old brother! And just like that, these two battle-hardened men who had faced real gunfire and participated in war together couldn't help but shed tears, though more than 2 decades had passed and their appearances had changed dramatically. Yet from the moment they saw each other again through their phones, memories engraved and branded in their bones and deepest thoughts began flashing by like a revolving lantern. They had charged together, fought together, been wounded together, served together. Every moment, every memory, felt like scenes from yesterday, bringing tears to the eyes of these two middle-aged men. After a long while, it was Gu Changren, who usually kept a straight face, who finally spoke up. After all, crying non-stop wasn't very becoming, especially with his son and daughter-in-law, these younger folks, standing by his side. Xiaoshen, how have you been these years? Good, doing just fine, old brother. And you? Been well in every way? We're all good, you're good, everyone's good, huh? The conversation between old friends was surprisingly ordinary. One might expect two people who missed each other deeply after 20 years apart to have countless things to say, yet upon reuniting, they found themselves speechless. Their greatest wish, it turned out, was simply for each other's health and well-being. This return to the purest form of affection is enough to make one's eyes sting with emotion. However, as they chatted, the conversation eventually turned to serious matters. For parents, their children's affairs become the most important thing in their lives. Shen Jiangwo was very curious about how his daughter had ended up with the son of his old squad leader and sworn brother. But one thing had to be mentioned. Just over 10 minutes ago, Shen Jiangwo had shown nothing but disdain upon hearing his daughter was dating. And now, could it only be described as like a blossoming cactus? Such a stark contrast hinges entirely on one thing, trust. Back then, Gu Changren had helped Shen Jiangwo tremendously. In fact, without this old squad leader, he would surely have perished. Saying Gu Changren was his second parent wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Given this, entrusting his daughter to him couldn't possibly be more reassuring. Old brother, has my little girl caused you and sister Zhao any trouble? No, everything's fine. It's all fate. If it weren't for E, how would I ever have found you guys? Yeah, old brother, let's find time to meet up. I miss you so much, bro. Good. So, it's settled? No pressure, no obstacles, not even a trial? Beside them, Gu Yi was more than a little surprised to hear his own father and future father-in-law settle his and Shen Ruoi's matters in just a few words. Though it might not be the right time to think this way, it was the undeniable truth. Although Gu Yi had confidence he could eventually win his future father-in-law's approval, the sudden ease of it all still left him astonished and taken aback. In the end, he had no choice but to attribute everything to fate. Indeed, such things are truly inexplicable. Later, Shen Jiangwo also saw Gu Yi via phone and inevitably showered him with compliments. Even someone as thick-skinned as Gu Yi couldn't help but blush a little. Seeing that his future father-in-law thought highly of him, Gu Yi, as if high on glutinous rice wine, blurted out without thinking. Uncle, E is pregnant with my child, already 3 months along. I want to marry E as soon as possible. What do you think? As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Zhao Yuzhu's almond eyes widened in astonishment. As a mother, she never expected her son to have the audacity to break such earth-shattering news to Shen Jiangwo through a phone message. After all, even though his father and Shen Jiangwo shared an inseparable bond forged through life and death situations, Gu Changren hadn't dared to reveal it. Upon reflection, he believed delivering such news in person would be more appropriate and proper. Yet who could have anticipated that Gu Yi would spill the beans himself? Now that he'd let the cat out of the bag, wasn't he just inviting trouble and courting discomfort? Sure enough, his future father-in-law on the other end began to speak. What the hell did you just say? Chapter 26, Did fate tie our red strings like Zonzi? Shen Jiangwo's voice betrayed no emotion. Yet Gu Yi had nerves of steel, actually repeating his words under the stunned gazes of both parents. Uncle Shen, E is pregnant, 3 months along. I want to hold the wedding sooner rather than later, as it'll be harder for E the longer we wait. What? Oh, listen to your father. We'll discuss it further when we meet. Okay, uncle. At first, Gu Yi hadn't noticed anything unusual, but now he felt a chill creeping over him. He couldn't quite pinpoint why, almost as if his future father-in-law was somehow radiating disapproval through the phone. After chatting a bit longer, Gu Yi hung up the phone. When he looked up, he saw the strange expressions on his parents' faces. Even Shen Ruoi beside him had lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red. What's going on? Gu Yi asked in surprise, only to see his father give him a thumbs up. This matter, even your old man didn't know how to bring it up with your Uncle Shen. But here you are, not even afraid that your Uncle Shen might track you down through the internet to strangle you, laying it all out directly. What if honesty doesn't earn you leniency when the time comes? Let's see how you handle that.
Though Zhao Yuzhu's tone was far from pleasant, deep down, she was secretly proud of her son. Whether it was his courage or his boldness, he had the makings of a real man.
I didn't think that far ahead. Besides, I meant what I said. If Uncle Shin and the others insist on me and Yi getting married before the baby arrives, then I'd better start preparing now. Although it's Dad and Uncle Shin's first meeting after more than 20 years, giving them a heads up in advance can't hurt. Right, dummy. Gu Yi explained while remembering to check with Shin Ruoi. Shin Ruoi just kept her blushing face lowered, secretly worrying. What if Dad decides to teach Gu Yi a lesson? That won't do. I must protect Gu Yi at all costs. It's not that Shin Ruoi was favoring an outsider, but Gu Yi's words were genuinely touching. He seemed to have considered everything entirely from her perspective. So even though she felt extremely embarrassed, she didn't harbor any resentment toward Gu Yi. Meanwhile, on the other side, after hanging up the phone, Shin Jiangwo leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought.
Jiang Yun gently walked up to him and sat down gracefully, thoughtfully massaging her husband's shoulders.
No one understood Shin Jiangwo better than Jiang Yun. How could she not know that her husband was silently processing the news of their daughter's pregnancy? Not just him, even Jiang Yun had felt as if lightning had struck her mind when Gu Yi delivered that shocking revelation. Let alone her doting husband, who cherished their daughter above all else. How did this happen? Is it really fate's fault? After a long while, Shin Jiangwo finally regained his composure, opening his mouth only to voice his bewilderment. He never explicitly forbade his daughter Shin Ruoi from having a boyfriend, and fortunately, during her college years, he never heard her mention finding one. Yet when the news reached him again that she was actually pregnant with his kid, it felt like skipping an entire stage altogether. The most important thing was that her daughter's boyfriend, her future son-in-law, turned out to be the son of their old friend Gu Changren. Chaos. His mind was a complete mess. Are you seriously worried that Brother Gu's son would mistreat our daughter? From what I see, young Gu is perfectly decent, polite and handsome to boot. You're overthinking this, old Shun. Back when the two couples parted ways, neither of the women was pregnant, so today was Jiang Yun's first time meeting Gu Yi. The reason she praised Gu Yi in front of her husband was none other than her hope to mediate the relationship between her father-in-law and son-in-law. If she were to join her husband in calling Gu Yi a bastard, wouldn't that completely throw things into chaos? Fortunately, her worries were unfounded. Shin Jiangwo gently waved his hand and then explained. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with Brother Gu's son, nor that I can't accept a pregnancy before marriage. After all, what strange things haven't we seen these days? Then what is it? What are you worried about? It's, Brother Gu once saved my life. I was so grateful at the time that I said, in the future, I'll marry my daughter to your son, and we'll become family. Who would have thought those words would come true? Jiang Yun widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, clearly never expecting that her husband had such history with Brother Gu. Was it mere coincidence? It felt far too serendipitous. I feel totally fine. What are you worried about? I'm worried that Brother Gu might misunderstand and think I deliberately used my daughter to seduce his son. That would be so inappropriate. Jiang Yun? She was stunned. For a moment, she couldn't decide how to describe her husband, an old-school straight man, a chronic worrier, someone who watches too many suspense movies, and even intentionally using their daughter to lure his son. If you had those kinds of tricks, you wouldn't be stuck at home all day. And here I was worried he was actually concerned about our daughter. But turns out he's just spinning wild fantasies. We're not even on the same wavelength. What's wrong, honey? Isn't my concern justified? Like hell I will. Get out. Sleep on the couch tonight. Jiang Yun stormed off grumbling, leaving Shin Jiangwo alone on the sofa rubbing his head in confusion. The Gu family household was harmonious again. Shin Ruoi had been coaxed back into good humor by Zhao Yuzhu, and now they sat hand in hand watching TV around the tea table. This heartwarming scene could easily be mistaken for a picture of perfect family harmony. Perhaps because they now knew Shin Ruoi was Shin Jiangwo's daughter, Zhao Yuzhu and her husband's affection for her became indescribable, more doting than one would shower on their own beloved daughter. Even the usually reserved Gu Changren thoughtfully began peeling an apple for Shin Ruoi. Watching his parents shower his wife with such tender affection stirred a peculiar warmth in Gu Ye's heart. It feels like, I'm the live-in son-in-law with no standing in the family whatsoever? Well, not entirely, at least I don't have to bring her foot washing water. Guy, dear, I boiled some water. Before bed, give Yi a good foot soak to warm her up inside and out. Great. Speak of the devil. Gu Yi didn't dare to argue back yet. Got it, Mom. And so, the whole family chatted merrily while eating melon seeds and watching TV. While their big family was happily reunited, the three of them, Gaofan and the faraway demon city, appeared much more lonely. The three single dogs slept until the afternoon and were ready to grab a meal, but ended up wandering into Time's Snack Street. Watching countless couples strolling by, the three dogs felt both envious and helpless, their jealousy only growing stronger. Gaofan, everyone else is walking with their girlfriends, but I'm stuck with you two, ugh. Zhang Tao, barking mad without the skills. If you've got what it takes, get a girlfriend too tonight, it's just you two in the dorm, I've got plans. Ding Dong let out a sigh. Did the old man of the moon tie up my red string like a zonzi? Otherwise, why can't I see any sign of it?
Just as he was lamenting, Ding Dong suddenly spotted a long queue forming before him, a spontaneous line of people waiting patiently.
And at the very front of the line, wasn't that exactly where Guya's food stall usually parked?
He'd already returned to his hometown, so there was no way he could be operating the stall.
Yet here these people were, still waiting in line? It's already 8 o'clock. Why hasn't the boss set up his stall yet? The girl named Feifei drooled while looking around anxiously.
Behind her, Han Peipei, dressed in a body-hugging skirt and crystal high heels, stood equally impatient, her voice laced with irritation.
Maybe he's not coming today? Did we wait for nothing? Chapter 27. The street food stall gets spotted by an influencer. Hey! As Gao Fan and the other two approached the line, Feifei, who was first in the queue, waved and called out to them. She kept standing on tiptoe, trying to peek behind the trio. No need to ask, she was obviously looking for Guya's food cart. But no matter how much she craned her neck until it ached, she couldn't spot it. Hey beautiful, need something? Ding Dong asked with a cheerful grin, though he couldn't help feeling a bit regretful.
The girl looked so sweet and innocent, but turns out she's actually a wild child.
Could that saying really be true? The cuter they look, the wilder they play? Where's your boss? Where's the food cart?
You're 9 minutes and 30 seconds later than yesterday.
What's the hold up?
I left early and have been waiting over an hour just for these skewers and hawthorn juice.
Feifei fired off 4 rapid questions in succession. True to her word, she'd even abandoned her sleep-deprived boyfriend to queue up alone bright and early for Guya's skewers, showing more enthusiasm than when she'd chased celebrities 2 years prior. As she voiced her questions, other customers in the line began nodding vigorously in agreement. Even the usually aloof Han Peipei behind her pouted her full red lips slightly, showing she couldn't wait either. That hawthorn juice from yesterday had truly spoiled her palate. She couldn't even bring herself to drink 1,000 yuan per cup coffee now. And those skewers. She wanted to apologize to them. How could she have disdained them last night for being meat? Not eating such delicious food to her heart's content would be blasphemy. With the former delinquent Feifei in front and the icy female CEO backing them up, the customers behind were making an absolute racket, quite the intimidating scene. Looking at Gao Fan, Ding Dong, and Zhang Tao, they truly didn't know what to say. Was it regret? Yes, a little. If they had known the customers would be this enthusiastic, the three of them would have definitely reconsidered whether to refuse helping Guyi with his stall. After all, judging by this crowd, even bigger than yesterday, running the stall would surely bring in a handsome profit. At this thought, the three exchanged glances, each seeing the same regret in the other's eyes. What a loss. What a terrible loss. But there was nothing to be done. It was too late to prepare ingredients for skewers now. Though reluctantly, they still had to answer. So Zhang Tao and Gao Fan exchanged nods and promptly pushed Ding Dong forward. You, Ding Dong, you explain, both of us are terrible speakers. Yeah, we're both terrible with words. Seeing their unsupportive attitude, Ding Dong immediately flared up with anger. But before he could lose his temper, everyone's attention turned their way. Alright everyone, let's call it a day. The boss went back to his hometown, no stall today. With that, Ding Dong waved dismissively to signal the end, and the surrounding crowd fell briefly silent at his words before bursting into noisy chatter. Just some lamenting voices saying things like, boss isn't decent enough, miss the boss's dipping sauce, miss the boss's chicken, gizzards, and so on. Thankfully, it wasn't some brain-dead fangirl scene, otherwise Ding Dong would have worried about being trampled to death by these people. Going back home? No stalls? Han Peipei murmured softly, then her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a trace of displeasure appearing on her pretty face. But then again, it's perfectly normal for the boss to go home for the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. What was she getting so upset about? Thinking of this, Han Peipei stepped out of the line, ready to leave. But before going, she couldn't resist turning her head to glance at Ding Dong and the other two, asking unwillingly, when will your boss be back? We're classmates, students from the neighboring University of Magic City. As for Guyi, well, he probably won't be back for a few days. Ding Dong replied while explaining. After all, in the dorm, the four of them were always competing to be each other's daddy. Now having to call Guyi boss just didn't sit right. It felt uncomfortable and downright unpleasant. Oh, then I'll come another day. Han Peipei nodded slightly and strode away on her long legs. Seeing this, the others could only leave as well, though the customers holding plates of plain rice wore even more disappointed expressions. Before getting off work, they had specifically gone to the company cafeteria to get some rice, planning to buy skewers and hawthorn juice at Times Snack Street, then use the dipping sauce to flavor their meal. Who would have thought the stall owner had gone home? They'd come all this way for nothing. Fortunately, when it comes to food, no effort is too embarrassing. These customers even made plans to try their luck again the next day. As the crowd dispersed, the happiest were undoubtedly the other food carts on the snack street. Though Guyi had only set up shop a few times, the pressure he brought was undeniable. Were they jealous? Not exactly, but that didn't stop them from feeling envy. Who could blame them?
Guya's skewers were genuinely delicious, his hawthorn juice was both tasty and reasonably priced and, of course, the other vendors and their families loved them too. I never expected Guya's food cart business to actually take off, and even gather so many loyal customers. Zhang Tao looked utterly astonished. Though only a few days had passed in the blink of an eye, they had witnessed Guya's gradual rise with their own eyes, filling them with endless reflections.
Let's call Guyi and ask if his offer is legit.
If it is, we can man the stall for him tomorrow. Making over 10 grand a day, it feels like such a waste not to seize the opportunity.
Gao Fan's right. We've got nothing better to do anyway.
Worst case, we earn some cash and have Guyi treat us to some fresh faces.
Such ambition. Go wipe your drool.
After teasing Ding Dong, Zhang Tao took out his phone to call Guyi, explaining the situation to him. The response was simple. The dipping sauce was ready, the frying skewers just needed the right heat to turn out fine. But the hawthorn juice couldn't be helped, they'd have to wait for him to return before selling it. Thus, the three decided they would run the stall for Guyi while he stayed home to coax his wife, all to earn milk powder money.
After strolling around for a while, the three of them turned back toward the dormitory. But just as they were leaving, a social media influencer was interviewing the dispersed crowd of former food stall patrons with her phone. When Fei Fei was approached for questioning, she instantly recognized the interviewer. Sister Shan Xiao? Wow, it's really you. You're even prettier in person than on my phone screen. Thank you, little sister. Can I ask what you were all queuing for earlier? I don't see any food stall over there. Knowing that Sun Xiaoxiao was a food blogger, Fei Fei didn't hide anything and honestly disclosed Guya's snack cart situation to her. Delicious. Amazing. Oh my god, I can't stop drooling. Those were Fei Fei's exact words in front of the camera. Hearing her describe it like that made even Sun Xiaoxiao's mouth water, but with her extensive restaurant exploration experience, she instinctively felt something was off. Attracting such crowds of devoted customers queuing up within just a few days? That's not normal. Could the ingredients contain some additives?
At this thought, Sun Xiaoxiao instantly felt like a genius.
She was convinced that Guyi must have tampered with the ingredients, otherwise, how could it be so irresistibly addictive?
And so, after seeing Fei Fei off, she didn't mince her words as she announced to her livestream audience. I suspect there's something fishy about this grilled skewer snack shop. I'm going undercover to expose it with solid proof.
I suspect he used illegal additives. What do you guys in the livestream think?
Everyone please follow me, I'm Xiaoxiao, who loves food, fun, and exposing scams.
Chapter 28, You Rascal. Actually making EE wash your feet for you.
Nowadays, with the development of the internet, all sorts of streamers are vying for attention like blooming flowers. In this era where traffic reigns supreme, these live streamers spare no effort to seize the benefits of online popularity, and store visits have undoubtedly become one of the more brilliant types of live stream content. Food is the paramount necessity of life, people always revolve around eating. With social progress, pursuing quality dining has become the goal for most.
The dazzling array of stores can be overwhelming, with the mix of good and bad making it hard to judge which ones are worth trying. Thus emerged the store review influencers.
In the eyes of their fans, they are selfless individuals willing to spend their own money to visit and critique restaurants that pique followers' interest but leave them uncertain. Back and forth, those slightly photogenic food vloggers attracted a wave of customers' attention while gaining substantial online traffic.
Does this seem like killing two birds with one stone?
In reality, it's even more than that. The shop review waters have grown murky, filled with all sorts of tricks and hustles. Take Sun Xiaoxiao, for example. This food vlogger may appear pure and generous on the surface, but she's actually a complete master of scamming the scammers. While influencer reviews can bring some customers to shops to a certain extent, money doesn't grow on trees, so shop owners have to pay out of pocket, essentially hiring people to review their stores. If negotiations fall through, the streamers will resort to their usual tactics. With their substantial fan bases, just a few words from them and some hired trolls can completely sway public opinion in their favor. Even accusations like bad taste, overpriced, or foreign objects often found in the food that are entirely unfounded can still inflict irreversible damage to a restaurant's reputation. Naturally, if the payoff is generous, streamers are more than willing to turn a blind eye and lie shamelessly. This is why, despite being boycotted by customers, unscrupulous businesses still manage to lure in unsuspecting newcomers. Far away in his hometown, Guyi could never have imagined that his snack cart had already been targeted by food bloggers who even slapped it with the label of using illegal additives. If Guyi knew about this, he would surely be exasperated. After all, it wasn't competitors envying him that caused trouble. Somehow, he ended up attracting the attention of social media influencers.
It was almost comical. Now, let's talk about Guyi.
As the hour grew later, he and Shin Ruoi were practically shoved into their room by his mother, while Zhao Yuzhu chimed in with a newly acquired phrase, travel fatigue demands extra rest. Guyi's logic made sense, and Shin Ruoi was indeed a bit tired, so she didn't raise any objections. Just as Guyi brought in the thermos and foot basin, Shin Ruoi froze in surprise.
Guyi, what are you? To wash your feet. I'll wash them for you. And no need.
I can wash them myself. Shinruoi hastily declined. Regardless of anything else, just the thought of Guyi taking her back to his hometown to meet his parents made her too embarrassed to let him wash her feet.
Surely his mother was just teasing, right? Moreover, the mere thought of letting Guyi hold her foot,
just imagining it made Shinruoi feel her whole body burn with heat, utterly flustered. Yet in the moment of her distraction, he suddenly pressed her down onto the bed.
Ah, don't be afraid, be good and sit still. Did you soak your feet in hot water at the dorm? Why yes, I did. I even sent you a photo as proof.
Such a good girl. The praise, such a good girl, made Shinruoi's delicate face blush crimson. Though the words were so suggestive, she found herself secretly enjoying it.
In the end, Shinruoi couldn't resist Guye's persistence.
Her delicate feet were lifted as he removed her shoes and socks, submerging them in perfectly tempered water. Guyi proved both meticulous and considerate, massaging and kneading her feet with practiced care. Gradually, the tension between them dissolved. With a child on the way, their former reserve couldn't persist indefinitely. Indeed, after Guyi finished drying her feet, Shinruoi even rose to return the favor by preparing to wash his.
Don't trouble yourself, I can manage, he protested. No way, like I just said, I wanted to wash them myself.
Shinruoi gave a sly smile, took quick little steps to dump out the dirty water, then returned to Guye's side after filling the basin with fresh water. Watching Shinruoi sitting on the stool with her sleeves rolled up as she washed his feet, Guyi felt a warmth in his heart, a sudden urge to marry her right away. Of course, it wasn't to make Shinruoi wash his feet for him, but out of a sense of responsibility.
Thud, thud, thud. Guyi, are you asleep? Mom brought you an extra blanket. It gets cold at night back home, you mustn't catch a chill. Mom, you're still up? Come on in. All right.
As Shinruoi began to answer, Zhao Yuju pushed the door open and immediately saw a scene that made her blood boil.
Foot washing, Shinruoi was washing Guya's feet?
It should be noted that although Shinruoi's belly wasn't showing yet, sitting there washing Guya's feet was still quite strenuous for her. Otherwise, why would she have to sit on a stool while stretching her legs under the bed if not for the discomfort?
That bastard Guyi, how could he be so inconsiderate? Guyi.
Zhao Yuju called her son's name in a measured tone, neither loud nor emotional, yet Guyi could sense a hint of murderous intent that sent chills down his spine.
Yes, Mom, I'm here.
He didn't even dare ask what's wrong, for fear Zhao Yuju might storm over with a shoe sole to give him a thrashing.
What else? Don't make me slap you.
With that, Zhao Yuju grabbed a slipper while holding onto the blanket and charged toward Guyi with the determination of someone ready to punish wrongdoing regardless of family ties.
You dare boss EE around when she's pregnant? Who knows what you'll do after marriage? She's your wife, not your servant. Get over here, I'm going to whip you for sure. Zhao Yuju was seeing red, utterly furious.
She and Gu Changran had been extremely careful in everything they did, fearing they might mishandle even the slightest detail in taking care of Shinruoi. Alright then, while the old couple treaded lightly in every matter, Guyi had the audacity to treat Shinruoi like a servant,
asking for a beating.
No, Mom, it was me who wanted to wash Guya's feet. It's not his fault. Even with Shinruoi's vigorous defense, Guyi still ended up getting smacked a few times with a shoe sole.
Hey, if he dares to bully you, just tell your mom. Your dad and I will give him a good old-fashioned parental beatdown that'll teach him a lesson. Zhao Yuju rolled up her sleeves and declared angrily.
Looking at Guyi again, he had a face that screamed life holds no joy whatsoever. Shinruoi found it both amusing and slightly heartbreaking, so she agreed while slipping her small hand into Guya's clothes to rub his stomach, moving him deeply.
While my wife is the best.
After seeing his mother off, Guyi hugged Shinruoi around her waist and sobbed, acting as if he'd suffered some grave injustice if not for that cheeky grin plastered across his face.
There, be good. Don't be sad now. Let me rub it better, blow on it. Whoosh, all better now.
Shinruoi couldn't see Guya's smug, mischievous smile as she tenderly soothed his injuries with aching heart. However, Guya's hands were gradually becoming less restrained.
What should I do?
Waiting online for advice, very urgent.
Chapter 29, you came here on your own, don't blame me. Move over this way, it's warmer here.
In bed, Guyi softly spoke, while Shinruoi's face flushed crimson like a monkey's. No, a peach.
The lights went out, plunging the room into complete darkness.
Only a faint sliver of moonlight crept through the gap in the curtains, yet that cool radiance seemed oddly enticing and intimate. Take Shinruoi for example, since lying down on the bed, she hadn't moved an inch, curling up in one fixed spot without shifting. No matter how Guyi tried to persuade her to squeeze closer to him, she remained unmoved. There was no helping it, she was too shy, and Shinruoi had also forgotten to bring her pajamas. Ugh, just thinking about this made Shinruoi fume. She had spent ages packing last night, and she wasn't the careless type. There was no way she could have misplaced her pajamas unless Tan Mengmeng had played a trick on her. She'd left the dorm in such a rush that morning that she hadn't even thought to double-check if she had everything.
So embarrassing.
Shinruoi felt extremely embarrassed, while Guyi wore a mischievous smile. When he learned Shinruoi hadn't brought any pajamas and was nestling completely naked under the blankets at that moment, he actually felt a flutter of excitement. Though the quilt was thick, that flawless body hiding beneath it, needless to say, it was utterly tempting. Ahem, silly girl, I won't mess around, just, worried you might catch a cold? Yes, that's it, worried you'll catch a cold. Guyi saw that Shinruoi remained unmoved and immediately tried to explain again. After all, feeling tempted was one thing, but daring to act on it was another matter entirely. Never mind that the doctor had warned him during his medical checkup to avoid any strenuous activity. Even if the doctor hadn't said anything, he still wouldn't dare casually work out with Shinruoi. If anything unexpected happened, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. And no, really, I'm not cold, Guyi. You should rest. Shinruoi shook her little head, the only part of her not buried under the covers. Cold? Impossible. If anything, she felt like her whole body was burning up. Not from desire, just pure embarrassment. Although she was now carrying Guya's child and had been intimate with him months earlier, apart from that one time, she had never been so close with any man before, let alone sharing the same bed. She could only hope Guyi would fall asleep soon so she could stretch one leg out for some air. Otherwise, with her usual sleeping habits, she might end up straddling the quilt by midnight. If Guyi saw that, she'd want to burrow straight into the ground. Ya WN silly boy, I'm going to sleep first. If you need anything, or want to go to the bathroom, just call me. I'll go with you. Guyi slowly closed his eyes as he spoke, his breathing gradually evening out. It seemed like he'd fallen asleep. Shinruoi first let out a sigh of relief, but whether it was because of Guya's words or her own nervousness, she actually started feeling like she needed to use the bathroom. She reached up to touch her bare shoulders, not a scrap of fabric to cover herself with. Go to the bathroom? Better not. Fortunately, Guyi was asleep, so she could stretch her legs out for some fresh air, right? With this thought, Shinruoi quietly extended her flawless, jade-like leg outside the blanket, immediately feeling a pleasantly cool sensation. So comfortable. Like this, Shinruoi actually drifted off into a hazy sleep. The night passed without incident. Country folks keep very regular hours, early to bed and early to rise. Whether they're heading out to the fields for farm work or going to town for jobs, everyone starts bustling about. As the rooster from some household began crowing, Shinruoi's beautiful eyes fluttered slightly before slowly opening. But, the bedding was so warm and cozy, she really had to thank her mother-in-law for the extra quilt. What's this? Something hard is poking me. Shinruoi reached down in confusion, but the moment she lifted her head, she saw a familiar and strikingly handsome face so close it took her breath away. Guyi? The sudden scream startled Guyi awake. His mind foggy, his heart suddenly raced. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw Shinruoi's face mere inches away, and those sparkling, pink, delicate lips of hers. Mwah! Unable to resist, Guyi leaned in and gave them a quick, crisp peck. The taste was exquisite. Absolutely genuine. Shinruoi instinctively tried to escape from Guya's embrace, but the moment her feet left the warmth of the quilt, the biting cold forced her back in. It's so cold. That's just how my hometown is, hot during the day but chilly in the early morning and at night. If you're cold, don't go out. It's nice and warm in our quilt. Besides, remember last night when you secretly climbed into my blanket all by yourself? Not my fault. Guyi spoke frankly, yet his expression and tone made it seem as though he was the one who'd suffered. And he didn't even bother to explain why his hand was firmly wrapped around Shinruoi's waist. The pose was utterly suggestive. Shinruoi stammered, at a complete loss for words. She'd always known she slept in rather improper positions at night. Everything Guyi said could very well be true. If I really had crawled into Guya's bed in the middle of the night, it would be quite embarrassing. Thinking this, Shinruoi stretched out a slender jade-like arm to touch Guya's back. Sure enough, it was icy cold, and he wasn't covered by a blanket. Guyi, did you not cover yourself with a blanket all night? Yeah, it's fine. I'm used to it. Whether I cover myself or not doesn't affect my sleep. But you mustn't catch a chill. Guyi spoke casually, but his words only intensified Shinruoi's guilt as she listened. Whether it was due to provocation or something else, she somehow shed all embarrassment, turning around abruptly and clutching Guyi tightly. Let me warm you up. Well, Guyi froze in surprise. Although Shinruoi was just in his arms a moment ago, at most, their position could be described as chest to back, or perhaps it was him lying in her embrace. Now, the two of them were truly lying in each other's embrace, and the ambiguous atmosphere intensified several notches. Shinruoi, don't get any funny ideas. Guyi, I didn't look. Shinruoi, don't look around randomly. Guyi, roger that. Then why are you still staring with wide eyes? It's just that you're too beautiful, how could I possibly look away? Guyi shamelessly widened his eyes, saying cheeky things, yet in the end, it was Shinruoi whose face turned red with embarrassment. Even Shinruoi hadn't expected that her simple concern over Guyi catching a chill, just wanting to warm him up, would lead to the lamb willingly walking into the tiger's den. Oh well, compared to the absurdity of that night, this was nothing, really.
After all, hadn't she been trying to accept Gu Yi, too?
And with quite noticeable progress, at that.
However, Gu Yi, can you please stop hunching over, and move your hand a little?
Shifted lower, just rested on my lower belly. Chapter 30 Guya's Conversations specializing in opening old wounds.
You're awake already? Why not sleep a bit longer? You're up so early, did you sleep well?
Seeing Shinruoi lift the door curtain and emerge, Zhao Yuzhu showered her with all sorts of fussing and doting, worried she hadn't rested well.
I slept really well, Mom.
The moment Shinruoi spoke, she heard Guyi muttering something behind her like everything's perfect, except for stealing the blankets at night. And then Guya's waist got a sharp pinch.
Let's have breakfast then, Gu Yi. Quickly take Yi to wash up, use warm water, not cold.
Okay. Guyi responded enthusiastically, picking up the thermos and leading Shinruoi back to wash their faces. At Guya's home, Shinruoi got to experience what it truly meant to be treated as the beloved daughter-in-law, no hard labor allowed, and whatever she craved would be cooked for her. Take breakfast for example, fried dough sticks, soy milk, savory tofu pudding, meat and vegetable dumplings, wontons, everything was available. There was even slow-cooked pumpkin and millet porridge, all carefully prepared to ensure there would be something Shinruoi would enjoy eating. Looking at the table laden with all kinds of breakfast dishes, Guyi couldn't help but think to himself, Mom and Dad are probably going to be eating leftovers for the next half month. Since it was the Dragon Boat Festival today, relatives would start visiting each other's homes after breakfast, dropping by casually to exchange holiday greetings. Guya's 3 paternal aunts in particular loved flocking to his house. The reason was simple: back when his grandparents were still alive, these aunts would always drop by during holidays for a free meal, never leaving empty-handed and often carrying off a whole bag of goodies. Now that Guya's grandparents have passed away several years ago, with no one left in the family to make zanzi, his 3 aunts began visiting his home every other year. Yet even when they come, they'd bring nothing but their mouths to eat.
Fortunately, Zhao Yuzhu isn't the kind to be bullied or easily pushed around. Want to eat here?
Then wait until dinner time comes around. However, there's one thing that particularly irks Gu Yi: his 3 aunts absolutely love showing off to each other, shamelessly bragging about their own children. Although Gu Yi wasn't the youngest among his cousins, his 3 aunts still loved comparing their own children to him, which was utterly annoying. Under normal circumstances, Gu Yi would have slipped away and only returned after his aunts left. But today wasn't an option. He couldn't possibly take Shinruoi out for a whole day's stroll.
What if she got exhausted?
Left with no choice, he had to play it by ear.
Zhao Yuzhu understood her son's thoughts best.
After breakfast, she comforted both Gu Yi and Shinruoi. When Shinruoi learned about the deeds of the 3 aunts from Gu Yi, she couldn't help but blurt out utterly ridiculous, though she quickly clamped her mouth shut only to be overheard by Gu Changren. Fortunately, Gu Changren didn't mind. In fact, he chimed in with a few supporting remarks. It wasn't due to Shinruoi's status, but rather because he couldn't stand his 3 sisters' behavior either. Despite their poor living conditions, they stubbornly clung to their flashy, boastful ways, utterly insufferable.
11 o'clock at noon. Gu Yi and Shinruoi were accompanying Zhao Yuzhu on the sofa watching TV when they suddenly heard a piercing laugh from the courtyard.
Without even seeing the person, Shinruoi's mind conjured up the image of a domineering and arrogant face. So much so that when Guya's 3 aunts entered the yard with Gu Changren, Shinruoi almost burst out laughing because the leader of the aunts looked exactly like the image she had imagined.
My big brother, who's this? Little Ye's girlfriend? The woman leading the group was Gu Ye's eldest aunt, the second sister of Gu Changren.
After stuffing a few zongzi into Zhao Yuzhu's hands, she immediately turned her gaze straight at Shinruoi.
These are Gu Ye's eldest aunt, second aunt, and third aunt.
Zhao Yuzhu spoke with a faint smile as she made the introduction, but her words left Gu Wenchun and the other 2 feeling distinctly unsettled. After all, they were Guya's aunts, which naturally made them Shinruoi's aunts as well.
Was this way of introducing them meant to keep them from acknowledging these 3 aunties?
From Zhao Yuzhu's comments about the 3, Shinruoi could also discern one thing: her mother-in-law really didn't like these 3 aunts. But after all, she was an outsider. Whether to spare Gu Yi and Gu Changren the embarrassment or to avoid seeming impolite, Shinruoi had no choice but to address them properly.
Auntie, my name is Shinruoi, Guya's girlfriend.
Shinruoi affectionately called out in a gentle voice before intimately looping her arm through Zhao Yuzhu's.
The cozy sight made Gu Wenchun and the other 2 raise their brows. This girl, she's really something, isn't she? A city girl? Ah, lovely, what a pretty girl you are. Lucky guy, Gu Yi. When are you 2 planning to get married? Tie the knot after graduation. The sooner the better, fewer worries that way.
The 3 of Guan Liqiu's advisors spoke one after another. At first glance, their words seemed harmless, but as soon as they continued, their tone began to carry a sharp edge.
Gu Wenchun, why don't you go back to your hometown after graduation, shall ye?
Housing prices in the big city are sky high.
Even with your college degree, buying a home won't be easy, right? I heard my cousin got laid off last month. Has he found a new job yet? Jobs are so hard to come by these days. Could it be that he's mooching off his parents now? Should I help look around for him? Guyi fired off these four loaded questions with a cold, mocking smile. When it came to his own aunt, he never held back. If she wanted to chat, he'd gladly peel open old, bleeding wounds. Sure enough, the spark in his aunt's eyes instantly dimmed. Her gaze darted around evasively as she shook her head repeatedly. No need. Ah, that's right. With my cousin's skills, he'd never settle for anything less than 30 or 50,000 a month. Forget I asked, Auntie. Gu Wei-chun. At this moment, the aunt's mind was in chaos. Her son was capable? Back then, they spent over 100,000 to get him a job that paid just 1,500 a month. Though anxious, she genuinely didn't want to trouble Gu Yi for help with finding employment. Gu Weiqiu, Xiaoyi, don't even mention your aunt. Your cousin just took 50,000 from her to buy a new car. Your aunt is quite distressed. Let's not talk about her anymore. Let's talk about you instead. Get married soon and give your parents a chubby grandchild. Second aunt, you're absolutely right. I'm still young and not in any hurry. But what about my cousin? She's been married for 3 years, hasn't she? And she's turning 30 this year, right? Still no children? Does she still think it's too early? Any longer and she'll be an older mother, Auntie. You really ought to hurry her along. Oh, right. Or is it that cousin doesn't? Why don't you come to Magic City? I can find a specialist to check up on cousin. Advisor Chio, no need, everything's fine, no rush. Ah, I see. So, is it that brother-in-law isn't up to the task? Ahem. Guyi, watch your tone. But if you can make use of your second sister here, just speak up, no need to stand on ceremony. Gu Changren cleared his throat to stifle a laugh, then added with genuine seeming kindness. Gu Wangqiu. Seeing that both the eldest and second sisters were rendered speechless by Guyi, Gu Wenxia, the third aunt who happened to be cracking sunflower seeds, chimed in teasingly. Little Yi, is that college of yours any use? Will you be able to find a decent job after graduating? If you're only making 3 to 5 grand a month, however will you support yourself and your girlfriend? Honestly, you shouldn't be getting into relationships this early. Hearing this, Guyi frowned slightly. Was this really his aunt? So she wanted him to break up with Yi. Just as Guyi was about to retort, his phone suddenly vibrated. Ding Zifatong payment received, 60 yuan. Ding Zifatong payment received, 100 yuan. Ding Zifatong payment received, 600 yuan. Ding payment received 3,000 yuan. The phone kept vibrating, and the notification sounds of payments coming in were non-stop. In just 2 short minutes, it seems like 4,000 yuan has been deposited? The three aunts were completely stunned. What on earth was going on? Chapter 31, does a monthly salary of 2,500 look down on an hourly wage of 2,500? Moonlight Snack Street. Guya's food stall was swarmed with customers. Despite the scorching heat, the serpentine queue buzzed with anticipation rather than complaints. Most were simply hoping to get their hands on some skewers today. Inside the stall, Gao Fan and Zhang Tao expertly fried and sauced the skewers while Ding Dong swiftly packed orders. Even as first-timers, they worked together seamlessly without a hint of chaos. However, the moment the girl before them spoke, all three of them were completely baffled. B-Beauty, you want 3,000 yuan worth of skewers? Are you sure you didn't slip up? Nope, I definitely want 3,000 yuan worth. Take your time frying them, I'm in no hurry. Xiao Yun nodded and replied with absolute certainty. Only after she transferred the money did Gao Fan and the others realize the beauty before them was serious. This wasn't a joke at all. The three of them immediately sprang into action. Although over 1,000 fried skewers sounded daunting, it wasn't an impossible task. After reassuring the other customers in line, the trio divided the work with practiced efficiency, frying, draining, their movements growing so fluid they blurred into afterimages. The young and pretty Xiao Yun peered eagerly into the food cart, yet couldn't discern what made this particular street vendor's setup different from any others. So she found it even more perplexing. Why did CEO Han Peipei insist on specifically naming her to come here and buy these skewers? And why so many at once? Could it be that President Han Peipei wants to treat her colleagues to some skewers? What kind of team-building event is this? At this thought, Xiaoyan felt her temples throbbing. Luckily, the team-building event wasn't coming out of her own pocket, otherwise, she'd have been grumbling about it for days on end. While Gao Fan and his two companions crowded into their tiny car, bustling away with their sizzling skewers, Guyi was unraveling scars, peeling back the wounds of her three aunties, the kind that bled fresh and raw. Auntie? Second aunt? Third aunt? Why aren't you saying anything? Keep asking me questions. I still want to chat with you. Guyi gently squeezed Chen Ruoi's knuckles while looking at the three aunts with genuine emotion, not a trace of provocation in his demeanor. Even so, Gu Wenchuan and her two companions were thoroughly exasperated by their nephew. Why? Because they'd never seen someone chat like this before. True, they couldn't help but show off with every sentence, but Guyi mercilessly exposed their flaws with every reply. Cousin likes to sleep with pigs? Brother-in-law is so useless? Younger cousin bought a buffalo horn comb for auntie for 9.9 yuan with free shipping, then swiped 20 grand in return?
All this nonsense, who knows where Guyi heard it from anyway? His aunties didn't want to bring it up. Just mentioning it gave them toothaches, shortness of breath, and left them gasping for air.
Was little Yi just scrolling through Douyin earlier?
Eldest aunt Gu Wenshun spoke up, curious and eager to know what Guyi had been doing.
He's still in university, how did he suddenly get so many payment notifications?
After all, these three were his own flesh and blood aunts.
There was no point hiding anything from them. He immediately pulled out his phone and opened the PayPass app.
The pop-up notifications on the screen kept bouncing like popping candy, accompanied by the voice announcements of payment received, payment received, payment received. It was getting more and more exhilarating.
It's not Douyin, auntie.
I started a small business in Shanghai, and my classmates are helping me manage it. Running a business these days is really tough.
It's not even noon yet, and the notifications keep coming with their ding ding ding, so annoying. So you see, we absolutely mustn't let our cousins get fired. Oh wait, I mean laid off. Jobs are really hard to come by these days.
Guya's face showed an expression of troubled hesitation, his tone quite sincere, though he never missed an opportunity to take digs at his aunt's children. The aunts' faces visibly darkened at this, but they were still more than willing to fish for information about this business venture Guyi mentioned.
After all, whether it's profitable is plain to see. Who wouldn't want a piece of the pie? Yes, you're absolutely right, Xiaoyi. Your aunt will go back and teach them a lesson. Hey, Xiaoye, what kind of business are you running exactly? Auntie here sees you're doing really well, could you give your cousins a little boost too?
Gu Wenshun pressed down on Ermiai and immediately questioned her, his tone and demeanor now completely different from when he first walked in, the contrast striking to say the least.
Guyi didn't feel the slightest bit of satisfaction or pleasure from this.
The reason is simple, these three women before me are my own paternal aunts, my father's younger sisters, sharing the same bloodline as we do.
Yet even as family, besides mocking and giving my father a hard time, what else do these aunts ever do?
Expecting them to lend my father a helping hand would be harder than making the sun rise from the west. All three aunts combined have 10,000 schemes in their hearts despite being family. It's utterly tragic. However, Zhao Yuzhu found it quite satisfying. She understood even better than Guyi what those three elder sisters had done to Gu Changren. Now that her son was helping the elderly couple reclaim some dignity, it couldn't feel more gratifying. Son, tell us if you can lend a hand, do give them a lift. After all, we're all family, right, dear sisters-in-law? Zhao Yuzhu's words left the three sisters-in-law flushed with embarrassment. Behind closed doors, they had spoken ill of her countless times, and now that she was being so magnanimous, still treating them as family, they immediately paled in comparison when it came to grace. They could only force awkward smiles while pricking up their ears, eager to hear their nephew's secrets to success. As long as you copy the money-making tricks and earn money, who would still care about his family? Sister-in-law is absolutely right. Exactly. Guyi looked at his mother and felt a pang of heartache. He still remembered the days of his childhood when his parents would bicker, and his aunts would pour fuel on the flames by speaking ill of her. Thinking of this, his expression darkened. Aunties, my business is just running a small food cart selling fried skewers, nothing complicated. Even my cousins could do it, provided they're willing to swallow their pride. As Guyi finished speaking, the aunts froze momentarily before growing visibly irritated, their faces etched with disbelief. Xiaoye, your mom already said we're all family. Why won't you tell your aunties the truth? Exactly. How much could you possibly earn selling fried skewers anyway? Xiaoye has become distant from us, sigh. Guyi could somewhat understand this attitude. Despite his three aunts not living any better than others, their pride remained remarkably high. Especially upon hearing Guyi was running a fried skewer stall, their disdain instantly surfaced. They simply thought he wasn't telling the truth and keeping his success from them, afraid they might also make money. If it weren't for trying to fish out Guya's secrets to riches, they would have already given him the cold shoulder. Aunties, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. How about visiting my place sometime? I'll give you a discount on skewers. Free? Impossible. Blood may be thicker than water, but business is business. Seeing her provocation tactics fall flat, Gu Wenshun was beginning to believe Guya's claims, yet her pride compelled her to probe further. How much can that little food stall of yours make in a month? Probably not much more than an office worker earns, right? It's exhausting, dirty work, and hardly respectable, is it? Guyi let out a scornful snort in his heart. Talk about preferring face over comfort. Not making much money? Ha! Chapter 32, Shenruoi, I'm willing to do anything. Auntie makes a fair point. Grease fumes are inevitable, and some fatigue, hardship and dirt come with the territory. Hearing Guya's admission, Gu Wenshun's heart leapt with secret glee. The three sisters were precisely the type who'd rather see you stay poor than watch you drive a Range Rover. But before Gu Wenshun could launch into her earnest lecture, Guyi abruptly shifted tones. Still, none of that's a real issue. Respectability be damned, when you're making money, there's no shame in it. These words came from Guya's heart. He was never some rich young master to begin with, and now that he bore the responsibility of caring for Shinruoi and their baby, it was only natural that he had to work even harder. But in the aunt's ears, these words struck like thunder, shaking them to the core. All three couldn't help but think of their own children simultaneously. The comb I gave for Mother's Day was a $9.90 express delivery special, made entirely of plastic. A man over 30 who can't even cook rice, still mooching off his parents with his hand out for money. The family spent over $100,000 to get him a job, yet his monthly salary is just $1,500. As parents, they've never even received a single token of filial piety from their son. Pathetic. A wave of sorrow instantly engulfed Consultant Gu and the others. Yet even so, deep down they refused to admit that Gu Yi was more outstanding and sensible than their own children. He wanted to say something sarcastic, but the words stuck in his throat, impossible to utter. Because looking at Gu Yi's composed and indifferent expression, they knew full well, no matter what superficial remarks they made, Gu Yi could retort effortlessly, even tear open the scars in their hearts. Big brother, Xiao Yi, is really sensible. After struggling for a long while, Gu Wenshun finally managed to squeeze out this sentence to mask his inner embarrassment. Yes, he's always been such an obedient and sensible child since he was little. Gu Changren, being an honest and kind-hearted man, was genuinely pleased to hear his sister praise his son and sincerely chimed in with a couple of agreeable remarks, completely oblivious to the worsening expressions on his sister's faces. Xiao Yi, if you set up a street stall, won't it interfere with your studies? How much can you really earn in a month after covering costs? Hearing his second aunt's words, Gu Yi couldn't help but shrug helplessly. If he recalled correctly, wasn't it this very aunt who had just insisted that going to university was pointless? How come you're suddenly concerned about my studies now? But how much money can you make is actually a great question. Gu Yi didn't plan to hide anything either, this guy's just naturally this honest. Not much, just over 10 grand a day in hand. Auntie, you're absolutely right. I'm still in college, so of course my studies come first. That's why I only set up my stall for 2 hours each evening. It doesn't interfere with my schoolwork, and I can still make money with a smile. When I think about it that way, it's actually quite satisfying. Oh, over 10,000 a day? Auntie nodded while repeating Gu Ye's words to herself, but when the meaning suddenly clicked, her eyes widened in shock. Nonsense! Earning over 10,000 a day? Xiao Yi, when did you become so vain? With their limited perspective, they simply couldn't believe a student could earn over 10,000 a day while only working 2 hours. They'd rather suspect Gu Yi was lying and boasting to make himself look good than acknowledge their own narrow worldview. But Gu Yi couldn't be bothered to explain anything. On the contrary, Shinruoi standing beside him grew visibly agitated. Listening to Gu Yi chatting with his aunts had already filled her with pent-up frustration. After all, Gu Yi hadn't uttered a single falsehood, while his aunts hadn't said a single serious word, only sarcasm and skepticism, and now they had escalated to outright mockery. As Gu Yi's girl, friend, Shinruoi felt she absolutely had to say something. Aunts, Gu Yi isn't vain at all. Every word he said from start to finish has been the truth. How can you speak to him like this? He's your own nephew. Moreover, Gu Yi has already shared his money-making methods and secrets with you all. If you don't believe him, fine, but how can you claim he's vain and materialistic? Gu Yi genuinely wanted to help his cousins get ahead, yet you slander him like this. Is that fair? Shinruoi's every word struck true, each syllable landing like a hammer blow. Gu Wenshun flushed awkwardly, darting glances at Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changren. Only when she saw displeasure flicker across her elder brother and sister-in-law's faces did she realize how unreasonable she'd been. She wanted to speak up in protest, but how could she, when they were Gu Ye's own aunts? The weight of familial deference kept her silent. At the same time, I never expected that Gu Ye's girlfriend, who appeared so gentle and delicate, would have such a sharp tongue. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. No, that's not it. We didn't mean it that way. As soon as Gu Weichun opened her mouth, Gu Ye's attention shifted away from her and settled on his mother, Zhao Yuzhu. Mom, how's the property inquiry I asked you to look into going? Oh, I asked. The property will be launching soon, Zhao Yuzhu replied somewhat flustered, forgetting to ask Gu Yi why he'd inquired about the property development yesterday afternoon. That's good. When I come back next time, I'll buy one for you and Dad so you can experience living in an apartment. Gu Yi wasn't suggesting buying an apartment for his parents now just to spite his aunts. Rather, having just overheard second aunt and third aunt discussing borrowing money, not even sparing their own younger sister, he knew his father's so-called good elder brother would be an even easier target for them. So he simply brought up the idea of buying his parents an apartment to nip Auntie's thoughts in the bud early. Sure enough, upon hearing Gu Yi wanted to buy Zhao Yuzhu an apartment, Auntie couldn't sit still any longer. She'd come to Gu Qingren's home during the Dragon Boat Festival precisely to borrow tens of thousands from Gu Ye's family. If they bought an apartment now, how could she still borrow money? Oh dear, Xiaoya, listen to your aunt. Apartments in the county aren't worth much. If you want to develop in a big city, don't rush to buy property here in the county. However, housing prices in the Magic City are incredibly high, no need to rush things.
Besides, would your girlfriend even be happy with you buying a house in the county? Wouldn't her family insist on you owning a place in Shanghai? At first glance, second aunt's remarks seemed perfectly reasonable. But Gu Wenchun, who knew full well she was only angling to borrow money from Guya's family, couldn't help but mutter shameless under his breath. I'd love to. My hometown stays cozy in winter and cool in summer. With such fresh air, how could I not love it? Shen Ruoyi blurted out eagerly. Yet when mentioning cozy in winter and cool in summer, she couldn't help but recall last night when she shared a quilt with Gu Yi, and suddenly, a delicate blush crept across her cheeks, unbearably cute. Of course you wouldn't mind, it's not necessarily you who'll marry Xiaoyi anyway. Aunt Air. Guya's sharp shout cut through Gu Wenqiu's words. She wasted all those years growing up, her brain must have gone to the dogs. Even Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Qingren's faces showed traces of anger. Though Gu Yi cut her off, how could they fail to grasp Gu Wenqiu's implication? On the contrary, Shen Ruoyi was acting silly and naive, still unaware of why Gu Yi was angry. Chapter 33, Rain ruined our shopping plans, and I still don't have pajamas to wear tonight. Ah. Xiaoyi, think carefully about what second aunt said. Second sis, that's enough. Advisor Qiu, lacking any sense of perception, still wanted to dissuade Gu Yi, but was swiftly silenced by Advisor Chun. Though she knew her second sister was foolish, she truly hadn't anticipated that she would say such things in front of Guya's girlfriend, Shen Ruoyi. If they weren't family, her second sister might very well have gotten herself beaten up. Big sis? What's wrong? Big bro, I've got stuff to do, so I'll head out first. Xiaoye, wanna come stay at my place for a couple days? Gu Wenchun hastily stood up to bid farewell to Gu Changren. Having already had her scars painfully exposed by Gu Yi today, she feared if she stayed any longer she'd need heart medication. Better to leave early than suffer further humiliation. Won't you stay for dinner? Gu Changren asked expressionlessly. Gu Yi also stood up and replied, I won't be joining you this time, auntie. Maybe next time. But it seems all of you aunties are eager to leave. I was actually hoping to chat with you all a bit longer. Still chatting? Advisor Chun shivered abruptly upon hearing this. If it hadn't been inappropriate, she truly wanted to say, have mercy, auntie, your aunt is still young and wants to live a few more years. But Consultant Chiu was baffled and couldn't understand why their eldest sister was in such a rush to leave. After all, they had agreed beforehand that bringing up the loan during the meal would make it easier to secure. You're leaving before we've even borrowed the money? She immediately chimed in. That's right, sis. Us three sisters hardly get to see big brother and sis-in-law. Having a meal together and chatting sounds lovely. I really have urgent matters. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm leaving alone. Gu Wenchun said through gritted teeth, pronouncing each word deliberately. At that moment, how she wished she could crack open second sister's head to see if there was a brain inside or just old tofu. Big bro, I'm out. See you next time. Xiaoyi, next time. Eldest sister, wait for me. Well, I'm off too. Watching as Gu Wenchun scurried out as if her tail had been stepped on, the other two hurried after her, leaving even the 3 bags of zongzi prepared by Gu Changren untouched. What crisp efficiency! As the three stepped out the gate, Zhao Yuzhu gently nudged Gu Changren, who knowingly moved to sit opposite Gu Yi and Shen Ruoyi. Your second aunt has a clumsy tongue, she often speaks rashly and offends people. Please don't take it to heart. Exactly. Your eldest aunt is quite shrewd, your second aunt is slow-witted and blunt, and your third aunt loves petty gains. If you don't like them, we can just keep our distance from them in the future, Zhao Yuzhu added, echoing Gu Chingren's sentiment. Gu Yi nodded in agreement after hearing this. Mom's summary was spot on. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, why were his 3 aunts' temperaments so different from Dad's? None of the 3 aunts had inherited even a trace of their father's warmth and kindness. Oh, no, it's fine. Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry about me. Shen Ruoyi's mind momentarily blanked, unable to immediately grasp why her parents-in-law were saying these things to her. But in the eyes of Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changren, Shen Ruoyi's slightly confused demeanor now bore the unmistakable labels of understanding, well-behaved, and considerate. The elderly couple believed Shen Ruoyi was consciously being mindful of their feelings by pretending not to care. In this moment, their hearts swelled with overwhelming emotion. What a good daughter-in-law. Is so thoughtful. Faced with her mother-in-law's sudden praise, Shen Ruoyi blushed. Though she didn't quite understand the reason behind it, secretly, she found it quite gratifying. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Let's start preparing dinner then. Gu Yi, you keep Yi company while your father and I handle the cooking. It's the Dragon Boat Festival, and it's Yi's first visit to our home after all. We must prepare a sumptuous feast. Gu Changren and Zhao Yuzhu cheerfully bustled into the kitchen, leaving Gu Yi and Shen Ruoyi alone in the living room. Gu Yi, how can we let Mom and Dad exhaust themselves? Let me go in and help too. Shen Ruoyi hurriedly stood up, wanting to go help in the kitchen, but Gu Yi refused to let go, instead wrapping his arm around her waist. Don't! Do you honestly think if I let you step into that kitchen, my mom wouldn't come swinging her rolling pin at me the second you're out of sight? Ha, stay put here for your husband's life's sake. It's not that serious. If I don't do anything, people will laugh at you and mom and dad. The old Gu family married themselves. A goddess doesn't sound good, does it? It sounds perfect, absolutely perfect. I just won't let you go. And so, with a resigned look blooming on her delicate face, Shinruoi tilted her head slightly and had no choice but to sit back down beside Gu Yi. But who would have thought Gu Yi had such an adorable side? So amusing. Meanwhile, Gu Wenqiu returned home seething with anger. She couldn't for the life of her understand why her elder sister had poked her forehead while scolding, "You've got no brains between those ears." All she did was speak some hard truths after all. In her eyes, young people today changed partners more often than they changed clothes. Though Shinruoi and Gu Yi appeared very affectionate, she was convinced that the more lovey-dovey they seemed, the less likely they were to last. What's the big deal? Once my son graduates from university, he'll definitely land a high-paying job. Advisor Chiu grumbled as she pushed the door open. A woman who had prided herself on strength all her life, she longed for her son to prove himself and surpass her elder brother's son, Gu Yi. Only then would she feel the money she'd borrowed to enroll him in the training course had not been wasted. But, when she saw her son sitting in the living room playing computer games, pounding the keyboard in rage and cursing non-stop, she froze in astonishment. The image of Gu Ye's gentle and refined demeanor couldn't help but surface in her mind. It seemed the son from the eldest brother's family could converse effortlessly with anyone, exuding an air of extraordinary grace no matter how you looked at him. Then she glanced at her own son, who had been soaked in honey since childhood. 2 sentences couldn't pass without mentioning his mother. By the third he was already calling on ancestors. When had it started? When had her son turned out like this? "Mom, I'm hungry, go cook for me." Would rice dumplings work? Could we do rice dumplings? Then I'll just have the bite around the jujube. Okay, Mom will get it for you. Advisor Chiu hastily dashed into the kitchen, unsure why his chest felt inexplicably tight. Looking back at the Gu residence, everything was peaceful and harmonious. In the end, Gu Yi still couldn't restrain Shinruoi, who ended up waiting outside the kitchen early to help carry dishes and meals. After several trips, strands of her delicate hair were already clinging to her fair forehead with fragrant sweat. Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changrun grew fonder the more they looked, utterly delighted beyond words. Throughout the dinner conversation, no outsider could tell it was Shinruoi's first visit to Gu Ye's home. They seemed like nothing less than family, with not a single flaw to critique. After dinner, the family gathered on the sofa for casual chat. Yet, a trace of worry surfaced on Shinruoi's face, because she had promised Gu Yi in the morning that after dinner, they would go shopping to buy pajamas. But now the sky outside was gloomy. It was definitely going to rain. If they insisted on going shopping now, they would surely get drenched like soaked chickens. Yet if they didn't go shopping, they would have nothing to wear at night. Sigh, so damn annoying. Chapter 34, The Essence of Food Blogging: Collecting Protection Money. In the end, Shinruoi didn't manage to go shopping after all. Instead, she spent the whole afternoon sitting on a small folding stool by the doorway. That evening, back in his room, Gu Yi considered calling Gao Fan and the other two to express his gratitude. To my surprise, they didn't even answer, only hastily replying with, "Busy now, stop blabbering," before going silent. Just as Zhang Tao's message suggested, the snack street in Magic City was packed shoulder to shoulder. With the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, the streets were teeming with shoppers and foodies. After a brief discussion, brothers Gao Fan and his 2 friends skipped their afternoon break after lunch, immediately starting preparations for the evening's deep-fried skewers. Yet no one could have predicted that the business would explode beyond all expectations. Looking out from the food truck, the line was so long its end wasn't even visible. Just one glance would make someone with trypophobia shudder in discomfort. When Gu Yi gets back, I'm definitely making him treat me to that new foot massage parlor. The newest one, the biggest one. Zhang Tao greeted the customers in front of him with a polite smile, but as he lowered his head to fry skewers, he couldn't help gritting his teeth and muttering complaints under his breath. Ding Dong appeared to have slimmed down from sweating, looking like an emotionless tool of a man. Gao Fan seemed better off, though his eyes were devoid of life. Especially when they mentioned how Gu Yi might be taking the university beautician out shopping at that very moment. None of the 3 brothers could hide their discontent. The snack cart was swarmed with customers. There were little girls clutching rice dumplings with pouting lips, sultry mature women sipping coffee, and even bubbly women speaking with a distinctive Fengtian accent. Thus, Sun Xiaoxiao, the internet celebrity fully masked with a face covering and sunglasses, naturally didn't attract much extra attention. Sun Xiaoxiao was a viral live streamer who built her fortune through shop exploration videos. Just yesterday, through Douyin messages and on-site scouting, she'd learned about the dark horse that had emerged on Times Snack Street, Gu Yi's food cart. She had no idea until she asked around, and the revelation shocked her to the core. What kind of food cart could single-handedly swallow up a third of the entire Snack Street's business? But seeing it in person today, she couldn't blame the rumors for being exaggerated. Especially when she witnessed the girl she'd interviewed yesterday holding up her skirt as she chased wildly after the moving food cart. The sight left her utterly petrified on the spot.
By the time she regained her composure from the chaos, the line had already grown long, almost unrealistically so. Such a perfectly synchronized queue was something she'd only ever witnessed when hiring online trolls to flood reviews with fake praise. The business is booming, and diners are raving about it. Could there be some addictive additives mixed into the seasonings? Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter under her breath, completely unaware that the burly man in front and the young woman behind had overheard every word. Little sister, you can eat whatever you want, but don't just throw around accusations. The reason this shop's fried skewers taste so good is rumored to be because their dipping sauce was created by a state banquet-level chef. After the young woman finished speaking, a deep voice boomed from the burly man standing behind Sun Xiaoxiao. Exactly. If you look down on these humble fried skewers, please move along. That way, I can get my order quicker too. Get in line? Of course I will. You came all this way, surely you won't leave empty-handed? Sun Xiaoxiao didn't argue further, but a flicker of both delight and disdain flashed through her exposed eyes. What she meant by can't leave empty-handed wasn't about buying skewers, it was about collecting protection money. Protection fees are an industry code word among food review influencers, serving the same purpose as the protection money collected by gangsters in movies, ensuring the smooth operation of a business. This was also the wealth strategy that made Sun Xiaoxiao rich. With a massive fan base across the internet, she held the power to determine whether a business thrived or failed. It was no exaggeration to say that if Sun Xiaoxiao willed it, she could bestow the title of century-old establishment on an obscure shop deep in an alley and instantly boost its business. On the contrary, she could single-handedly slander a thriving shop into utter ruin, forcing it to shut down. She once used her fans' social media influence to boycott a noodle shop until it closed due to lack of business, and Sun Xiaoxiao had even bragged about this achievement to other live streamers of the same niche. As if what she did was some righteous act of justice, completely indifferent to whether karma would come knocking? I wonder how she'd react if she knew the owner of that ruined noodle shop committed suicide by charcoal burning out of sheer despair. To others, the food cart before them held the delicious snacks they'd been craving. But to Sun Xiaoxiao, that was a golden treasure vault. Finally, it was Sun Xiaoxiao's turn at the food cart. Feigning careful selection, she picked out a few skewers, and while Zhang Tao began frying them, she seized the moment to ask, "Handsome, are you the owner here?" No, the boss went back to his hometown. Do you need something? Oh, I see, no problem. I'll come back later. Sun Xiaoxiao took the skewers and walked away from the line, contemplating as she made her way to a stone pillar not far away. She tossed the perfectly cooked, aromatic skewer into the trash without hesitation, her eyes filled with disgust. Unable to bear it, she even took out disinfectant and meticulously wiped her hands for quite some time. It's fine even if the boss isn't here. We can just pry some information out of the employees first. If an employee accidentally spills the beans, it'd be a huge help to me. Just like that, Sun Xiaoxiao staked out for an hour and a half, during which she couldn't help marveling more than once at how booming Guya's snack cart business was. Her eyes nearly turned into the shape of gold ingots from sheer amazement. Business is so good, you must be making 5,000 or 6,000 in sales per night, right? That's really great. Seeing the queue of people being dispersed, Sun Xiaoxiao knew it was her turn to step up. Muttering "don't be ungrateful" under her breath, she walked around to the back of the food cart. Hello, we're completely sold out for today, sorry about that. Ding Dong looked up at the newcomer and said apologetically. But Sun Xiaoxiao waved it off nonchalantly, even dismissively. Can I ask you a few questions? She said. Who's at the door? Ding Dong asked. It's you. What's the matter? Zhang Tao stepped out of the car upon hearing the conversation and immediately spotted Sun Xiaoxiao in her full gear. Her peculiar outfit was so memorable that he recalled selling her fried skewers before. Tower, she said she wanted to ask me a few questions, but never mind. You ask him instead, I need to go pack my things. Ding Dong shoved Zhang Tao out the door without hesitation, leaving the latter somewhat helpless. He couldn't shake the feeling that this guy harbored some shady intentions. Alright, if you have any questions, just ask me. Zhang Tao had always been quite tolerant towards women, but never did he expect that the very first question out of her mouth would infuriate him. Your business is doing so well, with so many repeat customers buying so much, is there some secret to it? Or perhaps, a secret recipe? Like, additives? Is this a question? Clearly looking for trouble, trying to smear us, huh? Even Gao Fan and Ding Dong couldn't help cursing internally when they heard Sun Xiaoxiao's question. What the fuck kind of additives are you talking about, you damn idiot? Chapter 35, Using Additives? That's just shady business. Ma'am, you can't go around making such wild accusations. We have all the necessary permits, including health certificates and business licenses. If you keep making false accusations, we have the right to sue you. Zhang Tao's tone turned icy in an instant. How could anyone possibly expect him to speak kindly about such unfounded wishful thinking? Giggle, don't rush, just joking. Since the boss isn't here, I'll come back another day. Sun Xiaoxiao covered her mouth while giggling, appearing completely airhead at first glance. Little did anyone know, the more she seemed this way, the higher the likelihood she'd strike without warning. As she left, Zhang Tao, Gao Fan, and Ding Dong's expressions turned grave. Though they were still undergraduate students without workplace experience, no one admitted to Shanghai's elite dual first-class university could possibly be a fool. So they could roughly guess what was going on. That woman just now was probably jealous of their thriving snack cart business. Fear not the thief who steals, but the thief who covets. Alright, hurry up and get ready. When we get back, I'll tell Gu Yi and see what he thinks. Zhang Tao interrupted Gao Fan and Ding Dong's whispering, speeding up his packing. At the same time, he grew increasingly convinced of his intuition. That woman meant no good. Just as Zhang Tao suspected, after leaving the food street, Sun Xiaoxiao got into her Ferrari and headed home, cursing Zhang Tao and his two companions the whole way. Who do they think they are? Threatening to sue me? Do they believe for a second I can't shut down their pathetic stall? Humph. If it weren't for their booming business, which lets me skim more off the top, I'd have already driven them out of operation. Just you wait, Zhang Tao, right? If you're the boss, you'll regret it sooner or later. Sun Xiaoxiao stomped on the gas pedal all the way home, ignoring the guild leader's urgent messages about her livestream. Fuming with anger, she plopped down in front of her computer and furiously started editing the video. If Zhang Tao and the other two could see it, they would undoubtedly be shocked, because the videos on the computer screen were all clips of them in the food truck. It seemed that repeat offender Sun Xiaoxiao had spent a mere dozen minutes to finish the editing job. After another 10 minutes, I recorded the copy via voice input and checked it perfectly smooth, with no traces of splicing or clumsy stitching whatsoever. Dark horse? Watch me turn you into a donkey. With a cold snort, Sun Xiaoxiao posted the video on the Douyin platform and splurged on a round of promotions. That's not all, she immediately reached out to a group of anti-fans and paid trolls in the chat. Having done all this, Sun Xiaoxiao leaned back contentedly in her gaming chair, closing her eyes to indulge in her triumphant fantasy. Without exaggeration, she was already envisioning Zhang Tao apologizing and begging for mercy, even handing over a red envelope to her. Hard work pays off. In just 10 minutes, the video title shocking. Unscrupulous vendors suspected of using additives to harm diners posted on her account had garnered 1,000 likes and over 300 comments. Industry insiders know that if a video can achieve this level of traffic in just 10 minutes, it means it's about to go viral, extremely viral. Sun Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, wore a faint smile, as if it was all within her expectations. Though there are many tricks of the trade, with enough practice, one becomes proficient. Even the video's title was carefully crafted with cunning intent. She used the term suspected rather than a definitive word, which both served to damage Guya's food cart while still leaving room for maneuver. Sun Xiaoxiao was just waiting for her sponsor to contact her with a red envelope, at which point she could help clarify the situation. This way, not only would she gain something for practically nothing, but she'd also pocket a tidy sum. Absolutely brilliant. Achoo! Far away in his hometown, Guyi suddenly shivered, sneezing so violently he nearly knocked Shenruoyi off the bed. What's wrong with you, Guyi? Could it be that you've caught a cold? Shenruoyi's eyes brimmed with tenderness, melting the heart of anyone who saw her. Guyi was no exception. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. It's fine, your hubby's built strong, how could I catch a cold? Achoo! Giggle your boastful. Shenruoyi laughed brightly, especially when Guyi grabbed her ticklish waist flesh, making her laugh even more flirtatiously and unrestrained. It's probably those three sons of bitches from my dorm talking about me, absolutely. No sooner had Guyi spoken than his phone vibrated. Picking it up, he saw it was indeed Zhang Tao. As Shenruoyi gave Guyi a thumbs up with her fair, delicate finger, he answered the call with a tone befitting a boss. Hey Tao, how's the profit looking? Don't even ask. We nearly worked ourselves to death, the three of us. Hearing Guya's actual voice, Zhang Tao and the other two couldn't help but start cursing. It wasn't that they were being melodramatic, today had genuinely exhausted them. For context, when Guyi personally ran the stall, he only operated for 2 hours at night. Meanwhile, they had been toiling non-stop in front of the fryer inside the food truck for a solid 7 or 8 hours without a single break. And you're asking about the profits? Didn't all the money go into your account? We've got over 3,000 in cash here, what about your end? Zhang Tao gazed tenderly at the cash piled in the money box on the bed, experiencing firsthand for the first time the harsh truth of how easy it is to spend money but how hard it is to earn it. When Guyi revealed today's earnings of 18,000, Zhang Tao immediately felt his nose tingle, barely holding back the urge to cry. Hard work pays off. Wait till I get back, I'll treat you all properly. This is real-world experience. A few more days of reflection, and you'll be unstoppable, ha! Guyi hugged Shenruoyi while comforting Zhang Tao and the others, bombarding them with all sorts of profound truths and motivational pep talks. Zhang Tao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Not far away, Gao Fan and Ding Dong suddenly perked up, sitting bolt upright. A club? Which club? Damn it! Zhang Tao was speechless. Invincible, okay? Forget your damn club. These two really know how to zero in on the keywords. One more thing, Guyi. Zhang Tao hurriedly called out to stop Guyi from hanging up. Guyi had no choice but to temporarily set aside Shenruoyi's scrutinizing gaze for now. What is it?
Probably nothing major, but I've been feeling uneasy about it.
After a moment's thought, Zhang Tao continued, tonight when we were packing up the stall, a woman wrapped up tightly came over to fish for information from me. I wanted to test her intentions, to see if she was probing whether our fried skewers contained any additives.
I got angry and chased her away. Guyi raised an eyebrow at those words.
He wasn't unaware that their booming business might attract unwanted attention, but he never expected it to happen while he was away in his hometown, not in Modu. After all, distant water can't quench a nearby fire.
All Guyi could do was instruct Zhang Tao to stay extra vigilant.
Don't worry, our fried skewers are healthy and harmless, we even change the oil daily.
Additives? We'd never stoop to using that kind of stuff. That's the truth, there's no way he would use illegal additives or anything like that.
You should know that for Guyi, with his state banquet level culinary skills, such cheap tricks are downright heresy. Hearing Guyi's words, Zhang Tao felt relieved. After chatting for a while longer, he finally hung up the phone.
Guyi initially thought he could just go to sleep.
Never did he expect that Shinruoi would actually scramble onto him using both hands and feet, then interrogate him with undeniable charm.
Nightclub? You're quite familiar with them, huh Guyi?
Chapter 36, Dad, don't yell, that's my stall. Woman, you're playing with fire. Guyi playfully lifted Shinruoi's fair chin, causing her fair face to blush unexpectedly, as if overwhelmed by a sudden wave of shyness.
I don't.
Watching Shinruoi stubbornly puff up her cheeks, Guyi couldn't resist leaning in to give her a quick peck.
Afterward, the atmosphere between the two seemed to grow even more intimate.
Especially when Shinruoi recalls the many things that happened these past 2 days at Guyi's home, her heart races uncontrollably, as if a little deer were bouncing around recklessly inside her chest.
Ding!
Detected that Shinruoi has fallen for the host countless times again. Reward, a pair of snobbish eyes.
Snobbish eyes?
Hearing the system's notification sound, Guyi raised an eyebrow, momentarily puzzled about the use of the snobbish eye ability.
Reward annotation, the snobbish eye can help the host assess potential gains from related matters. Now everything made sense.
After carefully considering the power of this ability, Guyi couldn't help but feel his heart race. It seemed improving the lives of Shinruoi and their unborn child would become much easier. Meanwhile, Shinruoi, sensing Guyi's accelerated heartbeat, blushed even more deeply. The alluring rose-red hue spread nearly to the tips of her ears.
She actually found herself indulging in a rather smug fantasy. Guyi's heartbeat quickened, was it because of me? Seems my charm is still quite potent. However, Shinruoi suddenly raised her head to look at Guyi, then said with solemn expression, Guyi, I know what you're thinking, but, can you hold on a little longer? There are plenty of young couples online who still engage in intimate activities during pregnancy, which leads to, I'm scared, so, can we wait until after our baby is born, is that okay? Ha! Guyi was completely baffled by these words. What was she talking about? None of this made sense.
Although Shinruoi looked incredibly sexy at the moment, especially wearing his half-sleeve shirt as makeshift sleepwear that barely covered her thighs, he still knew better than to act recklessly. Forget about potentially harming both Shinruoi and their unborn child. Even putting that aside, the walls in his family home back in the countryside were notoriously thin.
What if Shinruoi couldn't hold back a sound and his mother overheard?
He'd be in for serious trouble then. Glancing back at Shinruoi, her beautiful face filled with pleading, Guyi didn't have time to explain, he could only nod to reassure her.
I'll follow your lead. Thank you, Guyi. Guyi hadn't even entertained that thought, yet he never expected just a verbal agreement could move Shinruoi to such an extent. What a little silly goose, so adorable and goofy. Alright, I'll go with you to the bathroom, then we'll get ready for bed. Great. As expected, that night Shinruoi once again clung tightly to Guyi like an octopus. It must be said, without considerable self-control, one really couldn't resist. Early the next morning, Shinruoi awoke before Guyi. When she detected a familiar, comforting scent, Shinruoi first kept her eyes closed and stealthily lifted her leg. When her knee bumped into Guyi's body, she realized she'd shifted positions in her sleep again during the night. Could it be sleepwalking?
Shinruoi grew somewhat alarmed. She didn't even consider that this might be her true self. Seeing that Guyi hadn't woken up yet, Shinruoi made up her mind to return to her own blanket. But as soon as she stretched out a foot to retreat to her quilt, she immediately chickened out. Cold, so cold.
My own blanket feels like an ice cave, chillingly cold. In contrast, Guyi's blanket is so warm.
In the end, Shinruoi couldn't muster the courage to return to her own blanket. Huddled entirely in Guyi's embrace, pressing chest to back while simmering with annoyance. Why is this happening? When sleeping in the dorm, I never moved nests like this? It was already past 7 when the two got up and left the house.
Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changrun were preparing breakfast.
But just as Guyi was holding Shinruoi's hand and walking past his father's back, Shinruoi suddenly let out a soft gasp of surprise. Gu Changrun then spoke up, his voice brimming with accusatory fury.
These unscrupulous merchants nowadays are downright vile.
Not only do they pass off shoddy goods as quality products, but they also indiscriminately stuff additives into food without any regard for customers' health. Not only do they unscrupulously cut costs at the expense of public welfare, but they even have the audacity to use additives to hook their customers, utterly devoid of conscience. Guyi also agreed with his dad's words and could understand where he was coming from. After all, his father had served in the military when he was young, a man who couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of wrongdoing in his eyes. Whenever he encountered such situations, he was bound to lecture and criticize relentlessly.
But, why does the car in Dad's phone photo look so familiar? Guyi, the food truck in Uncle's phone looks so familiar. Dad, give me your phone for a second, I want to check something. At Shinruoi's reminder, Guyi also realized it.
When he took the phone handed over by his dad, both of them froze instantly.
It wasn't just vaguely familiar, it was unmistakably his own snack cart. Not to mention the cute stickers Shinruoi had pasted all over the food cart, wasn't that guy, whose eyes were practically boring into the girl's chest, none other than Zhang Tao. What's wrong, son? You look terrible.
Zhao Yuzhu approached carrying a bowl of rice porridge, about to scold Gu Changren for making a fuss, when she noticed Guyi's darkened expression. No one understood Guyi better than Zhao Yuzhu. She immediately sensed something had happened.
Dad, stop yelling. This food cart, it's mine.
Dad's scolding still echoed in his ears as Guyi replied helplessly. What infuriated him, however, was how the blogger who posted the video had shamelessly edited and dubbed it with malicious intent. Listening to her captions, it was obvious she was deliberately manipulating public sentiment. Clearly, this person was a seasoned offender. Moreover, the video's title deliberately uses the word suspected, a move designed to both incite emotions and leave just enough ambiguity, a truly malicious and cunning tactic.
What? Is this food stall yours?
Gu Changren was stunned by his son's words, before his expression darkened. He was an honest man, but he absolutely refused to believe his son would resort to such underhanded tactics as using harmful additives for profit. So after confirming this was Guyi's food cart, he chose to believe his son without hesitation. At the same time, a thought popped into his mind. The person who posted this video had malicious intentions.
Has someone got their eye on you?
Combining Guyi's comment yesterday about pretty good profits, Gu Changren immediately pinpointed the key issue.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
The person who uploaded the video is probably the jealous one. Guyi said this, wondering what Sun Xiaoxia would think if she could hear the analysis between Guyi and Gu Changren.
However,
Zhao Yuzhu, who had figured out the origins, wasn't as composed as the father and son pair. She immediately took out her phone, opened Douyin, found the video in question, and sent a direct private message. Judging by the force with which Zhao Yuzhu nearly stabbed holes in her phone screen, the content of those private messages was generously seasoned with maternal references.
Mom, please calm down.
Shinruoi approached her mother-in-law and softly offered words of comfort.
But,
then Shinruoi quickly added, Mom, let me handle this.
Thus, mother and daughter worked their 10 fingers furiously, determined to seek justice for Guyi. Chapter 37, One-Sided Public Opinion, Urgent. Mom, Dad, and I might have to return to Magic City today. Is that so? Zhao Yuzhu's expression turned slightly gloomy.
This was also the decision Guyi had arrived at after much deliberation. Of course he wanted to spend more time at home with his parents, but he couldn't just abandon his food cart business either. While he could temporarily suspend operations, if that influencer who posted the video was truly determined to target him, closing shop would be precisely falling into her trap. It would be tantamount to admitting they were using additives. So the sooner you go back, the better. Delaying too long will only make things harder to handle.
Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Changren were quite understanding about it.
Though reluctant to see their son and daughter-in-law leave so soon, they didn't cause any trouble by trying to make them stay. The elderly couple merely exchanged a glance before turning to their separate tasks.
Gu Changren went to pack the zongzi for Guyi to take along.
Zhao Yuzhu also slipped back into the bedroom, emerging moments later with a slightly faded bank card in hand. Son, this is the money your father and I have saved for you over the years.
Take it with you. You and are all alone out there without any support. Having more money on you'll give you peace of mind when facing difficulties. Mom.
Guyi was about to refuse when Zhao Yuzhu shoved the bank card into his arms, urging, is pregnant, you can't afford to be careless. Take it, just in case you need it. Unable to resist his mother's insistence, Guyi had no choice but to accept the card, warmth swelling in his heart. In this vast world, only parents would genuinely offer help without reservation. Xiaoyi, take these zongzi with you.
They're all Yi's favorites. Just reheat them when you eat, and if there's too much, store them in the fridge. Your mom made these specifically for you and If it's not enough, just say the word, your dad, and I will whip up more. Staring at the two full bags of zongzi dumplings, Shinrui and Guyi found themselves at a loss for words. Was it gratitude? The emotion behind that word felt far too inadequate. Dear, this kid Guyi usually talks without respecting boundaries. If he ever bullies you, tell me, his mom, I'll fly over right away to teach him a lesson. And another thing. Zhao Yuzhu expressed her concerns while earnestly imparting to Shinrui her secret manual for taming Guyi, who stood by with a helpless expression, too afraid to show anger, too afraid to voice a word. Not to mention he couldn't bear to bully Shinrui in the first place. What if her father came visiting sometime later and saw his own daughter being mistreated? That might very well earn him a round of military-style boxing from the man. After breakfast, Shinrui and Guyi hurried back to pack their belongings. When they came home, they had very little with them, just one suitcase each at most. But now, returning to Shanghai, Guyi suddenly felt he didn't have enough hands and feet. He had no idea where his mother even dug out that elementary school backpack from his first grade years. She stuffed it with 2 caddies of cooked spare ribs and a whole marinated chicken. Even Shinrui was holding a plastic bag containing 2 pounds of millet simply because Zhao Yuzhu had once heard her say, "Auntie, the millet porridge you make is so good." A mother and father's love is selfless and relentless like crashing waves, impossible to hold back. But honestly, with these things from mom and dad strapped to my back, no matter how far I walk or how tough life gets, there's now a reason to keep going. Guyi, mom, dad, you guys should head back now. Shinrui, mom, uncle, goodbye. Zhao Yuzhu, alright, be safe. Let me know when you arrive. Gu Changren, honest and simple-minded, waved his hands to bid farewell to his son and daughter-in-law. Only when the car carrying Guyi and Shinrui disappeared from sight did he mutter to himself, "Why hasn't she called me dad yet?" Guyi had already informed Zhang Tao and the other two about his plan to return to Modu, Magic City. However, those 3 idiots had pulled an all-nighter playing Honor of Kings and slept until noon the next day. There was no news of Guyi coming back, let alone seeing that video. It wasn't until the 3 of them groggily woke up and crawled into bed scrolling through Douyin that they noticed the video posted by Sun Xiaoxiao. "Tao, look at this video, the guy who couldn't keep his eyes off that girl looks just like you." After Ding Dong spoke, Gao Fan drowsily raised his head to take a look, then nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and not only does that guy look like Tower, but even this food cart looks similar. Damn, isn't this exactly the video from our street stall last night? These subtitles, these edited images, this headline. Holy shit, we're in big trouble." Zhang Tao was hauled out of bed by Ding Dong and Gao Fan. The 3 of them sat at the computer desk, staring gloomily at the Douyin video on their phones. Suspected food additives cause addiction. Unhygienic conditions leave a mess after the food cart departs. One customer, Feifei, has already developed an addiction, chasing after the food cart disregarding all dignity. As Zhang Tao read through the list of complaints Sun Xiaoxiao had compiled, his face twisted in fury. Unable to contain himself any longer, he slammed his palm onto the already wobbling table, nearly smashing it to pieces. What an idiot this woman is. She made my gaze look so perverted in the picture? I was just trying to read the name on that girl's chest ID badge. Damn it, my reputation's ruined in one fell swoop. Zhang Tao stopped ranting and quickly calmed himself down. The sharp-witted young man realized this ordeal wouldn't be easily weathered, especially with related videos trending across the entire internet. One misstep could give the opposition ammunition to use against them. Fortunately, some netizens in the Douyin video's comments were already defending them. "Blogger, don't make baseless accusations, okay? My colleagues at the company are practically sick of takeout, and we finally found a tasty, affordable fried skewer stall. How could you smear his reputation like this? Miss Sun Xiaoxiao, could it be that you're just jealous of Boss Gu's success?" The original poster makes a valid point. The blogger's tone is too calculated, it feels like they're deliberately towing the line between suspicion and slander. Almost like setting a trap, huh? Those who spoke kindly were either genuine fans of Guya's fried skewers or thoughtful bystanders who had analyzed the situation. But in the end, they were outnumbered. In the flood of comments from self-righteous bystanders, their voices were drowned out in the blink of an eye. Guyi is on a plane and can't be reached. We'll discuss countermeasures when he gets back. Zhang Tao glanced at Gao Fan and Ding Dong, who were already cursing Sun Xiaoxiao's mother, and tried to console them. There was really no other way but to wait. After all, Guyi was the one at the heart of their situation. Far away in the high-tech district on the other side of the city, inside a luxury apartment, Sun Xiaoxiao leisurely soaked in the bath, scrolling through her phone as she reviewed analytics. For an influencer with her follower count, the revenue from video views was negligible. What she truly cared about was the court of public opinion. When she saw the tide of opinion overwhelmingly on her side, a victorious smile crept across her surgically enhanced face. The video is trending, and public opinion is in my favor. That boss really knows how to keep his cool. Actually, this works out well. The longer you wait to contact me, the more things will escalate and the higher the price you'll have to pay. Sun Xiaoxiao was quite pleased with his clever little scheme. With her expertise as a seasoned self-media influencer, she could steer public opinion from any angle. This comment is quite amusing, suing me for defamation? Go ahead.
Every word I've written is framed as questioning, without a single definitive statement.
Even if you truly didn't use additives, there's nothing implicating me. Netizens are just so full of righteous indignation, they really can't be bothered to think critically. Chapter 38, Recognition from a fourth-generation imperial chef.
On the plane, Shinruoi slept soundly with her head resting on Guya's shoulder. To ensure she slept comfortably, Guyi didn't dare move even an inch the entire time, spoiling her to the extreme. Though negative rumors about his food stall were spreading wildly on Douyin, he didn't let it bother him too much. After all, a clear conscience fears no false accusations, there was simply nothing to worry about.
Instead, another matter weighed heavily on Guya's mind.
The weather was becoming increasingly scorching. Although he chose to set up his stall in the evenings, this year's heat seemed to have arrived earlier than usual. Even at night, stepping outside left one feeling sticky and uncomfortable all over. Most importantly, there was Shinruoi pregnant yet insisting on accompanying him to set up their street food stall on Times Snack Street every time. Once or twice is fine, but if it goes on like this for long, heatstroke is inevitable. What a heartbreaking thought.
So now, he was contemplating a new way to earn money, one that wouldn't worry Shinruoi or exhaust her.
Just like that, after a brief moment of reflection, Guyi turned his thoughts to a virtual product, Bitcoin.
Since its inception, its development has been quite turbulent.
From being completely ignored at the beginning to now fetching hundreds of thousands per piece, it's nothing short of skyrocketing to success. Of course, most ordinary people would steer clear of something that could plummet in value without warning. After all, a single misstep could wipe you out completely. And there are countless examples of people losing their family fortunes by speculating in cryptocurrencies, leading them to climb to rooftop ledges and take the fatal leap.
Guyi wasn't jumping into this rashly like some greenhorn. With his prophet-seeing eyes, he was confident he could navigate these waters with ease. In his view, the most important thing right now was to move Shinruoi out of the dormitory and get her to stay elsewhere, because sleeping in the same bed with her these past 2 nights had felt really nice. Of course, the main reason was that living off campus would make it much easier for him to take care of Shinruoi. In a vintage-style manor in Magic City, a beautiful girl wearing a JK uniform and white thigh-high socks was engrossed in gaming, so much so that she didn't even glance up when her grandfather and father passed by. Damn! One you picked execute? Li Bai brought weakness?
Xiangyao Jin, you idiot, why are you chasing Athena's ghost? Wang Ji and his son Wang Pengfei didn't get angry when they saw this, but just smiled indulgently. After all, Wang Binger was the family's only precious seedling. So they picked up the skewers that Wang Binger had set aside and got up to leave. Although with the Wang family's status, they'd long grown tired of all delicacies from land and sea, the virtue of cherishing food had been a family rule passed down through generations.
Having survived famine years, they couldn't bear to casually throw away even something oily or unclean like these fried skewers.
There's something special about the dipping sauce on these skewers.
Wang Jiha opened the plastic bag and took out the fried skewers. Just by smelling them, he could tell these meat skewers weren't ordinary. Wang Binger's father Wang Jiha took a bite of one skewer, and his eyes widened immediately as if he'd tasted something extraordinary. Keep in mind, the Wang family had produced royal chefs for generations. Just the father-son duo commanded considerable prestige in the culinary world, not to mention they had an actual royal chef in the family. Wang Lianying of the ancestor-level status had actually served Empress Dowager Cixi. That's why the Wang family dared to claim their lineage as imperial chefs, an assertion no one in the entire culinary world would refute. Coming from such a distinguished lineage, their sensitivity to the color, aroma, and taste of food was exceptionally acute. This was precisely why father and son lost their composure after just one bite of the skewers. Quick, take this to your grandfather and let him taste it,
Wang Jia urged, and the father he spoke of was none other than Wang Lianying, who once served Empress Dowager Cixi.
Alright, I'll go right now.
When the father and son presented the fried skewers, a convenient street snack, before the old master, his initial confusion quickly turned to astonishment. He picked up a skewer, cautiously tasted it, and then froze in place as if petrified. After a long pause, just as Wang Pengfei was about to call his personal doctor on the phone, the old man finally spoke. Yet his weathered, aging eyes had already welled up with tears.
Father, what's wrong? Sigh. It's nothing. The dipping sauce has something special in it. It's exactly the same as the dipping sauce prepared by that old culinary master back in the day. Must be one of his descendants. Where did you buy these skewers? Where's the person selling them? Wang Jiha and his son never expected the skewers before them to have such a remarkable origin. Even the old man couldn't help but sigh in amazement.
Father, it was Binger who bought it while playing around.
I'll go fetch her for you right away.
When Wang Binger was dragged by her grandfather to stand before her great-grandfather, her face was still full of resentment. If her great-grandfather weren't so elderly, she would have leaped into his lap to pester him without a second thought.
Great-grandpa, why did you call me here? Someone stole all the crystals. He be good, Binger. Where did you buy these skewers? Tell your great-grandpa, and he'll reward you with a golden bean. Thank you, great-grandfather.
I bought it from a small street food stall, it really was delicious. But I heard the vendor was abusing additives to make it addictive, so I didn't dare eat more.
It's all over the internet, great-grandfather. Look, Wang Binger played with the golden bean while answering truthfully.
She seemed completely oblivious to how the three elders before her had all stiffened with changed expressions.
Additives?
Ha, such baseless rumors.
Wan Lianying couldn't help but sigh with emotion.
Coming from a family of imperial chefs, they were undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about whether there were additives in food or not.
This dipping sauce is perfectly healthy, just a simple blend of seasonings. Where does this talk of additives even come from?
No matter what, he had to meet the boss who concocted such delicious and unique dipping sauce.
Pangfei, you handle the arrangements. I want to meet him.
Yes,
Grandpa. Wang Pangfei respectfully exited the room to make the necessary arrangements.
high up in the sky, Guyi could never have imagined that a major figure in the culinary world was anxiously waiting to meet him. The plane was about to land, so Guyi woke Shenruoi up early, but in her drowsy state, she seemed to have completely forgotten they were still flying in the sky.
Guyi, let me sleep a little longer, the baby in my belly is sleepy, and so am I.
Shenruoi clung to Guyi coquettishly, while a passing flight attendant couldn't help but smile like a doting aunt upon seeing the extraordinarily good-looking young couple. The guy was handsome, the girl pretty and adorable, a match literally made in heaven. It took Shenruoi a good while to snap out of it. Recalling what she just said while acting coy, her delicate face turned scarlet in an instant.
Sleepy?
Any trace of drowsiness had long been flung beyond the ninth heaven.
Ah!
Shenruoi buried her flushed face in Guyi's chest, refusing to come out no matter what. Even when it was time to disembark, Shenruoi still didn't dare turn her head to meet the flight attendant's gaze.
Chapter 39 Guyi, want to make me overwhelmed? You're not qualified enough.
Being called back to school for a meeting by the university leadership during the Dragon Boat Festival holiday was already an annoying matter.
As Guyi's academic advisor, Zhou Wenxian's face was now utterly grim.
The viral Douyin video titled "Fried Skewers Suspected of Using Addictive Additives" had flooded her feed countless times. Even colleagues in the same office had recognized it was Guyi's snack stall. How could she, as his advisor, fail to identify Zhang Tao, Ding Dong, and Gaofan stationed at that food truck? Truth be told, what truly soured her mood wasn't that influencer's accusations against Guyi. It was the mockery from colleagues and their hypocritical comfort that got to her. She had full confidence in her own classmates, they would never stoop to such heartless acts for the sake of profit.
Shanxian, I didn't dare ask in the meeting, but did that student in your class really use additives? As their advisor, you should look into it. After all, we can't let anyone commit such atrocities, right? We've all eaten his fried skewers before, could they be addictive? These post-90s and post-00s students are utterly reckless. For petty gains, they'd maliciously use additives. Do they really not fear the consequences? Under the suggestive remarks of these teachers, the narrative that Guyi had maliciously used additives to addict his customers began gaining unwarranted traction. Zhou Wenxian abruptly raised her head with knitted brows. She was never one to be easily bullied. False accusations against her student? Absolutely not. I trust my student. Teacher Zhang, you should refrain from making venomous assumptions without proof. The truth will reveal itself in time. Teacher Li, you've had skewers for 3 days straight now without showing any signs of addiction, right? So please be merciful with your words, my student is still just a kid. Teacher Bai, I don't know what's made you form such a negative impression of Gen Z and post-00s generations, but no generation is inherently incapable. They'll inevitably grow into vanguards of their era. Besides, wasn't that girl who helped pick up your dropped items yesterday when you were shopping at Gen Z? And wasn't that post-00s kid who gave up their bus seat for you? Who do you think uses polite phrases like thank you and excuse me the most? It's Gen Z and post-00s youths. How can you shamelessly slander them without thinking? I've got something to do, so I'll take off now. See you. Zhou Wenxian vented a barrage of words in one breath, then strode away without looking back along the campus path. Teachers Zhang, Bai, and Li froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. They were merely envious of Zhou Wenxian's students being so capable, unable to stomach their jealousy. But honestly, I never expected Zhou Wenxian to go to such lengths to protect her students, like a mother bear defending her cubs. The weather in Magic City today is sultry, like being inside a giant steaming basket. Zhou Wenxian walked alone through the campus, brushing off her colleagues, with anxiety written all over her face. Her mind was tangled with countless thoughts, reaching the peak of emotional complexity. The words came out easily, but deep down, she couldn't help worrying. What if Guyi really went down the wrong path? No wonder her classmates called her big sister affectionately. Just this once, even under the scrutiny of the entire internet, she refused to doubt her own student, proof enough of her compassionate nature. Let's go ask about the situation at the food cart tonight. By the way, the school administration wants him to be the spokesperson for the Inspirational Pioneer campaign. Zhou Wenxian thought to herself as she saw her classmates in the group chat still buzzing with enthusiasm for Guyi's food cart.
Meanwhile, Guyi had already taken Shinruoi out for lunch and was now walking her back to the dormitory. In front of the dormitory, Shinruoi spoke up after a brief hesitation. Guyi, don't you dare get worked up or do anything rash. She was worried that the online criticism might push Guyi into doing something unwise. If Guyi were to actually lose his temper and do something reckless, what would happen to her and their baby? Guyi looked at Shinruoi's face brimming with concern, feeling warmth in his heart along with an inexplicable joy. After all, who wouldn't want to be cared for and remembered by their girlfriend? But honestly, this little fool is worrying too much. Although he was making arrangements to handle this matter, was this issue really enough to make him run around like a headless chicken or lose his cool and make mistakes? Clearly not. But to reassure Shinruoi, Guyi still nodded in agreement. Good girl, go back and catch up on your sleep. I'll be setting up stall tonight, want to keep me company? Yes, whatever happens, we'll face it together. Shinruoi clenched her delicate pink fists with such comically solemn determination that anyone watching might have thought they were eloping. Alright, I'll call you when it's time. Shouldn't you hurry back and rest now? Fine then, let me know when you get back to the dorm, okay? Guyi watched Shinruoi enter the dormitory building before pulling his suitcase toward his own dorm. When he pushed open the dorm door upon returning, what greeted him were 6 faces full of misery. Finally, you're back. Zhang Tao hurried over to greet him. For some reason, Guyi's return eased much of the anxiety in his heart, as if he'd suddenly found his anchor. Waiting for me? Why aren't you guys gaming? That's not like you. Guyi set down his luggage with a teasing grin. Gao Fan responded with a dramatic eye roll. Ding Dong was holding the tablet with a suspicious expression. Guyi, don't tell me you haven't seen the video online yet? Big trouble, big trouble, big trouble. No need to say it 3 times, and yes, I saw it, otherwise I wouldn't have cut my trip short to come back early. At this point, Guyi was furious. He had originally planned to spend a few more days with his parents, but thanks to this green-eyed monster incident, he had to rush back ahead of schedule. So what's your plan? Worst case, the business might go under, and you could even get sued. Even though the snack cart wasn't Zhang Tao's, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache over 10,000 yuan in gross profit per day. Who on earth would willingly give that up? Damn these influencers, their schemes are downright vicious. What pained Zhang Tao most was how his supposedly lecherous gaze in the video had been given a close-up, turning him into laughingstock among his classmates who joked about it endlessly. His brilliant reputation utterly ruined in one fell swoop. Facing a lawsuit? Tower just reminded me of something. Guyi raised an eyebrow, as if struck by a thought, then continued questioning. Those 48-hour food samples I asked you to prepare daily, you've kept them, right? Yeah, they're in the fridge. What for? Oh, you mean... Of course we're taking Sun Huanuan to court. What, should we keep the specimen until it rots? The previously dispirited Zhang Tao instantly perked up. This incident had happened so abruptly that it had left them all utterly distressed. Now that Guyi had a plan in motion, how could he not feel exhilarated? Ha ha, preparing for rain before it falls, brilliant as always, Guyi. I never imagined this thing could actually serve such a purpose. The gloom in their hearts instantly lifted. Guyi hadn't been idle after all. He'd begun preparations even before the incident. A clear conscience fears no evil. Prototypes alone are not enough. I need more proof. What evidence? Facing the barrage of questions from the 3 curious youngsters, Guyi played coy, simply murmuring something vague. If you can't beat them, join them. Chapter 40, Sun Xiaoxiao stirs up trouble again. Guyi's long, slender fingers danced across the keyboard at a dizzying speed, their rapid movements nearly blurring into streaks. Of course, he definitely wasn't resorting to hiding behind a keyboard warrior persona with an alt account to defend himself. That would be utterly pathetic. The so-called "if you can't beat them, join them" refers to infiltrating the troll army's headquarters to gather information and evidence for future use. Gao Fan and the other 2 watched as Guyi methodically took samples, planned, and organized, utterly dumbfounded. Was this guy really their dorm mate Guyi? Not only meticulous in thought, but also so sharp-witted? And what kind of joining was that? More like storming the enemy's stronghold, am I right? However, just as Ding Dong and the others were engrossed in watching and inwardly marveling at Sun Xiaoxiao's willingness to go all out in her sheer ruthlessness, Guyi quietly left after gathering the necessary information and evidence. There's still so much more. Aren't you gonna collect it? Zhang Tao asked, puzzled. If he were Guyi, he would have absolutely obliterated those hired trolls and haters. After all, in the eyes of these money-grubbing opportunists, the internet was just a battlefield for them to stir up trouble and distort the truth. Just think about those innocent people who couldn't bear the cyberbullying pressure and took their own lives. Doesn't it make you furious? So if there's ever an internet cleanup campaign, Zhang Tao would support it with both hands and all 3 legs. Gee, Guyi, what is this thing? Stocks? Are you trying to earn diaper money through stock trading? They were all undergraduate students from the School of Economics and Finance. Given their major's relevance, dealing with things like stocks was practically unavoidable. So when Guyi finished gathering information and turned to open the stock market interface, it was hard not to feel curious. But curiosity aside, there was no way they dared to speculate in stocks at their current level for a very simple reason: fear of losing even their underpants.
It's not stock trading, this is a digital currency exchange. Bitcoin, ever heard of it? Guyi explained truthfully. Compared to stocks, he reckoned cryptocurrency trading could make money faster. Dealing with the female internet celebrity would take at most 3 to 5 days, but what about after that? Most likely, he'd have to prepare for the arrival of his future in-laws and his own parents. He couldn't possibly take all 4 elders to that cramped monthly rental across from the living quarters, could he? The lack of space was one thing, but the poor ventilation was another. And if they happened to overhear any recreational activities through the thin walls, the embarrassment would be beyond mortifying. So, Guyi decided to carve out some time to earn money enough to buy a proper home. Bitcoin was the method he thought of on the airplane, a fast way to make money. However, if Zhang Tao and the others had heard what was going through his mind, he'd probably get beaten up. What kind of attitude was squeezing in time to earn money for a house? And what was this about speculating on crypto for quick profits? In the eyes of normal people, it was either nonsense or pure delusion. Ah, Bitcoin. I know that one. One coin, one soft model, that's the one, right? Massive reputation.
Ding Dong responded enthusiastically, simultaneously revealing his and Gaofan's true colors. When the word soft model came up, both their eyes lit up like a pair of perverts.
Hiss. How much does one Bitcoin cost? 20,000 yuan? $20,000.
Guyi stared at the computer screen as he corrected. To be honest, even he couldn't help but feel amazed. For digital currency to become this crazily popular was probably enough to leave both its supporters and skeptics utterly speechless. Who would have thought this thing would blow up? Back then, 10,000 bitcoins couldn't even buy you a pizza. And who could have imagined it would get this insane? Now a single coin costs over 100 grand? Digging further back, the peak price actually hit nearly $70,000. That's over 400,000 yuan.
Absolutely mind-blowing. It's insane. Something invisible and intangible could be worth so much. Guyi, are you really going to buy? One costs over 100,000, what if you lose it all?
My advice is to wait until we sort out the food cart issue, then expand to multiple carts.
That's the safer route, we can help you with that.
As for Bitcoin and such, just forget it. There's something sinister about it. Countless people have lost everything in that game. Zhang Tao and the other two rarely agreed on anything, but they were all trying to dissuade Guyi from jumping in recklessly.
If speculative stocks can drive retail investors to ruin with their wild swings, what about Bitcoin, that monster whose volatility puts even the most berserk stocks to shame? Beneath those red and green candlesticks must lurk countless blood-sucking vampires. No worries, I'm just dipping my toes in lightly, testing the waters. Guyi took his 3 buddies' well-meaning advice to heart, fully aware it came from genuine concern. Just as Zhang Tao and the other two were secretly breathing a sigh of relief, Guyi actually managed to register an exchange account for trading Bitcoin, and even completed the deposit.
At that moment, Zhang Tao and the others finally understood what Guyi meant by just dabbling a little.
300,000? You actually deposited 300,000? That's my niece's formula money. Guyi, hurry up and say you accidentally added a few extra zeros, let's withdraw the money quickly.
Yet instead of listening to Gaofan and withdrawing the money, Guyi swiftly purchased 2.48 bitcoins on the trading market.
Caw.
Zhang Tao and his 2 friends' jaws nearly hit the floor, while Ding Dong even gave his crotch a pinch. Ow, it hurt, this wasn't a dream.
300,000, just like that, it was all dumped into a down payment for an apartment? What if it fails? Losing everything? Who gave Guy Price the courage? Lu Haozuan?
However, the computer screen Guy Price saw was different from theirs. After activating his vision eye, he saw a flood of meticulously detailed information, so precise it was almost unsettling. USDT/BTC yield, 200%. Host sold at 6:35 p.m. today, with a profit of 600,000 yuan.
Wait.
In fact, if Guyi wished, he could use the profit eye to jump back and forth between operations, frequently buying and selling to ensure profits at every moment.
But he chose not to do so. First, Gaofan's computer was a bit outdated, and he feared it might freeze up due to sluggish performance.
Secondly, I was afraid the 3 guys behind me would be too shocked, their brains short-circuiting.
Ding dong, insane. This is absolutely insane. Zhang Tao, I'm fired up, damn. If I were your wife, I'd slap you to death. Gaofan, look, the total wallet balance dropped. You lost big. Guyi didn't care in the slightest. With trades happening in real time, fluctuations in total assets were perfectly normal.
If such minor losses were enough to scare him off, he might as well quit this adrenaline-pumping game altogether. He waited calmly until 6:30 p.m. to buy low and sell high, making a quick profit of several hundred thousand.
That feeling, pure satisfaction.
On the other hand, Sun Xiaoxiao wasn't having nearly as easy a time as Guyi. To her, this was a major deal. Executed well, it could yield a massive payout enough to live large for quite a while. So she hadn't been broadcasting since last night, instead using 18 phones and over 200 burner accounts to steer public opinion in the comments. But what puzzled her was, even with the hired trolls and her own smear campaign, she was barely managing to suppress those contrarians and the attacks from anti-fans.
This won't stump me. Since that's the case, let's add a more explosive ingredient to the mix.
Grinning smugly, Sun Xiaoxiao pulled up a photo of deep-fried skewers on her phone and began editing it. Upon closer inspection, there was a strand of hair stuck to it. Among the vibrant green vegetable skewers, there was actually a half-cooked worm. Chapter 41, Sun Xiaoxiao came to discuss business.
Time flew by.
Guyi chatted with Shin Ruoi from time to time. Yet Zhang Tao and the other two remained on high alert, staring intently at the computer screen, terrified of seeing the red and green lines on the trading chart take a nosedive.
But, even if they lost money, it wasn't their loss anyway? Finally, evening arrived, the clock struck 18:35.
Guyi pulled Zhang Tao up from the computer and sat down himself, manipulating the mouse with quick clicks. Within moments, he'd sold all 2.4 bitcoins from his wallet. At the same time, the balance in his exchange account wallet instantly surged from 300,000 to 900,000.
Guyi helped Tao out, his jaws dislocated. Oh, and, help me too. Dad, take me to the moon.
Ding Dong simply wrapped his arms around Guyi's thigh, calling him dad with genuine affection.
Who cares about ancestral honor? If it meant making money, he'd happily rewrite the family tree as a solo project.
Compared to the three of them, Guyi appeared exceptionally calm, or rather, indifferent. After confirming that withdrawals could be made at any time, he mumbled something like, so slow, only 600,000 in one afternoon? Luckily, Zhang Tao and the others didn't hear Guyi's muttering clearly, otherwise they would have definitely given him a hard time.
Making 600,000 in an afternoon and still complaining? That's just flexing in Versailles style to piss people off.
900,000 still isn't enough to buy a house, need to earn more.
After brief contemplation, Guyi thought to himself, but now it's time to set up the stall.
He had to give major credit to Zhang Tao and the crew, they had all the skewers prepped last night. Hearing Guyi was still going out to run the stall, Ding Dong at his feet showed a puzzled expression.
Don't get me wrong, but Bitcoin's making you such good money, why bother with the stall? Agreed, keep going with Bitcoin.
Gao Fan and Ding Dong were getting arrogant, after all, earning 600,000 yuan in a single afternoon was terrifyingly impressive. In contrast, Guyi's food truck, toiling under the scorching heat to earn hard-won money, simply didn't register in their eyes.
The most sensible one among them was Zhang Tao.
Rolling his eyes at Gao Fan and Ding Dong, he voiced exactly what Guyi was thinking. Online debates about the food cart are heating up. Whether it's the customers or the onlookers, everyone's waiting for Guyi's response.
If the business suddenly closes today, what would people think? Got a guilty conscience? Fleeing from justice? Or are they silently admitting to Sun Xiaoxiao's accusations?
Most importantly, if I don't take down Sun Xiaoxiao, my reputation won't recover. I was looking at the badge, not the chest.
Zhang Tao was furious.
If Sun Xiaoxiao stood before him now, he would demand an explanation. Why the hell did the close-up shot linger on the girl's chest?
Why? Tower is right. Many people curse us, but there are just as many who stand by us and believe in us. Or do you want strangers online to point fingers and call you heartless?
Ding Dong and Gao Fan were stunned, at a complete loss for words.
Forget about outsiders, if even their own classmates suspected them of deliberately using harmful additives, it would be absolutely devastating. How could they face each other after that?
And so, the four roommates walked out of their dorm together to open for business. Perhaps because of Guyi's presence, they vaguely sensed this feeling. Soon all the slander against them would be washed away. After preparing the skewers and pushing the food cart, Guyi and the others headed toward Times Snack Street. Before even reaching their stall location, Ding Dong had already cursed Sun Xiaoxiao's ancestors 18 generations back. That bastard was too infuriating.
Mother asterisk cur. Gossip is easy to make, but customers? They practically vanished overnight. How much baby formula money am I losing per day now? I hope everyone with jealous eyes drops dead. If Sun Xiaoxiao's ancestors knew she got rich by earning dirty money, what would they think? Would they claw their way out of the coffin to strangle her?
Though Ding Dong's grumbling echoed exactly what Gao Fan and Zhang Tao were thinking.
But Guyi kindly reminded them. Ding Dong, could the lack of customers be because we left an hour and a half earlier than usual today?
At this, Ding Dong's expression stiffened. He tilted his head and muttered again, damn it, damn her, damn ancestors. Arriving at the stall, he lit the stove and heated the oil, officially opening for business. Around Shiguang Snack Street, there were many people working, studying, or living nearby, ensuring a steady flow of pedestrians day and night. But today, Guyi distinctly noticed that the number of customers buying fried skewers had decreased by about 20%. To think today was even the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, when foot traffic was naturally higher than usual, yet customer numbers had still dropped by 20%. There could be no doubt, Sun Xiaoxiao's video had done its work. However, within half an hour of opening, Gui also sensed the kindness from the diners. A woman dressed like an office worker openly admitted to having seen the video. However, she didn't believe it and instead fully supported Gui's decision to continue setting up his stall today, because facts alone can shatter rumors. There was also a self-proclaimed veteran of the self-media industry who waved his hand dismissively at the mention of Sun Xiaoxiao, scoffing that such online trash would bend over backward for money. He even predicted Sun's next move: he'll definitely come to talk face-to-face with you. Half an hour later, Zhang Tao's sharp rebuke suddenly echoed from behind the food cart. Gui handed over his current task to Gao Fan and Ding Dong upon hearing the commotion, then stepped down from the snack cart to stand beside Zhang Tao. Before Zhang Tao stood a figure completely wrapped in layers, locked in a standoff with him.
Giggle, you must be the boss, right? I'm Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao boldly introduced himself when he met Gui, seemingly unconcerned about whether he'd get punched. What do you want? Gui asked expressionlessly in return. The more indifferent he acted, the more Sun Xiaoxiao felt the frustration of hitting cotton utterly powerless. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be furious after how badly I dragged him online? He must be forcing this calm act, absolutely must be. Quite impressive there, handsome. Giggle, the boss is quite straightforward too. To be honest, I never expected netizens to be so passionate about justice. I merely questioned whether the boss was maliciously using additives, and suddenly the video went viral. I feel quite uneasy about this. Seeing that Gui wasn't responding, Sun Xiaoxiao had no choice but to continue. The video currently has 45 million views, and you can see the public opinion, but I'm confident I can steer the narrative in your favor. In other words, I can help clarify things for you, or even turn the criticism into praise. You should know this represents a massive amount of traction. It's highly likely we could turn your snack stall into an internet-famous check-in spot. Sun Xiaoxiao was indeed a veteran in the business. Her words carried weight and were flawlessly delivered. But forget about swaying Gui's opinion. Even Zhang Tao standing nearby couldn't help curling his lips in disdain after hearing it. Since when was this woman so kind-hearted? Only when pigs learn to climb trees. How's it going, boss? Behind her mask, Sun Xiaoxiao was confident. She had been watching from the sidelines for quite a while, timing her appearance only after she was sure the line of hungry customers had thinned considerably. But Gui actually turned around and left. Sun Xiaoxiao was left utterly bewildered. What did that mean? Going to get cash from the car? Being this considerate? Chapter 42 Courtroom Procedures? We know them well. One of my videos hit 45 million views. Asking for 300 grand isn't much, right? Could make it all back in just a few days. You should believe in the power of influencers, especially those with a massive follower base. Sun Xiaoxiao grew more and more delighted as she spoke, as if already picturing the moment Gui would place the money in her hands. However, once Gui got into the car, he had no intention of stepping back out. Asking him to pay for a clarification? Wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting what Sun Xiaoxiao claimed, that he was indeed adding addictive additives? And if you think further, if Gui did pay up and Sun Xiaoxiao actually cleared his name, could he really guarantee she wouldn't continue blackmailing him with the same accusation in the future? You see, these internet celebrities who engage in such immoral acts have no integrity to speak of. Hey, get down here already. Do you want it or not? After waiting a moment, Sun Xiaoxiao grew impatient, especially since Gui hadn't uttered a single word the entire time. Faced with such a stubborn patron who was immune to both soft and hard tactics, Sun Xiaoxiao had no choice but to employ a combination of persuasion and pressure, trying to break through their psychological defenses. However, at this very moment, Gui's academic advisor, Zhou Wenxian, stepped forward with an older teacher. Zhou Wenxian and her colleague had clearly heard Sun Xiaoxiao's words. Being university faculty members meant they were far from foolish. It was obvious to them what had happened to Gui. He was being maliciously extorted. As Gui's advisor, Zhou Wenxian couldn't tolerate seeing her students suffer such persecution and slander, immediately stepping forward to intervene. At the same time, Gui's voice floated down from the car. Sun Xiaoxiao, is it? I have here the 48-hour sample test reports, along with records of you hiring trolls to maliciously slander me. There's also a batch of alternate accounts sharing the same IP as your Douyin account, collectively posting over 30,000 harmful comments. They played a significant role in steering the direction of public discourse. At the same time, I've also invited the 6 shop owners you've been extorting to file a lawsuit against you tomorrow. I suggest you go home now and wait to receive the lawyer's letter in the coming days. We can overlook you hiring trolls to incite your fans to hurl insults at us, but don't think you'll escape liability for the financial losses and emotional distress caused by your defamation. This is a society governed by law. You can certainly hire a lawyer, and we'll see each other in court. After saying this, Gui stepped out of the car. On his phone screen, unmistakably displayed, was a 3-minute-long voice recording. It was exactly the conversation Sun Xiaoxiao had just had with him about business dealings. While this recording alone wouldn't achieve much, if presented in court during a confrontation, it would be a fatal blow.
Even if Sun Xiaoxiao's words didn't contain obvious loopholes, combining them with her actions and illegal behavior online would be enough to make her suffer.
Nicely put.
Just as a look of panic appeared on Sun Xiaoxiao's face beneath her mask, unexpectedly, the older woman beside Zhou Wenxian even clapped her hands. Only then did Gu Yi realize the instructor had arrived,
and this elderly woman seemed to be a teacher too.
She looked somewhat familiar.
Sister Qian, what brings you here? I'm your academic advisor. How could I not be anxious when such a big thing happened? Zhou Wenxian's face showed a mix of annoyance and anger.
Even without asking, it was clear she was reproaching Gu Yi and the others for not consulting her, their advisor, after getting into such trouble.
Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Dean Charlin, my academic advisor, and also the dean of our school's College of Legal Affairs.
When it came to introducing herself, Dean Charlin gave a slight nod. Her gaze towards Gu Yi was filled with unmistakable appreciation. A promising young man to calm under pressure and sharp enough to gather favorable evidence when trouble arises.
Impressive.
Charlin had taught for over 20 years and encountered countless students, many of whom were naturally gifted. As for Gu Yi, he was clearly the type of student she admired most, calm and composed in crises, eloquent with well-organized arguments, whether they held water or not, always managing to overawe opponents first.
He was perfectly suited for studying law. If only I were a law school student. But you've forgotten one thing.
Dean Charlin abruptly changed the subject, shifting his gaze from Gu Yi to Sun Xiaoxiao.
Gu Yi, you still hold another identity. You're a student of our Modu University. When students face injustice, shouldn't they seek help from their school?
Alright then, on behalf of the Faculty of Legal Studies, we've decided that as long as you haven't engaged in any illegal or unethical behavior, the entire faculty will give you our full support. We know the ins and outs of court proceedings like the back of our hands. Hearing this, Gu Yi and Zhang Tao immediately felt their noses sting with emotion.
Who would have thought that getting into trouble off campus would actually bring teachers and even the dean to their defense within the university?
It felt just like when we were bullied as kids, and our parents stood up to demand justice for us. How could they not be moved? As for Sun Xiaoxiao, she didn't dare move a muscle. Despite having pulled this trick over 10 times before, she never imagined she'd finally kick an iron plate this time.
A college student starting a business? Reaching this level is truly impressive.
But no matter how impressive, it shouldn't be enough to shake an entire college within a university.
What nonsense!
Little did they know that Gu Yi's simultaneous pursuit of higher education and entrepreneurship, with remarkable success, had long since reached the ears of the university administration.
Zhou Wenxian also learned during the morning meeting that Gu Yi had been selected by Shanghai University as their model of inspiration. That is to say, Gu Yi would inevitably have to represent the university's reputation in the future. Yet the leading face of Magic City University was actually slandered and framed by an internet celebrity. How could this be tolerated?
As long as Gu Yi continued his entrepreneurial endeavors, he was destined to become a solid member of the social elite. Therefore, regarding Gu Yi as an alumnus, Magic City University not only wouldn't blame Dean Xiaolan for deciding to mobilize the entire law school to assist Gu Yi in the lawsuit, but would also firmly stand by this decision. This way, not only would it save face, but it would also create an image of protecting one's own, which would be greatly beneficial for both boosting the students' sense of belonging and attracting new students in the second half of the year. Sun Xiaoxiao was completely panicked. She was shrewd enough to realize that her slender arms couldn't possibly twist Gu Yi's thick thighs, so she quickly made a decision to back down, swallow her pride, and beg for peace. That boss Gu, it was my inappropriate words earlier, and my video's description wasn't careful enough.
You're a man of great stature, let's settle this, alright?
Sun Xiaoxiao was truly frightened.
How arrogantly he had acted before, how ridiculous he seems now. Her current rich and colorful material life all comes from the traffic and attention brought by fans online. If this matter with Gu Yi isn't handled properly, she could very well face ruin and even be liable for a huge compensation fee. How could she not panic? So even though her face stung terribly, it didn't matter anymore. All she hoped for now was that Gu Yi would settle this amicably with her. Chapter 43, accusing me of being too overbearing? Hilarious.
She's abandoned all dignity, even resorting to honorifics now. Sun Xiaoxiao was genuinely terrified.
She absolutely didn't want this incident to ruin her reputation.
The speed at which internet celebrities can rake in money is beyond most people's imagination. So right now, as long as she could reach a settlement with Gu Yi, saving face wasn't important anymore.
However, Gu Yi was no pushover to be taken advantage of by anyone. If reconciliation was reached this time because the other party backed down, what about next time? What if someone else became envious of his business? Another reconciliation? How would that be any different from a magpie caged and domesticated?
Besides, Gu Yi didn't consider himself some saintly fool who couldn't bear to see others cry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have meticulously planned his next steps before returning to the Magic City, nor would he have swiftly gathered evidence to outmaneuver Sun Xiaoxiao.
So, reconciliation? Impossible.
I'm sorry, Miss Sun, but instead of wasting your breath on me, you'd be better off contacting a top-notch lawyer.
This lawsuit, I'm taking you to court for sure. You've gone too far.
Sun Xiaoxiao was seething with anger and started lashing out wildly, and Gu Yi couldn't help but chuckle when she accused him of going too far. This woman really had the audacity to call white black just for her own benefit.
Am I being too harsh on others?
She conveniently omitted any mention of the overwhelming slander videos online, hiring troll armies, engaging black fans, and maliciously manipulating public opinion to cyberbully herself.
But Gu Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with her. After all, one shouldn't stoop to the level of biting a dog.
No use wasting words, better wait quietly for the court summons. With ironclad evidence in court, let's see how she tries to weasel her way out of this.
What do you even want from me?
Seeing that Gu Yi had absolutely no intention of acknowledging him, the features beneath Sun Xiaoxiao's mask twisted pitifully into a wounded knot. Such a pitiful expression. If his top patron saw him like this, he'd unquestionably earn 11 rockets, 10 flashed across the screen in real time, and 1 delivered as an exclusive offline reward. But without her top patron or her devoted fans around, no amount of leapy tones would be of any use.
You're not allowed to leave.
Just as Sun Xiaoxiao was about to step forward and grab Gu Yi's arm, a clamor suddenly erupted in front of the food cart, and mingled within the clamor was the low rumble of an engine. As everyone turned to look, what appeared before their eyes was none other than a fleet of luxury cars, with an azure blue Rolls-Royce at the center, exuding an imposing aura. They initially assumed it was some young master passing by, never expecting the convoy to come to a stop not far from Gu Yi's food cart. No wonder it caused such a stir among the crowd. Once the convoy came to a complete halt, the front passenger door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and out hopped a youthful girl clad in a JK uniform and white thigh-high socks. The next moment, she pushed an elderly man in a wheelchair from the back row toward Gu Yi's snack cart.
Gu Yi, got a big order coming your way?
Zhang Tao's eyes nearly popped out of his head, not at the sight of the schoolgirl uniform or white thigh-highs, but at the Rolls-Royce parked nearby, the car of his wildest dreams.
Gao Fan and Ding Dong couldn't help but feel nervous too, even though they just received a 3,000 yuan skewer order the day before. The sheer presence of this crowd was on a completely different level. At that moment, Sun Xiaoxiao forgot to continue pleading with Gu Yi. His entire attention was captured by the motorcade, the Rolls-Royce, the young girl, and the old man in the wheelchair. And he also thought that the two people walking on either side of the wheelchair looked very familiar. Wang Pengfei, Wang Ziha. Then the old man sitting in the wheelchair in the middle, could he be Wan Lianying?
Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a gasp, covering her mouth as shock flooded her eyes beneath the sunglasses. She was a food vlogger who had splurged in high-end hotels before.
Once, she even dined at the Buffett Grande Hotel while accompanying her top patron.
The reputation of the Buffett Grand Hotel is by no means confined to the Magic City. Its fame remains at its zenith even in other provinces. Even the wealthy and influential elites flock to its gourmet cuisine, eager to make reservations 3 months in advance. The reason Buffett Grand Hotel is so renowned lies in its founder, the Wang family. The Wang family's prestige in the culinary world parallels that of Jack Ma in the e-commerce industry. For generations, the Wangs have served as imperial chefs, earning them the nickname, the Imperial Chef Wang family, for generations of excellence. Even Wang Binger, who was pushing the wheelchair, had been so cultivated over the years that she earned her 2 Michelin stars as early as age 13.
They actually came here, for this no-name food cart? Heavens, this is insane. What's going on?
Sun Xiaoxiao kept screaming internally. Innocent as she was still praying to the heavens, please let the Wang family be here to settle a score with Gu Yi. However, things did not go as planned. When Wang Binger pushed her great-grandfather to the snack cart, her pink tongue couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth, as if she was craving the fried skewers on the cart.
Great-grandpa, this is where Binger bought the skewers. Look, the dipping sauce is right there.
Wang Binger jumped 3 feet high in excitement. The elderly man in the wheelchair slightly twitched his nose. His keen sense of smell immediately pinpointed the target of their trip. Seeing this, Gu Yi shook off Sun Xiaoxiao, walked around the snack cart, and approached the car, greeting them with considerable politeness.
Good day, sir. Is there anything I can assist you with?
Gu Yi's respectful attitude wasn't because he knew about the Wang family's prominence in the culinary world, nor because he feared offending them. After all, he himself was a state banquet-level chef, and it was far from certain who was the more skilled. Rather, his respect was directed at the 3 generations of helmsmen of the Wang family. Wang Lianying needs no introduction. He served Empress Dowager Cixi, personally fought and killed invaders during the 8-Nation Alliance, and safeguarded national treasures.
As Wang Jiha, Wang Lianying's son, there's no need to elaborate. He served in the military and fought against those damned invaders. Wang Pengfei made outstanding contributions to diplomatic relations with his signature sturgeon dragon feast.
Such a lineage across 3 generations is no ordinary kitchen staff. They might well be called a triumvirate of heroes spanning the family bloodline.
A prestigious family like yours surely didn't come here today just to pick a fight, did you? Young friend, there's no need for formalities.
This old woman came to inquire where you obtained the dipping sauce recipe used on your skewers.
So that's what this is about.
As Wang Lianying suppressed her excitement and started asking, Gu Yi understood the purpose of their visit. He had no intention of hiding it and answered truthfully, Sir, please enlighten me, this dipping sauce was indeed prepared by me.
Did you concoct this? From behind the wheelchair, Wang Pengfei exclaimed loudly, his tiger-like eyes brimming with disbelief. He had tasted it himself even left overnight. The skewer's flavor remained astonishingly superb,
especially since even his grandfather had remarked how identical it was to that of the old culinary master who once mentored him.
He initially thought Gu Yi was the old master's descendant, but to think he had developed the recipe himself? Was it too inconceivable, or a deliberate concealment?
My apologies, young friend.
I spoke out of turn.
Wang Pengfei wore an apologetic expression and seemed about to press further, but was stopped by the elderly man in the wheelchair, after which he fell into deep thought.
Instead, the sprightly Wang Jihe picked up the conversation and continued. In that case, it seems we've been troubling you. Is there anything we can assist you with? For instance, those wildly circulating rumors online?
Not far away, Sun Xiaoxiao felt as if she had been called out. If the Wang family had come looking for someone yesterday, she would never have dared to maliciously slander Gu Yi and his snack cart to death.
Chapter 44, Sun Xiaoxiao hits rock bottom. Thanks for your concern.
But these are just trivial matters, no need to trouble outsiders. Gu Yi replied with unruffled composure. Behind him, Sun Xiaoxiao turned deathly pale, calling me a trivial matter? He's got me completely figured out. By now, she could see clearly that there was no peaceful resolution between her and Gu Yi's situation.
Farewell.
Should you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to come find me at the Bathik Hotel. Having said this, Wang Jie cupped his hands in salute, then motioned for Wang Binger to push the old man back to their car. Of course, Wang Binger hadn't been idle either. Just moments earlier, she'd seized the opportunity to buy loads of deep-fried skewers. Since Dad and Grandpa both said the fried skewers here were fine without any additives, of course she was going to eat her fill.
Beifike, the Wang family. Oh, the giant crocodile, the Wang clan. Damn, no wonder the commotion was so huge. It's the Wangs.
It wasn't until the motorcade slowly drove away that the gathered customers recognized who they were. And then their gazes toward Gu Yi changed, shifted to admiration, astonishment, and curiosity. A mere food cart selling skewers could actually have connections with the founding family of the prestigious Bathik Grand Hotel.
Seems this young lad isn't simple at all. Even the imperial chef who served the Dowager Empress has come. Boss Gu's skewers must be legit. Aren't you lining up? Well, if no one's queuing, I'll go buy mine now. What bullcrap about additives? Clearly just malicious slander. Don't even try to stop me. I'm going to tear that blogger a new one. I'm going to flame her too. But since she's slandering Bosku like this, I suggest you sue her. Make her compensate for your losses. Agreed. Agreed.
The diners greeted Sun Xiaoxiao, who had maliciously posted the slanderous video, with a barrage of comments. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoxiao had taken advantage of Gu Yi and the others being distracted to quietly slip away into the darkness and disappear. She was terrified that her identity would be exposed and that she'd be torn apart alive.
But just then, Gu Yi's phone suddenly rang.
Opening it, he saw someone had mentioned him in a WeChat group chat. The group had few members, only 7 or 8, but without exception, all had suffered Sun Xiaoxiao's near extortion.
Gu Yi contacted them and gathered ample evidence from each.
Pieced together, they revealed Sun Xiaoxiao was undeniably an expert at blackmail. Whether it was grasping the shop owner's mentality of minimizing issues and settling matters quietly, or the precise control over guiding public opinion, if not for the unethical nature of her actions, she might actually be considered quite talented. Now another woman has joined the group. After confirming everyone in the group wanted to sue Sun Xiaoxiao, she poured out her heart in the group as if clutching at a life-saving straw. The elder sister's deceased husband had suffered from moderate depression during his lifetime. After largely recovering, he opened a noodle shop. He was an honest man, using wholesome ingredients, and the taste was excellent. Even Sun Xiaoxiao, after trying it, posted a video saying it was delicious. The influence of internet celebrities is indeed powerful. Because of her video, business at the shop noticeably picked up. However, Sun Xiaoxiao instead demanded 30,000 yuan from the elder sister's husband, justifying it as boosting the shop's foot traffic. Earning money means expressing gratitude is only right. The elder sister's husband had already paid up. Yet half a month later, Sun Xiaoxiao unexpectedly showed up again, demanding 50,000 outright. Just as the road in front of the noodle shop was under construction, some customers wouldn't bother to take a detour just to get there, causing business to plummet. At least, it was still enough to make ends meet. However, since Sun Xiaoxiao hadn't gotten the payout she wanted, she released a second pre-recorded video, claiming she had only praised the shop's noodles because she was paid to do so, even posting a screenshot of the transaction as proof. How could the eldest sister's husband have ever imagined that his well-intentioned gesture of gratitude would become a tool for Sun Xiaoxiao's blackmail?
Unsurprisingly, the noodle shop's business sunk to its lowest point. At times, he was even met with disdain from the surrounding neighbors, who deemed him hypocritical and morally corrupt. Under such repeated blows, on the night of July 15th, right after closing shop, the eldest sister's husband chose to end his life by burning charcoal in their home. Even in his final moments, he did not forget to transfer the day's earnings of 8 yuan back home. Although the eldest sister knew reporting this to the authorities would be futile, all she wished now was for Gu Yi and the others to seek justice for her late husband. Every time I see Sun Xiaoxiao laughing and bragging during her live streams, my heart aches with sorrow. How could ordinary people know that beneath her glamorous facade lies a filthy soul? Lady Lu, wife of Zhang Fu. Thanks everyone. After reading this long passage, Gu Yi remained unsettled for a long time, his throat dry, inexplicably able to sense the despair that the older sister's husband must have felt back then. Being born human, none find it easy to scrape together mere crumbs of silver. Encountering a vampire like Sun Xiaoxiao who can roam freely in the human world, must one really just bare their neck and await slaughter? Gu Yi, overcome with a shared sorrow, felt his eyes redden as his fists clenched with an audible crack. The message Wang's Gourmet applauds Boscu's snack stall, clean, hygienic, and additive-free, spread like wildfire. The previously dwindling popularity unexpectedly showed signs of significant recovery. Even so, Gu Yi couldn't concentrate. After handing over the stall to Zhang Tao and the others to manage, he returned to Moda University. He couldn't stand the thought of someone like Sun Xiaoxiao continuing to squander the hard-earned money of honest people. It seemed other matters would have to wait. Removing the cancerous tumor that was Sun Xiaoxiao was now the priority. For several days after that, Sun Xiaoxiao didn't dare to return home, staying at her top donor's house this whole time. She couldn't even afford to dislike the man's thick arms and broad frame anymore. She clung to him directly, knowing this person before her might be her only lifeline. And the sugar daddy, true to his name, was quite generous upon understanding the situation, expressing his willingness to help. Money was no issue, and indeed went on to arrange things accordingly. However, what this sugar daddy never expected was that, before he could even savor the memories of their passionate nights together, he was met with an overwhelming wave of public criticism targeting Sun Xiaoxiao. Shameless influencer Sun Xiaoxiao jumps to her death late at night, 90 pounds in life, with the urn included, just 3.5 pounds. What's the problem with rumors? Sun Xiaoxiao taught me that. She looks all sweet on the outside, but her heart is truly black. Extorting money again and again. Did she stumble upon the secret to getting rich quick? I've watched her early videos. Any restaurant that buys ads from her is treated like family. Are they talking about that Zhejiang noodles up there? Is it the taste of mom's cooking or the taste of home? Haha, that cracks me up. The VIP donor's scalp went numb. If this weren't his own home, he would have bolted out the door faster than a speeding train. Sun Xiaoxiao saw it too, her teary eyes fixed on the benefactor, silently pleading for a solution. Of course, she wasn't idle either, suddenly speaking up. Blaming him won't help. Should we just bury him instead? Upon hearing this, the top donor broke into a cold sweat and kicked Sun Xiaoxiao right off the bed. Get lost. I may have money, but I'm not stupid. Taking on the whole internet for your sake? Have you lost your damn mind? Get up and pack your things, then scram while you still can. As the wealthy patron departed, Sun Xiaoxiao slumped to the floor in a daze. Just a few days ago, she was still a carefree and arrogant internet celebrity. But, what about now? No place to even cry. Chapter 45, The Treasure Girl is Shinruoi. Pulling strings, giving gifts, swallowing pride, Sun Xiaoxiao tried every means of atonement. He even sneaked into Guya's dormitory at night, secretly intending to wash their feet. But it was all in vain. What would be, would be. If Sun Xiaoxiao were forgiven at this point, how could Gu Yi and the others face the pleading gaze of that widow who had lost her husband? Thus, after ignoring one court summons, Sun Xiaoxiao finally appeared in court. Yet faced with irrefutable evidence and the testimonies of elite law students from Moda University, she found herself powerless to defend anything. Even Sun Xiaoxiao's own lawyer couldn't bring himself to defend his client's actions, keeping his eyes closed throughout the entire trial. When asked, "Do you have anything to declare?" he would only respond with nothing useful. Because if he dared to offer any defense for Sun Xiaoxiao in the face of overwhelming evidence, his legal career would likely be over and he'd become the laughingstock of his peers. Thus, the trial proceeded with unusual smoothness. After all, the judge presiding over the court was a second-generation student of Dean Zhou Lan. With Zhou Lan seated in the gallery, the judge maintained perfect posture, administering justice impartially without the slightest bias. In the end, Sun Xiaoxiao's crimes compiled into more than 28 pages of documentation. These included but were not limited to false accusations, defamation, malicious extortion, and criminal offenses. Just as Sun Xiaoxiao had previously acknowledged herself, her reputation was thoroughly ruined. The fans who once formed the backbone of her arrogance became the final straw that crushed her. The thought of being cursed by hundreds of thousands of people behind your back is absolutely thrilling. Luckily, Sun Xiaoxiao has nerves of steel, otherwise, she might have become the first internet celebrity driven insane by fan backlash.
Next, we have to talk about the massive compensation Sun Xiaoxiao is facing. There are official breach of contract penalties, liquidated damages from the food shops she collaborated with for store visits, as well as various compensations for mental distress and economic losses demanded from those she harmed and blackmailed. The total amount involved reaches a staggering 50 million. Surprisingly, Sun Xiaoxiao was unexpectedly able to afford the compensation, and what's more, she paid it all by herself. In that case, no one can help but exclaim, being an influencer really pays well. Making money as an influencer is so easy. No wonder nowadays every kid dreams of becoming one. Who wouldn't want a piece of that sweet deal? Moreover, Sun Xiaoxiao wasn't even a top-tier internet celebrity, just middling at best in the online rankings. Just like that, she could still come up with tens of millions to repay the debt, all while effortlessly steering public opinion. What about that famous internet celebrity? How easy would it be to smear someone's reputation? Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. In this era where traffic is king, its reputation is indeed well-deserved. After this incident, Sun Xiaoxiao's reputation was utterly ruined. Even so, few were willing to forgive her. Those who spoke well of her only did so because they coveted her artificially enhanced beauty, what people commonly call simp fodder. Let's talk about the eldest sister. After learning that Gu Yi and his team had won the lawsuit and secured justice for her husband, she didn't show the slightest hint of joy. Instead, she sat alone in the noodle shop with their child, talking to her husband's ghost all night. After that day, the noodle shop kept operating as usual, and business gradually picked up. More kind-hearted people intentionally came to the noodle shop for a meal. The elder sister understood this was everyone's kindness. Though deeply grateful, she didn't voice it, instead silently adding extra noodles to each customer's bowl. Meanwhile, the rumors surrounding Gu Yi and his snack cart quietly dissolved without further confrontation. He didn't even need to personally clarify anything. His loyal customers had already thoughtfully cleared away any negative influence, leaving only positive buzz behind. Thus, Gu Yi's food cart truly became an internet-famous check-in spot, attracting increasingly more customers who came specifically for the reputation. Even the daily revenue grew from 10,000 to 50,000. Fortunately, Zhang Tao and the others were all capable of handling things independently. Otherwise, if Gu Yi had to handle all the skewer frying alone, it would have been utterly exhausting. Not only was Gu Yi's food cart business thriving, but other snack vendors along Shiguang Snack Street also saw their sales boosted, with daily earnings growing immeasurably compared to before. The other shop owners along the street understood perfectly well that their improving fortunes were all thanks to Gu Yi's influence. As a result, these merchants who already admired Gu Yi began treating him like their mascot of good fortune. Brother Wan's family sent over some freshly braised pork knuckles specially for Gu Yi. Brother Zhang's family freshly picked watermelons, cutting them into equally sized fruit boxes to send to Gu Yi. Lu Jie's daughter came home, bringing something for Gu Yi, but this was something that couldn't be given. While the entire snack street was bustling with lively activity, it also maintained a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. Both the city inspectors and the snack street managers were absolutely delighted. What a worry-free situation this turned out to be. A week later, Saturday arrived again. Gu Yi had no classes, but this day had lingered in his thoughts for quite a while. After this period of preparation, Gu Yi had finally saved up enough funds to buy a house. Yesterday, he had already discussed it with Shen Ruoyi, and they planned to go house hunting today. Gu Yi arrived early, waiting below the girls' dormitory building. Shen Ruoyi also disliked making Gu Yi wait too long and had gotten ready early as well, just waiting for him to call for her. Today, Shen Ruoyi was wearing a sky blue fringed dress paired with white sneakers, giving off an overwhelmingly youthful and girlish vibe. But with eyes as sharp as Gu Yi's, he spotted Shen Ruoyi's slightly protruding belly at a glance. In that instant, tenderness overflowed in his eyes until Shen Ruoyi blushed and mumbled, "I had 6 buns this morning, stuffed to the brim." As he said this, he gave her adorable little belly a playful pinch. "Cough, it's nothing, let's go." Gu Yi coughed awkwardly, while Shen Ruoyi playfully hooked her arm around his with a mischievous smile. After spending this time together, the relationship between the two had improved by leaps and bounds. Playful banter and teasing were no issue at all. Even sweet nothings and affectionate gestures could happen seamlessly in sync. Occasionally, Gu Yi would even get flustered by the risque remarks Shen Ruoyi flirtatiously tossed his way. But more often than not, their displays of affection were downright nauseating. Whether it was Tan Mengmeng, Zhang Tao, or any of their trio of friends, none could stand being around Gu Yi for too long. The couple's relentless, creative lovey-dovey acts were simply too much to bear. "Gu Yi, where should we buy a house? Have you picked out a real estate project yet?" Shen Ruoyi, who was holding onto Gu Yi's arm, looked up and asked softly. When she heard that Gu Yi had saved up enough money to buy a house, her first thought was how amazing he was to save so quickly. However, upon realizing that a single food cart couldn't possibly have earned enough for a house, she reverted to her naive self and kept asking Gu Yi where the money had come from. Yet she never once doubted whether Gu Yi's money had been obtained legally. She got upset precisely because Shen Ruoyi was worried Gu Yi might have used his parents' money to buy the apartment. The thought of taking Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Chengren's lifelong savings to purchase a home made Shen Ruoi's heart ache. How could Gu Yi not adore such a treasure of a girl? Needless to say, if Shen Ruoi ever craved pork rib soup, Gu Yi would practically tear out his own ribs to make it for her.
Chapter 46, the Ice Queen persona crumbles, acting God and makes her move.
From the dormitory building to the school gates, Shen Ruoi's rosy lips never stopped moving, chattering incessantly like an early rising sparrow.
Morning jogging underclassmen passing by couldn't even recognize, was this really Shen Ruoi, the university's reigning beauty queen? Whatever happened to her icy untouchable campus goddess image? What happened to the promise of laughing without showing teeth and speaking without raising eyebrows? Has the school beauty's infatuation muddled her mind, making her act so meek and tender? Both men and women couldn't help but look at Gu Yi with newfound respect after witnessing Shen Ruoi's transformation. Because his skills were simply too formidable. He thoroughly tamed the aloof campus belle, even making her gentle and affectionate. This was no ordinary feat. The admiring underclassmen couldn't help but feel the urge to seek him as their master. That said, Gu Yi never actually believed Shen Ruoi was truly an ice-cold beauty. She must be quite an introverted girl, which is why she gives outsiders the stereotype of being hard to get along with. Indeed, in her attempt to find out where Gu Yi's money came from, Shen Ruoi was practically clinging to him like a koala. What to do when the school belle's persona is somewhat collapsing? Online waiting, urgent. Alright, I'll tell you, just let go first. Gu Yi's face showed a trace of helplessness as he winced in pain, prying Shen Ruoi's teeth off his arm. The silly girl bit down quite hard. When gentleness didn't work, she sure resorted to brute force indeed. Upon hearing Gu Yi's promise to explain everything truthfully, her eyes sparkled with joy as she blinked rapidly, the very picture of a curious child. She truly had no idea that excessive cuteness could be lethally sweet. That day when we returned from our hometown, I studied Bitcoin a bit and found it quite promising, so I dabbled in it. I never expected to make a profit on my first try, earn 600,000 just like that. Gu Yi spoke as calmly as the breeze, his words so nonchalant that one couldn't help but wonder what others would think if they heard them. Earning hundreds of thousands and still acting so calm, you're truly the master of Versailles-style humble bragging. Shen Ruoi's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this, and when she looked at Gu Yi, a hint of amazement flashed across her gaze. Really? Wow, that's amazing. So, what exactly is Bitcoin? Well, it's a type of digital currency. Digital currency?
It's something intangible and invisible, but it can make you money, kind of like a string of code. Gu Yi tried his best to explain, but Shen Ruoi still looked completely baffled. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to interrogate him endlessly. She simply wore a bit more pride and satisfaction on her face instead. Yet when Gu Yi brought her to a villa district, she froze. No matter how much nutrition she diverted to the baby in her belly, she wasn't foolish enough to not realize the purpose of coming here.
Isn't it about buying a house? Shouldn't it be an apartment in a residential complex? What the hell is a villa? Gu Yi, did you enter the wrong navigation address? Hee, how could that be? I contacted the agent, should be arriving any minute now. Gu Yi patted Shen Ruoi's head before continuing toward the center of the villa complex, far away in their hometown. Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Chengren were stir-frying millet, all because Shen Ruoi had once said, "The millet porridge mom makes is so delicious, I could eat 3 big bowls of it." Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Chengren had taken it to heart. Even though Gu Yi had taken some along when they left, they still worried that Shen Ruoi wouldn't have enough to eat. This was no daughter-in-law being treated as family, she was being cherished like their own beloved daughter. Just as the elderly couple was bustling about in full swing, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded in the yard, followed by Gu Yi's 2 aunts pushing the door open and walking in. Zhao Yuzhu simply thought their visit was a case of the weasel paying respects to the chicken, harboring ulterior motives. Sure enough, Gu Wenchun, after calling them out of the kitchen, impatiently pulled out her phone and swiped to a video, a familiar one at that. It was the smear campaign video that Sun Xiaoxiao had posted, targeting Gu Yi in their food cart. Although Sun Xiaoxiao's account had already been banned and the original video deleted, traces of it still lingered here and there online, and one could even catch glimpses of Gu Yi himself in them. Yet it was precisely these traces that sent Advisor Chun and Advisor Chiu scurrying excitedly to Gu Yi's home. No need to ask, you just knew those two were about to put on an Oscar-worthy performance. Brother, sis-in-law, is this our dear Ye's snack cart? How could you maliciously use additives? Isn't that illegal? No wonder he could earn thousands per hour, turns out the methods were shady. Look, it's been confirmed. Could something go wrong? Has Xiao Ye called home recently? Could he have been arrested or something? Enough. Will you two ever stop? Xiao Ye is your own nephew, can't you wish him well? Gu Chengren cut off his sisters, his expression unusually grave and solemn. This sudden forcefulness actually startled Zhao Yuzhu. Was this really her usually timid husband who wouldn't speak up unless beaten half to death? Mind you, Zhao Yuzhu had already rolled up her sleeves ready to argue with these sisters-in-law, but now she suddenly didn't want to interrupt Gu Chengren after all. Is my son Gu Chengren the kind of lowlife you think he is? Did you two just get internet access or what? This video has been circulating for nearly half a month, and you're only seeing it now? Xiao Yi was framed. The lawsuit is already over, and the person who spread the rumors lost, understand? Besides, Xiao Yi has called you aunt for over 20 years. Are you made of stone? Have you no humanity at all? All you care about is watching the drama, not whether Xiao Yi is alright? And what's more, my son doesn't just make thousands in an hour anymore, now he earns tens of thousands in a single night. Doesn't that just burn you up, green with envy yet? Humph. Gu Changren finished his words in one breath, then let out a proud, disdainful snort at the end, startling his two younger sisters into an involuntary shiver. After sorting out what he said, the advisors Chun and the other woman exchanged glances, unsure whether it was true or not. After all, they seldom surf Douyin in daily life. At most, they'd open the speed version just to check in. It's astonishing that the information gap could stretch as long as half a month. At this moment, Zhao Yuzhu's phone suddenly rang. Looking down, she saw it was Gu Yi requesting a video call. Here, it's your son calling. Zhao Yuzhu handed the phone to Gu Changren, feeling immensely satisfied with the words she had just spoken. Dad, where's Mom? Can you guys see this? I've bought a house, when are you coming to Shanghai? After completing the procedures, Gu Yi immediately called his parents. After all, he was still their son. No matter how old he got, he'd always be a child to them. Something as significant as buying a house deserved to be shared. Gu Chengren's usually stern face instantly lit up with pride at these words. He deliberately glanced at the two girls, as if challenging, can your sons or daughters pull off something like this? Fine, fine. At least you bought it with your own skills, unlike some people's kids who still need their parents to dig into their burial savings for a down payment. Hearing this, Advisor Chun and Advisor Chiu felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if they were being subtly mocked by their elder brother's words. And, what's shown in the image looks like a villa. Chapter 47, Shenrui, get my dad drunk, that'll make him easier to talk to. Gu Changren also noticed his sister's reactions. His gaze followed those two startled stares, as if catching sight of Guya's figure against the backdrop of an extravagantly luxurious villa. And there were actually two Hutian white jade lions crouching at the villa's entrance. This, is my son shooting a skit or something? If circumstances allowed, he'd crawl right into the phone screen to see exactly what kind of property his son bought. Son, which floor did you buy the apartment on? Is it south-facing? Your mom says he needs regular sunshine during her pregnancy, it's good for her health. Gu Changren asked with an indirect hint, tilting his phone slightly as if trying to get a better look at the luxurious villa. Dad, I didn't buy an apartment. Apartments aren't comfortable to live in. Look, I bought a detached villa, 3 floors, with a courtyard and a pavilion. There's also a small garden and swimming pool in the back, fully equipped. As his son, Gu Yi could easily read his father's thoughts. With a smile, he turned his phone around to give his dad a clearer view of the freshly transferred villa. That's why Gu Yi's two paternal aunts widened their eyes as if they'd choked on a steamed bun. Gu Yi bought a detached villa, and in the land-scarce metropolis of Shanghai, no less. My God, how did he pull that off? Second Aunt Gu Wenqiu still refused to accept the reality before her eyes for quite some time. In contrast, eldest Aunt Gu Wenchun was proactive and quick-witted, immediately sidling up to Gu Chengren and greeting Gu Yi with all due ceremony. Xiao Yi, it's your auntie. How have you been lately? When you have time, help discipline your older cousin, so he can learn from you. He shouldn't just loaf around all day. Making big money early is what really matters. And when you're not busy, give your cousin a hand, won't you? After all, we're family. Never mind how quickly her expression changed when she mentioned being family, even her thick-skinned face couldn't help but flush slightly. After all these years, she never treated Guya's family as relatives. In fact, she repeatedly kicked them when they were down. When Guya's grandmother was hospitalized, this eldest aunt, as the oldest daughter, couldn't even spare money for meals, preferring to go hungry herself. Yet when the doctor asked whether to continue treatment for the grandmother's critical condition, she was the loudest voice clamoring that treatment was absolutely necessary. Of course, she contributed not a single penny to the medical fees, and on top of that, she'd had Guya's family home more than once. Big Brother's house should sell for about 200,000 yuan, right? Then it's settled, Mom can be saved. Back when Gu Yi was in middle school, this very aunt had nearly ruined his family. Now that he's made something of himself, she keeps coming around to collect financial advice? Seriously? Just the way she emotionally blackmailed his father into selling their house, that alone is something Gu Yi will never forget. Ha, the internet's lagging. Is our home Wi-Fi acting up again? Dad, pass your phone to Mom so she can take a look. Gu Changren, believing it to be true, returned the phone to Zhao Yuzhu's hands, but how could there still be even the slightest hint of poor signal? On the other end of the call, Gu Yi and Zhao Yuzhu chatted away happily, engrossed in their conversation. Gu Wenqiu could only rub her hands in frustration, powerless in the situation. She knew all too well by now that Gu Yi genuinely couldn't be bothered to entertain his dear aunt anymore. Xiudua's reaction time was remarkably slow. It took her several minutes before she suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed in shock. Second sister, what are you shouting about? Hurry up and beg Xiaoye to help us. That's not it, eldest sister. Big brother, the you mentioned just now, is she Xiaoya's girlfriend? She's pregnant with Guya's child? Exactly, I'm already a grandma-to-be, huh?
Zhao Yuzhu took over the conversation, her face brimming with uncontainable joy. Logically speaking, the children of Consultant Chun and Consultant Xiu's families had married quite early, yet to this day they still hadn't produced grandchildren. To say they weren't anxious would be lying. Yet who could have imagined that among the three families' younger generation, Guyi their junior would be the one whose girlfriend got pregnant first? How could Consultants Chun and Xiu, the two sisters, possibly swallow this injustice? Congratulations, sister-in-law. Brother, I have urgent matters at home, I need to go now. Gotta go. The two sisters bolted off in a flash, not even bothering to plead with Guyi to help their child anymore. Judging by their panicked expressions, it seemed like they had some urgent business to attend to. Tisk, as if it weren't just because they're afraid they'll have to give gifts when my daughter-in-law gives birth. Stingy. Let them just rot in their stinginess. Zhao Yuzhu showed no mercy with her words. Even though her two sisters-in-law had just run into the courtyard and hadn't yet left the main gate, she dared to loudly spit curses after them. Yet the reality seemed precisely so. Gu Wenchun and her sister didn't dare utter a word in retort, fleeing without even turning their heads. Where's he? You brat, release my daughter-in-law at once. Zhao Yuzhu's smile widened as she urged Guyi to hand the phone to Shenruoi. Seeing no way out, Shenruoi reluctantly took the phone and softly called out, Mom. AI. Good girl, why's your face so red? Is it very hot in Magic City today? Little rascal, where's the sun umbrella? Keeping it hidden to breed baby ones? If my daughter-in-law gets heatstroke, believe me, I'll crawl through this internet cable and slap you silly. Zhao Yuzhu's sidelong glance sent a chill down Guya's spine even across thousands of miles. He immediately scrambled to raise the parasol over Shenruoi, not daring to offer a single word in his defense. But, wasn't it Shenruoi who had put away the parasol in the first place? That's more like it. Oh, by the way, your father and I have been discussing with Ruoi's parents. We've nearly settled on the dates for our visit to your place. Next Friday works. Does that time suit you both? Next Friday meant there was still a week left. The couple exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. The timing was perfect, giving them ample opportunity to prepare. Although Guyi was the younger generation, who could blame him for stealing Xinjiangwo's precious daughter? When a son-in-law meets his future parents-in-law for the first time, bringing gifts was absolutely essential. If it weren't for Xinjiangwo and Gu Qingren's special circumstance being a mutual attraction, then Guyi would absolutely need to prepare gifts and make a trip to Shenruoi's home. Since they had agreed to come to the Magic City, Shanghai, together, the gifts had to be properly prepared. Okay, Mom, I got it. I'll prepare in the next few days. After hanging up the phone, Guyi took Shenruoi back to their home. Both the color scheme and the decor style pleased the young couple immensely. Hand in hand, they ran around the place in excitement, utterly delighted. In fact, during their very first visit, they had already picked out a nursery room for their soon-to-arrive baby. Of course, the baby would have to wait until it was old enough to actually use the nursery. However, Shenruoi soon calmed down. Yet, the thought of her parents coming to Shanghai next week sent a wave of anxiousness through her again. Perhaps because Xinjiangwo had a military background, Shenruoi was raised under relatively strict discipline from childhood. Though Xinjiangwo and Jiang Yun weren't deeply traditional parents, premarital pregnancy was still somewhat excessive in their eyes. Thus Shenruoi grew concerned that Guyi might face some hostility from her father. After much deliberation, Shenruoi finally settled into Guya's lap and began strategizing. Guyi, my dad loves drinking, just keep pouring him drinks. Once he's drunk, he won't give you a hard time anymore. Deeply moved by Shenruoi's words, Guyi couldn't help but nuzzle repeatedly against her fair neck. However, what he never expected was that while his future father-in-law didn't give him trouble after getting drunk, the man instead grabbed him, calling him sworn brother and insisting they become oath siblings. What the hell? Chapter 48. So this is why girls really whimper when waking up. Every pregnant woman has a completely different constitution. Some can still shop continuously for an entire afternoon at 7.5 months pregnant, exhausting their husbands like dogs. But others can't handle fatigue and feel completely drained at the slightest exertion. Shenruoi happened to be the latter. Although the walk from Moto University only took 10-something minutes, her little mouth hadn't stopped complaining the whole way. Now that she'd stopped, exhaustion instantly hit her. Guyi, can I nap for just a bit? Before Guyi could reply, she'd already curled up on the sofa, using his thigh as a pillow as she fell soundly asleep, her breathing gradually steadying. Silly girl. Guyi chuckled faintly and shook his head. He reached for a blanket to drape over Shenruoi's shoulders, then began tenderly stroking her silken hair and delicate frame with protective care. This tender moment kept tugging at Guya's heart incessantly, making him ache to move in as soon as possible. Because of Shenruoi and the baby, they now formed their very own family. In order to move in as soon as possible, Guyi even slipped the real estate agent an extra 1 million during their second contact, ensuring the agent would oversee the complete renovation and furnishing of the villa's interiors. Even the blanket that had just been draped over Shinruoi was personally chosen by the agency's wife at Guye's request. Eins home goods, organic, handcrafted, and gentle enough not to scratch the skin. So to take care of Shinruoi, Guye really put in a lot of effort. But this is nothing, who else would spoil his own wife if he didn't? Seeing that Shinruoi wouldn't wake up anytime soon, Guye pulled out his phone and opened a cryptocurrency exchange to check on things. Buying low and selling high only worked for small-time beginners. Yes, it could earn money, but Guye lost interest the very next day. The reason he was able to earn enough money to buy a villa in such a short time was that he tried a new type of trading strategy, contract trading. Similar to stocks, retail investors can go long or go short. Thus, with the assistance of his foresight, Guye went wild in the contract trading market, even managing to profit by stepping over the manipulations of the big players. Of course, there were also times when he lost, without exception, deliberately orchestrated by Guye. He didn't want to draw the attention of officials due to his ostentatious 100% profit rate. It simply wasn't worth the trouble. It's worth mentioning that when Guye's exchange account losses reached 100 million, the exchange kindly assigned him 6 secretaries to provide 24/7 Bitcoin trading services. Be that as it may, it was time to start a company to make profits for himself. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Guye had earned enough money to buy gifts for his future parents-in-law, and he maintained the same posture for a full 120 minutes, never moving a muscle except for his arms, all to avoid disturbing Shinruoi's sleep. Just this level of doting is enough to silence any detractors. Having slept her fill, Shinruoi stirred slightly as if about to wake, unconsciously letting out an adorable little whimper. Guye, I'm right here. What is it? What do you need from me? I want a kiss. Watching Shinruoi rub her eyes with her tiny fists, Guye's heart raced wildly. This little fool was too adorable. Forget just saying I want a kiss. Even if she demanded the stars, he'd move heaven and earth to get them for her. Mwah! Guye leaned down and gently pecked Shinruoi's delicate, porcelain-like cheek. The next second, Shinruoi, still with her eyes closed, actually wore an expression of contentment, wrapping her arms around Guye's body and then nuzzling against him like a little kitten. Who would have thought that a simple peck could make this precious girl so overwhelmingly happy? Guye, don't worry, there's nothing to be scared of. I'll put in a good word for you with Dad. If he dares to bully you, I'll bully him back. Guye's heart swelled with tenderness hearing this. Even in her drowsy state, Shinruoi was worrying for him, even proposing to stand up against her own father on his behalf. Little did they know, nearly 1,000 miles away, Shin Jiangwo sneezed at almost exactly the same moment. The simple-minded Shin Jiangwo assumed his daughter must be missing him, never imagining she'd actually been contemplating denouncing him. After lunch, Shinruoi was sent back to her dormitory by Guye. As soon as she entered the dorm, Shin Jiangwo called. During the more than hour-long phone call, Tan Mengmeng couldn't have been more exasperated. Shin Jiangwo kept showering Shinruoi with concern. Meanwhile, Shinruoi kept tirelessly singing Guye's praises. Sitting on the lower bunk, Tan Mengmeng couldn't help but wonder what kind of love potion had Guye given Shinruoi. She wanted some too, to persecute some guy's kidneys. No stall tonight. As the popularity of the snack cart grew, more and more loyal fans would wait in front of Guye's food stall every day. They were willing to queue for hours just to taste his deep-fried skewers. Feifei was just about to head out to queue at the snack street when she saw Guye's message pop up in the WeChat group chat. The phone screen was instantly flooded with comments, everything from calling him a zen-like boss setting up his stall in a carefree manner, to lamenting how unbearable life was without Guye, and so on. But there was no helping it. Guye had to move early the next morning, and Zhang Tao and his 2 unlucky pals would definitely come in handy then. If he exhausted them tonight, what would he do if they were too weak to help tomorrow? At this moment, the 3 unlucky roommates flashed wicked grins upon hearing Guye was moving out of the dorm. In the past, anyone spending nights away would be teased for weeks with jokes like take care of your health and protect your kidneys. Now that someone was moving out permanently, shouldn't they gift him a few boxes of goji berries as a thoughtful gesture? But when they heard Guye wasn't renting, instead buying a villa outright in the prestigious Imperial Dragon Manor near Moda University, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. After all, Guye was still a university student. Moving out to rent would have been normal, but buying even a modest apartment was no challenge for someone making $1 million monthly. But paying in full for a villa, that's a completely different story from buying a regular house. Especially when they heard Guye casually say, not expensive, just over 20 million, Zhang Tao and the other 2 were stunned, completely petrified. Just over 20 million? Why don't you ask if we can even spare 20,000? Gaofan, Guye, so you were a rich second generation all along. Tell me, what's your connection with that former richest man surnamed Gu? Ding dong, Dad. Bro, is playing Bitcoin really that profitable? Take me with you. I don't need a villa, just money to find a wife. A girlfriend would be enough. Zhang Tao, look at you 2 losers. Brother Gu, do you still need a secretary? Everyone, huh?
Zhang Tao, don't get the wrong idea. I wouldn't be a secretary, it's my sister. My sister studied accounting. Crowd, oh. Zhang Tao, you bastards, stop howling like wolves. Guy's about to start a company, right? I'm just trying to get my sister a job. Ha, Guy's starting a company? Gao Fan and Ding Dong immediately began to doubt themselves. Were they still good brothers? How could the gap be so huge? Chapter 49, Tan Meng Meng, from a lone wolf to a lonely old dog. Gao Fan, Tower, there's something I don't know if I should say. Zhang Tao, then don't. Gao Fan, I want to be your brother-in-law. Be a good girl now, call me brother-in-law. Ding Dong, stop messing around, she's my wife. Get lost. Boys' dorms are just like that, always trying to act like each other's elders, especially when the other guy happens to have an older sister. The teasing just knows no bounds. By the way, guy, are you really starting a company? What's it mainly about? Food and beverage? After the playful banter, Zhang Tao asked with evident curiosity, though a trace of concern lingered in his voice. These days, far too many entrepreneurs lose everything they own, while successful ones are rare as hen's teeth. Yet they believe that if Guyi continues to delve deep into the culinary industry, he will inevitably become a titan in the field. Their confidence stems from the Wang family, descendants of 4 generations of imperial chefs, who declared, this dipping sauce recipe is worth trillions. Initially, Guyi never anticipated that the Wang family would publicly endorse his fried skewers as safe and harmless online, even going so far as having Wang Binger, one of their own, praise his food cart in a Douyin video. Regardless of the other party's ulterior motives, just stepping forward during Guy's most vulnerable moment was a kindness worth recalling. The food industry? I've considered it too. Guyi got up and lay back on the bed, his thoughts racing. His cooking skills rivaled those of a state banquet chef, but running a company wasn't something one could do alone, it required a team. Besides, he didn't have enough time to handle everything personally. From this perspective, he's more suited to being a head chef in the kitchen than a boss. So then, what industry would both play to Guy's strengths and fulfill his needs? Ding! System detection confirms Shen Ruoyi has spoken over 10,000 positive remarks about the host, approval rating maxed out. Reward, Black Swan Investment Company *1. Reward has been issued, procedures have been completed. Host, please manage wisely and earn more milk powder money for the baby. The system's notification tone flashed through his mind, causing Guyi to raise an eyebrow. It wasn't because the system was being considerate, delivering a pillow just as he was feeling sleepy, but because the system's words had reminded him of something. With his natural gift of profit-seeing eyes, isn't his greatest strength assessing whether projects can turn a profit? Compared to national banquet-level culinary skills, the profit-seeing eyes seem far more suitable. Ding! The address of Black Swan Investment Company has been issued. Please proceed there at your earliest convenience, host. As the system prompt tone faded away, Guy's phone quietly rang. Seeing the number labeled Black Swan on the screen, he felt rather pleased. He liked this kind of decisive efficiency. Hello? Hello boss, I'm the CEO of Black Swan Investment. We received news that you're coming to the company. Do you have any instructions for us? Not for now, everything's fine. I'll drop by when I have time. Very well, boss. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Guyi hung up the phone, pondering when he'd have time to go take over, when he noticed Zhang Tao and the other two beside him craning their necks with wide-eyed astonishment. What's going on with you two? Zhang Tao gulped with difficulty upon hearing this, then asked with a grin, Guyi, have you already set up the company? An investment firm at that? You all heard that. Nonsense. Your phone speaker is loud enough. Did you think we haven't been force-fed enough of your and Senior Shen's public displays of affection all this time? Sorry about that. The company is indeed set up. Would you be interested in working for me? Guyi teased with a question. Regardless of anything else, just based on their brotherly bond, positions like company security, logistics, and cleaning staff couldn't possibly be given to anyone else. Yet, Ding Dong and the others shook their heads. Could it be they were afraid he wouldn't be able to afford their salaries? You've started an investment company, so your main projects must be investments, right? Gaofan pondered for a moment before asking, then added, I want to tile the Great Wall. Get lost. I still want to gild the equator. Guyi gave Gao Fan an exasperated glare. He had thought the guy would say something serious with that solemn expression, but it turned out to be completely unreliable. He even roped in Ding Dong and Zhang Tao, those two clowns whose dreams were even more ridiculous. I want to install an elevator on Mount Everest. I also want to add railings to the Yellow River. Alright, I'll invest. Happy now? Really? You're not messing with us? You provoked me first. Early the next morning, Guyi dragged Zhang Tao and the other two out of bed. They were tasked with helping Guyi move his belongings, while Guyi himself rushed to the girls' dormitory to assist Shen Ruoyi. Shen Ruoyi hadn't had a moment to rest since yesterday afternoon, busily packing, so much so that she barely had time for Guyi, all while trying to soothe Tan Mengmeng's wounded heart. Even by the next morning, Tan Mengmeng was still poking the back of her head. Rebellious Shen Ruoyi, Now that you have a boyfriend, you're ditching your bestie, boo-hoo. You're leaving. What am I supposed to do? Sleep alone in an empty room? My heart's chilled through. So lonely, so desolate, so cold. Bah! Go on, get out of here. Want some giveaway gifts from the gender studies seminar we attended? No, keep it for yourself. I'd like to use it too, but with whom?
Upon hearing this, Shinruoi immediately turned her head and glared at Tan Mengmeng with an angrily puffed-up face. Back then, she hadn't expected Tan Mengmeng's long-awaited lecture to turn out to be about gender relations, nor that the so-called little prizes would be nothing more than Durex and Jispin. Luckily, she had the sense to check what that thing was back then, otherwise, she would have swaggered back to the dorm with 2 boxes of it in hand. Wouldn't that have been utterly mortifying? At the time, she had insisted on throwing them away, but Tan Mengmeng kept saying they'd come in handy someday. Who would have guessed that even after 2.5 years, Tan Mengmeng still hadn't managed to land a boyfriend? And now that she was moving out, her friend actually wanted to foist those things on her? What was she scheming? What would Guyi think if he saw them? Would he assume she was hinting at him? At this thought, Shinruoi's cheeks instantly turned crimson red, and there was even a hint of peculiar anticipation. Thankfully, she quickly touched her little belly, snuffing out such thoughts. Don't worry, I checked after 3 months, kissy kissy, cuddle cuddle is totally fine. On one condition, the position must be right, the force must be gentle, and it's best to prop a pillow. Ouch. Xiaoxun, why are you pinching me? Let me test the pressure, you're so experienced, tell me if this feels right? Shinruoi blushed and rolled her eyes as she pinched Tan Mengmeng's thigh, but instead of realizing why her friend was annoyed, Tan actually suggested she press more lightly? You're just desperate for a man. Took you long enough. Tan Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with mischief. She stayed in college until her senior year without looking for jobs or internships, all because she wanted to date a younger junior. Yet who could have guessed that, right as graduation approached, she was still a lonely single. Ah, how pitiful and lamentable. Chapter 50, Guyi, would you like a 1 year and 252-month-old son? Here, Guyi, I'm entrusting our little classmate Shin to you. You must treat her well and set my mind at ease. In front of the dormitory building, Tan Mengmeng ceremoniously took Shinruoi's small hand and placed it in Guya's palm. Her outpouring of emotion seemed so utterly sincere that Shinruoi was nearly moved to tears. Of course, that was provided she didn't keep rambling all this nonsense afterward. Hurry up and feed Xiaoxun until she's chubby, that way I'll have a better figure than her. Oh, and I wonder if Xiaoxun will turn into a haggard housewife? Low-key kinda looking forward to it. What should I do? Ow, why are you pinching me, Xiaoxun? You should shut up now, Tan. Shinruoi rolled her eyes and interrupted Tan Mengmeng. Clearly, she couldn't trust what kind of ivory would come out of this best friend's mouth. Watching the two playing and bantering, Guyi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. There was no denying that university was a wonderful place. Not only could it broaden one's horizons, but it also brought lifelong friendships. Alright, you silly goose, let's talk business. Humph, Tan, you lucky guy, today's my housewarming party, and I'm cooking at home. Wanna come or not? Are you perhaps too embarrassed to go? Shinruoi's provocation worked like a charm. Just as Tan Mengmeng was about to turn back toward the dormitory, she immediately planted her feet and began protesting loudly. Afraid to go? You underestimate me. Not only will I go, but I'll eat my way through. I'll bankrupt you guys with my appetite. The sisters bickered with each other the whole way, but Guyi could sense something odd about them. Though they chatted and laughed along the road, there was an underlying strangeness. His intuition was actually correct. After sharing the same dorm room for 4 whole years, suddenly having to separate now left them both deeply wistful, unable to shake the bittersweet mood. But since Shinruoi was pregnant, moving out to live with Guyi was the best option, and Tan Mengmeng certainly wouldn't be so unreasonable as to stand in their way. Precisely because they were so close, Tan Mengmeng and Shinruoi had grown accustomed to not standing on ceremony with each other, making some words all the more difficult to say aloud. Yet even so, those unspoken feelings still managed to seep through. Earlier, Tan Mengmeng hadn't actually planned to follow them home, though tough on the outside yet soft inside. She wanted to return to the dormitory early, to reminisce, to grieve, and to bear it all alone. Shinruoi had sensed her friend's dejection, which was why she'd used reverse psychology to lure Tan Mengmeng back home. Perhaps their deep friendship stemmed from both being such emotionally attuned individuals. After Shinruoi left campus, someone posted intimate photos of her with Guyi on the university forum. In an instant, tens of thousands of well-wishing comments flooded the trending post titled "To our graduating campus belle will soon be gone." Guyi's street food cart became incredibly popular online, so even more people at Moda University recognized him. When people first realized Shinruoi's boyfriend was Guyi, there was no lack of discussion about them on the university forum. Now it seems they make a perfect match, and all outsiders are willing to do is offer their sincere blessings. Returning to Yulong Mansion, Zhang Tao and the other two held Guya's luggage in their arms, waiting at the entrance, stubbornly refusing to step inside.
yet Gu Yi had clearly entrusted them with the key. When questioned, the honest Ding Dong scratched his head and replied, "This is Shin Shuejia's new home, neither of you live here yet. It wouldn't be proper for us to go in." Hearing this, Gu Yi felt both irritated and touched. He immediately gave each of them a kick and then grumbled as he shooed them inside. Gu Yi wouldn't indulge such affectation, that bad habit. Stepping into the house, Ding Dong and the other two gasped in awe once more. What was the life of the wealthy like? This was it. Every brick and tile exuded luxury and opulence. To put it mildly, forget about a villa, an ordinary person would need a 30-year mortgage just to buy an apartment. Now still a college student, Gu Yi has already achieved more success than most people. To say there's no envy would be a lie. Gao Fan, this is the villa Gu Yi bought? It's huge. Zhang Tao, see? I told you Gao Fan likes big things. Ding Dong, I like big things too. Big is comfortable. Beside them, Gu Yi kept rolling his eyes. Luckily, Shen Ruoyi and Tan Mengmeng had gone upstairs to look around. If Tan Mengmeng had heard these three idiots' wild nonsense, her favorable impression of them would have plummeted. And they kept complaining about how unfair heaven was for leaving them single since birth? Pa! Serves them right, absolutely deserved. Before long, the items Gu Yi had ordered online arrived. It's a tradition in their hometown to host a feast after moving into a new home. Rather than eating out, it's better to cook at home after all. What restaurant chef could possibly compare to his own royal banquet-level culinary skills? Shen Ruoyi and Tan Mengmeng wanted to help in the kitchen. But in the end, they were sternly refused by Zhang Tao and the other two. Coming as guests to Gu Yi's home and letting their pregnant sister-in-law work in the kitchen, they wouldn't have been able to eat that meal without guilt pricking at their hearts. After all, they had all witnessed Gu Yi's cooking skills to some extent. There was no real need for them to help. Besides, playing assistant wouldn't be too troublesome, would it? Yet the preparations took the entire afternoon. Though the moving had been finished by 10 in the morning, everything wasn't ready until 6 in the evening. It wasn't that Gu Yi lacked culinary skills, rather, he had prepared far too many dishes. Had certain ingredients been available, he would have undoubtedly cooked an entire Manchuan imperial feast. As each exquisitely plated dish with its enticing aroma was brought out, every person present secretly swallowed hard in anticipation. After all, on this day, aside from Shin Ruoyi having a bowl of steamed egg custard to tide herself over, the other four had been starving the entire time. To this, Gu Yi sweetly explained, saving room in their stomachs would help ensure they finished all the food cleanly. But everyone present was sharp, how could they not see through it? Gu Yi's true nature was that of a wife-obsessed madman. Especially the scene of him carefully feeding Shen Ruoyi spoonfuls of egg custard, that was something Tan Mengmeng and the others would remember for a lifetime. Because it's too sweet. Gu Yi, don't keep any dogs at your place in the future. Just let me handle all the leftovers. It's so delicious, way better than any restaurant chef's cooking. I heard Senior Shin is having a baby girl? So Gu Yi, are you still looking for a son? The kind that's 1 year and 252 months old. Crunching sounds, so good. Zhang Tao and the other two nearly swallowed their tongues in shock, then immediately started clamoring to become Gu Yi's sons. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Gu Yi glanced around the dining table, all their people were present. So who could be at the door? As he turned on the LCD screen mounted on the wall, a petite figure dressed in a sailor uniform appeared on the display. Gu Yi found the visitor vaguely familiar, but couldn't recall where he'd seen her before. Then it was Ding Dong and Gao Fan who reminded him. Gu Yi, it's that girl who pushed Wang Jiha's imperial chef to our food stall the other day. Gu Yi suddenly understood, no wonder he felt like he'd seen her somewhere before. He almost dared to think it was from the domestic adult film section. What is she doing here? Suspicious, Gu Yi opened the door to step outside. He had previously stated that he deeply admired the third-generation head of the Wang family, and it was also the Wang family who first spoke up for him online. So no matter what, he should show this young lady the respect she deserved. Chapter 51, Gu Yi, is this still my silly girl? Wang Binger steeled herself and pressed the neighbor's doorbell, now standing at the doorstep with an awkward expression on her face. Although she often lived alone in Royal Dragon Mansion, she had never interacted with her neighbors before, let alone knocking on their door with the intention of mooching a meal. She had been eating chicken in her room when suddenly an intense aroma, the kind only found in exquisite cuisine, wafted in through the open window. This fragrance struck her soul more profoundly than the aromas she'd occasionally smelled when her great-grandfather used to cook. It's worth noting that her great-grandfather had been the imperial chef for Empress Dowager Cixi himself. Now over 100 years old, he was globally renowned, and ordinary people simply weren't privileged enough to taste his culinary creations. At the same time, Wang Binger also pondered for a moment but couldn't think of anyone whose culinary skills could surpass her great-grandfather's. Yet why does the aroma wafting from this neighbor's house give me such an astonishing, celestial feeling? If possible, I'd really like to get to know this neighbor. Maybe it'll save me from going abroad. Wang Binger muttered softly, and the next second, the majestic vermilion iron gate slowly opened, revealing a face that looked strangely familiar to her. It's you!
Wang Binger screamed in surprise, jumping 3 feet high. One might think she'd seen a ghost.
Hello there, can I help you? Gu Yi asked with a smile, though he couldn't help but wonder, was he really that terrifying? Boss Gu? Brother Gu. Hello, I'm your neighbor, my name is Wang Binger. I go to your snack stall every day, well, almost every day, to buy your fried skewers. I even have hundreds of your bamboo skewers saved up at home.
Wang Binger was so afraid Gu Yi wouldn't believe her that she nearly ran back home to fetch the bucket of skewers she'd licked completely clean.
Gu Yi couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This girl really had a sense of humor.
Though she hadn't stated her purpose yet, since she was a neighbor, he had no choice but to invite her in first.
Miss Wang, please come in and have a seat. Okay, and, Brother Gu, just call me Binger. Miss Wang sounds way too formal.
Wang Binger said with a grin, then lifted the hem of her skirt and followed Gu Yi inside. When she caught the rich aroma of food, her eyes sparkled even brighter.
That was the smell. She had a feeling that coming to Gu Ye's place today would absolutely not be a wasted trip. We're in the middle of eating. Do you want to join us? Yes. Wait, is that okay?
Wang Binger hastily corrected herself, nearly ruining her polished image.
Of course you can. As Gu Yi nodded lightly, Shen Ruoyi also rose slowly and approached Wang Binger.
She had just heard Zhang Tao and the others say that Wang Binger's father and grandfather had helped Gu Yi a great deal. Naturally, they counted as friends, and as the lady of the house, it was only proper for her to stand up and greet them.
Miss Wang, come, have a seat over here. Just call me Binger, sis. I live right next door, so let's stay in touch.
Wang Binger was quite pleased with what she had said. If she could come here often for meals, she wouldn't have to order takeout.
Oh no, rather, she could ask Gu Yi for cooking tips.
Wang Binger, as the sole heir of the 4th generation of the Wang family, was groomed from birth to inherit the family legacy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have earned her Michelin 2-star recognition at such a young age.
Though she also didn't understand why ancient culinary traditions of Great China had to obsess over some so-called Michelin ratings. How lucky. Come sit down, Binger. Shun Ruoyi's eyes curved into bright crescents.
Though inwardly astonished, she decided to sincerely befriend this little neighbor Wang Binger. Who knows, perhaps her Guyi might need connections in the food industry someday. Overall, whether it was Wang Binger or Shen Ruoyi, both women had their own plans in mind. This just goes to prove the saying, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean.
Thank you, sister. What you're eating is, the imperial feast?
Wang Binger gratefully took her seat, but froze when she saw the sumptuous dishes slowly moving along the conveyor belt of the long dining table. Even her slender legs dangling beneath the table immediately straightened in astonishment. Though born into a family of imperial chefs, she had never tasted the complete version of the Manchuan imperial feast, since ingredients like monkey brains and bear paws were no longer openly sold nowadays. Now, seeing the full Manchuan imperial feast spread on Gu Ye's dining table, how could she not be shocked?
This big brother is definitely no ordinary person. Monkey brains, bear paws, and deer tails. Ah, I'm overwhelmed. Percent. With just a glance, Wang Binger no longer dared to treat Gu Yi as just an ordinary street food vendor. Brother Gu's family background must be far superior to mine.
Wang Binger's face was already filled with shock.
Here, Binger, try this tofu.
Shen Ruoyi, sensing something, picked up her utensils and scooped a spoonful of tofu, offering it to Wang Binger. Startled, Wang Binger flinched and slid off her chair, shaking her head like a rattledrum. This monkey brain and spicy sauce, she couldn't even bear to think about it, let alone eat it. Gee, wait, did sister just say, this is tofu? Sister, is this tofu? Yes, it is tofu, just sculpted. Don't overthink it. Shen Ruoyi explained with a smile, having clearly noticed Wang Binger's unsettled thoughts and seized this chance to clarify. Although the Wang family had shown goodwill towards Gu Yi before, there were no guarantees for the future. If they ever raised the issue of monkey brains again, it could spell trouble. Among those present, only Gu Yi truly understood Shen Ruoyi's intentions. He grasped her actions almost immediately. Yet even he couldn't help being astonished. Was this really the same silly girl he often called dummy? To be so considerate, so thoughtful toward her husband, she truly deserved a reward. So when Shen Ruoyi proudly lifted her chin toward Gu Yi, seeking praise, he was already contemplating how to properly repay her when night fell. Help her take a bath? Give her a full-body massage? Both sound worth considering. But truth be told, the reason Shen Ruoyi had her mental faculties fully activated and was exceptionally sharp was solely to protect Gu Yi, hoping to shield him from any danger. If Gu Yi remained unharmed, all was well, but should any danger arise, Shen Ruoyi could even transform into a veritable Sherlock Holmes. As for Wang Binger, when she cautiously extended her delicate pink tongue to taste a bite of the braised tofu, her entire face underwent a spectacular transformation. Was that really tofu? For the first time ever, Wang Binger, the most sensitive palate in the Wang family, began to harbor doubts about herself. The bystanders like Zhang Tao and Tan Mengmeng burst into laughter at the sight, and only then did Wang Binger believe Shen Ruoyi's words. It was tofu, not monkey brain. Ha, don't worry, it's tofu, not monkey brain.
would you like to try this bear paw? It's not meat, it's tofu too. After selecting several classic dishes, Wang Binger was overwhelmed with astonishment and lingering fear.
In the end, Wang Binger simply got up from her stool with reddened eyes. It wasn't that she felt insulted, she wanted to kneel. True to her word, Wang Binger actually knelt right before Gu Yi without hesitation. Wait, it's not New Year's, no red envelopes here. Chapter 52, to praise Gu Yi, must we slander 3 generations of our own family? Gu Yi wants to adopt a goddaughter? The moment Wang Binger knelt down, Zhang Tao suddenly had this thought cross his mind.
Ding dong, and Gao Fan's minds instantly went to the gutter. Lolicon fantasy?
Gu Yi swiftly moved to Wang Binger's side, positioning himself sideways. An unearned gift brings no good fortune, and receiving an unjustified kneel could shorten one's lifespan.
Wang Binger, what are you doing? Get up quickly.
Gu Yi hurriedly tried to help her up, but when Wang Binger raised her head, everyone present saw tears welling up in her eyes. Originally a rather cute and pretty girl, her reddened eyes now made her even more pitiable and endearing. No matter how Gu Yi tried to help her up, Wang Binger refused to rise. She even seemed ready to kowtow.
Brother Gu, please help me. Woo woo. Gu Yi was utterly bewildered. Everything had been fine a moment ago. What had caused this sudden desperation? Ask for his help? That wasn't an issue at all.
Whether out of gratitude to the Wang family or their neighborly bond, he'd readily assist on both principle and sentiment.
Alright, get up first and tell me what's wrong. As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely help you. Really? I never lie.
Only after repeated assurances did Wang Binger slowly rise to her feet. Shenruoi held up the hem of her dress from behind before guiding her back to sit on the chair.
Women understand women best.
Shenruoi noticed that Wang Binger seemed to have something weighing on her heart, something subtly oppressive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly lost her composure like that.
Especially since Wang Binger was such a sweet-talking, quick-witted girl.
With maternal instincts kicking in as she herself was about to become a mother, Shenruoi couldn't bear the thought of her suffering any distress.
Brother Gu, your cooking skills surpass even my father's. My grandfather's, even my great-grandfather couldn't compare to you.
Zhang Tao and the others never expected Wang Binger to drop such a bombshell the moment she spoke.
What did she mean by saying Gu Ye's culinary skills surpass 3 generations of her family? The Wang family, for heaven's sake, a renowned giant in the global catering industry losing to Gu Ye's cooking?
Even if we take the most conservative view, considering how even Empress Dowager Cixi's notoriously picky palate was perfectly satisfied by their ancestor Wang Jihe, the imperial chef, few could achieve such a feat alone. Sure, Gu Yi is handsome, but surely they wouldn't discredit 3 generations of their own family just to hype him up.
Brother Gu, please accept me as your disciple.
If you agree, I'll go prepare the formal apprenticeship gifts right away.
Wang Binger shocked everyone again with her words. She actually wanted to apprentice herself to Gu Yi? She was even using honorifics now. Could she possibly be serious? What are you apprenticing for? To learn cooking?
This time, not just Zhang Tao and the other 2, even the usually carefree Tan Mengmeng, who was stuffing her face with the emperor's feast, shot them puzzled looks. After all, judging by Wang Binger's demeanor and appearance, she didn't seem like a girl from an ordinary family.
Such an extraordinary girl wanting to apprentice herself to Gu Yi. Surely she must have some ulterior motive? Xiaoshen, aren't you worried at all? What if something develops between Gu Yi and her? Wang Binger is still underage, it shouldn't happen.
Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. As she spoke,
Wang Binger prepared to kneel and kowtow again.
In any case, she had made up her mind. Her intuition told her that missing the chance to become Gu Ye's disciple would be a lifelong regret. Fortunately, Gu Yi pressed down on her shoulder in time, or else the young woman might truly have bruised her knees from all that kneeling.
You want to become my disciple, because you want me to teach you culinary skills? Doesn't your Wang family already have state banquet-level chefs? Aren't they more famous and skilled than me? Moreover, why are you so certain you can learn anything from me? Would your elders even approve of you becoming my apprentice?
For consecutive questions, each one deafening in its impact, forcing Wang Binger to seriously consider her propositions. Gu Yi was well aware that the Wang family's friendliness toward him stemmed largely from their astonishment at the dipping sauce he had concocted. If Wang Binger had ulterior motives in seeking apprenticeship, merely coveting his dipping sauce recipe, he absolutely would not take her as a disciple.
But if her intentions were genuine, driven by a sincere passion for culinary arts, then he might consider it.
After all, possessing banquet-level culinary skills yet only using them to cook for family was, admittedly, a bit of a waste.
Gu Yi wasn't willing to invest more energy in the culinary industry, yet he couldn't bear to see China's millennia-old culinary arts go to waste.
Therefore, taking Wang Binger as his apprentice wasn't entirely out of the question. For someone as skilled in cooking as Gu Yi, mentoring Wang Binger posed no difficulty at all. It was as effortless as lifting a hand. The most crucial point now was whether the Wang family would agree to let their 4th-generation sole heir, Wang Binger, become his apprentice. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Binger had already made up her mind. She was determined to become Guya's apprentice, and no one could stop her. So her response was, "Your disciple greets master, and Madam Master." The word Shenyang, master's wife, made Shen Ruoi's delicate face flush red. Sometimes things just escalate like that, with seniority being instantly elevated in a heartbeat. Guyi couldn't help but chuckle at her words. The girl was truly cunning. With just one sentence, she'd made her stance and resolve clear while also telling Guyi that no one could stand in her way. In that case, Guyi didn't say anything more and simply nodded, pushing Wang Binger toward the dining table. "Eat?" "Yes, master." Wang Binger's face lit up with joy. She knew her apprenticeship was as good as secured. The atmosphere in the room quickly became lively again, with the earlier apprenticeship incident turning into just a small interlude. Unlike Zhang Tao and the other two, who ate without a care in the world, Wang Binger found her astonishment growing exponentially with each dish she tasted. Master's culinary skills are simply phenomenal. Looking at Guyi again, Wang Binger couldn't help but wonder, beneath that handsome exterior, does Master possess an ancient soul? Has he been inhabited by something? How could someone so young have such extraordinary cooking skills? Guyi felt thoroughly uncomfortable under Wang Binger's intense gaze, while also sighing internally. Indeed, she comes from a family of imperial chefs, savoring and analyzing every bite of food. Since Zhang Tao had nothing better to do after stopping his antics with Gao Fan, he shifted to teasing Wang Binger. After all, Wang Binger was a young lady from a prestigious family, a true rich heiress, and might even know other similarly wealthy heiresses. If nothing else, at least she was loaded. "Binger, you apprenticed yourself to Guyi to learn cooking. You're still so young, with plenty of time ahead. No need to start dissecting your master's techniques just yet." After Zhang Tao finished speaking, Guyi raised an eyebrow. This guy wasn't just freeloading, or dumb, he actually saw through Binger's actions. Wang Binger didn't hide it either. After taking a sip of the red bean congee, she muttered softly, "Great-grandfather has been relying on medication to extend his life. He spends several hours every day slipping in and out of coma. I overheard Dad saying great-grandfather doesn't have much time left. Great-grandfather's greatest wish is to see me hold up half of the Wang family's legacy. This year's culinary championship will be my ultimate proving ground. I know full well my limitations. It's nearly impossible to compete with masters who've honed their craft for decades." At this point, Wang Binger abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with Guyi. "Fortunately, I met you. Master, you must help me. Help me defeat those grandsons." Crowd, a second ago you were calling him senior, and now they're your grandsons? Chapter 53, Shaoshen, you silly fool, you must be happy. The image of Wang Binger clenched fists and biting her lips as she furiously called culinary masters grandsons, somehow fit seamlessly? Tan Mengmeng couldn't hold back and sprayed out, the honey-glazed peanut in her mouth shooting 3 meters across the room. All eyes rested on Wang Binger, puzzled by her statement. Wang Binger didn't appear nervous either. After lightly biting her lip with pearly white teeth, she began to explain. The Culinary Masters competition is an international event held every 3 years, and this edition will take place in Magic City 6 months from now. There are 2 reasons why I called them grandsons. Everyone could feel the resentment radiating from Wang Binger, her words gritted between clenched teeth. No one interrupted, silently waiting for her to continue. First, the strongest competitors in this contest come from the small island nation of Japan. They've been plundering our Chinese culture and knowledge since the Tang dynasty, especially during the War of Resistance. They stole countless national treasures from our country. While they may value many aspects better than we do, no matter what, we were their originators, their masters, so to speak. But far from showing gratitude, for centuries they've watched us with covetous eyes, never missing a day to plot against our great nation. Now they even dare to challenge us in the culinary supremacy battle, attempting to overthrow our legacy and claim dominance in the world of cuisine. I couldn't stand it, so I called them grandsons. Wang Binger said furiously. Despite her young age, she took matters of national importance very seriously. She had even dreamed more than once of cooking the entire Sakura Island. This sentiment is a factor engraved in the DNA of her blood, impossible to discard no matter what. Hearing this, Zhang Tao and the others understood why Wang Binger had called them grandsons, though that was too polite. Beasts would have been more fitting. Not only does Sakura Island want to dominate Chinese culture and claim to be its rightful heir, but even our self-proclaimed cosmic center neighbor, the country of kimchi, behaves the same way. Didn't they shamelessly clamor a few years back that Li Bai was actually from their country? They even fabricated all kinds of evidence to back it up. Utterly ridiculous. Just imagine if Li Bai were really Korean. His famous poem would have to be rewritten as, "Before my bed, the moonlight gleams, sips on kimchi soup." And the second point? Tan Mengmeng furrowed her brows and asked. She had already been drawn into Wang Binger's account, growing furious, her knuckles cracking as she clenched her fists. Even Ding Dong and Gao Fan were fired up, eager to charge into battle on the spot, while Zhang Tao quietly deleted all the videos.
Secondly, its resentment toward the inaction of my culinary predecessors. To be fair, how could China, with its millennia-old heritage, lack master chefs with exceptional skills? The judges themselves weren't lacking in culinary prowess,
but they showed bias, favoring foreigners, and even claimed it was to promote friendly exchanges.
Our ancestral traditions are being undermined, and they're still fussing over such trivial matters. How utterly infuriating. Some are even whitewashing for the Sakura Island folks, helping them out. I swear I could grab and scar L and mow them down. One had to admit, though Wang Binger might be petite, her body was brimming with a sense of justice.
If this is what it means to be a child of privilege, then perhaps it's not such a misfortune after all. Take the first group of pilots who sacrificed their lives for the country during the Republic of China era. They were all scions of wealthy families, privileged heirs, and top students. Wang Binger finished speaking, her eyes red and her breathing heavy. Her great-grandfather had been thoroughly infuriated by such matters more than once. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room grew fervent, for after all, though humble in status, one must never forget their duty to the nation is the attitude every citizen should uphold. Wang Binger never forgot to strive for her country's glory even while participating in the culinary championship.
Naturally, as her mentor, Gu Yi couldn't stand idly by.
He immediately expressed his intention to help Wang Binger prove herself to her great-grandfather and also to shatter the so-called conspiracy of Sakura Island.
That's the spirit, Gu Yi.
As long as you teach Binger properly, just tell us about any hard or tiring tasks, and we'll handle them. Ding Dong thumped his chest to promise. Zhang Tao also comforted Wang Binger, telling her not to worry and to focus on preparing for the competition, as well as improving her culinary skills.
As for other matters, that's what they were there for, and the more they talked, the more outrageous it got.
The oafish Ding Dong clamored that he would clean the cooking station for Wang Binger.
Gao Fan declared he was perfectly capable of handling the mopping and needlework. Zhang Tao accidentally revealed his true colors. Laundry is my specialty.
I can wash anything, black stockings, white stockings, without a single thread pulled loose.
Gu Yi couldn't take it anymore.
Just as he was about to intervene, he realized Wang Binger wasn't just full of righteous indignation, her mind was also packed with outrageously bold thoughts.
These few seemed to genuinely enjoy each other's company. After eating, it was already dark.
Wang Binger needed to return home to inform the elders about her intention to take Gu Yi as her master.
Zhang Tao and the other two were treated like indentured servants, left to wash the pots, pans, and dishes.
Though the imperial feast was rare and delicious, they ended up with a towering stack of plates and bowls of all sizes. Only when the slaves were utterly exhausted, panting like dogs, did Gu Yi finally let them leave.
I have to say, the way you wolf down your rice looks quite sorry, but the way you scrape the pot and wash the dishes makes you real gentleman.
Yet as they left, all three gave Gu Yi a thumbs up in unison, not in mockery or disdain, but with genuine admiration. They were exhausted from just washing dishes, yet Gu Yi had been bustling up and down all afternoon without uttering a single complaint. What a mindset! Shen Ruoi wanted to invite Tan Mengmeng to stay overnight at their home, but Tan Mengmeng kept refusing.
Dear Shaoshen, I'll be heading back to the dorm soon too.
As the saying goes, staying overnight at a newlywed couple's place is like being a big light bulb. No, it's a big no-no.
Tan Mengmeng silently added in her heart, stay overnight? Just to listen to you and Gu Yi going and I can't handle all this sweet lovey-dovey stuff, blame it on me being a forever alone bachelor.
Sigh another day, another longing for a man, craving some male company. Not long after, Tan Mengmeng eventually returned to the dorm. Shen Ruoi wanted Gu Yi to walk her back, but he refused.
The reason was simple. First, since Shen Ruoi was pregnant, leaving her home alone wasn't safe.
Bringing her along would mean walking at night, which was even riskier.
Second, you still have to be wary of your bestie.
These were Tan Mengmeng's exact words before she walked away gracefully, humming a cheerful tune. Little did anyone know, once she turned the corner and was out of Shen Ruoi's sight, a trace of sorrow appeared on Tan Mengmeng's face. Biting her lip, she murmured with a hint of tears in her voice, "Little Shen, you dummy, you absolutely have to be happy."
Fool, let's go back home. Tan Mengmeng's figure had long disappeared from sight, yet Shen Ruoi remained standing there, reluctant to leave.
Gu Yi knew Shen Ruoi was unwilling to part and could tell Tan Mengmeng was putting on a brave face.
Regardless, the affection between the two was genuine. Gu Yi, your phone is ringing.
Shen Ruoi had just linked arms with Gu Yi when she felt her phone buzzing, vibrating against her lower abdomen.
Back in the room, Gu Yi pulled out his phone.
When he unlocked it, hundreds of mentions and private messages flooded his screen from the group chat.
What's going on here?
When Gu Yi opened the screenshot sent by Zhang Tao in the dorm group chat, he froze. The screenshot showed a Weibo trending topics list, and 2 trending topics on it vaguely looked familiar to him. A food cart's laid-back owner didn't open for 2 days, leaving tens of thousands of waiting customers on the verge of tears. Hashtag crowdfund for Bosku's baby fund, so he can sell his fried skewers with peace of mind. Looking at these 2 trending topics and their accompanying images, Gu Yi knew for certain they were about him. but it was just too ridiculous that he'd made it onto trending topics merely for not showing up at his street stall for 2 days. After all, some celebrities had to go through tremendous lengths just to get on that trending list. Wonder how those celebrities would feel knowing Guyi made it to trending twice without doing anything. Chapter 54, Shinrui, Guyi, I really wasn't trying to seduce you, believe me? He's my boyfriend. Mine. Seeing comments about the snack cart vendor online, Shinrui muttered at her phone screen before clinging tighter to Guyi's arm, as if afraid someone might steal him away. At this, Guyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't as if he had grown wings and could fly. After locking the front door, Guyi bent down to sweep Shinrui up in a princess carry, returning inside to gently lay her down on the sofa. After pulling over a thin blanket, he instructed, "Wait here for me. I'm going to pack up my things. I can help you. Be good. I'll wait for you." Although Guyi's tone was gentle, Shinrui didn't want to go against his wishes. After all, lying on the sofa watching handsome Guyi bustling about was quite pleasant. It was easy on the eyes and might help their baby inherit his best features. Who would have thought a guy like Guyi could be so meticulous with housework? His 10 slender fingers moved with such deftness that Shinrui couldn't help but swallow hard. Are you craving my body or what? Speak clearly, damn it. What was originally a small mountain of luggage piled on the ground had mostly been put in its proper place under Guyi's organization. His efficiency was impressive. But just as Guyi reached for the neatly packed pink bag, Shinrui suddenly sprang up from the couch. She came running over like a complete idiot. Don't touch it. Oh, what is it? Everyone has a curious nature. Although Shinrui's quick steps were nimble, they still couldn't outpace Guyi. In the blink of an eye, Guyi opened the small pink bag, but with just one glance, his mind conjured up a multitude of images. In an instant, his face flushed hot, his breath grew feverish, as if something within him was boiling, awakening. So it's lingerie and panties. Guyi rubbed the tip of his nose and, swallowing his embarrassment, handed the bag back to Shinrui, and then added, "Gotta admit, it smells pretty good. It's your scent. Stop talking." Humph. Shinrui waved her embroidered fist, wrinkling her nose slightly, wishing she could pounce and bite Guyi twice. How embarrassing. To think Guyi actually saw her intimate garments. It's all Tan Mengming's fault for rushing her so much, otherwise, how could she not have had time to tidy this up properly? Next time, I'll bite Mengming twice when we meet. No, 3 times to really relieve my anger. Shinrui's face turned bright red as she clutched the bag, her beautiful eyes darting around nervously. Just then, 2 foil-wrapped items slipped out of the pink bag as if on purpose, coincidentally landing right at Guyi's feet. And so, the 2 of them, 4 eyes in total, stared fixedly at those 2 items without moving a muscle. After a long while, Shinrui bit her lip and tentatively said, "Guyi, I'm telling you, would you believe me if I said I don't know what this is?" Okay, I wouldn't believe it myself either. But it really wasn't me who bought it, nor did I bring it back on purpose. It was Meng Meng, that tan girl, ugh. That time we went to the lecture, she insisted on asking the staff for 2 boxes, yet she never used a single one. What did she even want them for? She secretly gave it to me. I really didn't mean to seduce you, Guyi. By the end of her words, Shinrui lowered her forehead, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, her small hands fidgeting restlessly in front of her as if they had nowhere to rest. She truly didn't know how to face Guyi anymore. Would she even believe the words she'd just spoken if she were in his place? Probably not. If it were me, with Guyi's looks, who's to say I wouldn't pounce on him for a wild makeout session? Across from him, Guyi watched as that idiot's blush spread all the way to his earlobes, the corners of his lips curling upward without needing to guess. He already knew it was Tan Mengming's doing. In the afternoon, he saw Tan Mengming rummaging through the pile of luggage but didn't pay much attention at the time. It turns out now that she was actually trying to play a prank on Shinrui. Those 2 best friends sure have a heartwarming way of showing their affection for each other. When it came to the topic of seduction, Guyi avoided it entirely. Never mind the potential harm his recklessness could cause to the baby and Shinrui, he wasn't the type to let his desires override his common sense, was he? Alright, let's freshen up and get ready for bed. No more overthinking. Guyi packed away the little umbrella into his pocket, then gently patted Shinrui's head in reassurance. If he didn't say something soon, this silly girl would probably end up bottling it all up until it made her sick. That would be counterproductive. You're too good to me, Guyi. I feel like I can't live without you. Shinrui tugged at the hem of Guyi's clothes and whispered, then couldn't help but embrace him from behind. She was telling the truth. During this period, she hadn't noticed the changes in herself. If Guyi didn't accompany her for meals, she would lose her appetite. With him watching over her, she could eat a little more. When faced with difficulties, she would instinctively turn to Guyi for guidance. Just a short while apart, and she already felt the urge to take out her phone to chat with Guyi. Unconsciously, the stickers in her WeChat had all switched to the cute variety. Even having Guyi pat her head or receive a single word of praise from him would sweeten her heart, making the corners of her lips curl upwards involuntarily. Ice Queen school beauty? Bullshit. Seeing it this way, it seems she has fallen madly in love.
Hearing this, Guyi gently grasped Shinruoi's delicate hand, its cool and jade-like smoothness making him utterly reluctant to let go. Shinruoi can't live without me? He felt secretly pleased with himself. If you can't live without me, then don't ever leave. After 100 years, we'll share the same grave. Pfft, ha Guyi, are you telling cheesy pickup lines now? Listening to Guyi's words, Shinruoi couldn't help but let out an adorable laugh. Perhaps caught up in the moment, after teasing Guyi for his corny pickup line, she blurted out, "We'll see about whether it's a scam or not, but tonight we can share a quilt, okay? I want a cuddle." The moment the words left her mouth, Shinruoi froze. She blinked, not quite processing what she just said. Share a quilt? And cuddle? Shinruoi, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your damn mind? Still saying you don't want to seduce Guyi? Then what does this mean? Damn it, no amount of scrubbing in a toilet bowl could wash away this mess. Ah, Guyi, you, put me down, woo. In a dizzying moment, Shinruoi found herself being scooped up in Guyi's arms like a princess again. Just as she turned her head to speak, her cherry lips were forcefully silenced by his domineering kiss. So overbearing, so manly, enough already. Shinruoi's body had already gone weak, and her mind began flashing through the extracurricular knowledge Tan Mengmeng had taught her like a revolving lantern. As Guyi breathed in Shinruoi's increasingly intense orchid-like fragrance, his thoughts involuntarily began to wander. Gazing at the alluring beauty in his arms, Guyi slightly lowered his head until his forehead intimately touched against Shinruoi's pure white one. Then he teased playfully, blowing out warm breaths. Silly girl, call me husband. Daddy. Guyi? Chapter 55, Shinruoi seeks daily affection with ease. Tan Mengmeng once said, calling him hubby feels too awkward, but shouting daddy comes much easier. God only knows why Shinruoi remembered Tan Mengmeng's words at this exact moment. And so, just as Guyi eagerly awaited to hear Shinruoi call him husband, his seniority was forcefully elevated instead. Although hearing this daddy was quite pleasant, he couldn't possibly call his father-in-law big bro in return. Would they have to follow separate titles for each other? As for Shinruoi, having realized the outrageous implications of her words, she was practically wishing she could vanish into thin air. Her face was now buried completely in Guyi's neck, and she'd rather face the apocalypse than lift it back up. If before it was a case of not being able to wash off the dirt even by jumping into a toilet, now it's a full-blown irreversible stain. First, she's popping out 38 little rainbows, then she insists on sharing a blanket with Guyi and cuddling up close, now she's even calling out daddy in an irresistibly coquettish tone. Once as happenstance, twice as coincidence, but 3 times as a pattern. Shinruoi couldn't even tell anymore if she was doing it on purpose. Night Gu, let's go back to the room and sleep. Shinruoi's expression was complicated as she pursed her lips and muttered softly, today was indeed a good day, for she had finally realized what kind of person she truly was. Who would have thought that Tan Mengmeng used to tease her about lusting after Night Gu's body, back when she would vehemently deny it? Now, Shinruoi admitted it. He must have been really craving it, otherwise those things from earlier wouldn't have happened, let alone instinctively burrowing into Guyi's arms even while asleep back at his hometown. After washing up, the two returned to the bedroom. Guyi was still pondering how to comfort Shinruoi when the latter turned off the lights, lifted a corner of the blanket, and slipped in like a slick little fish. Then she rolled over into Guyi's embrace, her jade-like arms winding around him, her head resting against his chest. What's going on? Weren't you acting shy just now? How come you're being so forward all of a sudden? Having completely let loose, Shinruoi puckered her lips playfully and blew air towards Guyi's face. All she wanted was some cuddle time, that's all. Guyi, will you hold me while we sleep from now on, please? Alright, I'll do as you say. Guyi replied with doting affection. Neither the fragrance on Shinruoi nor their accidental physical contact could stir his heart anymore. Instead, these moments brought him an increasingly profound serenity. A house doesn't make a home. Home is a harbor for emotions, a resting place for the soul, and a paradise for the spirit. Although this villa beneath them was vast and spacious, yet it seemed that as long as Shinruoi was present, the warmth of home could fill the entire villa. Thinking of this, Guyi tightened his arm slightly around Shinruoi, wanting to give her more sense of security. Shinruoi seemed to sense this as well, inexplicably finding peace, and drowsiness soon followed. Her long, fan-like eyelashes fluttered lightly as she lifted her eyelids to glance at Guyi, then puckered her lips and softly murmured, "Good night, hubby." "Good night, wifey." Shinruoi fell asleep with a blissful expression, her gentle breathing soft and adorable. At the same time, Guyi felt his sense of responsibility grow infinitely stronger within him. Life suddenly gained purpose, to care for those who raise me, to raise those I'll nurture, and to give them nothing but the finest and most heartfelt things. Late nights are the carnival hour for countless young people. After toiling through a full day's work, they reluctantly close their eyes, fearing that the last remaining time to comfort their souls will slip away the moment they do. It's not that they're particularly eager to stay up late scrolling through Douyin or Weibo, it's just that their weary hearts truly need a moment to unwind. Today's Weibo trending list isn't dominated by so-called expert opinions or the heavy social grievances.
Instead, Guya's snack cart is racing ahead by a mile, with the real-time comments section bubbling non-stop. Some are drooling over Guya's skewers late at night, while others are trying to crowdfund for him, hoping he can focus on his business without worries.
And then there are those, some dug up Guya's private Weibo account. The comments section exploded as soon as it was posted. This hunk is the owner of the food cart? So handsome. What? He already has a girlfriend? Are you guys talking nonsense? Just from a side profile you guys are already drooling, really? Damn, my phone got water damage. Any sisters selling a used phone? Bosku isn't just good looking, he's also multi-talented, he can even play the Shao? Mind blown, my dude. No way. I'm booking a flight ticket right now, I'm flying back from the States just to queue up in person for the boss. I mean, to buy those skewers. Bullshit upstairs. Your IP shows you're right here in Shanghai. I'm really craving these fried skewers. Even the royal chef Wang Jia gave them a thumbs up. Feels like they're worth a try. And so, just as Gu Yi and Shin Ruoi fell asleep in each other's sweet embrace, he blew up overnight on Weibo. The buzz around those two trending topics skyrocketed by a tiny billion. The followers on the Weibo account had surged to 550,000. Though it can't compare to the so-called millions of followers that celebrities have, all of his fans are genuine people rather than bot accounts. This is the power of foodies. To eat Guya's skewers, they could pool money for his stall fee, fly back from abroad, or even go so far as to fantasize about tying him to the food cart as some perpetual motion machine. The night was aflame. The next morning, when Guyi woke up, his downward glance immediately caught Shin Ruoi's rolled-up short nightgown, pink with lace trim, undoubtedly a tantalizing sight so early in the morning. A glance at the time showed it was only 5:30 in the morning. Looking back at Shin Ruoi, she was making adorable sounds in her sleep, just like a little kitten. Seeing she wouldn't wake up anytime soon, Guyi couldn't bear to disturb her, so he quietly reached out for his phone. But words cannot describe the shock that awaited me. The message pop-ups on the phone screen were stacked 3 meters high. Just how many messages was that? Guyi was stunned as he tapped open the message, and when he entered Weibo, it actually froze for over 10 seconds. Netizens are really something else. They even managed to dig up my Weibo account? Although he hadn't yet had the chance to understand the full story, the sudden surge of nearly 600,000 new followers gave him a rough idea of what might have happened. After reading the comments below the Weibo post, Guyi couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion wash over him. Praise in the tens of thousands can make one complacent or even arrogant, but what about tens of thousands of slanderous remarks and online bullying? That's enough to shatter anyone's mental state. All goes well, tonight should be a bountiful harvest. After the last incident turned danger into safety, the popularity of the snack cart skyrocketed, with daily earnings multiplying several times over. The traffic brought by this Weibo trending topic surpasses the last one by no small margin. To call it a bountiful harvest would be an understatement. Yet the sight of this endless sea of bobbing heads was enough to make Guya's temples throb. I still need to call my 3 unlucky buddies, Zhang Tao and the others. Yesterday, Guyi mentioned giving Gao Fan, Ding Dong, and Zhang Tao a share of the profits, but the trio refused, saying, "The baby formula money for our niece is more important. But whether to give is my choice, and whether they accept, is also my call." They've put in so much effort during this time, sweating it out in the food truck under the scorching heat. Ding Dong even lost over 10 pounds. They deserve this share. Just as Guyi was contemplating how to distribute the dividends into the trio's pockets. Far away in the northern capital, inside the headquarters building of the television station located in the city's Golden Business District, a sharp, short-haired female editor-in-chief was browsing Guya's Weibo account homepage. The female editor-in-chief showed great interest in Guyi and his snack cart. Chapter 56, Who is Tan Mengmeng? Will she massage my tummy? Hu Wenxue had served as an editor-in-chief at the television station's headquarters for over 20 years, witnessing countless people and events throughout her career. Nowadays, more and more young people jokingly claim they want to stay out of worldly rivalries, which is undoubtedly not how things should be. But she can also understand that this so-called non-competitiveness is merely a kind of helplessness. Working tirelessly only earns more profits for unscrupulous bosses, and no matter how much money you make, it can't keep up with the skyrocketing prices. There are even times when you work yourself to exhaustion. Hu Wenxue is also a mother. Whether from a mother's perspective or any other standpoint, she doesn't want to see young people wallowing in self-destruction. But when she sees unethical marketing accounts and so-called experts maliciously slandering young people, she'll step forward to argue her case, determined to rub her keyboard until sparks fly. After all, no generation is truly lost. The trending topic Guyi and his food cart is living proof of this phenomenon. While some label him as part of the doomed generation, his success ironically becomes their deepest envy, pathetic yet laughable. Just as Hu Wenxue was browsing Guya's Weibo profile, a new post refreshed. Thank you all for your love. I apologize for occupying public resources. If given the chance, I'll treat everyone to some fried skewers. Just a simple one-line message. Yet it revealed Guya's personal qualities, bringing a vivid character to life, which only deepened Hu Wenshue's interest in him.
After liking Guya's Weibo post with the official account, she switched back to her work page and typed 2 words, youth. At 7 in the morning, a short essay titled Youth was published by the official Imperial Capital account, with the quote, "No generation is truly lost," quickly trending online. Countless young people resonated with the message, eagerly sharing and liking the post. Too many people have misunderstood and misinterpreted the meaning of new style detachment from worldly strife. It's the capital's official article that really explains it clearly. Not blindly chasing after things, knowing your limits, and doing what suits you best. That's what new style detachment from worldly strife truly means. The capital's officials truly understand me. Gee, look, the capital's official account just liked Guya's Weibo post. Just as people were about to pour their grievances into the arms of the officials, sharp-eyed individuals noticed the capital's official account's liking history. Netizens who already sensed Guya was about to blow up couldn't help but pat their ample chests and exclaim, damn, after all, getting an official like from the authorities is such an honor. Just like that, news of Guya's Weibo post receiving an official like spread like wildfire. Anyone with sharp eyes could see it. Guya's snack cart was about to blow up, soaring higher than a little heifer on a plane flying straight to the heavens. Now let's turn our attention to Guyi. In the large bed of the villa, he was currently embracing Shinruoi's delicate figure, pinching her fragrant shoulders and kneading her cute face with great contentment and ease, completely unaware of what enormous gift was awaiting him. Before long, Shinruoi woke up, stretching her arms and legs taut until her body pressed flush against Guya's. Sniffing the familiar scent on Guyi, Shinruoi felt utterly content, not even bothering to open her eyes as she nuzzled further into his embrace like a cat, with no intention of getting up at all. Yet she extended one arm toward Guyi. Then she pouted coquettishly and murmured, "Guyi, scratch, scratch. Scratch where?" "Here." Guyi followed Shinruoi's pointed finger and spotted a new pimple on her arm, clear evidence of a mosquito bite. The bump was unbearably itchy, but she didn't want to move, so she had no choice but to trouble Guyi. And Guyi didn't mind either, gently scratching Shinruoi's itch for her. But strangely, even though there were mosquito-repellent patches plugged in the room, how come Shinruoi still got bitten? "My itch is gone, thank you Guyi. Then how about a kiss?" "Mwah." At the crisp sound, Guyi couldn't help raising an eyebrow in surprise. In the past, getting Shinruoi to kiss him would require much coaxing before she'd reluctantly plant the lightest peck. Now she'd offered her fragrant kiss without hesitation? What remarkable progress. Little did he know, when Shinruoi moved into this villa to live with Guyi, she had already begun convincing herself she was Guya's woman and must accept everything about him. Last night's 3 shocking revelations finally convinced Shinruoi, which is why she's now displaying such affectionate behavior before his eyes. However, when it's time to change into pajamas and underwear, Shinruoi still kicks Guyi out of the room. Sitting at the dining table, Shinruoi's eyes crinkle into tiny crescents as she gazes at the fried egg Guyi has shaped into a heart. She just rested her chin on her hand, watching Guyi blow on the milk to cool it down for her. This life is so comfortable and fulfilling, it feels like a dream. "Fool, why are you pinching me?" "Tee-hee, I was checking if this was a dream." You. Guya's smile was filled with adoration. Shinruoi laughed charmingly cute, her hair tied up in a messy bun, exuding a lazy yet spirited energy. A girl who can wake up without grumpiness and still smile so happily must be a truly happy soul. After breakfast, Shinruoi walked up to Guyi, then twisted her body and nestled into his arms. So far, she had already grown fond of the feeling of being in Guya's embrace. That's why she took the initiative to lift Guya's broad palm and place it on her belly. Rub my tummy. Okay, let me rub it for you." Guyi was both amused and exasperated by Shinruoi's change in demeanor, but he still began to massage her belly gently. Though through her clothes and despite the slight bulge of her pregnancy, there was no denying that Shinruoi's skin was truly exquisite, so much so that he couldn't bring himself to stop. What should he do? "What are your plans for today?" In Shinruoi's embrace, she felt utterly comfortable. With her eyes slightly closed, she couldn't be bothered to put any thought into Guya's question. Have plans with Meng Meng? Going to accompany her to revise her thesis at the library? Because Guya's massage technique was too soothing, Shinruoi couldn't help but mischievously wonder, who is Tan Meng Meng anyway? Could she possibly rub my tummy as nicely as Guyi does? If Tan Meng Meng, who's been lying awake all night hugging her pillow in the dorm, heard this, who knows how heartbroken she'd be. "I'm going to accompany Meng Meng to the library, might stay all day," Shinruoi said lazily before asking, "Will you miss me?" "Of course I'll miss you. Come here, let me kiss you a billion more times. Hee, I'll chat with you, ow." Amidst their playful banter, Shinruoi picked up both their phones and surreptitiously changed their WeChat profile pictures to matching couple avatars. She even replaced Guya's phone wallpaper with a selfie she took of herself. While busy with these antics, Shinruoi suddenly spoke up. "What about you? What are you doing today? I remember you only have classes in the afternoon." She knew Guya's class schedule by heart and would often wait for him at the classroom door right when his classes ended. Holding milk tea in one hand and slipping the other into Guya's palm, she was truly the envy of all the male classmates.
Me, after I drop you off at the library, I'm heading to the company.
Guyi had already explained the company matters to Shinruoi. At that time, she didn't say much, but there was an added glimmer of admiration in her eyes, while her small mouth formed a perfect circle as she momentarily struggled to find the right words to praise him. Yet now, hearing Guyi mention the company, Shinruoi suddenly sat straight up, as if struck by a thought, puffing her cheeks slightly as she locked eyes with him.
You started a company, what about a secretary? Secretary? Shinruoi nodded emphatically with utmost seriousness, then even volunteered enthusiastically. You're the boss, and I'm your girlfriend, of course the secretary position should be mine. Pretty please. Guyi took Shinruoi's words to heart, he would have considered them even if she hadn't tried to cajole him. After all, who could resist the allure of work? Business gets handled by the secretary, leisure time gets, but right now, the most important thing was,
come on, silly, I think it'd be better if you get off my lap first.
Why's that? Because, mornings are when a man's energy surges. Chapter 57, now you want to cosplay Mai? You two are playing quite wild.
In front of the library of Moda University, Tan Mengmeng held her laptop and yawned non-stop. Last night was the first night apart from Shinruoi, she missed her. If you flipped open her phone, you'd find her search history filled with queries like what to do when you can't sleep, even hugging two pillows.
A sister on the insomnia forum suggested, what good are pillows?
Better off finding someone of the opposite sex, or even two if necessary, guaranteed to knock you right out.
Tan Mengmeng immediately blocked her.
Though I often talk about wanting a man, I wouldn't just fool around like that.
And with two, trying to rub sticks together to start a fire here? Damn you, little Shin, why aren't you here yet? You heartless jerk, leaving me alone in the dorm all by myself.
Tan Mengmeng angrily kicked at the air, then with a slight turn of her head, she spotted two familiar figures approaching from a short distance away. Guyi walked in front, while Shinruoi followed behind him, noisily slurping a cup of soy milk.
Breakfast? But we already ate at home.
But while passing by the breakfast shop, someone was particularly craving soy milk, so Guyi bought 2 cups, one for Shinruoi and one for Tan Mengmeng.
And where's Tan Mengmeng's soy milk?
It had already been gulped down in one go by Shinruoi.
The cup she's drinking now is her own.
Take it easy, Xiaoshin, I won't snatch it from you.
Tan Mengmeng watched Shinruoi gulping down the soy milk, couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. This heartless girl actually had the audacity to brag on WeChat about drinking the soy milk meant for him. Alright, lucky for me I ate 8 buns earlier, not even a little hungry. Good morning, Meng. Not early at all, I've already gotten up. Any later and I could have treated you all to lunch. What shall wanna eat? Hey dummy, want some? Oh, never mind, you focus on revising your thesis.
At this moment, Tan Mengmeng was radiating resentment, forming a stark contrast to Shinruoi. The former had heavy eye bags with dark circles, while the latter was full of energy and practically bouncing with vitality.
I just had some trouble with my legs, okay? The baby was telling me to walk slowly, so I'm a bit late. Are you sure you weren't busy drinking soy milk and walking slower? How could I be? Am I that kind of person? Aren't you? Nah. Exposed, Shinruoi quickly scurried over to Tan Mengmeng with hurried little steps.
Let her have her way today, she's got too much resentment built up.
Come here, mommy loves you. Shinruoi linked arms with Tan Mengmeng, then waved to Guyi.
Husband, I'm going to the library with Mengmeng.
Be careful on your way. Okay, got it. Contact me if anything comes up. Yeah, bye-bye.
Guyi watched as the 2 girls walked up the library steps, faintly catching sight of Shinruoi pinching Tan Mengmeng's waist. That silly girl sure had grown bolder, she even dared to tease him by asking if he wanted to see her in secretary attire.
Of course he didn't. Want to? Yeah right, who was he kidding?
Guyi shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts and turned to leave, ready to take over at Black Swan Investment Company. On the other side, Shinruoi pinched Tan Mengmeng's waist because of what she had just said.
Xiaoshin, did you just call Guyi husband? Don't tell me you too did it again last night? No wonder you're so full of energy today. Did you use a little umbrella? Is the Do brand better or the Bang brand better? What flavor is it? Do you have strawberry? Oh no, that's not what I should be asking. What positions did you two? No, wait, you're pregnant. How can you even think about that kind of stuff? Shinruoi's fair forehead seemed to crawl with dark lines of frustration.
Tan Mengmeng's mouth was like a machine gun rat-a-tat-tat. If only her mouth were a cabbage, I'd tear it to shreds.
Haven't used one. Curious? Try it on your finger yourself. Also, are we going to the library or not? If not, I'm leaving.
Honestly, I couldn't tell if Tan Mengmeng truly loved gossip or was just desperate. Instead of rushing to revise her graduation thesis, she dragged Shinruoi to the library stairs and kept chattering non-stop. Though no one was around, it wasn't embarrassment that made Shinruoi flush, it was, she simply didn't know how to answer these questions either.
Go? Of course I'm going. I need to keep an eye on you and make sure you teach me all your tricks properly. I'll teach you my ass.
Entering the library, the two found a secluded corner and sat down. Tan Mengmeng turned on her computer and was about to ask something when Shen Ruoyi glared at her fiercely, silencing her. But, I really want to know. Forget it, focus on the thesis first. She had no choice but to suppress her curiosity and started revising her paper. However, when Tan Mengmeng looked at Shen Ruoyi again, she noticed the girl's eyes were shining yet unfocused, and her face was beaming with bliss. The book says this is what they call spring fever. Xiao Shen, what are you doing? Your mind seems elsewhere. Ha, me? I'm reading. Yeah right, you're holding the book upside down, and why the hell are you reading postpartum care for sows anyway? Shen Ruoyi was indeed distracted, one might even say she was missing Gu Yi. So when Gu Yi reached his destination and sent her a message, Shen Ruoyi's rosy lips nearly curled skyward with joy. Tan Mengmeng watched this with envy, yearning to experience the sweet taste of romance herself. Mengmeng, come shopping with me tonight. No time, go find your Gu Yi for that. Seeing Shen Ruoyi pout her lips, Tan Mengmeng quickly softened her stance and changed her tone. Alright, I'll go with you, okay? Where are we going? What are you buying? Let's go a bit farther to buy. Shen Ruoyi suddenly leaned close to Tan Mengmeng's ear and whispered what she needed to buy. However, Tan Mengmeng's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Shen Ruoyi's reply. She truly hadn't expected Shen Ruoyi to be so skilled at this. City folks sure know how to have fun. You two are playing even wilder games. Today it's the secretary outfit, what about tomorrow? Are you going to cosplay as my senpai? Ha? Hey, what's with the ha? I'm not reminding you, Xiao Shen. Bai Shan Building. After notifying the CEO, Gu Yi took the elevator straight up to the 18th floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing a noble black swan sticker directly ahead, while the reception desk stood to the left. Inside stood a young woman in her early 20s, vibrant and smiling. The girl noticed Gu Yi as well and, following professional protocol, gave a slight courteous bow as she greeted him. Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you today? Ah, sir, hello, could you please sign this for me? Isn't this that super popular male celebrity from Weibo? Although Angie didn't quite catch the main content on the Weibo post, she remembered Gu Yi's face, so without a second thought, she asked for his autograph first. At first, Gu Yi was quite satisfied with the receptionist's service attitude. But asking for an autograph? What the hell is that? Registration for entry? That must be it. Alright, where do I sign in? Here. Are the company rules this ridiculous? Registering information on the front desk staff's white shirt? Just as Gu Yi was about to sign and secretly resolved to abolish this rule, a tall, slender man hurried over from the nearby office area. Feng Shuang froze when he saw Gu Yi preparing to sign on Anqi's white shirt. Couldn't help but muse to myself, the boss's tastes are seriously twisted. Well then, the misunderstanding just deepened. Chapter 58, the CEO's mind flashed through an 80,000-word resignation letter. Hello boss, I'm Feng Shuang, we just spoke on the phone. Even among perverts like himself, Gu Yi's fetishes were considered extreme, but who could argue when the man was his boss? So young, yet so wealthy, his status absolutely commanded respect. So Feng Shuang quickly flashed a smile and greeted Gu Yi. Gu Yi nodded upon hearing this and then proceeded to ask, who decided on the company's bylaws? Registering information on the front desk staff's white shirts, don't you think that's highly inappropriate? That's not appropriate. No, boss, are you talking about registering information? Aren't you just signing your name? Signing? Signing what? Gu Yi grew suspicious. When he glanced up at Anqi, he noticed the girl's cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes starry, clearly smitten. In that instant, Gu Yi seemed to understand everything. Looking at Anqi again, when she heard the general manager refer to the celebrity before her as boss, she simply blinked in innocent confusion. Unlike Gu Yi, whose mind worked quickly, she was still naively marveling. Celebrities sure like to have fun, is boss their stage name? As for Feng Shuang, he finally pieced it all together. It was a classic case of misunderstandings piling up, one after another. Anqi had mistaken Gu Yi for a celebrity, while Gu Yi thought the autograph was just a standard company entry procedure. What kind of messed up company policy is this? Boss, if you put it that way, suddenly I'm wide awake. Angel, put that shirt down right now, your belly button showing. This is our company's boss, not some male celebrity. Ha, the real boss? Ahem, cut back on those idle dramas, fangirling is a disease. Feng Shuang reluctantly spoke, utterly steeped in embarrassment. Boss, I'll take you to your office right away. Alright, Gu Yi responded expressionlessly. Who wouldn't feel awkward in this situation? If rumors about the boss enjoying signing his name on female employees reached Shen Ruoyi's ears, he might as well prepare to wear out the sofa from sleeping on it. Watching the two depart, Angel's flushed cheeks radiated heat. She felt her neck was scorching enough to fry an egg. Though, truth be told, Angel still thought it was a shame. It's such a pity our boss doesn't star in period dramas, with those sharp sword-like brows and starlit eyes. that luminous gaze and chiseled jawline, so utterly masculine. Every feature strikes right at the heart of a girl's aesthetic preferences. Meanwhile, Guyi followed Feng Chuang into the chairman's office. Because Black Swan Investment Company is entirely Guyi's personal property, calling her either general manager or chairman would be appropriate. As Guyi settled into the executive chair behind the desk, a system notification chimed in her mind.
Ding! Handover of Black Swan Investment Company completed. Host, please plan wisely and operate successfully. Ding!
Newcomer's gift package for the business sector has been distributed and automatically opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained future technology, mosquito repellent patches, effectively preventing insect bites. Congratulations, host. You have obtained funds, 50 million, no need to count, it's 50 million.
Please select the usage method for the funds.
1. For normal expenses, the source of funds is clean and secure. Feel free to use them.
2. The funds can only be used for project investment upfront. After turning a profit, both principal and interest can be doubled.
Staring at the two options floating before his eyes, Guyi chose the second one without hesitation because this was essentially a money giveaway question. Although limited to project investments, when paired with Vision Eye, the returns can undoubtedly be maximized.
As for this futuristic mosquito repellent patch, its arrival couldn't be more timely.
Little dummy just got bitten by mosquitoes this morning and developed a few bumps. Now I can go back and use it on them.
Maybe stick it right on their bottom.
Manager phone, please bring me all the company's current, pending, and rejected project proposals.
Everything is ready for you, boss. Please wait a moment.
A little over a minute later, Feng Chuang returned to the office, his arms full of file folders. Guyi wasn't surprised to see the desk completely covered in files. Given Black Swan Investment's current scale, their operations were far from small in the industry. As Guyi picked up the project proposal to review it, Feng Chuang stood respectfully nearby, waiting to fulfill any request his boss might have. Guyi wasn't idle either. He immediately activated his insightful gaze to scan the surroundings. Yet the very first project proposal marked as pending review shocked him. Shared economy, shared future, share the scumbags around you.
So women couldn't wait for the government to distribute boyfriends, and entrepreneurs were already planning to develop shared men, huh?
Though the whopping 2,500% return rate was tempting, given how fiercely authorities were cracking down on illegal activities, anyone daring to invest would surely be courting death like an old man hanging himself, utterly tired of living. No discussion on this one, rejected. Guyi pushed the project proposal in front of Feng Chuang, who picked it up and glanced through it, his face turning dark.
Boyfriend sharing service? That's beyond ridiculous. Still up for discussion? Discussion my ass. Which hopelessly infatuated project manager cast the approval vote? Such a harmful decision.
Despite Guyi's youthful appearance, the pressure Feng Chuang felt standing before him was anything but ordinary. Luckily, subsequent investment proposals didn't have any outrageous mistakes. Otherwise, Feng Chuang would have genuinely needed to keep a couple of quick-acting heart pills under his tongue as a precaution. Yet as Guyi picked up his pen to scratch, scribble, and sketch all over the proposal, the shock in Feng Chuang's heart multiplied exponentially. He had initially thought Guyi was some wealthy young master out to experience life, but unexpectedly every stroke of his pen was meticulously calculated for the benefit of Black Swan Investments.
The speed and precision were unmatched. He had only ever seen such capabilities in Guyi alone.
The capital application for Duobao property to expand its scale can be approved, but 22% equity isn't enough. I want 25%. If the other party doesn't agree, the plan will be shelved.
A mere 3% return rate isn't worth it. I think I saw news a few days ago about Duobao property getting complaints from homeowners.
You could send someone to approach them from this angle when negotiating. And this Xingyu Entertainment Guild, clearly just the boss applying for funds to freeload off female influencers.
Are we supposed to be the suckers? Reject the investment.
After grading 2 stacks of project proposals, Guyi pushed several of them toward Feng Chuang without a word, instantly causing cold sweat to break out on Manager Feng's forehead. Firstly, Guyi's commanding presence was overwhelming. Secondly, his analysis was logical and well supported. And finally, the negotiation entry points he proposed were downright terrifying to Feng Chuang.
Could this be some innate talent exclusive to scions of wealthy families? Even though Feng Chuang had over a decade more life experience than Guyi, why did he feel inferior in every conceivable way? Manager Feng, why was this project rejected? Give me a reasonable explanation.
Under Guyi's piercing gaze, Feng Chuang's mind instantly flashed through an 80,000-word resignation letter draft. Though resigning was impossible, he secretly vowed to devote 10,000% more attention to project reviews and approvals from now on.
Being stared down and judged by the boss was truly unbearable.
Boss, this proposal is from a small product development company in Chin Island City. The company is small, but the investment amount they're applying for is unusually large.
Besides, how could mosquito coils actually kill mosquitoes? Wouldn't the mosquitoes just find the scent pleasant? So, he rejected it outright during the meeting.
Chapter 59, Shinruoi, who left 1,000 messages and 10,000 longings.
The company doesn't have enough available funds now.
Guyi interrupted Feng Chuang's clumsy stream of excuses. While reviewing the investment proposals and company accounts just now, Guyi did a quick mental calculation. The available funds in the company account were running critically low. Fortunately, there was one thing that somewhat reassured him. There were no signs of corruption or unauthorized embezzlement within the company. After all, transforming Black Swan investments into a truly prestigious Black Swan in the industry requires purging all blemishes from within.
Don't worry, boss. The dividends and kickbacks from our company's early-stage investment projects will be arriving very soon. I'll make sure to allocate funds to this company you vetted as soon as possible. Good projects are rare, don't be too quick to dismiss them in the future. Yes, I've noted that, boss.
Feng Chuang spoke with determined assurance, nodding vigorously like a pestle pounding garlic as he acknowledged Guyi's instructions. At this moment, he was completely in awe of Guyi, and from then on, he wouldn't dare to slack off anymore. Guyi sat upright in the boss's chair, his slender fingers lightly tapping on the desk while secretly negotiating with the system.
After a moment, Guyi began to give his instructions. I've transferred 50 million to the company account.
Take 25 million to acquire the R&D company in Qingdao City.
Acquisition? Boss, did you say acquisition? Feng Chuang asked with alarm and confusion. That's right. Summer is here, and the demand for mosquito repellent products won't be small, both domestically and internationally.
After the acquisition, invest another 10 million to expand the factory. I have a secret formula for mosquito repellent patches here. The first sample produced by the factory must be delivered to me as quickly as possible. As he spoke, Guyi took out a USB drive from his pocket and tossed it into Feng Chuang's arms. Just now, the negotiation with the system was mainly about securing the research formula for the future tech mosquito repellent patches. The system was initially unwilling to give it, but when Guyi said, for the baby, it promptly stuffed the secret formula into his pocket. However, Guyi also sensed a thought from the system. Have a couple more kids, and there's a reward.
Guyi, is this thing alive?
Looking at Feng Chuang now, he clutched the solid gold USB drive Guyi had entrusted to him, trembling with excitement. Not excited for anything else, but purely for Guyi's trust in him. In Feng Chuang's eyes, Guyi was undoubtedly a scion of some wealthy, powerful family, and the secret recipe he possessed was absolutely extraordinary, its value beyond reckoning. Not only had Guyi not held him accountable for those previous outrageous proposals, but he had also entrusted him with an even more important mission.
What an honor this was! Of course, Feng Chuang didn't dare to abscond with the secret recipe in his heart.
Having read plenty of novels, he firmly believed aristocratic families had 10,000 ways to haul him back, skin him alive, and break all three of his legs.
While Feng Chuang was lost in his soap opera imagination, Guyi stood up and stretched lazily. The company had been taken over, the project plan finalized, it was time for him to leave.
If he didn't return to school soon, the little sweetheart at the library would have left him over 1,000 messages.
Ding!
The system detects that Shinruoi has missed you in her heart 10,000 times today, thereby completing the achievement. True love lives forever.
Reward, customized Maybach *1.
Reward has been issued to parking space number 08 in the underground parking lot of Baishan Building.
With over 1,000 messages from his girlfriend and her thinking of him 10,000 times in just one morning, who wouldn't be overjoyed?
Guyi's grin widened so much it nearly reached the back of his head. He couldn't wait to rush back and find Shinruoi. For Guyi, Maybachs and the like were just a means of transportation. Shinruoi was his heart, his soul, his precious sweet darling.
Boss, are you leaving already? Take care on your way, boss. Watch your step, boss. Yes, the acquisition needs to be finalized immediately. Yes, boss. Rest assured, I'll make sure it's done clean and perfect. Guyi glanced at Feng Chuang upon hearing this. What did he mean by clean and tidy?
It wasn't like they were committing murder or arson.
Feng Chuang respectfully escorted Guyi into the elevator.
The moment the elevator doors closed, his expression instantly changed. If he had been like a fawning pug just moments ago, now he resembled a ferocious Tibetan mastiff. It wasn't that he was now the highest authority in the company after Guyi left, but rather that he wanted to discipline the employees on Guyi's behalf. Arriving at the office area, Feng Chuang relayed Guyi's instructions truthfully, and the project leaders immediately began organizing their teams to coordinate the tasks.
Everyone else can leave on time today. Li Mei, overtime.
Being singled out for overtime, Li Mei felt her blood pressure skyrocket. She had plans for a night out 857 with several young, handsome guys.
Overtime? No way.
Without hesitation, she stood up and followed Feng Chuang into the office, her demeanor exuding the attitude of someone who owned the place. Director Feng, you haven't approved the project I'm responsible for, it's been stuck in pending status, and now you're making me work overtime alone.
What exactly do you mean by this? Don't believe I won't sue you. How dare you even mention the project you're responsible for? Shared boyfriend? Are you seriously that desperate for love?
I seriously suspect you're a spy sent by a rival company to sabotage us.
I wasn't.
Li Mei nervously tucked a strand of her wavy hair behind her ear, her eyes beginning to dart away.
Feng Shuang couldn't help but grin at the sight. Well now, this was an unexpected windfall. This sly minx definitely warranted closer investigation. He couldn't afford to let the boss down. Li Mei, weren't you asking why I asked you to stay late for overtime alone? Why yes, brother Feng, could it be, you want to do something with me? Ugh, are your kidneys hanging from your ears? If you don't want overtime, get lost. I'll pay your contract breach penalty out of my own pocket. Li Mei was stunned.
Normally, Feng Shuang was pretty polite to her, so why today was he chewing on gunpowder? Little did they know, Feng Shuang's rage stemmed from the fact that 2/3 of those outrageous project proposals criticized by Gu Yi had been overseen by Li Mei.
Even a fool could tell this woman was problematic.
Even if there were no ulterior motives, keeping such an incompetent person as project manager would eventually bring disaster upon him as her superior. In the end, Li Mei slunk back to her desk, silently enduring the agony of working overtime alone. Little did she expect that today's events were merely a prelude. What followed was even more tragic for her. Simply entering with her left foot first in the morning became grounds for criticism. She had truly become the manager worse than a dog. Even the rival company that had lured her with a high price was now scrambling to distance itself from her.
Underground parking lot of Baishan building. Gu Yi found parking space number 08 and slipped into the car.
This customized car certainly lives up to its bespoke reputation. The system claims its body hardness has reached artillery shell-proof craftsmanship.
The luxurious interior exudes sophistication, with golden threads woven into the upholstery. The premium leather trim undoubtedly required the hides of countless young cows to complete. The vehicle is packed with cutting-edge technology. System explanation: at Gaia's slightest command, it can autonomously operate the car. What about Gu Yi? Can he get frisky with Shen Ruoyi in the back seat? What the hell? After getting a feel for the car, Gu Yi took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Ruoyi. Gu Yi, silly girl, come home for lunch at noon. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll cook it for you. Shen Ruoyi, humph. Your little sweetheart isn't happy. Gu Yi, then what should we do?
Shen Ruoyi, please recharge happiness points.
Recharging method: say you love me. Gu Yi, love you, love you, love you. Shen Ruoyi, hee the little darling is happy again. At noon I want to eat stinky tofu wrapped in steamed buns. Since when did your tastes become so heavy? Chapter 60, Young man, are you buying these things to ward off evil spirits at home? Qingdao City, northern China. In an office building, a burly middle-aged man was trembling with excitement, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he held his phone. Zhangwo, what's got you so happy?
As the phone call ended indoors, Jiang Yun, who had the air of a noblewoman, pushed open the door with a fruit platter in hand. She had already heard her husband's trembling voice even before stepping inside.
Haha sweetheart, it's done, it's done. Don, does that mean Black Swan Investments is going to fund our project?
Yes, this is truly the second piece of great news after hearing from Brother Gu.
Oh no, wait, the third piece of good news. The first was Yi and Xiao Ye getting together. Look at you, so full of yourself, strutting around like a peacock. With her husband's worries now resolved, Jiang Yun flashed a faint smile. Ever since Shen Zhangwo retired from the military and went into business, Jiang Yun had been by his side through thick and thin, enduring poverty, hardship, and exhaustion, but the couple had held hands and persevered together. Now, her husband's most prized R&D project, the mosquito-repelling technology, had secured funding from an investment firm, making it a truly joyous occasion. Just as Jiang Yun was about to ask in detail, Shen Zhangwo abruptly changed the subject and explained. Not an investment, but an acquisition of our company. What? Acquisition? Old Shen, have you lost your mind? If the company is sold, are you still convinced they'll continue your research?
Jiang Yun's brows furrowed in anger, her earlier joy completely swept away. Shen Zhangwo simply chuckled, supporting his wife by the shoulders as she scolded him, only offering his unhurried explanation moments later.
How could I not have thought of the problem you're worried about?
Black Swan has acquired our company and will continue the research and development of the mosquito-repellent technology. They've even asked me to help select land for building a factory to prepare for mass-producing mosquito-repellent products. Don't worry, this technology is mature now, it could save tens of thousands of my comrades.
There's no way I'd abandon it just for money. That's how it is, alright then.
Jiang Yun felt relieved.
After all these years, how could she not see clearly what kind of man her husband was? A bond forged in service lasts a lifetime.
The reason Shen Zhangwo mobilized the entire company's resources to develop the most advanced mosquito-repellent technology was simply due to an old comrade-in-arms casual complaint from their days stationed at the southern border.
In the southern regions of China, the climate is scorching and humid. Those mosquitoes could practically eat a man alive.
While eating people might be an exaggeration, in the stationed military units there, incidents still abound where 7 military dogs have died from mosquito bites so far. The soldiers swat so many mosquitoes every day that they could fill 10 wash basins. Just the thought of it is enough to make anyone's skin crawl, let alone those soldiers who have to stand guard and live their day in and day out. Shin Jiangwo wasn't the first person to want to develop questioning technology, but he was certainly the one who persisted the longest. However, he was ultimately held back by a lack of funding. That's why he submitted a funding application to an investment company. Little did he expect that it would be approved and that the project would progress even better than he had imagined. By the way, honey, about the company transfer fee, I was thinking. Go ahead, I agree. I haven't finished speaking yet. I know you want to invest this money in R&D too, right? I agree, no objections. Seeing Jiang Yin being so understanding, Shin Jiangwo couldn't restrain himself anymore. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely. Though Jiang Yin scolded him verbally as an old man with no dignity, her heart felt rather sweet. Aren't we going to see our daughter soon? Let's use our savings to buy a car for big brother Goose Sun Xiaoyi. It'll make travel easier for the young couple. Holding Jiang Yun in his arms, she suddenly made this suggestion, to which Shin Jiangwo naturally had no objections. In his eyes, big brother Gu's son was as good as his own. Shanghai. Guyi was driving back to school when he suddenly sneezed. Which bastard is talking about me? He didn't drive into the school grounds, instead parking by the roadside. Although there was no rule prohibiting student vehicles from entering campus, driving in would undoubtedly be too ostentatious. Even parked by the road, many passing students still turned their heads to look. Some passers-by couldn't help but sigh as they walked by the driver's seat. The life of the rich is amazing. Today picking up a girlfriend at Magic City University, tomorrow at Magic City Media University. Where will they go the day after tomorrow? To the clubhouse, the kind where girls line up to greet them. I've never seen this Maybach model before. Could it be custom made? Damn, now I feel even more uneasy. Some people are born in Rome, unlike us, born to be beasts of burden. Before long, two strikingly contrasting figures appeared outside the school gates. These were the tall and graceful Shen Ruoi alongside the petite yet curvaceous Tan Mengmeng. Student Shin, Guyi doesn't even come inside to pick you up. Making you come out yourself seems he doesn't love you enough. Shut up, you damn feminist. As the saying goes, beware of fire, floods, and best friends. You're exactly the kind of so-called friend who whispers toxic feminism in someone's ear. You are vicious with words. Tan Mengmeng was at a loss. She had to get answers from Guyi soon. What kind of sweet talk had he fed Shin Ruoi to make her side with him so blindly? Oh great master, teach me. I also want to sweet talk handsome guys. Where's my husband? Meng, go check over there. Alright, I'll go take a look. Do you think maybe it hasn't arrived yet? Beep. The sudden honk startled Tan Mengmeng. She was about to step forward to argue when she saw Shin Ruoi already hugging the driver. Looking closer, it was actually Guyi. Guyi, this is your car? Little Shin, you knew all along? He. Shin Ruoi beamed with delight. How could she not know? She and Guyi had already conspired to tease Tan Mengmeng as payback for her thoughtful preparation of raincoats yesterday. But she was genuinely happy because Guyi had bought a car. Now they could go out and have fun together. Come on, Meng, let's go to my place for dinner. Shin Ruoi slid out of Guyi's embrace and went to pull Tan Mengmeng along. Tan Mengmeng initially wanted to refuse. After all, being around Shin Ruoi and Guyi meant being force-fed dog food in 7 different flavors. But upon hearing Guyi was going to cook lunch, she somehow nodded without thinking and followed them into the car. In the back seat, Tan Mengmeng wore a troubled expression. When Guyi shifts gears, he gets to stroke Shin Ruoi's thighs and hold her delicate hands. At red lights, Shin Ruoi can snuggle into Guyi's arms and press close to him. And what about me? All I can do is hug my outdated laptop and burst into tears. This damn computer keeps freezing when I try to watch movies. Wah. Before grief could take hold, the three of them arrived at the supermarket outside Yulong residence to buy groceries. When Guyi asked Shin Ruoi why she suddenly wanted to eat stinky tofu, her eyes instantly sparkled, and she even drooled profusely, clearly craving it beyond measure. Oh, I just suddenly craved it while studying in the library. Hey, classmate Shin, you're reading Postpartum Care for Sows, not studying. Tan Mengmeng mercilessly exposed Shin Ruoi, as if doing so could somehow alleviate the pain in her heart. But she still underestimated Shin Ruoi. Meng, what dishes do you want? Hurry up and choose. Burp, I'm full, stuffed, not hungry anymore. Tan Mengmeng rolled her eyes as she waited for the two to pick their ingredients. But at some point, the ingredient selection started getting ridiculous. Canned stinky tofu? Durian? Black garlic? Century eggs? And, surströmming? What the hell is all this? Not only was Tan Mengmeng bewildered, but even the auntie standing behind Guyi in the checkout line was completely stunned. Young man, are you buying all this stuff to ward off evil spirits when you go back? I have a Taoist nun friend who can perform exorcisms for free at your place. Chapter 61, at this moment, the rosy tongue was unbelievably enchanting. It's not that, auntie, these are actually things I want to eat. Shin Ruoi whispered softly, then lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. Though she really wanted to eat them, she also knew how overwhelming the combined power of these uniquely aromatic foods could be. Noticing this, Gu Yi gently took hold of Shen Ruoi's small hand. His understanding was like a little sun inside Shen Ruoi's heart, warming her every moment.
Want to buy some to eat? The aunt was still puzzled until her gaze shifted to Shen Ruoi's slightly protruding belly, then suddenly realized, oh, sorry, that was too forward of me. It's normal to have peculiar cravings during pregnancy. When I was expecting, I actually loved the smell of burning lamp oil. With a pretty young lady like her and a handsome young man like you, your child will surely be healthy, lively, and bright. The middle-aged woman had good manners, realizing she'd misspoken, and immediately offered her blessings. Thank you, Auntie.
Shen Ruoi expressed her gratitude earnestly. In her view, the baby in her belly was more precious than herself.
Hearing outsiders bless her child, how could she not be overjoyed? Just the well wishes from Auntie for the baby alone could brighten Shen Ruoi's mood for the entire day.
They bought the ingredients and returned home. Shen Ruoi lazily curled up on the sofa, and as Tan Mengmeng sat down beside her, she playfully lifted her feet and draped them over the other's lap. Mengmeng, I'm tired, massage my calves.
Go get your Gu Yi to massage it for you. My Gu Yi is busy cooking, and here you are with both hands free. I've been sitting with you in the library all morning, don't you think you should treat me a little? Alright, I'll massage you. Does the pressure suit you, Your Highness? Got it.
Though her face was full of resentment, Tan Mengmeng still pinched Shen Ruoi's sexy ankle and gently massaged her calf. This was the epitome of a true Chinese bestie, spewing the most scornful words while doing the most heartwarming things for her friend.
Mum.
Shen Ruoi leaned back on the sofa, thoroughly enjoying herself as she let out soft, involuntary moans. She had completely forgotten accusing Tan Mengmeng of being a female boxer just moments ago. That being said, Shen Ruoi's feet were exquisitely delicate, like perfectly carved artworks when held in one's hands.
Describing them as jade feet was no exaggeration at all.
Tan Mengmeng grew more and more captivated yet increasingly flustered the longer she looked. Eventually, she simply turned her head away and focused on the massage. It wasn't that she particularly envied Shen Ruoi's natural beauty, what troubled her was the fear of developing a fascination for Shen Ruoi's feet.
Ugh, she liked men, not women. Hey dummy, should durian be eaten before or after a meal?
Gu Yi emerged from the kitchen holding the durian, and in an instant, the fruit's distinctive pungent aroma filled the entire house. Shen Ruoi first inhaled deeply with unbridled relish, then glanced sheepishly at Gu Yi. After wrestling with hesitation for a long moment, she finally dared to speak up.
Gu Yi, do we still have some cilantro at home? Yes, I do.
Gu Yi nodded, while an ominous premonition surged in his heart.
After all, the way Shen Ruoi was speaking now was so sweet, so soft, that he simply couldn't resist it.
Then I want to eat dumplings, durian and cilantro dumplings.
Would that be okay? Durian and cilantro dumplings? Gu Yi repeated in astonishment. Could these two things even be used as dumpling filling? But with Shen Ruoi's face filled with hopeful anticipation, Gu Yi truly couldn't bear to refuse. Alright, I'll go make dumplings for you. Wait, Gu Yi, hold on a second.
Watching Gu Yi immediately turn back towards the kitchen without even attempting to refuse, Tan Mengmeng hurriedly stopped him.
Durian and cilantro filling for dumplings? What kind of culinary abomination was this? Are you really spoiling her like that? Durian and cilantro together, is that even edible?
Pregnant women can eat durian, but cilantro should be consumed in moderation. I'll blend the cilantro to neutralize its irritant effect on the stomach, don't worry.
Gu Yejin finished answering meticulously before leaving. Tan Mengmeng couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Xiaoshen, is your Gu Yi like a walking encyclopedia? How does he know so much and can do anything?
My Gu Yi has memorized all the effects and characteristics of fruits, vegetables, and food. By the way, Meng, when you look for a boyfriend in the future, you should find one like my Gu Yi.
So reassuring.
After Shen Ruoi said this, Tan Mengmeng rolled her eyes at her.
You really want me to die alone, huh? And find a boyfriend just like your Gu Yi? Don't you know your precious Gu Yi is one of a kind, as rare as scorpion poop? You're the one who's full of crap.
Shen Ruoi defended him with loyalty, leaving Tan Mengmeng speechless. All she could do was give the guy's calf a vicious pinch.
Ah, so good. Just one more time. Tan Mengmeng. In less than an hour, Gu Yi had lunch ready.
Knowing Shen Ruoi had a sweet tooth, he added some sugar and milk when kneading the dough, rolling out dumpling wrappers that were pristine white and perfectly round. But heaven knows just how much effort Gu Yi had poured into shaping those dumpling wrappers into proper dumplings. But when he saw Shen Ruoi savoring every bite with delight, Gu Yi still felt it was all worth it.
Tan Mengmeng watched in horror as Shen Ruoi devoured a dumpling in just 3 bites. She was too embarrassed to say that when Gu Yi was boiling dumplings, she had mistaken them for poop.
Delish.
Meng, aren't you going to eat? I don't dare.
Shen Ruoi kept exclaiming how delicious they were. After confirming neither Gu Yi nor Tan Mengmeng would eat any, she began combining the dumplings from both plates into one. Then she carefully pushed them aside as if handling precious treasures. I thought she had eaten her fill and was saving it for the next meal, but suddenly she turned her gaze towards Gu Yi.
Honey, pass me the stinky tofu. Meng Meng, pass me the bun in front of you.
As the steamed buns and stinky tofu were brought before her, Shinruoi abandoned all pretense of being a lady. With a click, he twisted open the lid of the stinky tofu, then picked up a steamed bun with his left hand and placed it on the plate in front of him. Then, she picked up the stinky tofu and began pouring it over the steamed bun.
That jet black stinky tofu broth.
Far from finding it hard to swallow, Shinruoi stuck out her tongue as if savoring a delicacy, her pink tongue appearing bewitchingly vivid in that moment.
Mai never lies. If she said she'd wrap it in the bun, she really meant wrapped. Guyi recalled their chat history. He'd actually been wondering if it was the kind of eating method where you split the steamed bun and smear stinky tofu inside.
Turns out his perspective had been too narrow, far too narrow. Though come to think of it, Shinruoi's physical condition had already been enhanced by the system, which also alleviated her pregnancy symptoms.
If her tastes were this terrifying even with those mitigations, what would she be craving if the system hadn't eased her symptoms? What bizarre cravings would Shinruoi have then? Guyi dared not think about it, nor could he imagine it.
All he could do was accompany and understand her, helping Shinruoi overcome her pregnancy symptoms smoothly and without burden.
Husband, you should eat too. Open wide. Shinruoi seemed to feel a bit awkward eating alone.
She enthusiastically stabbed a steamed bun with her chopsticks and brought it to Guyi's lips. Tan Meng Meng expected Guyi to refuse, but to her surprise, he actually opened his mouth with a doting smile and took a big bite. At that moment, Tan Meng Meng felt nothing but envy. Having such a boyfriend who pampers, adores, and cherishes her, what an incredible blessing that would be. Yet Shinruoi actually had the nerve to act ungrateful, pouting and complaining. Husband, you bit me too hard.
Give it back. Meow. Chapter 62. Tan Meng Meng gets a taste of her own medicine. Eating until full and then sleeping was Shinruoi's exclusive privilege. After popping a dumpling into her mouth, she got up and pulled Guyi over to the sofa. Once Guyi sat down on the sofa, Shinruoi gave his thigh a gentle squeeze before comfortably settling down on it. Curled up halfway, she yawned lazily like a drowsy little cat. It took me a good while before I suddenly remembered there was a singleton standing beside us. Meng Meng, why don't we take a nap before going to the library? I'm so sleepy. Sleep, let's all sleep.
Tan Meng Meng shrugged helplessly. If she hadn't promised Shinruoi to accompany her shopping for black stockings tonight, she would have slipped back to the dorm long ago. After showing Tan Meng Meng to a guest room, he closed his eyes. She was utterly exhausted.
Honey, you have class this afternoon. I'll just use the pillow now.
Mumbling, Shinruoi slid off Guyi's lap and settled onto a pillow, yet still pulled one of his arms over her belly in a coquettish manner. Only then did she feel at ease.
Leaning back on the sofa, Guyi gently stroked Shinruoi's belly, savoring the tranquility of the afternoon.
Behind them, Tan Meng Meng emerged from the bathroom heading toward the guest room. But witnessing their affectionate figures from behind, she couldn't help but flash an indulgent smile. This pairing had her totally shipping them.
It's about time to head back to school for class. Before leaving, Guyi thoughtfully tucked the blanket around Shinruoi.
Seeing the guest room door was ajar, he walked over to peek inside, wanting to ask Tan Meng Meng to help take care of Shinruoi. However, Tan Meng Meng had also fallen asleep, and her sleeping posture was positively savage. If the sleeping Shinruoi resembled an adorable, languid kitten, then Tan Meng Meng was more like a tigress. Lying on the quilt and straddling the pillow was nothing special. The real kicker was the sounds she kept making, single-handedly turning the whole room into a lively spectacle. After locking the door, Guyi rushed off to school. In the classroom, classmates would always greet Guyi whenever they saw him. Handsome and loaded, some even claimed to have spotted him in a Maybach.
He was the epitome of their dream man. Guyi, over here.
Seeing Zhang Tao beckoning, Guyi hurried over with a smile and immediately spotted Ding Dong typing away at lightning speed.
Ding Dong, who are you chatting with? So engrossed. Ugh, don't even mention it.
Who would have thought Ding Dong would be the first among us three to get into a relationship? Woo, the heavens have no eyes, life isn't fair.
Zhang Tao wailed in tragic indignation, while Gao Fan's eyes were likewise filled with envy.
Not bad, Ding Dong. Guyi smiled knowingly. Apparently, the matchmaking deity hadn't tied his red string to a crab.
Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key.
When my wife gets here, I'll introduce you all to her. Ding Dong said with no small amount of pride, even changing how he addressed her. This level of shamelessness made Gao Fan and Zhang Tao admit they couldn't compare. Later, it was also learned that Ding Dong and his girlfriend were childhood sweethearts who had just officially become a couple yesterday. She was a year younger than him, starting her freshman year this September, and had also been admitted to Magic City University on a recommendation. The moment they heard Ding Dong's girlfriend was actually a junior girl, the jealousy radiating from Zhang Tao and Gao Fan was so thick you could practically dip dumplings in it.
5 hours of optional lecture felt like an eternity. Hardly any students in the entire class were paying attention. The back rows were already playing Honor of Kings. When the teacher asked why the student sitting stiffly at the front wasn't joining his classmates in playing games, the boy answered with a helpless expression, "They already had enough people, they didn't want me." The teacher burst into tears. It was all in vain.
Watching Ding Dong and Guyi furiously typing away on their phones, Gaofan and Zhang Tao wished they could smash the Storm Dragon King on the screen into pieces. At home, Tan Mengmeng sat at the table with her legs crossed, revising her thesis.
Shen Ruoyi lay back on the sofa chatting with Guyi.
Listening to her intermittent laughter, Tan Mengmeng's current mood was exactly the same as Zhang Tao and Gaofan's.
Flirting through the internet enough already. Classmate Shen, why isn't your baby bump showing more? 2 babies, wow. You absolutely must eat well and get enough nutrients. Shoo, don't tell Guyi, we didn't do an ultrasound that day. Ha?
Interrupted by Shenruoi, Tan Mengmeng looked astonished before learning that Shenruoi hadn't even told Guyi about carrying twins.
So you mean Guyi still doesn't know the truth till now? Think about it, back then I didn't even know if Guyi would accept me. If I'd said I was carrying twins, what if he got scared away?
But it seems I worried too much.
My Guyi would never be that kind of person. So when do you plan to tell him? Let's wait until the next prenatal checkup to surprise him.
Seeing Shenruoi lovingly caress her belly, Tan Mengmeng couldn't help but shake her head helplessly.
This couple really knew how to have fun. I'd actually love for you to have twins, a boy especially.
He could go charm other people's daughters. Tan Mengmeng looked thoughtful for a moment, then added, worst case, I'll wait 18 years for your son, and we can pair up then.
Dream on, you old hag.
You wouldn't even be worthy of being my elder.
Of course not. You calling me mom? Me calling you sister? Get out of here.
Shenruoi wrinkled her delicate nose to cut off Tan Mengmeng. She wouldn't let her son ruin other families' daughters, but she absolutely wouldn't let other families' daughters ruin him either, especially not some old hag.
In the evening, the weather was relatively cool. Shenruoi and Tan Mengmeng hailed a taxi and went shopping.
Guyi transferred 10,000 yuan to Shenruoi for her to spend freely, then went to prepare the skewers for sale in the evening.
Ximei Plaza is a shopping mall with 2 intersecting shopping streets in front, favored by residents of the bustling city.
At the same time, this is also the place with the richest variety of goods. Just the clothes Shenruoi wanted to buy took up half a street's worth of shops.
Xiaoshen, are you sure you bought that secretary outfit just to show Guyi? Of course not. Guyi's company needs a secretary, and such a personal position naturally requires me to take charge personally. Having said that, why do you think a secretary is such a private position?
Shenruoi was instantly rendered speechless. Seeing Tan Mengmeng persistently pressing for answers, she had no choice but to confess the truth. That night, I couldn't sleep and saw light coming from the lower bunk, so I peeked my head out.
Then I saw you watching something naughty. Woo-woo. Stop talking. Don't say another word, or we're done.
Finding herself at the center of the gossip, Tan Mengmeng's face burned red.
For a fleeting moment, she actually thought it might not be so bad if Shenruoi moved out and she got to live alone. She just took a glance, so dirty-minded, I can't bear to look. Stop saying that.
Pushing away Tan Mengmeng's pawing hands, Shenruoi shook her head like a rattledrum, then gazed at her with eyes filled with pity.
Mengmeng, there's a garden in Magic City that's supposedly great for meeting potential partners. Why don't you give it a try? First-class beauty or golden rose?
Useless, those are just for elderly folks seeking companionship, or so I've heard from others. Tan Mengmeng tilted her head slightly, her eyes beginning to dodge repeatedly.
Loose lips seem to have revealed something unintended?
Chapter 63, All my clothes combined wouldn't make 2 feet of fabric. Inside Shangmei Women's Clothing Shop, wearing her sales associate uniform, Sun Zi kept her eyes fixed on the 2 beauties not far away. Because they had been wandering around the store for half an hour, outlasting 13 groups of customers, yet showed no intention of buying any clothing. Sun Zi was worried that the part-time employees at the shop weren't providing adequate service, so she decided to personally oversee operations. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore and immediately strode over to where the 2 were standing. But just at that moment, she seemed to overhear something, rather private.
Classmate Shin, this pencil skirt looks great.
It would fit you perfectly, unlike me. If I eat just a little too much and sit down, the skirt would probably ride all the way up to my belly.
But there's quite a difference from what you saw in the movie. Are you sure this is proper secretary apparel? Probably. The secretary outfits in the video have all been altered. I think it's for convenience. Yeah, purely for convenience. What's so convenient about that?
Shenruoi was puzzled. Just as she had said, the film was too obscene, and she hadn't dared to watch much of it. In contrast, Tan Mengmeng was far more experienced. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to spew such filthy language so effortlessly.
Of course it's to make things easier when handling important matters. Tan Mengmeng's bluntness made even Sun Zi, who was quietly standing behind them, blush. Girls these days really know too much.
Shenruoi was still pondering what this serious matter could be when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Sun Zi. Startled, she let out a small yelp, her fair hands patting her chest repeatedly as if to calm her racing heart.
What are you doing? Sun Zi was also startled by Shenruoi's reaction, but quickly realized her own impropriety.
As a professional sales associate, the most fundamental requirement is to remain composed in unexpected situations and serve customers skillfully through articulate communication.
Hello miss, I'm this store's sales assistant. How may I assist you today? If I've offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize. When you're ready to check out, I can offer you a 5% discount as compensation.
Oh, I see. Shinruwari nodded understandingly, then quickly shook her head in refusal.
No, it's alright, we're just browsing casually, just looking around. Are you kidding me? Although we said we're buying clothes, how could we possibly ask for help picking out that kind of outfit? What do you mean? Should I say, something sexier, with a slimmer cut? For shame, how embarrassing. But Shinruoi's words didn't send Sun Zi away. Instead, the latter quietly approached the two girls and murmured, "Pretty ladies, are you sure what you're looking for isn't intimate apparel? The kind you'd wear for boudoir photos?" Since Sun Zi dared to ask, it meant she already had a rough guess. The secretary outfits the two wanted were probably not the proper kind. Of course, the not proper secretary outfits could only mean the private, risque versions. Ha, for a photo shoot? What styles are those? Aren't they displayed on the racks?
Shinruoi, naive as a little white rabbit, didn't sense anything amiss and immediately asked her question. Sun Zi was also stunned by the stunning beauty's innocent simplicity before him.
Logically speaking, shouldn't female college students be quite adventurous?
To say nothing else, this girl beside her understood 100 million times more.
Ahem.
Miss, this particular style really isn't available elsewhere. It's not permitted to be displayed outside.
Where is it? Can you take us to see? Shunruoi was utterly baffled. How could clothes sell if they weren't even displayed?
They really didn't know how to do business.
Little did they know, clothes that weren't allowed to be displayed sold the fastest. The customer is king.
Sun Zi led the two through a door to an inner shop compartment.
At first glance, colorful undergarments came into view.
Looking closer, while all the clothes combined on the first rack didn't even use 2 feet of fabric.
But the price is extremely high.
Sun Zi claims, tear-resistant, pull-resistant, machine-washable and reusable.
Use? Did she say use? Putting aside whether the term use is appropriate, can these clothes even be comfortable to wear?
This outfit on the mannequin, fake model, only has 2 cloth strips tied around the waist. How frugal with fabric can you get?
This doesn't look like swimwear at all. How am I supposed to go to the bathroom wearing it? Do I lift it or pull it to the side? And that semi-transparent one,
Just imagining the scenario made both Shinruoi and Tan Mengmeng feel a rush of embarrassment rising from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads. But gritting their teeth and venturing further inside, they finally saw the secretary uniforms that often appeared in movies.
Yet even with their wildly unconventional thought processes, both finally realized this was probably not the kind of proper clothing one wore out.
Xiaoshun, something tells me if you actually wore this outside, your Guyi would beat you to a pulp.
Bah, you're the one who should wear that out. Then, we're not buying it? Shall we leave? How about buying a set? Shinruoi dropped a bombshell. What if Guyi likes it?
Tan Mengmeng froze. Shinruoi was actually trying every possible way to please her man.
Dear heavens! Whoever said the campus belle was aloof, I'll be the first to tear them a new one.
In the end, after Sun Zi's enlightening instruction, Shinruoi learned many strange and unusual things, and then asked for a secretary outfit.
Tan Mengmeng also picked several outfits from the rack. When she counted them later, there were actually 11 sets. When Shinruoi asked why she was buying so much, she just tilted her head and muttered, "Can't I wear them for myself? Just wearing them in the dorm isn't allowed?"
Shinruoi rolled her eyes at the remark, not because she disbelieved every word of it, but simply because this would be the only person she could dress up for anyway. Under Shinruoi's pitying gaze, Tan Mengmeng felt thoroughly insulted. What was this lonely old dog look she was giving him?
But to be honest, these clothes are really expensive. No tags, no receipt, and informed that all sales are final once the purchase is made. It's understandable, once clothes have been worn, they can't be returned.
After completing the payment, Shinruoi spent over 2,500 yuan, and her heart ached a little in that moment. But if Guyi knew what had transpired here, he'd undoubtedly urge Shinruoi again, spend more, spend more. Seeing the two off at the main gate, Sun Zi felt as though some inner seal within her had loosened. She immediately sent her boyfriend a WeChat message, "Come home early tonight, I'll make your favorite wolfberry oxtail soup. Oh, and I bought a pair of Parisian pajamas too." How infuriating. Normally it'd take at least half an hour to get a reply from her boyfriend, but this time, he responded instantly. Shinruoi and Tan Mengmeng felt uneasy the moment they stepped out of Shangmei Women's Clothing Store, even experiencing a tinge of guilt as if they'd done something wrong.
However, when they reached the northeast corner of the second floor in Shimei Shopping Plaza, Shinruoi's attention was completely captivated.
On the left were a group of 1-year-old babies playing in water, causing Shinruoi's eyes to overflow with maternal radiance, while on the right stood an entire row of infant clothing stores, instantly making the secretary outfit in her hand lose all its appeal. Tan Mengmeng couldn't hold Shinruoi back and had to follow her into the baby clothing store for a little shopping spree.
Chapter 64, Shinruoi, what's wrong with dressing a baby boy in a little dress? What's wrong with that? Inside the maternity and baby store,
Shinruoi walked with light steps to the rows of tiny clothes made exclusively for infants. Gazing at those tiny, adorable clothes, Shinruoi's eyes brimmed with maternal love, her lips curling into a smile as her hand instinctively settled on her belly. In this moment, she had already envisioned dressing her little ones 10,000 times in her mind. Though she'd heard childbirth would be painfully agonizing, Shinruoi currently felt not a trace of fear, because she truly, desperately anticipated the day her babies would arrive. Imagining those tender little bundles nestling against her filled her with overwhelming happiness.
I could wear this outfit too. Tan Mengmeng picked up a pure white infant onesie and murmured thoughtfully. Shinruoi glanced at it and nodded. It's split pants. If you want to wear them, I'll buy some for you. Then if I add diaper pads, can I lie in your arms and nurse? TCH. Nonsense. Shinruoi's fair face flushed as she cursed inwardly, making my son wait 18 years for you while you steal his milk? Ugh, what a scoundrel.
Classmate Shin, what I meant was for you to feed me powdered milk.
What exactly were you imagining? Hearing this, Shinruoi's face turned even redder.
Noticing Tan Mengmeng's mischievous grin, Shin calmly extended 2 porcelain white fingers and pinched a certain someone's tender waist flesh, giving it 3.5 firm twists.
Mengmeng, does this little belly band look good for my baby? Mengmeng, does this little dress look nice for my baby? Mengmeng, where the hell are you?
Shinruoi was enthusiastically picking out clothes, occasionally holding a few pieces close to her chest as if she were cradling her own baby.
Meanwhile, Tan Mengmeng was thoroughly annoyed by Shinruoi's relentless pinching.
Muttering to herself while sitting on a small stool, I won't drink milk, save it for your Guyi to drink. But when she saw Shinruoi about to take all the baby clothes, she finally stepped forward.
Ancestor, forget about whether the dresses are cute or not. What if we end up with 2 little troublemakers? Are you really planning to dress them in little skirts?
I'll definitely take plenty of photos to slander you, make sure they side with me in the future.
What's wrong with dressing baby boys in little skirts? So dramatic.
Shinruoi rolled her eyes at Tan Mengmeng and went back to sorting through the tiny clothes, setting aside the ones she'd picked out. You'd think the ones she set aside were the ones she liked, but then she muttered under her breath, except for these, I want them all. Shinruoi was caught in a dilemma, surprising Tan Mengmeng when she expressed her desire to buy all the baby clothes in stock. After all, Ruoi was usually frugal, only buying clothes that fit without caring about brands.
She'd even feel pain spending a little extra on herself.
But now, when it came to buying clothes for her unborn babies, she didn't hesitate at all.
Is this the greatness of motherhood? Wanting to give your children everything that's good. Still, the salesperson probably wouldn't recommend buying so many clothes for a baby.
First, babies grow quickly in the early stages, and second, not all of these clothes are suitable for newborns to wear.
Shashun, what will you do if the babies outgrow all these clothes before they even get to wear them?
Shinruoi thought her friend made a valid point, but with her quirky thought process, she just waved it off unconcernedly, even finding her best friend a bit silly. You're so silly, Mengmeng, I can save them for our 3rd or 4th baby to wear.
A 4th baby?
But you'll get fined for having a 4th child. I can just have another set of twins, then we'll have both our 3rd and 4th treasures.
Tan Mengmeng frowned helplessly. Calling Shinruoi a fool?
Yet she cleverly conceived twins at once.
But call her smart?
She shows no fear facing the agony of 10th level childbirth pain.
Little Shin, you silly girl, having babies so frequently isn't good for your health.
Tan Mengmeng spoke softly. Though they often bickered, their hearts held mutual care and concern for each other. Otherwise, Tan Mengmeng wouldn't have felt her heart racing when she heard Shinruoi talk about wanting to have a 2nd child.
I know my Guyi has said these things too.
Hearing this, Tan Mengmeng nodded approvingly. Guyi was truly a good man.
But Shinruoi was still staring longingly at those tiny baby clothes.
This vexing little temptress truly makes it impossible to harden one's heart and refuse.
Meanwhile, Guyi reached the time to set up his stall.
The 4 brothers took their snack cart to embark on their expedition to Shiguang Snack Street. They had just appeared and not even reached their designated spot when Zhang Tao and the others heard the clamor of noisy chatter. Turning their heads to look, they saw a crowd of young girls exposing their thighs and bellies closely following behind the food truck. No matter how you looked at it, their intentions seemed far from pure. Meanwhile, the male customers who genuinely wanted to buy skewers were shoved to the back.
Anyone daring to push forward would immediately be scolded into retreat.
The other stall owners at Shiguang Snack Street broke into unified grins of delight the moment they spotted Guyi setting up shop. Although their business revenue couldn't compare to Guye's, the popularity and foot traffic he brought far exceeded previous levels.
Since Guye's arrival, they had adopted a more pragmatic mindset, not aiming to eat the meat, but content with drinking the broth. Now Guye's snack truck was becoming increasingly popular, and they all basked in its reflected glory, feeling utterly content. From a distance, the crowd gathered around the snack truck formed several layers deep. Anyone unaware might have mistaken it for some celebrity making an appearance. Then, as Guyi called out opening for business, the customers quickly formed an orderly queue long as a dragon yet without the slightest chaos. No one grumbled about being at the back,
creating a harmonious scene all around. Zhang Tao and the others were puzzled. These people seemed to have coordinated in advance, forming such an orderly line. It wasn't until Gao Fan and the group saw the girls buying fried skewers take out a notebook and pen that they suddenly understood these people's intentions were anything but pure. Zhang Tao looked at Gu Yi, then at the endless crowd below, and suddenly had a thought: if Gu Yi were pushed down, wouldn't he be stripped bare?
Hey there, handsome, can I get your autograph?
Gu Yi, busy frying skewers, froze momentarily when the girl across from him handed over a notebook and pen. God knows why he suddenly remembered that day when he signed his name on Angel's white blouse while taking over the company reception desk.
Gu Yi's face flushed slightly, but he nonetheless took the notebook and pen, signing his name with a flourish. Though admittedly, he was quite puzzled. What was the point of getting an autograph from a street vendor like him? It seemed his heart held thoughts of Shen Ruoyi alone, with no room left for worldly affairs. For example, he himself has been trending on the hot search list for an entire day? Or how about the fact that his Weibo account followers have surpassed 1 million? Or perhaps, have talent agencies already started looking for his contact information, wanting to sign him? But he didn't care in the slightest. I just want to quietly be a husband and father. Chapter 65, Love That Runs Both Ways, Doesn't It Melt Your Heart? Sis, nailed it. Oh no, I finally got Guya's autograph. Once the dog succeeds, don't forget each other. $1,000, I'll take it. The group chat was buzzing with activity. The food truck was bustling with activity. Many customers in line were there just to get a glimpse of Guya's face. Little did they know when they saw Guyi skillfully working around the frying wok, his radiant, domestic charm left a deep impression on them. But the moment they remembered he already had a girlfriend, they were overwhelmed with envy, and an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Because Shen Ruoyi is too beautiful, imagine them turning on max-level beauty filters. Could they still hold the title of the most beautiful campus belle at Moda University? Not a chance. How heavenly must Shen Ruoyi's natural beauty be? Her looks are practically a gift chased after by the heavens. Many of them love gossip and scandals. When Gu Yi and his food cart trended on social media, and netizens dug up his private Weibo account, these people had already begun scrambling for every scrap of information about him. It was already an open secret at Shanghai University. Even the campus forum was flooded with numerous outsiders. Naturally, the beautiful love story between Gu Yi and Shen Ruoyi, the handsome guy and pretty girl, couldn't escape their fervent admiration. As a result, while selling fried skewers, Gu Yi not only had to sign autographs for his fans but also occasionally respond with a line, "My relationship with my wife? It's great," full of survival instinct. Another thing was the girl's enthusiasm. It far exceeded expectations. Ding Dong displayed an exceptionally high level of loyalty toward his girlfriend, remaining utterly focused on his own tasks. Gao Fan dared not act recklessly either. If news of his flirtation spread online, he could become nationally infamous, too thrilling a prospect for him to stomach. As for Zhang Tao, he was by far the happiest one tonight. His emotions swung wildly from ecstasy to despair and back again. Whenever girls asked for the contact info of his snack cart, Zhang Tao would shamelessly exchange social media with them. By closing time, his WeChat friend list was practically overflowing. Just as he was smugly boasting about finally landing a girlfriend, a notification popped up on WeChat: suspicious activity detected. Account temporarily restricted. Zhang Tao nearly had a stroke. So the matchmaker's red thread was tied around his head after all? What chilled him even more was that many girls had found his phone number through Zhang Tao's WeChat messages. His inbox was even livelier. "Hey handsome, you gotta tell me when Bosku sets up his stall." Great! What peaches and blossoms! Turns out all these girls adding him had such simple motives? After setting up the WeChat account, why not just create a group? Let's call it the Foodie Alliance. How much joy, and yet how much sorrow. Just as Gu Yi had guessed during the day, today turned out to be a bountiful harvest. The prepared fried skewers disappeared at a visible pace, and the pleasant voice of the payment app's notification announcements chimed continuously like ding ding ding. For a full 70 minutes. Boss, me next, me. I want 10 starchy sausages, 10 chicken sticks, 10. Where's the food? Sorry, we're all out of skewers. You can come earlier tomorrow, Gu Yi said apologetically. The girl pushed up her glasses in frustration, took a deep breath, and said resentfully, "Boss, could you prepare more fried skewers? I traveled all the way here from the Old West District. It took me an hour and a half by bus." Gu Yi looked astonished. Turning to see the 6 empty bamboo baskets in the cart, he fell into deep thought. He single-handedly bought out all the vegetables from a vendor's stall, and it still wasn't enough? He needed to prepare even more? At this point, the vegetable seller practically wanted to swear brotherhood with him. If he bought even more, would the uncle start calling him dear brother? "Sorry, everyone, we've sold out of all the fried skewers we prepared today. Please come back another time," Zhang Tao announced miserably to the crowd below. The adorable girl over there munching on cabbage is someone he recognizes. She was the 68th person to add him as a friend. Clearly, all she ever thinks about is food.
The elegant lady licking the bamboo skewer in the south also looked familiar. She was the 135th person to add him as a friend. What a pity, he had even caught the scent of spring in the air. The two girls feeding each other at the very back left a deeper impression. Who would have thought they were actually a couple? What a waste. Shameful. Despite Zhang Tao calling for everyone to disperse, many people remained lined up. It turned out later that they were actually queuing for Gu Ye's autograph. Not you, auntie. I get why girls want handsome guys' autographs, but what are you doing here? Zhang Tao immediately spotted the extravagantly dressed woman at the front of the crowd. Her flashy clothes made it clear she was no ordinary person. The gold rings covering her fingers were blinding, and those golden teeth, ugh, that reek of garlic. Whoosh! Suddenly, raindrops began to fall from the sky, utterly abrupt, sending the lingering diners into complete chaos. Yet even as they hurriedly scattered in all directions, many people kept shouting toward Gu Yi and his companions. Boss, you must set up your stall tomorrow. You must. Bosku, if you don't open your stall tomorrow, I'll beat my husband to death. You're amazing, you're noble. You, sir, you must open your stall tomorrow. I'm begging you as your brother. Gao Fan and the other two couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously. Foodie's thoughts are indeed adorably simple. Tower, you guys wait for the rain to stop, be careful. I've got to hurry and pick up my wife. Gu Yi finished speaking, then without even grabbing an umbrella, he dashed out into the pouring rain. The moment raindrops began to fall from the sky, the thoughts flashing through Gu Yi's mind were, did my wife find shelter from the rain? How many layers is she wearing? Will she catch a chill? Don't worry, hubby's coming, almost there. Once in the car, the rain suddenly intensified, pouring so heavily that the windshield offered no visibility of the road ahead. At the same time, Gu Ye's phone started ringing. When he opened it, there were 13 missed calls from Shen Ruoi and over 100 WeChat messages. Gu Yi, it's raining, don't get soaked, you'll catch a cold. Gu Yi, did you grab a jacket? Don't catch a chill. Gu Yi, don't worry about me. I'll wait out the rain before heading home, don't worry. Sweetheart, don't come pick me up. The rain is too heavy. It's not safe to drive. Hubby, be good and listen to me. After you see this message, call me back. Reading each WeChat message, Gu Yi felt warmth in his heart. Apart from his parents, no one cared for him as much as Shen Ruoi. But she really was a silly girl, how could he not go to pick her up? With that thought, Gu Yi started the car. Although driving in the rain was inherently risky, this car's cutting-edge technology included night vision and anti-interference systems. In other words, no matter the weather, Gu Yi could drive without any issues. Ding! Mission completed, love mutually yours. Reward, special cold remedy recipe. Note, the female lead's constitution has been enhanced and cannot catch colds, so please rest assured, host. Also, drive safely and take care of your health so you can have more babies in the future. Chapter 66, Hubby comes home, spread the mattress, sleepy sleepy. Why aren't you replying to me yet? Honey, what are you up to? In an intimate apparel boutique, Shen Ruoi paces anxiously back and forth. The reason was none other than this: Gu Yi still hadn't replied to her message. She was worried Gu Yi might get caught in the rain, then catch a cold and fever, followed by being bedridden, ultimately requiring her to take care of him. Thinking about it this way, Shen Ruoi actually felt a faint sense of anticipation at the prospect of caring for Gu Yi. Bah! What's wrong with your brain, Shen Ruoi? Watching Shen Ruoi mutter to herself and chastise herself, Tan Mengmeng was already used to such antics. They say pregnancy brain lasts 3 years, yet Shen Ruoi still wants to have a second child for Gu Yi. Doesn't she fear becoming even dumber for another 3 years? Great, then I can easily trick her son into coming over. Xiaoshen, could you please sit down and stay still for a bit? You're making me dizzy with all that pacing around. Maybe Guy just hasn't had time to check your message yet. Is that so? Whoa, Xiaoshen, what's that pimple on your left cheek? Could it be an angry zit? Where? Oh, never mind that now. Tan Mengmeng practically grinned from ear to ear. She clearly remembered not long ago Shen Ruoi's face had still been perfectly smooth. The waitress had just complimented her natural beauty. For a breakout to appear within such a short time was simply unbelievable. Nice one, Shen Ruoi. You really can't go a second without Gu Yi these days. Tan Mengmeng sighed, pressing her palm to her forehead. I always thought the female lead's obsessive devotion in TV dramas was just scripted, arranged by the directors. Who would have imagined such naive simplicity actually exists in real life? And the instant acne flare-up was even more exaggerated than what's shown on TV. Indeed, art imitates life, but reality can be even more absurd. Xiaoshen, come here, don't worry. After Gu Yi finishes his work, he'll come to you. Here, take this chance to pick out a set of underwear and panties. Consider it my gift to you. Tan Mengmeng said this in a flash of inspiration. She had also looked up precautions for pregnant women because of Shen Ruoi's condition. Getting agitated is absolutely unacceptable. Prolonged agitation could lead to frequent fetal movements. No need, thanks. Oh, G has replied. Ding ding ding. A string of notification tones rang out in rapid succession, followed by hundreds, no, thousands of messages and incoming calls. Only then did she realize that Guy had been trying to talk to her, to call her this whole time. The reason she hadn't received any replies was because the signal where she was located was terrible. The messages simply couldn't get through.
Ugh, so annoying. This damn iPhone. After the charming outburst, Shinruoi quickly sent her location to Gu Yi. In less than 3 minutes, a refined Maybach pulled up in front of the lingerie store, followed by a tall figure approaching the entrance under an umbrella. It was Gu Yi. Gu Yi's face was equally urgent at this moment, the concern in his eyes almost sweeping Tan Mengmeng into the sewer. Shinruoi saw the one she longed for and immediately flew into his arms, her small fists pounding against Gu Yi's chest repeatedly. You idiot! It's raining so hard. I told you not to come pick me up. What if you catch a cold? What if you get sick? What would happen to me and the babies? Wah! By the end, Shinruoi's voice was trembling with tears.
It's not that she's being overly sensitive, nor that she thinks her man is weak, but whenever she thinks about how Gu Yi has to take meticulous care of her, run his street stall to earn money, and also juggle company affairs, Shinruoi's heart aches with tenderness.
Her man, he's just too exhausted.
That's why Shinruoi truly didn't want to trouble Gu Yi to come fetch her through the heavy rain. At the same time, she hated herself for coming so far to go shopping. She was causing Gu Yi too much trouble.
Don't cry, my love, don't cry. I was wrong. I'll listen to you from now on, okay?
Gu Yi spoke in a seemingly submissive tone, but mentally added, I'll admit my mistake and acknowledge my fault without actually correcting it. The next time it rains, I'm still coming to pick you up.
Why don't you hit me a couple more times to vent your anger?
As he spoke, he reached out to take Shinruoi's small hand and guide it towards his own face.
Seeing this, Shinruoi couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Yet even as she smiled, her lips pouted and her eyes glistened with tears.
Humph, fine then, I forgive you, she said. Calm Gu Yi down by hitting him? No way, I couldn't bear to.
The waiter had rushed over at the first sign of commotion, with the word envy practically written across his face.
What kind of fairy tale romance is this? This is it. Oh my god, I've made it. I actually witnessed true love with my own eyes.
That car doesn't look cheap, and this umbrella alone probably costs my entire month's salary. After marveling at Gu Yi's handsome appearance and glancing at the luxury car parked outside, the waiter deepened the look of envy written all over his face. Meng, thank you for your hard work accompanying Yi shopping until so late. Gu Yi, holding Shinruoi's hand, walked towards Tan Mengmeng who was sitting on a small stool cracking sunflower seeds. Tan Mengmeng waved it off nonchalantly, picking up the melon seed shells that had fallen to the ground as she stood up and said, Xiaoxin is my bestie, no need to thank me. But you better treat her right from now on.
Look at that pimple on her face. Ha, where's the pimple?
Tan Mengmeng stared wide-eyed at Shinruoi's now flawless skin, which had been covered with a pimple just moments ago. Instinctively, she turned to look at the waiter, leaving both of them bug-eyed in shock. That pimple vanished as fast as it appeared.
A 3-second pimple? Pox? Gu Yi was puzzled. What was that?
Shinruoi understood what Tan Mengmeng was referring to, but she didn't want Gu Yi to worry, so she quickly urged them along.
Honey, Meng, let's go home.
We shouldn't trouble this lovely waitress any further. The waitress almost spoke up to say it was no trouble at all. After all, she genuinely wanted to know what skincare products Shinruoi used or how she maintained her flawless complexion.
Her skin is like polished jade, and even pimples leave no trace? I kneel in awe. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Take care, take your time.
Her face twisted in bitterness. Indeed, one shouldn't compare themselves to those favored by the heavens with a silver spoon, or they'd die of envy. Gu Yi first escorted Shinruoi to the car before doubling back to pick up Tan Mengmeng. For a fleeting moment, Tan Mengmeng had the overwhelming urge to burn incense and pray, heavens, while it's thundering and raining, send this girl a boyfriend already. The car started, and Shinruoi began chattering away to Gu Yi about all the sights and sounds she had encountered that day. She even counted on her fingers as she enthusiastically described how adorable and cute the little outfits she had bought for the baby were.
Tan Mengmeng sat in the backseat with her legs crossed, arms lazily draped over the seats, watching the couple show off their affection.
The corners of her mouth perpetually lifted in amusement, never once dropping. Finally, they arrived home, and the car came to a stop outside the villa. The rain had lightened, but Shinruoi had fallen asleep. Gu Yi asked Tan Mengmeng to help look after her while he hurried home to fetch a blanket. Opening the car's passenger door, he draped the blanket over Shinruoi's head to shield her from the chilly wind. Before the three could return indoors, Shinruoi awoke groggily, murmuring with bleary-eyed confusion.
Husband, come home now. Make the bed die, go to sleep. That single phrase, make the bed die, go to sleep, made Gu Yi's heart overflow with pink bubbles.
Tan Mengmeng wasn't doing much better either. Her nose started bleeding instantly.
Damn, this was just too adorable, absolutely impossible to resist.
Chapter 67, Pregnancy Cravings, a craving for boxed meals, train meals on the high-speed rail. Shinruoi nestled against Gu Yi's chest with her upper half covered, her long legs entwined around his waist. Back in the room, just as Gu Yi was about to carry her into the bedroom, she softly called out to stop him.
Honey, stop. Put me down. Though exhausted, she still couldn't stop worrying about Tan Meng Meng. Meng Meng, it's so late, the school gates are locked by now. You shouldn't go.
Hearing this, Tan Meng Meng felt touched at first, then immediately wanted to refuse. But considering the reality of the situation, plus the fact she hadn't brought her ID, sleeping under a bridge simply wasn't an option. Although I wasn't thrilled about staying at Shen Ruoi's place to witness their affection, I had no other choice. At worst, if I hear any movements at night, I'll just pretend to be fast asleep.
Peeking? No way. I'd rather not get pink eye. What would you like to eat? I'll cook for you.
The rain came suddenly, and Gu Yi knew neither of them had eaten anything. He immediately headed to the kitchen. Shen Ruoi agonized over what to do, mainly because she had no appetite. The stinky tofu and those cursed dumplings with mystery fillings she'd eaten at lunch now made her feel queasy just thinking about them.
Even though at noon, she'd been the one eating most enthusiastically. Honey, am I being too much of a trouble to you?
Shen Ruoi took Gu Yi's hand and gently swayed it, her face etched with self-reproach. Even though she was pregnant, it wasn't an excuse to be picky, instead she just caused Gu Yi extra trouble, which made her feel terribly guilty. Gu Yi grinned at the dejected Shen Ruoi, gently poking her puffed-up cheek before opening his mouth to comfort her.
Who cares what others say? I'll pamper my wife however I please, no amount of money can buy my happiness. Humph, you're the only one who knows how to make me happy.
Shen Ruoi wrinkled her delicate nose with a little hum, her heart overflowing with unspoken sweetness.
Stop, stop, stop. Or should I just dunk my head in your lovey-dovey display? If this continues, I'm going to lose my appetite.
Tan Meng Meng rolled her eyes and waved her hands to call for a halt. There was no denying that hanging around Gu Yi and Shen Ruoi would eventually forge an impenetrable armor around one's heart.
This isn't a good sign. What if my heart becomes as solid as metal and stone? How will the young gentleman ever pierce my heart?
Later, Gu Yi specially cooked a dish for Tan Meng Meng, letting her name it as a reward for her efforts that day. Tan Meng Meng didn't hold back at all, she immediately ordered Buddha jumps over the wall, a famously extravagant dish. She had meant to mock Gu Yi to express her dissatisfaction, but to her surprise, Gu Yi actually agreed. Without hesitation, he turned and disappeared into the kitchen. Bored and no longer sleepy, Shen Ruoi and Tan Meng Meng retreated into Tan's bedroom, locking the door behind them.
Tan Meng Meng then began trying on the 11 sets of intimate lingerie, donning a pair of black bunny ears while occasionally asking Shen Ruoi for her opinion. Meanwhile, Shen Ruoi sat cross-legged on the carpet like a little girl, fiddling with the 2 large bags of baby clothes and imagining how adorable the little ones would look wearing them. The 2 sisters truly proved themselves to be the best of friends. Playing by himself, he could keep at it for a full 2 hours. It wasn't until Gu Yi called them out to eat that the 2 simultaneously put down the tiny clothes they were holding, truly tiny clothes. At the dining table, Tan Meng Meng sat bolt upright, her eyes gleaming with delight as she sniffed the fragrant aroma wafting from the jar before her. This is incredible, it smells absolutely amazing. I'm all in. You guys take it easy. Unable to come up with more compliments, Tan Meng Meng immediately dove into the food with reckless abandon.
Gu Yi chuckled quietly as he watched Tan Meng Meng throw all sense of propriety to the wind. With limited ingredients at home, this Buddha jumps over the wall stew wasn't authentic, hence the layer of instant noodles floating on top.
Fortunately, Tan Meng Meng wasn't one to complain, but Shen Ruoi had no appetite. What should they do?
At this moment, Shen Ruoi clearly didn't have the good appetite she had at noon. Instead, when she smelled the Buddha jumps over the wall stew, she actively stayed away from it, pinching her nose with a look of distaste, and even showed slight retching symptoms. Clearly, her morning sickness was getting worse. Gu Yi, possessing the culinary skills of a state banquet-level chef, had the confidence to satisfy even the most finicky appetite. However, Shen Ruoi's erratic taste preferences were caused by hormonal imbalances due to pregnancy symptoms, making it difficult to cater to. As Gu Yi was pondering what food to prepare to help Shen Ruoi settle her stomach, Shen Ruoi, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly straightened up and turned her head to look at Gu Yi.
Hubby, feeling hungry? Or is there something specific you'd like to eat? I'll make it for you. Gu Yi's eyebrows lifted with delight as he eagerly pressed for an answer.
Shen Ruoi nodded at first but then wore a troubled expression, as if there was something difficult for her to articulate.
Wanna eat a lunchbox?
Gu Yi nearly stumbled upon hearing this. Why would she suddenly crave a boxed meal? But he quickly calmed himself down. Having some appetite was still better than having none at all.
Alright, I'll make it for you.
Just as Gu Yi was about to head back into the kitchen, Shen Ruoi hurriedly called out to stop him.
No, honey. What's wrong? I actually want to eat the boxed meals on the high-speed train.
As Shen Ruoi finished speaking, Tan Meng Meng, who had been devouring Buddha jumps over the wall, nearly spat it all out. She turned her head with a puzzled look while secretly thinking, does Xiaoshen need a good spanking?
Pick her up quickly now. Spank her bottom. The boxed meals on high-speed trains? Yes.
I suddenly remembered the taste of that boxed meal I had on the high-speed train when I first came to Shanghai for college. It smelled so good. Shen Ruoyi had a look of reminiscence on her face, practically drooling with craving.
But then, reason prevailed over her appetite.
Honey, I was just saying it casually, just casually.
She quickly backtracked, somewhat annoyed at herself for making such a demand. It felt too much like unreasonable pestering.
Perhaps Shen Ruoyi didn't know that during pregnancy, when morning sickness strikes, expectant mothers suffer the most, often vomiting twice for every bite of food they manage to eat. You should know that the nutrients an expectant mother absorbs need to nourish both herself and her baby.
Insufficient nutritional intake can lead to serious complications, which is why most husbands devote themselves wholeheartedly to caring for their wives during pregnancy.
If you see someone roaming the streets in slippers late at night desperately searching for a ramen shop, don't be quick to laugh. There might just be an expectant mother waiting at home.
It's not raining at Moda West Station today, and the temperature is just right.
There are 6 more high-speed trains arriving tonight, so we should be able to make it. Meng Meng, keep Yi company for a while.
I'll be right back. While analyzing the situation, Guyi packed up and got ready to leave.
Shen Ruoyi quickly followed and grabbed the corner of his shirt.
The boxed lunch is what I want to eat, so of course I should go.
Hubby, take me with you, dear. I can massage your shoulders on the way, rub your thighs, and even. Don't fool around in the car, Xiaoshen. You should all go ahead, I'll stay behind to watch the house.
Tan Mengmeng cut in and said. In the end, Guyi still softened under Shen Ruoyi's persistence and had no choice but to take her along.
Watching the two leave, Tan Mengmeng rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought.
Guyi truly is a wife-spoiling madman, and Shen Ruoyi is just as much a husband-obsessed demon. Can the heavens see this kind of love?
If they can, then hurry up and send down a prince on a white horse.
Even if he's not a prince, it's fine. Chapter 68. One bite of braised pork turned Shen Ruoyi into a silly fool.
Nanshan Avenue glittered with dazzling lights while streaks of car shadows flashed swiftly past. No wonder the weather forecast always says localized showers, even though it's just a short distance away. Our place is soaked while there isn't a single dark cloud here.
Shen Ruoyi blew on her slightly sore hands while sighing with amazement. Guyi drove the car with a contented smile.
Truth be told, getting a massage from his girlfriend was way more comfortable than the ham-fisted efforts of those 3 idiot roommates. At the same time, the 3 gaming-addicted night owls in dormitory 254 suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Driving down Nanshan Avenue, the car crossed the overpass and slowly pulled over to the side, stopping right beside the West Station of Shanghai.
The construction here is quite impressive, with upscale residential complexes and Class A office buildings. Even now, you can occasionally see people coming and going from the office buildings, and figures moving about on the square in front of the train station. Are you sleepy? Not at all. I'm not sleepy in the slightest.
It seemed she would finally get to taste the long-awaited boxed meal, and Shen Ruoyi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Arriving at the car, the two effortlessly linked arms and stepped toward the train station entrance. Shen Ruoyi adored this sensation of strolling through the streets late at night. Her whole body seemed to exhale in relaxation. Especially with the company of her beloved by her side, her spirits soared with joy.
Just as Shen Ruoyi was looking around, a tantalizing aroma suddenly wafted through the air, stirring her appetite.
Her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile.
Yay, lunchboxes, and I smell leak pockets too. Hubby, come with me, come quickly.
Shen Ruoyi wrinkled her nose as she pulled Guyi forward. Turning a corner, they actually found a small food cart selling boxed meals. The food cart had a simple structure. The upper level held various dishes and basins while the lower level contained the heating and insulation layer. The vendor was a gray-haired grandmother with a kind face, currently sitting under the pale yellow incandescent light bulbs while sewing shoe pads stitch by stitch. By the elderly woman's side sat a little girl about 7 or 8 years old, her hair braided into pigtails, yawning sleepily while obediently seated on a small folding stool. The scene was heartwarming. But upon closer thought, staying out past 1 a.m. without packing up to go home, they must have been struggling to make ends meet. As Guyi and Shen Ruoyi approached, the old woman slowly raised her head, adjusted her presbyopic glasses, and suddenly smiled.
What a handsome little boy and girl. Child, what would you like to eat?
The old woman's voice radiated kindness, which instantly made Shen Ruoyi decide she would have the lunchbox from this granny's stall.
Granny, do you still have lunchboxes left? I'd love some leek dumplings too. Yes, we have everything. Let me serve you some.
With the help of the little girl beside her, the elderly woman slowly rose and approached the cart.
With warm hospitality, she lifted the lids covering the dishes, allowing Shen Ruoyi to see everything at a glance.
There were 9 different dishes in total, each diverse yet all boasting color, aroma, and taste that tantalized Shen Ruoyi's senses, making her mouth water incessantly.
Grandma, this one.
Don't forget shredded potatoes with dried chili peppers, and braised pork too. Oh, and Chinese chive pockets, haha, it smells so good. Shen Ruoyi danced with joy like a silly child who just got candy.
Alright, want some fish too? Granny will give it to you.
The old granny was truly kind-hearted. Not only did she deliberately heap extra portions for Shinruoi, but in the end generously gave her a piece of mackerel too.
Grandma, thank you. How much in total? 8 yuan per serving, 16 in total.
The elderly woman said while closing the lid. Come back for more rice and dishes if it's not enough.
Whatever doesn't sell today won't be fresh tomorrow. Alright.
Shinruoi and Guyi carried their boxed meals to the nearby steps. Before Guyi could say anything, Shinruoi promptly sat down on the steps, and Guyi followed suit.
Luckily, it was summer, and nighttime temperatures weren't too low. Shinruoi eagerly placed the boxed meal on her lap and opened it.
In an instant, the signature aroma of cafeteria-style stir-fry wafted toward them.
Hubby, open your mouth, ah.
Prying apart a pair of disposable chopsticks, Shinruoi picked up a piece of perfectly marbled pork belly and brought it to Guya's mouth, even cupping her hand beneath it to catch any stray grease dripping onto him.
This silly little thing, no matter how much she craved the food herself, she never forgot to offer the best bites to Guyi first. It was as if her heart had long silently acknowledged him as the most important person. It's delicious. Hurry up and eat while it's still piping hot. Guyi urged with a smile, ruffling her hair in contentment. Yeah.
With each bite of food delivered to her mouth, Shinruoi's eyes curved into crescents, her head tilting slightly without her noticing, as if savoring the deliciousness of the meal.
Honey, say ah.
And so, the two took turns feeding each other bite after bite, looking every bit like a pair of deeply in love young sweethearts. They wolfed down the 2 lunchboxes in their arms with lightning speed, while Shinruoi even helped Guyi pick off the rice grains stuck at the corner of his mouth. Honestly, I highly recommend trying the experience of squatting by the roadside curb eating boxed meals at least once. After the meal, Shinruoi puffed out her belly and stretched all 4 limbs, letting out a sweet, contented sigh. Then her head tilted slightly, resting gently against Guya's shoulder as she closed her eyes slightly, savoring the post-meal tranquility. Honey, my tummy's too full. Hearing this, Guyi softly reached out and placed his hand on Shinruoi's belly, gently rubbing in one direction. Shinruoi smiled blissfully, then playfully stretched out her own hand to place it on Guya's stomach. Come here, hubby, let me rub your tummy too to help digestion. But as Shinruoi caressed Guya's abs, she inexplicably felt her ears burning.
Could it really be, as the internet says, that loving abs is just an innate trait of girls? Come, sit here. Guyi didn't notice Shinruoi's bashfulness.
With one swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace, her slender arms naturally wrapping around his neck.
What's the matter, hubby? Tomorrow we're going to buy gifts for your parents. Do you have any other plans?
Shinruoi didn't actually have any other arrangements, but when she heard Guyi addressing her father and mother as in-laws, her mind couldn't help wandering.
How does my husband manage to be so shameless?
We haven't even met them yet, and he's already calling them mom and dad.
You know, the last time I went back with Guyi, even on the day we left, I think I only called his dad twice. Gu Changrun, good daughter-in-law, so you do remember? Cameo. Calling his mom doesn't count between women, no need to stand on ceremony.
And perhaps she hadn't noticed, but ever since Guyi picked her up from the lingerie store to go home, calling him hubby seemed to roll off her tongue more naturally, so much so that she'd begun unconsciously slipping into it without realizing.
I'll listen to you, hubby, but what gift should we buy? What do dad and mom like? They say, if they like you, you're the best present.
Guyi truthfully repeated the words his mother Zhao Yuzhu had once told him. Shinruoi giggled, her expression a mix of bashfulness and delight.
Chapter 69, that night, even counting all the seconds, it only lasted one. Guyi drove back home.
In the car, Guyi and Shinruoi chatted happily. When it comes to Shin Jiangwo and Jiang Yan's favorite things, Shinruoi was like a chatterbox with the switch flipped, rambling on and on non-stop. Dad loves antiquities and collectibles, says he's drawn to the aura of history they carry, much like an old relic himself. While grumbling, Shinruoi turned to look at Guyi, then exclaimed cheerfully, Honey, there was this time I gave Dad a bronze wine vessel, a ceremonial Jew cup, as a birthday present.
Oh, is that so?
Guyi raised an eyebrow, pretty much figuring out what gift to prepare for his future father-in-law. Yet Shinruoi suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Guyi completely bewildered.
What's so funny? You're laughing so happily.
Shinruoi blinked her lively eyes, quickly helping Guyi recall the memory. It's all because of that bronze artifact, making me lose face in front of my dad.
When I was strolling through the antique street, I took a fancy to this bronze Jew.
The vendor said it was from the Shangzhou period, and I thought, wouldn't that be the late Shang and early Zhou dynasties? It was only priced at 1,100 yuan, so I bought it without hesitation. Honey, think about it, it's from the Shangzhou period, over 3,000 years old now.
No matter how you look at it, it's a steal, right?
In the passenger seat, Shinruoi counted on her fair fingers.
If it were genuine, of course it wouldn't be a bad deal, but if it were genuine, who would be willing to sell it, and to leave it in such a conspicuous place? Clearly, it was meant to trick fools like Shinruoi. I just felt it wasn't a bad deal, so I bought it and brought it home to give to my dad. Then Dad examined the bronze wine vessel for a moment, set it aside,
and I kept waiting expectantly for his praise. Who would have thought, Dad muttered, look inside, check the production date last week. Only then did I realize the boss had said last week, not the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Giggle haha hubby, am I super silly? After reminiscing, Shinruoi leaned back in the passenger seat clutching her little belly with laughter, her carefree expression making Guya's heart bloom with joy. What a silly little fool, getting scammed into buying fake goods and not even getting angry. You must have been really heartbroken over that 1,100 yuan at the time. And after all this time, you'd actually bring it up to Guyi yourself? That's just self-roasting, truly pure foolishness. My silly wife. Guyi called out with a laugh, let's head back and sleep soon. Tomorrow after we wake up, we'll go wander around the antique market street too. Honey, are you also going to give my dad antiques? Is that not okay? It's not that it's not okay, it's just, the waters run too deep here. Easy to get in over your head. Truth be told, ever since that incident, Shinruoi stopped giving antiques to Shin Jiangwo entirely. She'd rather just send red envelopes. Don't worry, we'll just take a look around. If we find something suitable, we'll buy it. Sounds good. What about your mother-in-law? What does she like? Let's buy her gift together tomorrow. When it came to Jiang Yun, Shinruoi was more experienced. She immediately pulled up her own clothes. Mommy loves pretty clothes just like everyone else. That made things even easier. Guyi had a general plan in mind. Although there were still a few days before his parents-in-law's arrival to make preparations, he wasn't the type to leave things until the last minute. At 2:30 a.m., the car pulled up in front of the house. Guyi got out and walked around to the passenger side. He picked up the blanket to cover Shinruoi's upper body. The scene felt familiar, having just done it earlier that night, and now he was doing it again. But Guyi didn't find it tedious at all. In fact, he thought the sensation was absolutely wonderful. Husband, hug me, hug our baby too. Half asleep, Shinruoi clung tightly to Guyi, nestling her head against his chest. But Guyi didn't make it back to the room in time. He couldn't help but inhale sharply, his body tensing up abruptly. Wife, darling, that's not a good spot to bite. Sweet bean? Put. Not sweet at all. Shinruoi acted mischievously, and Guyi struggled mightily to get her back into bed. The moment she touched the sheets, her eyelids fluttered slightly. Then she patted the bed and called out sweetly to Guyi, husband, come here, it's time for sleepy sleep. With that, Shinruoi closed her eyes, pouting slightly as her breathing gradually steadied. She fell asleep just like that? Guyi considered waking Shinruoi up to change into pajamas before sleeping, but given the current situation, it seemed he would have to do it for her. Shoes, pants, shirts, those were easy enough. But when it came to the other garments, clumsy Guyi fumbled for over 10 minutes just to undo a single row of buttons. If Shinruoi had been awake, she might have rolled her eyes and said, that night, you undid 3 rows in just a second. What happened to you today? After finally changing Shinruoi into her pajamas, Guyi exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the bed. Almost immediately, a silky, cool figure pressed close, entwining herself snugly around his arm with possessive ease. Guyi's eyes widened, and he thoughtfully tucked Shinruoi under the blankets. Could this be considered suffering yet happy? The night passed without words. Tan Meng Meng, who was normally best at sleeping in, woke up extremely early or perhaps hadn't slept at all. At this moment, she had dark circles under her eyes and was hugging her knees while leaning against the bed, silently vowing not to stay at Shinruoi's place today. The reason she couldn't sleep was that as soon as she closed her eyes, images of Shinruoi wearing a secretary outfit interacting with Guyi would flash through her mind, especially after hearing that the two had gone out and returned, then went to the living room for a sip of water. She didn't see anything, but she faintly heard Guyi let out a long sigh. And so, Tan Meng Meng painted a mental picture where round 1 had just concluded and round 2 was about to begin. After that, whenever she closed her eyes, a jumble of thoughts would swirl uncontrollably: admiration, jealousy, craving. It wasn't until 10 in the morning that Tan Meng Meng finally tidied herself up and stepped out of her room. By coincidence, she ran into Shinruoi again, who was carrying a trash bag outside. Morning Meng Meng, sleep well? When Shinruoi greeted her, the thought in her head was, so much action? Even filled up the tissue box? Xiao Shun, you must exercise moderation, understand? I know you youngsters have plenty of energy, but still need to keep it in check. With that, Tan Meng Meng hugged her shoulders and slowly walked away, leaving Shinruoi with nothing but a lonely silhouette. Shinruoi tilted her head in confusion. What was she talking about? Seems like the bed was too soft to get proper sleep. If we remove the mattress from Meng Meng's room later, she should be able to sleep better, right? Tan Meng Meng didn't even stay for breakfast, carrying her old laptop back to the dorm alone. She claimed she was going back to catch up on sleep, but instead used Guya's Wi-Fi early in the morning to download 500 gigabytes of study videos. At the dining table, Shinruoi was attentively peeling eggs for Guyi and gently blowing on the porridge to cool it before pushing it toward him. If it weren't inconvenient, she would have even wanted to feed him the porridge herself. The simple breakfast was overflowing with warmth. Had Tan Meng Meng been present, she would undoubtedly have remarked, when it comes to tormenting the old dog, you two have perfected the art.
Alright, out with it. Do you have something to ask of me?
Guyi asked with a smile as he sipped his warm kanji. Shinruoi chuckled mischievously, her bright eyes brimming with cunning.
Though slightly embarrassed, he hesitantly began to speak. Honey, earning money isn't easy for you. Don't buy anything too expensive for my dad as a gift. I looked it up online. A high-quality replica Yuan Dynasty blue-on-white porcelain costs only $200. How about, we just get this one? It's cheap, and big. Shinruoi gestured toward Guyi from a distance, hugging the air to convey just how large the porcelain piece was. But far away in Qingdao City, Shin Jiangwo's nose suddenly itched uncontrollably. He sneezed 13 times in rapid succession. Some might say it's just a leaky little quilted jacket. Others might think it's the flu. Chapter 70, Damn System. All you talk about is making babies. Hearing this, Guyi couldn't help but chuckle wryly. I wonder if my future father-in-law will come after me through the internet to choke me when he hears about this later?
Now he was absolutely certain Shinruoi was his legitimate wife, and no one could oppose it, not even Jesus. Before even officially becoming a member of the Gu family as their daughter-in-law, she was already worrying and planning for her man. If Guyi didn't treat her well, he'd choke on his porridge halfway through eating it.
I just don't want you to be too tired, husband.
While you were sleeping this morning, you kept gritting your teeth and whimpering softly.
Were you exhausted last night? My heart aches for you.
As she spoke, glistening tears of pain shimmered in Shinruoi's eyes. She knew she could no longer live without Guyi, which made her all the more afraid of him exhausting himself. Deep in her heart, she had always remembered Guyi's words, I need to earn enough to take good care of you and our baby. Though it sounded more like a kitschy romantic line, Shinruoi knew that since Guyi had said it, he would undoubtedly keep his promise. Guyi took on the responsibility without hesitation, so she naturally also wanted to consider things from his perspective. Of course, as their child, Shinruoi would also fulfill her duty to care for her parents. But for now, she just wanted Guyi to carry fewer burdens and worries. Shinruoi's eyes spoke volumes, and Guyi understood exactly what was on her mind. In the end, he never explained that the reason he whimpered in his sleep in the morning was because someone had pinned him down so hard his limbs went numb. After all, the mood has reached this point.
Isn't it great, hubby? Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain just sounds so classy and upscale. Shinruoi didn't forget to make Guyi buy a high-quality imitation large blue and white porcelain vase.
Locking eyes with her, Guyi couldn't resist. He stood up and gently pinched her nose.
Our father-in-law is your dad after all, we can't possibly deceive him. But daddy wouldn't want his grandson to go without baby formula either. Ding ding ding.
Just as Shinruoi was about to say more, Guyi's phone lying nearby chimed with incoming messages. Opening it revealed several transaction notifications. Huaxia Bank. A cross-bank transfer of 12,007 yuan has been deposited into your Huaxia Bank card ending with 8848. Huaxia Bank. A cross-bank transfer of 3,009 yuan has been deposited into your Huaxia Bank card ending with 8848.
Huaxia Bank. Your card ending with
1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. Shinruoi stretched her neck and widened her eyes to stare at Guyi's phone screen, her slender fingers tapping repeatedly as if afraid she might miscount the digits. Yet even after counting 3 times, the total amount deposited remained at 21 million. Baffled, Shinruoi lifted her head to look at Guyi, blinking her eyes as if to ask, has the banking system malfunctioned? Ring. Fool, let me take this call first. When Guyi saw it was Feng Chuan calling, he already had a suspicion it was likely about the dividends and kickbacks from a project the company had invested in before he took over Black Swan.
Shinruoi wasn't unreasonable.
Knowing the call was important, she obediently rested her chin on her hands, waiting for Guyi to finish. Her bare feet, with nothing better to do, began playfully swinging under the table. Though when she heard Guyi had invested tens of millions in a project, she nearly kicked him over.
Not only did they refuse to haggle, but they even offered to invest unconditionally?
No, you must keep the shares meant for the other party intact.
Alright, sounds good. Let me know if anything comes up. I've received the 21 million, leave the subsequent dividends in the company account.
Guyi issued commands over the phone as if he wasn't sitting on a stool, but rather a luxurious executive chair. Finally hanging up the call, Guyi grabbed the delicate, swaying jade-white feet under the table. He couldn't bear the thought of them swelling up. Pregnant women often experience edema, but surely they must still be ticklish too, right?
Giggle, stop it, quit tickling already.
Shinruoi had initially maintained a stern expression while waiting for Guyi's explanation, but then he unexpectedly started tickling the sole of her foot, sending her into fits of giggles. She trembled with laughter like a dancing fairy, her entire demeanor blossoming with joy. Right after our company was established, we invested in several projects. Now that those ventures have started operations, that's why we're receiving dividends and commissions. Now you understand, we're not short on funds to buy gifts for your parents.
Oh, but I can't earn money myself.
Shinruoi's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she grew somewhat disheartened. Instead, it was Guyi who was massaging her ankle that started giving suggestions.
Aren't you my secretary?
From now on, I'll pay you a monthly salary. The market rate for a chairman's secretary is 12,000 per month. I'll round it up for you 100,000 per month.
That way, you won't be unemployed anymore. Ha, thanks a lot, hubby.
Shinruoi rolled her eyes. There was no way she couldn't tell Guyi was just trying to cheer her up. But she was quite open-minded about it. Since she couldn't earn money, she might as well be a housewife then.
Admittedly, the intention was good, but letting a pregnant woman with a baby bump work in the kitchen? Guyi wouldn't even consider it.
After breakfast, the two walked out hand in hand. The destination naturally turned out to be Antique Street, located in the old city's western district.
Knowing Guyi wasn't short on money at the moment, Shinruoi relaxed and agreed to come here to buy a gift for her father, Shin Jangwo.
But only on the condition that something suitable was available. If not, then they'd go for size. The words high replica Yuan Dynasty blue on white porcelain had been lingering in Shinruoi's mind all along. The antique street buzzed with clamor, teeming with crowds coming and going, some feeling objects while inquiring prices, others engaged in sham buying and selling. With such a mixed bag of people, ordinary folk might lose their entire family fortune after just a few visits. Yet the moment Guyi arrived beneath the ornamental archway of the antique street, the system's notification pinged in his mind.
Ding!
The Pearl discernment ability has been activated. Duration, 6 hours. Ability note, when in use, it can discern the information and value of things.
System notification, rather than being scammed out of money, it's better to keep it for having more kids.
This is the system rushing to hand him cheat abilities on a silver platter. Guyi was quite pleased with how sensible the system was, but the system kept chattering about having more kids at every turn.
So he sees himself as some kind of prize stallion, huh? No wonder the daddy system prioritizes reproduction above all else, huh?
Too lazy to quarrel with the system, Guyi skillfully took Shinruoi's small hand. The girl was now looking around with delight. It was her first time visiting such a large antique street. Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity, so absorbed that she wouldn't spare even a glance at her feet. If not for Guyi holding her hand, she would have surely twisted her ankle. Slow down, wifey. Guyi had to stay alert, terrified that Shinruoi might suffer even the slightest mishap. After all, his pearl recognition ability lasted for 6 hours, more than enough time for him.
So following Shinruoi's leisurely wanderings wasn't such a bad way to spend the evening.
However, when Shinruoi crouched down by the roadside stall and picked up an object, the system notification in his mind nearly gave him a concussion.
Ding, ding, ding. Treasure identification successful. Value, extremely high. Guyi followed the direction of the sound and couldn't help cursing. Damn system, are you trying to make me deaf on purpose? Chapter 71, Gai, System, did you max out Shinruoi's luck stat?
Honey, look at this monster, its head's tilted up so smugly. Shinruoi crouched there playing with it, poking the monster's head and stroking its texture, unable to put it down. But when she asked about the price, she instantly lost her cool.
Boss, how much is this?
Miss, that's a genuine skyward hull from the Song Dynasty. I'm in a hurry to sell it, so it's displayed there. If you're serious, I'll give you a fair price, 300,000 flat.
How much? 300,000?
Boss, you're so kind. You could have just robbed me of 300,000 outright, but instead, you decided to throw in a monster for free. Shinruoi glared fiercely at the vendor. All because his tone had instantly reminded her of her unpleasant experience buying that bronze Jew from last week. That portly owner in tiny sunglasses had used the same manner of speech, and she'd ended up swindled. While she might self-deprecatingly joke about it in front of Guyi, she definitely wouldn't show such vulnerability to outsiders. At this moment, there wasn't a trace of fragility left in her. She practically looked ready to grab the vendor by the collar and demand how this monster could possibly be worth 300,000.
Ahem, just kidding, just kidding. If you really want it, miss, you can have it for 30.
This vendor was always one for jokes, but he hadn't expected to tease Shinruoi, who reserved all her gentleness exclusively for Guyi. He could also tell that Shinruoi genuinely liked this heavenward howling beast. Considering he'd probably bought it for no more than $6 that morning, any sale was pure profit.
Got away with it, huh? How ruthless.
Shinruoi swiftly transferred the money, then clutching the heaven-gazing roar in one hand and grasping Guyi with the other, she continued leading him further inside. After walking quite a distance, Shinruoi finally stopped and proudly handed the skyward roar in her hand to Guyi for inspection.
Honey, look at this. The material of this monster is really good. Feels amazing to the touch. Must have been waxed just last week. But I quite like it though. Isn't 30 cheap? After Shinruoi finished speaking, Guyi's face showed a mix of amusement and exasperation. Fortunately only he possessed the ability to recognize treasure. Otherwise, how spectacular would the expressions on Shinruoi and the stall owners' faces be? After being scammed by the bronze artifact from last week's scheme, Shinruoi had developed genuine psychological trauma, making every cultural relic now look like it was made the previous week to her. But in Guyi's eyes, the information about the heavenly roaring beast was as follows. Item name, Heavenly Roaring Beast. Era, Tang Dynasty. Value, extremely high.
The information wasn't extensive, but it was thorough. Gu Yi had also researched that jade artifacts from the Tang dynasty were worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. Given how perfectly preserved this Tianhou sculpture was, without a single chip or crack, its value certainly surpassed 1,000,000. Otherwise, its worth wouldn't have been labeled as extremely high. Based on the system's notes, items marked with an extremely high value likely reached tens of millions in price. In other words, what Shen Ruoyi bought for just 30 yuan could now be resold for tens of millions. The vendor would probably be so angry if he found out that he might vomit blood. Honey, you've got to keep this safe. Oh, by the way, it's not called a monster, rather it's called a Wang Tianhou, a mythical beast with the power to convey divine will to heaven and relay earthly affairs to the people. Oh, Wang Tianhou. Shen Ruoyi's adorable shouts immediately turned into nervous stammers when Gu Yi mentioned that the item in his hand was worth millions, maybe even more. This is so valuable? I'll do my best. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ruoyi stuffed the skyward howl directly into the bag slung at her waist, then held it carefully as though her life depended on it. Hubby, protect me. At this moment, Shen Ruoyi saw everyone as a villain. Gu Yi smiled. She didn't even question whether his words were true or false. This complete, 100% trust truly warmed his heart. Clearly, this Tianhou sculpture couldn't be given as a gift to his father-in-law. After all, Tianhou wasn't suitable for display in homes since it belonged in burial chambers. Just as he was wondering why Shen Ruoyi wasn't urging them to go home, he heard her murmur, "Wowza, this monster's worth a fortune. Not giving it to Dad after all, hee hee. Ugh, needles are cruel daughters, stabbing right through the heart. Hey, hubby, look at that. It's a knockoff, Yuan Dynasty blue porcelain." Shen Ruoyi's sharp eyes immediately spotted a blue porcelain jar in the nearby shop. Gu Yi turned his head to look and suddenly shivered, then couldn't help but stare at his wife in astonishment. At this moment, he truly suspected that the system had also given his wife a pair of eyes that recognized treasures. Item name, Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar with Ghost Valley descending the mountain design. Era, Yuan Dynasty. Value, priceless. The reason Gu Yi was so suspicious was precisely because every artifact Shen Ruoyi casually pointed at was outrageously unconventional. Even he, someone quite eccentric himself, found them shockingly bizarre. Was she possessed by the goddess of luck? Or had the system maxed out Shen Ruoyi's luck stat? Come on, let's go inside and browse. Pulling Shen Ruoyi along, they entered the shop. As they passed by that Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar, Shen Ruoyi beamed with delight. Hubby, it's exactly the same. But online it's only 200 yuan with free shipping, yet here it's placed in the boutique section. Gu Yi smiled without speaking, merely leading Shen Ruoyi around the store for a few turns. He noticed the shop had genuine articles, though nothing exceeded exceptionally high value, capped at 1,000,000, making him suspect the true treasure of the store wasn't on display. Noticing their casual browsing, the branch manager of Treasures Emporium, Wang Wenyang, approached with a smile. He sensed Gu Yi and his companion were no ordinary visitors but rather like young masters and ladies from prestigious families. "Excuse me, are you two looking to buy antiques as gifts?" Wang Wenyang inquired with a smile. Having observed countless people and situations, his ability to read expressions had already been honed to perfection. At the same time, he also understood that these two must have taken a fancy to something, otherwise, they would simply have smiled and walked away the moment he spoke. Gu Yi couldn't help but marvel at this person's keen perception, but he was neither reckless nor devoid of cunning schemes. Right then, Gu Yi walked straight toward that blue and white Yuan Dynasty jar, no larger than a kimchi pot. My thoughts had been laid bare. If I beat around the bush before circling back to the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar, they'd undoubtedly seize the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. Gu Yi wasn't currently short on money, but he wasn't about to waste it either. Just like the system's rationale for giving him abilities, better to keep the money for raising a child than to get scammed. The system silently gives a thumbs up. Boss, you have a keen eye. May I ask how much this large jar costs? Wang Wenyang froze for a moment at the question. Had he guessed right? But why would she ask about the price so directly? Asking so casually about the price, could it be that he wasn't interested in the large jar, but something else instead? Right, he must be trying to trick me, definitely waiting for me to name the price of the big jar before revealing what he really wants. At the thought of this, Wang Wenyang's heart swelled with pride, his face blossoming into a grin as he already envisioned the upcoming price-haggling scene. This item is quite affordable. It's a late Qing dynasty piece originally priced at 20,000. If you like it, you can have it for 12,000. Consider it a gesture of friendship. How does that sound? Alright, I'll pay by card. Gu Yi promptly pulled out his bank card, but the Wang Wenyang before him froze on the spot. That was it? Not looking at anything else? You can't just break from the script like this. Chapter 72. Our precious first, second and third treasures are all tired now. Let's hurry home. The antique street was teeming with people, and a moment's inattention could cost you the upper hand. Yet, if someone knew full well that the item before them was priceless and still hesitated to act, they were undoubtedly a fool.
Wang Wanyan's prediction turned out to be completely unnecessary.
With a bitter expression, he called for help to pack up the Ghost Valley, descending the mountain Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar for Gu Yi. His heart was bleeding inside. The 100 Treasures Emporium wasn't his alone, it was a century-old chain with a venerable reputation. He was merely a measly little branch manager. Earlier, to win Gu Yi's favor, he'd rashly slashed the price by 16,000. He thought he could make up the loss from other antiques, but then, there was no then. While waiting, Gu Yi turned his head to glance at the exquisite antiques on the shop's shelves, and after a moment's thought, he spoke up.
Tianqing Real Estate is about to launch a new property development.
Qin Dalai, the boss of Tianqing, has the grand opening coming up soon. Go pick out some authentic antiques and deliver them later.
I'll cover the cost.
This Qin Dalai was a down-on-his-luck real estate developer who had poured everything he had into this new property project. Due to a shortage of funds, Qin Dalai applied for financing from several investment companies in Huaxia, but was consistently rejected because they didn't see potential in his proposal. It was only after Gu Yi's arrival that Black Swan extended a helping hand to him. For this project with a staggering 175% return rate, Gu Yi not only seized the opportunity but also took note of the project details and the background of its lead researcher, Qin Dalai, an enthusiast of antique collectibles. This time, he decided to go with the flow and send a congratulatory gift, treating it as a gesture of goodwill.
Hiss. Yes. Please wait, sir, I'll handle it right away. Wang Wenyang gasped in astonishment, then waves of joy washed over his heart. Just when he thought today's losses were certain, out of the blue came a turn for the better. Not only would she not lose money, but today's commission might even reach tens of thousands. In just a short while, Wang Wenyang and the shop assistants packed up 13 pieces of antique items, the cheaper ones ranging from 30 to 50,000, while the more expensive ones exceeded 100,000. After crossing out 1.3 million yen, the branch manager's jaw nearly dislocated from grinning. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, I'll deliver it as soon as possible. Take care, Mr. Gu. Shall I carry you? I mean, carry that big jar in your hands to your car for you? After getting into the back seat, Shenruoi shut the door with a sharp click. After repeatedly confirming the windows were completely sealed, she turned to Gu Yi with astonished eyes. Honey, you're saying this is real? This blue-white porcelain isn't from the Qing dynasty, but from the Yuan dynasty? So it seems. Wow, then how much more expensive is it? In Shenruoi's eyes, since the Yuan dynasty came before the Qing dynasty in history books, its value must be exponentially higher than 12,000 yuan. Though the thought was simple, it wasn't entirely off the mark. First of all, the number of authentic, Yuan celadon, pieces in existence is extremely rare. Fewer than 300 genuine pieces remain worldwide. Not to mention the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar cradled in Shenruoi's arms, depicting figures and narratives. There are likely fewer than 10 like it in the entire world. For the pricing Shenruoi wanted to know, Gu Yi researched the relevant information and provided an accurate answer. In 2005, a piece was auctioned overseas and sold for 230 million, setting the highest auction record for Chinese artwork in the world at that time. 10 years later, after re-evaluating the value of that Guegu descends the mountain Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar, it was concluded that its worth had skyrocketed to 1.6 billion. So, do you still think the jar in front of you is just an ordinary pickling crock? At first, Shenruoi couldn't understand why Gu Yi spent 12,000 on this jar, thinking it was nothing more than a pickling vessel. You can buy 60 of these online for just 12 grand. As they walked, Gu Yi revealed some extraordinary facts about this treasure, causing Shenruoi to gently place both her small hands on the clay jar alongside him. Why? Afraid the road might be uneven, could break it. Good heavens, this pickling jar is so expensive. Was it originally made to pickle vegetables for emperors? The 2015 vintage was valued at a staggering 1.6 billion. Imagine what it must be worth 7 years later. Honey, don't turn your head when you talk, keep your eyes on the road. Sweetheart, drive slower. We're in no rush to get home, we can't let anything happen to these jars. Honey, can't we just stop making deliveries? Shenruoi's slender arms wrapped around the jar as she suddenly began protesting, saying she wouldn't give it to her dad after all. The reason is simple, better to keep this jar at home now, so it can serve as the dowry and betrothal gifts for the little ones in the future. If Wangtian house sculptures aren't suitable for gifting, and you don't want to give the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar either, then haven't we wasted our time coming out today? Gu Yi smiled softly and said, noticing for the first time that his darling girl had a little money-loving streak in her. On the other hand, Shenruoi was still clutching the jar tightly, her rosy lips pouted high. No matter what, I don't care. I'll tell Dad myself, this jar is meant to be dowry and betrothal gifts for his grandkids. Ha. Gu Yi was grinning from ear to ear, but suddenly he seemed to catch something odd in Shenruoi's words. Sweetheart. I'm here, big jar. Sweetheart, sit up straight. I need to ask you something. Seeing Gu Yi suddenly turn serious, Shenruoi immediately felt the gravity of the situation and straightened her back, but couldn't maintain it for long. Husband, I can't sit up straight, the baby in my tummy won't let me. Woo. Just make yourself comfortable then. Guyi first pulled the car over to the roadside, then turned his head to look at Shinrui and her stomach. Feeling the shift in Guye's gaze, Shinrui inwardly groaned. Thinking back, she must have let something slip just now. Oh right, she'd probably said too much yesterday too, but back then, Guyi had been too busy fussing over her to notice. So sweet. What's wrong, hubby staring at me like that? Do you want a kiss? Mwah, kissing you. Hurry up and give me a kiss back, right on the lips. Whoops, the jar almost fell. Hubby, let's go home quick, I need to lock it up. Triple lock it tight. Shinrui kept chattering non-stop, yet her tiny hands never loosened their grip on the jar even slightly. Be a good girl, wifey. I'll ask, you answer. Get it right, and there's a reward. What reward? Guyi was now certain Shinrui absolutely knew what he was about to ask. She was deliberately messing with him. Which is better, having one baby or twins? Of course twins are better. Someone's carrying twins, and if anyone dares say twins aren't good, I'll scold them. Oh no. Wait, let me explain, honey. Oh, so it's twins. Turns out you knew all along and didn't tell me? Gotcha. Guyi was overjoyed internally, but his expression remained unchanged. Shinrui puffed up her cheeks and tilted her head, looking as if to say, a dead pig fears no scalding water. Alright, I was originally planning to tell you at the next prenatal checkup to surprise you. Now that you found out, let's hurry home, you stinky husband. The first baby, second baby, and third baby are all tired and want a rest. Third baby? What, so I can't be the one called Big Baby? Humph. Alright, my treasure, we're heading home right now. Guyi couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear, murmuring excitedly, will they be a boy and girl twin set, or two little snuggle bugs? System, maybe two little rascals. Guyi, damn it, shut up. Chapter 73, so impatient, bad hubby, didn't even lock the jar properly yet. Returning home, Guyi started preparing lunch for Shinrui. She said she wanted to eat golden laid with jade, the ancient dish currently being challenged by a slew of online food live streamers. Hollow out the rice and stuff it with pigeon meat. It sounds simple enough, but so far it's discouraged 100 streamers and driven 20 chefs crazy. But for Guyi, these were trivial matters. Even if he didn't have state banquet level culinary skills at his disposal, as long as Shinrui wanted to eat it, he would find a way to make it. At this moment, Guyi was brimming with energy enough to butt heads with a bull and go a few rounds in a boxing match with a kangaroo. Just the thought of having 3 little ones filled him, as their father, to the brim with happiness. Ding! Host's energy levels skyrocketing, female lead's happiness surging. Reward, massage technique. Reward explanation, ancient massage technique inheritance history, can improve patient's constitution. Special note, may also relieve uterine cold in women to create pregnancy-friendly constitution. Host is strongly encouraged to practice diligently. Accepting the system's reward filled Guyi with immense joy. First, he could regularly give Shinrui massages to improve her constitution and prevent illness. Second, this massage technique could even promote the baby's growth and development. Even better, Guyi had already secretly resolved that once the babies were born, he as their father would devote himself to serving his little emperors. Of course, even with all these benefits, we must wait until the baby's physical condition can handle it, we can't act recklessly. Outside the kitchen, Shinrui, ever fickle in her affections, casually tossed aside the priceless Skyward Roar statue while cradling the Ghost Valley Descends Yuan Dynasty blue and white jar, swaying happily on the sofa. The reason for her surge of happiness was, if we pickle it in sauerkraut, it'll definitely have a golden flavor. Wow, could it help my son marry 10 wives? Yay! I can be the grandma who makes 20 milk dumplings. Who knows what the baby in her belly would think upon hearing its own mother's such outrageous ideas? Is he impatient to be born so he can savor pickled vegetables with his mother sooner? Should he pinch his beloved's cheeks to wake her up? An hour later, Guyi pushed open the kitchen door and emerged, carrying a pot of the devilish delicacy known as golden laid with jade. It earns the name of cuisine precisely because of its exquisite taste, and calling it a devil is because it drove so many people insane. Fortunately, Guyi was full of vitality and possessed extraordinary culinary skills, allowing him to truly recreate this legendary dish. Although it still took an hour, he managed to prepare a whole pot rather than just a spoonful or two. Ha! It smells amazing! Shinrui perked up instantly when she caught the distinctive aroma of golden laid with jade. Without hesitation, she wobbled over with her jar of pickled vegetables in tow. She stood frozen when she saw Guyi had prepared a whole pot of golden laid with jade just for her. Having scrolled through Douyin, she knew exactly how challenging this dish was to make. The most successful food blogger she'd seen had only managed to make a spoonful, and it had taken them a full week. Guyi's achievement of finishing a pot in 1 hour was simply a game-ending move compared to them, undoubtedly like an unmatched warrior effortlessly crushing minions, not even in the same league. So much so that Shinrui couldn't resist taking out her phone to snap a series of photos from various angles and posting them on Douyin. Have a taste. Taking the spoon handed to her by Gu Yi, Shinruo swallowed her drool, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it to cool it down, and then fed it to Gu Yi first. Sweetheart, open your mouth. You go ahead and eat first. I'll just have whatever's left. Gu Yi gave a wry smile as he spoke. Just moments ago, Shinruo had seemed completely absorbed in savoring the food, yet in the end, she still remembered to feed him first. I know, Shinruo nodded firmly, then added with a playful lilt. But I worry if I gobble it all up in one go, my hubby won't have any left to eat. As soon as she finished speaking, Shinruo sat down at the dining table, one hand caressing the yuan blue on white porcelain while the other held a spoon. Her restless long legs casually swung up and draped over Gu Yi's lap. Listening to Shinruo's adorable murmurs, Gu Yi reached out and grasped her favorite little feet, preparing to give her a massage since she'd walked quite a bit today, and rather quickly at that. Yet just then, Gu Yi suddenly noticed that Shinruo's normally smooth feet now felt noticeably damp and rough against his palms. Looking down, he saw both feet had clearly begun to swell. Her once fair and slender feet now looked plump and round, still somewhat cute, admittedly, but now was hardly the time to dwell on that. Darling, does it hurt? No, not at all. What's wrong, hubby? Shinruo was eating so enthusiastically that her mouth was smeared with grease. Even when Gu Yi pressed his finger down firmly, she couldn't be bothered to respond. After we finish eating, let's go back to the bedroom. Okay, I'll eat my meal first, then go sleep after my meal. Although Shinruo kept chanting eat it all, in the end she only ate about a quarter, leaving the remaining large potful for Gu Yi. It wasn't that she had grown tired of eating, but rather she truly couldn't eat anymore. Though there were no vegetable dishes, the rice grains contained pigeon meat, fragrant and delicious. At the same time, Gu Yi, fearing she might not be accustomed to the taste, specifically used branches from the golden cypress tree as firewood for steaming. This way, the gold inlaid with jade carried a faint, refreshing aroma that balanced out the pigeon meat's flavor, showing his painstaking care. Honey, I'm full now. Look, my belly's all round and full. The rest is up to you. This concubine is very pleased. Bestow your reward. Moi. MMPH. All cleaned up. The so-called reward meant giving Gu Yi a peck on the lips, while conveniently wiping off her own greasy little mouth clean. At first glance, Shinruo's lips were sparkling glamorously, while Gu Yi's mouth was greasy. Anyone unaware might think he was eating while Shinruo watched. Ha, hubby, aren't you gonna eat? It's gonna get cold soon. Gu Yi indulged in playful banter with Shinruo, but food was the last thing on his mind. Instead, he scooped her up like a princess and turned straight for the bedroom. So impatient, ugh, mean hubby. The jar hasn't been locked yet. As she got onto the bed, Shinruo giggled incessantly, her mouth chattering away. Meanwhile, she stretched herself out completely, lying flat on her back on the bed without a care. In her opinion, the happiest thing in the afternoon was to sprawl out in a starfish position after a full meal, flapping her arms and legs about, and then pulling Gu Yi into her embrace. Where's Gu Yi? Honey, come here, let me hug you. Eek, he, so ticklish, so ticklish. Hold still. Your feet are swollen yet you stay silent. Are you trying to kill me with worry? Gu Yi spoke in a deep voice, his stern tone making someone instinctively shrink their head and stick out their tongue. I didn't notice it. Like I'd believe that. Gu Yi never expected that the ability the system just rewarded him could be put to use so soon. Luckily, it worked, otherwise he would have dragged Shinruo to the hospital for an examination. As Gu Yi immersed himself in the massage technique, his slender fingers began to glide all over Shinruo's body. When he pressed on a particular acupoint, Shinruo let out a soft ah before going limp all over, her body breaking into a sweat. Could it be that the flesh is weak, but massage leads to ascension? Chapter 74, Shinruo, honey, do you want to see the little outfit I bought? So awesome. Shinruo felt an extraordinary ease radiating throughout her body. Beads of fragrant sweat glistened on her fair forehead as she swept aside a strand of hair from her temple, instantly exuding an irresistible allure. Gu Yi wasn't faring much better either. To aid Shinruo's recovery, he had impulsively extended the session to a full weekly cycle of massages. By the end, he felt more drained than after an intense workout. Hubby, I had no idea you were skilled at massage. This feels amazing. Shinruo giggled like she'd stumbled upon a newfound treasure, her heart swelling with blissful gratitude. Shinruo was sweating profusely, and the bedsheet she had just changed this morning had become damp again. She wanted to change it for another fresh one, but her heavy eyelids uncontrollably drooped shut. When Gu Yi raised his head after massaging Shinruo's soles once more, he found her already asleep with her head tilted to the side. Gently brushing away the fragrant sweat on her forehead, Gu Yi thoughtfully covered her with a thin blanket. As he sat down beside her, Shinruo, still in her sleep, instinctively snuggled up to him. It seemed only by sleeping next to Gu Yi could she truly rest peacefully. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Feng Chuang arrived at Gu Yi's home with the first sample of the mosquito-repellent patches. Standing outside the villa's gate, Feng Chuang looked it over up and down. He couldn't help but feel his boss was too humble, only living in a villa, of all places. In his mind, someone like Gu Yi, a scion of a wealthy aristocratic family,
ought to reside in a private manner. Maybe the boss is down here slumming it to experience how us poor folks live. Lost in thought, the door swung open and Gu Yi emerged, dressed casually with a smile on his face. Feng Chuang hurried forward respectfully upon seeing him. Sorry to disturb you, boss. Manager phone, come in and have a seat. No. I just came to deliver mosquito repellent patch samples and will leave shortly. There are still many matters waiting for me back at the company. Alright, thanks for your hard work. How effective is this mosquito repellent patch? This thing works like magic, boss. When talking about the effectiveness of the mosquito repelling patches, Feng Chuang's face instantly showed deep admiration, and he even praised them with rough language. He began to recount everything he had seen and heard as it truly was. Especially when mentioning how no mosquito remains within 3 meters, his expression was so odd that he practically wanted to kneel and kowtow to Gu Yi. Others might not easily believe in the efficacy of these mosquito-repelling patches, but when he personally witnessed the exaggerated scene of mosquitoes scattering the moment the patches were placed in the lab, his jaw nearly hit the floor. To be clear, the mosquito breeding chambers in the lab had a density of 3,000 mosquitoes per square meter. It's no exaggeration to say that if a person were thrown in there, they could be bitten to death. Yet even with the mosquitoes being so rampant, once the mosquito-repellent patches were tossed in, the insects would swiftly flee. In less than a minute, not a single mosquito remained within a 3-meter radius. The repellent effect was nothing short of terrifying. So much so that Feng Chuang could faintly envision scenes of their mosquito-repellent patches flying off the shelves. He believed that whereas mosquito-repellent patches used to be just one type of product, in the near future, they would be the only product, the kind manufactured by their Black Swan factory. Very good, excellent. Gu Yi nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, then added, have the factory work overnight at triple pay. The first 3 batches of mosquito-repellent patches are to be immediately dispatched as donations to border defense stations. Yes, boss. I'll handle it right away. Feng Chuan once again realized how narrow his perspective had been. Initially, when Gu Yi demanded the factory work overnight to rush production, he assumed Gu Yi wanted to aggressively target the consumer market. Who would have guessed the boss's priority wasn't immediate profit but rather alleviating the hardships faced by border patrol soldiers? With that kind of vision, no wonder the boss keeps prospering. After seeing Feng Chuang off, Gu Yi turned around and headed home, opening an anti-mosquito patch to place in the bedroom, hoping to protect Shin Ruoi from mosquito bites. But then again, helping Shin Ruoi scratch the bumps on her bottom every night doesn't seem like such a difficult task either. As Gu Yi stepped into the bedroom, a delicate, cooing murmur reached his ears. It turned out Shin Ruoi had woken up. After looking around and not finding Gu Yi, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Freshly awake, she really wanted her hubby's embrace. When Shin Ruoi saw Gu Yi, tears instantly shimmered in her large, Kardashian-esque eyes. Pouting her little mouth, she mumbled, hubby, where did you go? Don't leave me behind, okay? Gu Yi's heart shattered the moment he saw her. He rushed to Shin Ruoi's side and pulled her into his arms, comforting her with gentle words. Never, sweetheart, don't be upset. Mum, I'm not feeling wronged, I just want my husband's hugs and kisses. Shin Ruoi nestled lazily in Gu Yi's embrace, extending her fair neck like a graceful white swan, her coquettishness reminiscent of a teasing kitten. There was no denying that Gu Yi's life had become much more joyful. Husband, I want to go shopping. Alright, I'll go with you. No longer drowsy, Shin Ruoi slipped out of Gu Yi's embrace and sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing at him with eager eyes. With that look in her eyes, forget just going shopping, Gu Yi wouldn't hesitate to buy out the entire mall for her. As Gu Yi agreed, a faint trace of slyness flickered across Shin Ruoi's face. It's not about being able to buy nice clothes for myself, but about having the chance to pick up some gifts for my future parents-in-law while out shopping. Zhao Yuzhu had called a couple of days ago, reminding Gu Yi that as the junior who had taken an enormous advantage of Shin Ruoi, he must prepare some gifts for his future in-laws when meeting them. At the time, Shin Ruoi had suggested buying something for the elderly couple too, but Zhao Yuzhu immediately declined on the spot. Your dad and I lack nothing, don't buy us anything. Save your money for yourselves, she said. You are the best gift to me and your dad, so promise me you'll take care of yourself, okay? Zhao Yuzhu and Gu Qingren's love for Shin Ruoi was selfless, as if she were their own daughter. Since it's his own daughter, how could he bear to spend her money? No matter what Shin Ruoi said, they simply wouldn't accept it. In that case, Shin Ruoi simply shut her mouth, though she was secretly calculating a fait accompli plan. She decided to buy gifts for her in-laws first, surely they wouldn't return them afterward. Having figured this out, Shin Ruoi repeatedly scolded herself in her heart for being such an idiot with low emotional intelligence. What kind of fool asks people directly, what gift do you want? Absolutely moronic. The weather's quite hot now, let's wait until it cools down before heading out. Great. Shin Ruoi was quite obedient. Seeing there was still time, she snuggled back into Gu Yi's arms. Honey, do you want to see the baby clothes I bought for our little ones yesterday? They're so adorable. Without waiting for Gu Yi's reply, Shin Ruoi rolled off the bed and ran out barefoot. When she returned again, she was holding several bags in her arms, all filled with the little clothes bought yesterday. Shinruoi happily placed the bags on the bed and then began to unpack them one by one in front of Gu Yi, as if showing off prized possessions. This little belly band is the same style as Nez's. This one is a panda baby style. I love pandas the most, though the only time I went to see them, they were napping with their legs crossed. This one is for autumn wear. When the babies are born the weather will be slightly cooler. This, see-through lace nightgown with a high slit? And then? Gu Yi immediately perked up, nodding to urge Shinruoi to continue. It isn't mine, believe me? Chapter 75. If she's half as beautiful as you, I'll be burning incense daily. Try it on. If it doesn't fit, then I'll believe you, Gu Yi said with a mischievous smirk. Great. Whether Shinruoi was eager to prove her innocence or simply a naive fool, she actually nodded in agreement. She immediately began unbuttoning her clothes, ready to change into this one-size-fits-all nightgown. That rotten Meng, always sneaking around to set me up. Guard against water, fire, and your best friend words to live by. Shinruoi wrinkled her nose and muttered displeasedly, arriving before Gu Yi in the blink of an eye. Hubby, help me unbutton this. First, pinch the strap, then fasten the other end, and finally pull it toward your palm. It'll come off easily like that. Shinruoi even brought live demonstrations with her. Gu Ye's forehead darkened. The method was indeed practical, but, in broad daylight, was this really appropriate? Sweetheart, maybe we should wait till nighttime to give it another try? The weather outside was already scorching hot, and if Shinruoi kept teasing him like this, he was afraid he might get overly stimulated. Honey, I bought a secretary outfit yesterday. Do you want to see me wear it? Gu Yi lowered his gaze to the silky nightdress on the bed upon hearing this, and could naturally imagine just how improper this so-called secretary outfit in Shinruoi's mouth would be. From now on, you have to show me any outfit before you wear it outside. Anything too revealing is prohibited. With a dark expression, he ordered her. Shinruoi giggled at his words while still managing to tease him. Yes, hubby, I'll listen to you. From now on, I'll go out wrapped in a blanket, okay? My hubby is so domineering, and I love it. I really like it. As she spoke, Shinruoi's slender fingers playfully trailed across Gu Ye's face. Though her touch was cool, it only fueled the fire inside him threefold. Later, there was no later. Gu Yi stopped Shinruoi from changing clothes and instead lay on the bed with her, browsing through wholesome baby outfits. As Shinruoi hung her secretary outfit and nightgown on the wall, Gu Ye's mind began to overflow with endless fantasies. With so many spare rooms at home, why not clean one out to make a walk-in closet for his wife? The dangerous thought emerged, but the word dangerous was promptly crushed by Gu Yi. After all, both boys and girls love buying clothes, so a walk-in closet is absolutely necessary. That way, he could buy Shinruoi 1,000 JK skirts? Qingdao City. Xinjiangwo received the notification that the mosquito repellent patches would be produced overnight and delivered to the border guards as soon as possible, and instantly, his joy made him resemble a boyish old man in his 60s. After speaking with his old comrade in arms, the heavy weight in his heart quietly lifted. He had personally witnessed the effectiveness of the new secret formula mosquito repellent patches, truly leaving no mosquitoes within a 3-meter radius. Jiang Yun walked in with tea and couldn't help but feel a surge of delight upon seeing the rare contentment on her husband's face. Did the product trial succeed? It did. Not only that, but mass production is planned. The first 3 batches will be immediately shipped to border defense areas. Hearing her husband's words, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. The factory belonged to Black Swan, yet its leader didn't prioritize profits first, instead choosing to support border defense? This leader truly had an extraordinary vision. No wonder her husband admired him so wholeheartedly. Yuner, Black Swan Investments is also in Magic City. I was thinking, if I have time, I should pay them a visit in person. That's a good idea. It's indeed the right thing to do. Whenever Xinjiangwo made a decision, as long as it wasn't wrong, Jiang Yun would fully support it. However, Jiang Yun also had her own little thoughts brewing. Jiangwo, how about we go to Magic City a couple days earlier? What's the matter? Missing Yi already? Of course I miss her, and moreover, she and Xiao Yi are so young. I'm worried they've been eating too much takeout. It's not good for their health. Fair enough. Let's spend tomorrow packing, and set off Wednesday morning. Just like that, Xinjiangwo and Gu Changren had their conversation. And the two of them actually made a childlike decision, not to tell Gu Yi and Shinruoi, planning to give them a surprise. Poor young couple, they were still brainstorming about waking up early that Friday to prepare properly. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, the weather had cooled slightly, and Shinruoi couldn't wait to urge Gu Yi to take her out. Watching Shinruoi sitting happily in the passenger seat, Gu Yi couldn't help but smile. He wondered if Shinruoi would be like those trending TikTok sketches where expectant mothers near their due dates still insist on going shopping for hours. As expected, shopping seems to be an innate skill girls are born with, fully maxed out from the start. Honey, over here, let's go explore. Upon arriving at the pedestrian street, Shinruoi spotted a jewelry shop beside the road and immediately grabbed Gu Ye's hand with excitement, eager to go inside. Following behind her, Guyi felt a slight stir in his heart as he looked at Shinruoi's naturally beautiful face without makeup.
He realized he hadn't really given Shinruoi any proper gifts before.
Other girls wore complete sets of jewelry, but Shinruoi didn't even have a pair of earrings. He had truly failed as a boyfriend. Thinking of this, Guyi tightened his grip on Shinruoi's hand slightly. Sensing his thoughts, she turned her head and flashed him a radiant smile, so breathtakingly beautiful in that instant it defied description.
Welcome to Modu Jewelry.
As the two entered, the staff standing on either side of the door bowed in unison to greet them. This enthusiasm left Shinruoi at a loss. If Guyi hadn't been by her side, she would have turned around and walked out. After all, with such an enthusiastic reception, it would feel quite awkward to leave without buying something.
Sir, madam, are you looking for any jewelry? Feel free to call me if you need anything.
The innermost salesperson in a standard suit greeted them warmly. Shinruoi gave a slight nod and continued pulling Guyi inward. She wanted to buy her mother-in-law a bracelet, but wasn't sure if they'd find the right one. However, as they passed a particular counter, a pair of sparkling earrings caught Guyi's attention.
Sweetheart, come take a look at how these earrings are? Shinruoi turned her head to look and was instantly captivated by the earrings' exquisite design.
Everyone loves beautiful things, and the stunning Shinruoi is no exception. As the angle shifts, the earrings sparkle with starlight, and they would look absolutely stunning on Shinruoi's crystal-clear earlobes.
Hello, could you please help me get these earrings? Certainly, sir. Just a moment, please. Sir, you have excellent taste. These earrings are the latest creation by the renowned domestic jeweler Lei.
The sparkling elements are diamond dust, designed to complement the pearls without competing for attention. The professionally trained staff member spoke eloquently before carefully handing the earrings to Guyi.
Guyi took the earrings and gently helped Shinruoi put them on.
In that instant, he realized how perfectly they suited her.
Shinruoi's beauty was further accentuated by the earrings. Even the staff member couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful. Your beauty is beyond compare, no accessory could ever do it justice. If I had even half your loveliness, I'd be burning incense in gratitude every single day." Being praised in public, Shinruoi's delicate face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes lowering shyly beneath their long lashes. She turned her head to look at Guyi, revealing pearly white teeth as she asked, "Husband, does it really look good?" She still wanted to hear what Guyi would say. Guyi was straightforward, nodding his head boldly as he declared, "We'll take it." For no particular reason except that a sudden thought had struck Guyi. He wanted to dress his wife up beautifully. Developing a habit, does it make your heart flutter? Chapter 76. One cut to poverty, one cut to wealth, one cut to mourning cloth. Guyi decisively swiped the card. The pair of earrings cost 32,000. As the staff member helped her put on the other earring, Shinruoi wore an expression of forced composure. "I promised to buy a bracelet for my mother-in-law, but ended up spending tens of thousands on myself first. Let's look at other jewelry, see if there's anything you like." "No need." Shinruoi flatly refused, pulling Guyi toward the inner bracelet section. The merchandise was dazzlingly diverse, ranging from gold and silver pieces to jadeite and nephrite jewelry.
But after browsing through the selection, neither of them found anything that caught their eye, as they either felt the prices were inflated or the quality didn't match the cost. As Guyi shook his head slightly, Lin, the staff member who had been following them, hesitated before finally speaking up just as they were about to leave. "Sir, Moda Jewelry is hosting a raw gemstone auction in the city's outskirts.
If you're interested, you might want to try your luck there.
We'll arrange a dedicated vehicle to pick you up and bring you back before dark."
Rough stone auction? Shinruoi couldn't help but feel suspicious upon hearing this.
Clearly, she had neither seen nor heard of it. On the contrary, Guyi frowned upon hearing Lin's suggestion. Obviously he knew what a rough stone auction was and harbored strong distaste for it. After all, the reputation of one cut to poverty, one cut to wealth, one cut to a shroud is quite resounding. Looking at Shinruoi again, she resembles an inquisitive child, her naive mind still imagining whether these so-called raw stones are those things used for cultivating spiritual energy in novels. To be honest, if Guyi had known that Shinruoi was only so curious due to a misunderstanding, he would never have made that decision.
"Want to go?" I'd like to take a look, and the outskirts are much cooler."
Shinruoi nodded thoughtfully, and with her adorable, clueless expression like that, Guyi simply couldn't bring himself to refuse.
"Forget it, let's go take a look then." "Very well, sir. I'll arrange a private car for you immediately and will accompany you there personally.
Please rest assured."
Lin's face lit up with joy.
She could tell from Guyi and Shinruoi's refined appearances that such well-off individuals were precisely the type most susceptible to the allure of jadeite raw stones. After all, the thrill was irresistible. As long as Guyi made any purchases at the auction, she would receive a handsome commission.
"No need, I'll drive."
"Very well, sir." And so, the three of them left the jewelry store and headed for the city outskirts. On the road, Lin sat in the back seat with her knees tightly together. Though she maintained a smile on her face, her inner shock continued to grow.
"This car, a Maybach, must be so expensive. Mr. Gu picked up the phone and mentioned something about a project being secured. The authoritative tone he used when giving orders and arranging work was undoubtedly that of a big boss. And to top it off, he was so handsome and young, with a stunningly beautiful wife. Li Lin couldn't help but envy them deeply. Half an hour later, we arrived at the destination of our trip. Many accompanying vehicles had stopped in this suburban area, and as far as the eye could see, there were tents and carpets everywhere, all laden with various raw stones. Mr. Gu, Mission, shall we head to the auction area now? Li Lin asked respectfully. Gu Yi turned to look at Shenrui, only to see her already glancing around eagerly. No, let's walk around the outskirts first, Gu Yi said dotingly, then followed Shenrui toward the roadside stalls at the periphery. Loving to join in bustling scenes, this was a new hobby Gu Yi had discovered about Shenrui. Whether she would buy anything remained unknown, but she simply had to look first. Li Lin followed behind them in uniform. Though she wouldn't earn any commission if Gu Yi purchased raw stones from the outer stalls, watching the rich gamble on jadeite was thrilling in its own right. Li Lin had once witnessed a lucky buyer acquire a raw stone for 20,000, only to slash it open and make 3 million in one cut, the very definition of a strike it rich with one slice. Putting everything else aside, just witnessing such moments made Li Lin's blood boil with excitement, as if she were the one holding that fortune-revealing stone. Snapping back to reality, Shenrui and Gu Yi were now crouched before a small stall, turning strangely shaped stones over in their hands. Li Lin was idly standing by with nothing to do. Gu Yi was also puzzled. What was Shenrui murmuring about while holding the raw stone? Honey, what are you doing? Ha, activating it. That's how it works in novels. When the protagonist picks up a raw stone, treasures inside are supposed to activate. Blah blah, gibberish jabber. Shenrui was still trying, but the rough stone in her hand, it was just an ordinary rock. How could it possibly channel any imaginary spiritual energy? Gu Yi couldn't help but chuckle when he realized she was chanting incantations, then ruffled her hair and began to explain. Upon hearing that the rough stone was actually meant for obtaining jadeite, Shenrui first blushed prettily, then her expression quickly turned to disappointment. What she thought was fun turned out to be fake. Deal done, Boss Shan. Amidst the shouting, the attention of the bystanders was drawn in. A group marched forward, calling out as they went, while behind them they humorously carried a boulder weighing over 400 pounds. It was laughable, really, for tens of thousands of years. That stone had likely never imagined someone would tie a red ribbon around it and sell it for a good price. Honey, what is this? Such a grand setup made Shenrui endlessly curious. She couldn't help wondering, could that beautiful stone be used for cultivation? Someone paid a fortune for this stone to open it. If they find high-quality jade inside, they'll make money, lots of it. And if they find nothing inside? Lose everything. That's one cut to poverty. Hearing their conversation, Li Lin chimed in, this stone looks really good, black skin, oily luster. You'll either hit the jackpot or at least break even. Gu Yi couldn't agree with Li Lin's assessment. What good variety could possibly come from a stone with a 0.001% return rate? He wasn't about to meddle though. After all, scenes like this played out here every day, and speaking up would only make him unpopular. I just hope that Boss Zhang can hold his own. What kind of nonsense is this? So it's just gambling. Shenrui pursed her lips, feeling not the slightest bit of interest. Deep down, she didn't want Gu Yi to have anything to do with gambling, but if she knew Gu Yi could clearly tell which stones were worth buying, would she drag him along to thoroughly inspect every last piece of rough jade here? Don't like it? I don't. Hubby, maybe we should go back. Shenrui tugged at Gu Yi's arm pleadingly, feeling rather awkward. After all, it was she who wanted to come, and now she wanted to leave. Whatever you, wait a second. Gu Yi wanted to take Shenrui away, but suddenly noticed a smooth piece of stone material that had been repeatedly stepped on by Shenrui's bare feet. Boss, how much for this piece of stone? The stall owner couldn't help but chuckle inwardly when he saw Gu Yi pick up the outermost stone. Apart from its decent appearance, it was practically worthless. He had even planned to toss it into the river after packing up for the day. Yet, unexpectedly, a newcomer had taken a fancy to it. 3,000, take it if you want. 3,000? No way. Shenrui immediately grew anxious. Money doesn't grow on trees. Smack! She slapped the stone material out of Gu Yi's hand and turned to leave. The stall owner, seeing this, immediately panicked. Miss, at least try to bargain a little? Do you even know how to do business? Bargain? Of course, name your price. If it's reasonable, it's yours. Upon hearing this, Shenrui actually grew quiet in contemplation before confidently raising 3 delicate, pale fingers. 30, just 30, not a penny more. Deal, pay up. Ha! Suddenly, Shenrui felt there were far too many unscrupulous merchants in this world. Selling for just 30, and so decisively? I doubt you can even make 29. Chapter 77, Shenrui wants the vendor to compensate her with 2 pounds of Chinese cabbage. After paying, Shenrui hugged the smooth stone and squeezed it hard. It seemed she wasn't squeezing the rock, but rather the peddler's very skull. The vendor instinctively shrank his head, his fear of marriage increasing yet again.
Miss Shin, these vendors are all cunning foxes who never make losing deals.
This stone surface is too smooth for light to penetrate, likely riverbed material. I suspect he simply picked it up by the riverside.
In other words, Miss Shin, you might make a small profit, but he never loses. After Li Lin finished speaking, Shin Ruoyi tugged playfully at the corner of her lips.
Oh well, might as well consider it as money spent on shipping.
I suggest Miss Shin just throw it away, it's oddly heavy, Li Lin advised. Having frequently moved between jewelry stores and jade gambling circles, she had picked up some knowledge through daily exposure and thus offered this suggestion. But Shin Ruoyi shook her head and instead handed the stone material to Gu Yi. I'm taking this home to use as a pickle weight. As she spoke, she even glared resentfully at the merchant who had thoroughly displeased her, as if demanding he compensate her with 2 kilograms of cabbage. Thankfully she hadn't been foolish enough to spend 3,000 on it, otherwise she'd be drowning in regret now. Shin Ruoyi patted her chest, still shaken with lingering fear.
Honey, let's go home. The people here are too cunning, 2 of them together must have 10,000 tricks up their sleeves. Then don't you want to buy Mom a bracelet anymore? Seeing Shin Ruoyi shake his arm, Gu Yi couldn't help but ask.
When he learned she had insisted on shopping just to buy a gift for his mother, Zhao Yuzhu, he was deeply moved. No wonder his parents adored Shin Ruoyi so much.
Oh, hubby, do you mean there's something here?
Shin Ruoyi swiftly glanced around, unable to believe Gu Yi would act without purpose. Sometimes, this silly girl can be quite sharp, but when she saw Gu Yi holding up her pickling stone, her little face immediately fell.
Honey, you're teasing me. Shin Ruoyi also didn't quite believe that this worthless rock could contain a bracelet. Hee, how could I? Want to mess with the vendor who sold you this stone? I do. Let's go then, we'll go open it.
Shin Ruoyi's eyes instantly lit up as she grasped the meaning behind Gu Yi's words. There's something good inside that stone. Behind her, Li Lin was at a loss for words, utterly bewildered. She had already told him the stone was worthless, so why on earth did he still insist on opening it? $30 to buy scrap, $300 to hire a master to appraise scrap. Rich folks sure know how to have fun. Li Lin knew further persuasion would be pointless, so she quietly trailed behind the pair, already plotting how to steer them toward the auction house later. A wooden shack, 1 master craftsman, and an apprentice, this humble trio comprised the entire operation of a dedicated stone-cutting shop. The old master's eyes were razor-sharp. He could tell at a glance that the stone Gu Yi brought wasn't worth cutting, and promptly offered this kind warning. Boss, cutting this stone open is a total waste. There are plenty by the river, you could find 18 more just by walking along it once.
My suggestion, cut it open. Gu Yi's stance was firm.
A few $100 for the labor fee was nothing, he could afford it.
Seeing this, the old craftsman didn't press further. After all, no matter what, he stood to make a profit. With his apprentice in tow, the master and disciple set up the stone material with professional precision. Before long, more than a dozen curious onlookers had gathered around. When it comes to gambling on raw jade, the most thrilling moment is when the blade rises and falls, parting the stone. It's dangerously addictive. Just as a group of men can become utterly fascinated watching an excavator at work. However, the connoisseurs in the crowd couldn't help but feel puzzled after taking a closer look at Gu Yi's stone material. This stone surface is so smooth, clearly a riverbed stone polished by water. What's there to cut open? With stones of this quality, I've never even heard of anyone extracting bean-grade jade. And you're hoping for ice-grade?
Oldly, you're really cheating people out of their labor fees. The master craftsman didn't even look up when he heard this, just replied, these days there are too many stubborn mules, you can't talk sense into them. Shin Ruoyi immediately became furious, her delicate eyebrows knitting together as she was about to explode on the spot. If Gu Yi hadn't pulled her back with a smile, she would have retorted, you're the stubborn donkey.
Don't you dare talk about my husband like that.
As the crowd gathered around him, Master Li began his work. The cutting machine powered on, gradually creeping toward the stone slab while emitting a piercing screech. Shin Ruoyi held Gu Yi's hands over her own ears, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming intently as she watched Master Li's cutting blade, afraid to miss a single moment. Time ticked by minute after minute until, after 10 minutes, a crisp cracking sound rang out as the smooth stone split neatly in half. The left piece, accounting for 1/3 in size, was utterly unremarkable and worthless, but the right 2/3 section blossomed with a warm, rich bluish-green hue, like a gushing spring of emerald water.
Crack! Ow wow, my chin, my chin. Holy shit, that's Imperial Jade. Did we just cut Imperial Jade from scrap material? One slice revealed Imperial Jade, there's probably major treasure left in the remaining chunk.
Li Lin's jaw dropped in shock, while envy in some people's eyes grew thick enough to feel tangible.
Old Master Li stared blankly.
He had actually misjudged the situation. And I was the one earnestly persuading her not to cut it open. Turns out I was the joke all along.
Boss, how much did you pay for this stone? Are you still planning to cut it open?
Only $30. Shin Ruoyi playfully held up 3 fingers, her face beaming with joy. Though she didn't know what imperial green meant, she could definitely tell her husband had uncovered something extraordinary.
$30? Master Li prepared to make the second cut after receiving Gu Ye's approval, eager to see how much emerald green would emerge. Though he had misjudged the stone, he strangely felt a bit better. After all, the one who should be most upset was surely the vendor who had sold the material for just 30 yuan, right? That's just how people are. Otherwise, why would they say happiness is built upon others' misery? Merely imagining the vendor's expression in his mind made Master Li feel considerably less pained about his misjudgment. As the second and third cuts were made, the raw stone was completely opened. As everyone had guessed, Gu Yi obtained about 3 caddies of imperial green jade. Though it wasn't as exaggerated as in novels, where one might gamble and instantly acquire hundreds or thousands of caddies of imperial green worth hundreds of millions. Gu Yi thought it was decent enough. At least the gift Shen Ruoyi had been longing for was now secured. Afterwards, Boss Li approached Gu Yi with an apologetic expression and a guilty conscience. Boss, do you want to sell these, or have them processed into finished products? If you'd like anything processed into finished goods, I'd be happy to do it for free. Receiving Gu Yi's nod of approval, Shen Ruoyi said happily, Master, we'd like to make bracelets, is that possible? Master Li nodded in response, lightly sketching with chalk before confirming truthfully after careful consideration. This piece here can yield 2 bracelet positions, and can also produce a pair of earrings. Additionally, this other piece contains 1 bracelet position, which can yield 1 pendant, 1 ring, and a pair of earrings. The total of 3 bracelets, 2 pairs of earrings, 1 ring, and a pendant had already amounted to nearly 2 million. When Gu Yi mentioned keeping the extra bracelet for Shen Ruoyi to wear, she kept shaking her head. I'd rather make something else. Let's craft a blessing plate and an auspicious plate for our babies, dear. Besides, wouldn't wearing a bracelet make me seem a bit too old-fashioned? Chapter 78, Shen Ruoyi, I just waved, and he fainted. Ever since learning about Nafu pendant and Rui pendant from Douyin, Shen Ruoyi had been longing for them. Once when she saw another family's baby swinging the Nafu pendant on its wrist, she giggled like an auntie for the longest time. Right then, Shen Ruoyi decided if she ever got the chance, she would definitely get both Nafu pendant and Rui pendant to hang around her babies' necks. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Gu Yi responded cheerfully, turning to Master Li who had already begun sketching the rough outlines of the fortune plaque and wish plaque. Boss, please wait a moment. My apprentice and I can finish the bracelet and other pendants within 2 hours at most. But the fortune plaque and wish plaque will require 2 full days for meticulous carving. At this point, Master Li's face radiated pride. While he wouldn't dare boast about achievements elsewhere, he was utterly confident he could outshine every craftsman in this workshop. Wonderful! We appreciate your hard work, Master Craftsman. Make sure to carve the Blessing brand and Fortune brand with extra care. Shen Ruoyi's eyes crinkled into joyful crescents as she tilted her head slightly, seemingly already picturing their chubby-fisted babies playfully clutching the Fortune brand and Blessing brand charms in her mind's eye. As for the ring, give it to Meng Meng. Haven't you been saying you wanted to give her a graduation present all along? Yes. When the Master Craftsman makes it, just follow the size of my pinky. Meng Meng's fingers are so chubby. Back in the dorm, Tan Meng Meng, kicking her feet up on a stool while binge-watching dramas, felt her nose itch. Little did she know Shen Ruoyi was mocking her again. At the entrance of the venue, Zhang Yushan was complaining about how tough business was these days. If only a few more newcomers would buy the stones he'd picked up. Then came the news, Master Li had just helped someone cut open a piece of imperial jade. Hearing the mention of imperial green jade, the surrounding vendors immediately perked up. After all, even a piece the size of a baby's fist would be a priceless treasure. The group quickly discussed going over to take a look. Naturally, if the price was right, they could pool their money to buy it and flip it for a profit. The stone-cutting session had ended, yet almost none of the onlookers dispersed. Everyone eagerly awaited to see how Master Li would transform the imperial green raw stone into a work of art. After all, the beauty of imperial green is ever-changing, shifting in hue under different conditions. Under intense lighting, it displays a rich green hue, yet when bathed in natural sunlight, imperial jadeite emanates a subtle blue glow. Such an artifact could rightly be called priceless gold pales in comparison. Zhang Yushan and his party arrived, spotting the crowd of onlookers from afar. Their lingering presence could only mean one thing: something extraordinary had been uncovered. However, when the others saw Shen Ruoyi holding onto Gu Ye's arm and eagerly waiting for something, they froze in shock one after another. The most incredulous was Zhang Yushan. His face turned ghastly pale, lips trembling uncontrollably, as if he'd witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Originally unwilling to believe it, when he saw Master Li bring a tape measure to check the circumference of Shen Ruoyi's little finger, his legs gave way and he collapsed onto the ground. Heavens! What did I just miss? The commotion caught the attention of Shen Ruoyi and Gu Yi. When Shen Ruoyi saw it was Zhang Yushan, the man who had sold her the stones, standing gracefully, she waved at him in acknowledgement. Yet no one expected Zhang Yushan to have such poor mental fortitude. Overcome with rage, he fainted on the spot. Ha, husband, did I go too far? Shen Ruoyi blinked and muttered softly, the mischievous glint on her delicate face betraying the smugness in her heart. Mr. Gu, it really is you.
As soon as Zhang Yushan was carried away, Shen Ruoyi heard someone calling her husband. Turning her head, she saw a refined middle-aged man approaching with a delighted expression, stretching out his hand for a handshake.
Oh, Boss Chen, what a coincidence.
Gu Yi smiled as he shook hands with the visitor. Though it was their first meeting, he had just sent the man a gift yesterday. Indeed, this man was none other than Chen Dalei, the CEO of Tianqing Real Estate, someone Gu Yi had seen in the Black Swan's compiled dossier. The name was rugged, but the man himself appeared refined and cultured.
Still, in real estate, few industry players were truly kind-hearted. Mr. Gu, what fine jade did you uncover? Congratulations.
My sincerest congratulations. Just a few caddies of imperial green, nothing much, Gu Yi chuckled. Chen Dalei was utterly stunned by the casual indifference in Gu Ye's dismissive wave.
Few caddies, imperial green, nothing much. The way important people talked was truly extraordinary.
However, Chen Dalei didn't actually envy Gu Yi. Instead, he genuinely felt grateful toward him. If it weren't for Gu Yi's help, his so-called comeback battle would have been nothing more than a joke.
Mr. Gu, I've reserved 8 additional commercial properties for you. Please, you must accept them. You flatter me, Boss Chen.
Gu Yi didn't refuse. After all, Black Swan had invested a staggering 130 million yuan in Chen Dalei's Tianqing across 3 rounds. It was only natural to take a cut of the profits. As the boss of Black Swan, getting an additional 8 commodity apartments isn't excessive.
After all, I need to earn an extra 100 million for baby formula.
Li Lin had just returned after having her jaw reset by an acquaintance when she heard Chen Dalei was gifting Gu Yi 8 commodity apartments.
8 shops, that's half the street, just given away like it's nothing? What exactly is Mr. Gu's background?
If not for her jaw protesting, since another scream might dislocate it again, Li Lin would definitely have dropped it open in shock. Boss Zhang must have lost his mind.
Quick, call an ambulance. Not far away, chaos erupted.
Shen Ruoyi and Gu Yi turned their heads to see someone being carried out on a stretcher, a blood-stained white towel draped over their head. Shen Ruoyi faintly remembered seeing this Boss Zhang not long ago, bidding on a massive stone with great vigor and confidence.
How did he end up on a stretcher now?
Boss Zhang went all in betting on one rough stone, but it turned out to be nothing special, just yielding a few £100 of cheap bean-grade jadeite. Not even 10% ROI, just couldn't see it coming. Chen Dalei casually explained the situation to Gu Yi. Shen Ruoyi listened in horror, clutching Gu Yi's arm tightly and shaking her head, unwilling to let him get involved with these things any further.
Be good, I know, I won't come again, Gu Yi said softly, gently stroking Shen Ruoyi's forehead. Then he sighed with emotion. 1 cut to poverty, 1 cut to riches, 1 cut to wearing morning clothes. Today, I've seen it all.
2 hours later, Master Li had crafted the bracelet and other items. After bidding farewell to Chen Dalei, Gu Yi drove Shen Ruoyi back towards downtown Moto City. Throughout the journey, Shen Ruoyi didn't turn her head back once, clearly indicating she had no intention of returning to such gemstone gambling circles again. Still, the joyful part was that for just 30 yuan, they'd acquired several imperial green jade pieces of jewelry. Gu Yi was driving, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught Shen Ruoyi fiddling with the ring meant for Tan Meng Meng. With the experience of the Yuan dynasty Celadon jar incident, he didn't need to ask to know. This little fool probably doesn't want to send Tan Meng Meng again.
Chapter 79. Stay back.
I'm afraid the babies might kick you.
Wang family manor.
Wang Binger had locked herself in her room for 2 full days and nights.
Her father, Wang Pengfei, took even more drastic measures. He directly summoned workers to board up all the doors and windows of Wang Binger's room with wooden planks. Want to come out? Impossible. They won't even deliver food.
Upon hearing this, Wang Jiha ordered his men to tie Wang Pengfei to a tree, where he remained for 2 full days and nights. The reason Wang Pengfei dared to lock Wang Binger in her room was that he knew there was no shortage of snacks in his daughter's quarters. She wouldn't starve even if confined for a week. Yet he never expected his grandfather to be so ruthless, not only tying him to a tree but also denying even a sip of water, let alone food. When Wang Pengfei was finally let down, his first move was to check on his daughter. Just as he'd guessed, Wang Binger was lounging in leisure, cola in her left hand, chips in her right, legs casually crossed.
Dad, you're really letting me become Brother Gu's disciple? You stink. It reeks. Dad, is that poop pee on your head?
Wang Pengfei looked utterly devastated, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Wang Binger wanted to become Gu Ye's disciple. However, remembering how his grandfather had tied him to a tree, he forced himself to calm down and decided to sit down and have a proper talk with his daughter about this matter.
Unexpectedly, Wang Binger gave him a disgusted look and wouldn't even let him sit down.
He nearly coughed up a mouthful of 82-year-old vintage blood from sheer frustration.
You're being ridiculous. Doesn't the culinary world have any rules? Can you just apprentice yourself to anyone randomly? I'll take you there tomorrow to decline the offer.
A child's words don't count.
I'm not a child,
Wang Binger argued vehemently.
Before she could say anything in rebuttal, Wang Pengfei turned on his heel and walked away.
At the same time, she couldn't figure out what kind of enchantment Gu Yi had cast on her daughter to make her so adamant about recognizing him as her master.
Although even the Wang family couldn't replicate the dipping sauce recipe, her daughter was destined to be the heir of the Wang family. She couldn't just excel at making dipping sauce alone. Wang Pengfei had made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would visit Gu Yi and explain everything to him.
On the other side, Gu Yi and Shen Ruoi were about to arrive home. Whether it was exhaustion or something else, Shen Ruoi could always fall asleep easily in the car, a habit that would make insomniacs green with envy. Sweetheart, silly girl, wake up. Meng Meng is here. Gu Yi lifted her head from where it had slumped onto his shoulder and casually wiped away the drool at the corner of her mouth. Outside the car, in front of the villa gate, Tan Meng Meng sat helplessly on her suitcase, surrounded by bags of various sizes and basins of all dimensions. Is this, getting kicked out by the dorm supervisor? What happened, hubby? Shen Ruoi drowsily woke up, and upon seeing Gu Yi, she first puckered her lips asking for a kiss. Be good, Meng Meng's here, looks like she's brought the whole house with her. Moving house? Gu Yi finished speaking as he placed a hat on Shen Ruoi's head, then opened the car door and stepped out. Shen Ruoi turned her head and indeed caught sight of the slightly disheveled Meng Meng. Meng Meng, you, got kicked out by the dorm supervisor? Truly a married couple, their thoughts about Tan Meng Meng were identical. Upon seeing Shen Ruoi, Tan Meng Meng suddenly rose from her suitcase, rushed forward, and opened her arms for a hug. Don't come any closer, I'm afraid the babies might kick you. Shen Ruoi playfully declined Tan Meng Meng's request for a hug with a mischievous smile. Tan Meng Meng's face immediately fell, and she kept rolling her eyes as if to say, would comforting me really make you gain 10 pounds or something? The junior students are about to take their finals and start summer vacation, so I've been kicked out. They said they need to renovate the dorm for the freshmen by clearing space. Did you move all by yourself? Shen Ruoi noticed there were over 10 packages of varying sizes around, plus 3 woven plastic delivery bags. With so many items, was Tan Meng Meng planning to move them all by herself, a girl alone? Look, my hands are all calloused from pulling. Whoa, Xiao Shun, I don't have anywhere to stay. Can I crash at your place for a while? I'll find a job as soon as I can, then move out. I can also clean, do laundry for you and Gu Yi. Oh wait, no, not laundry, but I can wash dishes and scrub pots, okay? I'm so unlucky. Just as I was about to take a nap, I got the notice, had to move my stuff in a mad rush. Looking at Tan Meng Meng's calloused hands, Shen Ruoi felt both heartache and anger. Is this fool really not gonna call me for help? If you're not staying with me, where else would you go? If you keep acting this distant, I'll kick you straight onto the bed. No need to kick me, I'll wash up nicely and climb right in. Shen Ruoi's forehead darkened at her words. As expected, her best friend never stopped spouting those outrageous remarks. Yet despite this, she still hasn't gotten herself a boyfriend, forever single like an old dog. Could it be because she's too wild? Honey, thanks for helping Meng Meng move her stuff. I'll take the lighter bags. Gu Yi had already nodded in agreement when Shen Ruoi asked about Tan Meng Meng moving in earlier. Now that he was shouldering most of the moving work too, Shen naturally had to sweeten her words a little. But unexpectedly, Gu Yi snatched away the luggage she was carrying. Go back inside, I'll move these. Just like that, so forceful, so masculine. Shen Ruoi's face brightened at his words, and she skipped back toward the house, hands playfully tucked behind her back. Meng Meng, go keep E company. No way. If I let you move everything alone, I'd have no shame left. Tan Meng Meng shook her head, refusing Gu Yi's kindness. After all, she was already deeply grateful that he had taken her in. After carrying her luggage back to the bedroom, Tan Meng Meng plopped down onto the floor with a thud. Looking at the jumble of belongings before her, she had to admire how she had somehow managed to make 8 trips back and forth to move everything from her dorm to Shen Ruoi's place. At the time, she hadn't even considered, if Shen Ruoi hadn't been willing to take her in, where else could she have possibly gone? Taking advantage of the break to catch her breath, Tan Meng Meng pulled out her phone and opened a job hunting app. In this society where college graduates are a dime a dozen and doing worse than dogs, finding a job is truly difficult. Just as Tan Meng Meng was worrying about where to turn next, an HR representative from a company unexpectedly reached out to her proactively. This lifted her spirits considerably, secretly thinking that she wasn't completely worthless after all. Little did she know, the HR recruiting employees could mass message 100 people at once. Looking for a Russian translator? I can do that. I'm totally up for it. Tan Meng Meng was chatting enthusiastically with the HR, completely unaware of when Shen Ruoi had walked up to her. I thought you were talking to some guy, typing so hard you might crack your phone screen at this rate. No rush to find a job. Feel free to stay, I won't kick you out. Shen Ruoi gently patted Tan Meng Meng's shoulder and chuckled softly. Startled, Tan Meng Meng rolled her eyes in exasperation. If I was chatting with a guy, would I bother typing? We'd have to video call for 38 hours straight. Even when I go to the bathroom, I have to hold my phone tight. Look at her sputtering saliva everywhere. If you didn't know better, you'd think she actually had a boyfriend. Chapter 80 Shen Ruoi, Dad, you dare move? Got it.
Tan Mengmeng put down her phone and immediately pulled Shinruoi into a tight hug. Her gleeful expression resembled that of a pampered young lady from a wealthy landlord's family. One might easily mistake this for celebrating a successful date. Though it was merely scheduling an interview time, to avoid dampening her best friend's enthusiasm, Shinruoi didn't remind her that after the interview came the second round of assessments. After playing around for a while, Shinruoi felt a bit hungry and wanted to raid the fridge for some leftovers. But Tan Mengmeng blocked the door and refused to let her out. Little Shin, I have an interview the day after tomorrow. Aren't you going to help me pick out what to wear that day? Alright, I'll help you choose, but, are you sure wearing stockings is appropriate for that day? He picked out more than 10 sets of clothes in one go. The result was either Shinruoi approving while Tan Mengmeng vetoed them as too immature, or Tan Mengmeng liking them while Shinruoi thought they were too revealing. Mengmeng, you're going for an interview, not to find a boyfriend. Shinruoi kindly reminded her, and Tan Mengmeng nodded in agreement. Yeah, if I were going to meet a boyfriend, I'd be wearing hot pants by now. Oh, you're so brave. Why not just go out bare-assed? Shinruoi twitched her lips at the remark, glancing at Tan Mengmeng, who was absorbed in trying on clothes. She was certain that someone here actually would dare to do such a thing. Forget hot pants, she'd absolutely bought micro shorts before, hadn't she? But I never actually wore it outside. Later, they both surprisingly agreed on liking the same outfit, a pair of women's suit pants and a white shirt. If Guyi saw this look, he'd absolutely burst out laughing. Sales rep Tan, are you selling insurance or houses? Darling, call Mengmeng, it's time for dinner. Guyi set the dishes on the dining table and, passing by Shinruoi, promptly confiscated the potato chips and jelly. Give it back to me already. Shinruoi lay sprawled on the sofa, kicking her bare feet in protest. Realizing today's snacks were a lost cause, she reluctantly rolled off the couch and tiptoed toward Tan Mengmeng's room. She had to hurry. If Guyi caught her running around barefoot, she'd get her bottom spanked. When she reached Tan Mengmeng's room, Shinruoi finally understood why her usually boisterous best friend had been so unusually quiet. She was asleep after all. Mengmeng, wake up and eat. Shinruoi tiptoed to the bedside, gently tugged Tan Mengmeng's cheek, then poked her little belly. Well, no luck waking her. Even when Shin pinched her nose, she just rolled over and kept clutching the blanket tightly, sound asleep. Just as Shinruoi was contemplating how to wake her up for dinner, Tan Mengmeng on the bed suddenly began whimpering softly. Xiaoshun, classmate Xiaoshun, why did you leave? Woo-woo. Upon clearly hearing Tan Mengmeng's sleep-talking, Shinruoi's forehead darkened, and she gritted her teeth so hard they made crunching sounds. Such a great best friend couldn't even spare a kind word for her in her dreams. Just you wait till us three teach you a lesson. Humph. Shinruoi rolled up her non-existent sleeves, patted her little belly to rally the baby, then strode forward with fierce determination. Just as she was about to deliver her dark strike, Tan Mengmeng started mumbling again. With little Shin gone, it's just me in the dorm now. I'm scared, cold, so lonely. I really miss her cheeks. That face belongs to my husband. Fine, I forgive you. Shinruoi's heart suddenly softened. To be honest, she did feel quite guilty about moving out to live with Guyi, leaving Tan Mengmeng alone in the dorm. Still, now that's settled, just stay at my place with peace of mind. Go to sleep now, be good, I'll save some food for you. Shinruoi gently patted Tan Mengmeng's cheek before turning to leave. Though wanting to help tuck her in, she found it impossible to pull the blanket free. When did I develop this habit of sleeping while hugging a quilt? Luckily I have Guyi for cuddles, hugs, and kisses, hee hee. Returning to the living room, Shinruoi saw Guyi serving her a bowl of soup. She skipped over with quick steps and settled onto the chair, legs dangling carefreely. Picking up the bowl to sip some soup, her face displayed two bold characters, contentment. Hey, hubby, why are you rubbing my feet? To warm them up for you. If you dare run around barefoot again, I'll. Guyi waved his hand threateningly, but Shinruoi didn't even blink. Instead, she playfully stuck out her tongue with a mischievous grin. You're the best husband ever, you always pamper me the most. How could you bear to scold me, right, hubby? Mwah, give me a kiss. Guyi couldn't help but tilt his head at Shinruoi's playful antics. He couldn't suppress Shinruoi anymore, because the mother and her twins had stronger bloodline power. After dinner, Shinruoi led Guya's hand upstairs to explore new rooms. One room came with a built-in safe, which delighted Shinruoi immensely. She tossed the sky-gazing beast into Guya's arms while laboriously carrying the blue-on-white porcelain jar inside herself. Only after stuffing both the blue-on-white porcelain jar and sky-gazing beast inside and locking them securely did Shinruoi clap her hands in satisfaction and nod contentedly. After sizing it up for a while, she then looked at Guyi and said, Honey, get a welder to add 6 more locks, big ones. Sweetheart, so you're really not planning to give this jar to your father, huh? What if father-in-law gets upset? He wouldn't dare. Oh, wait. Shinruoi's delicate brows furrowed as she prepared to put her dad in his place. Fortunately realizing his mistake, he hurriedly corrected himself. I meant, of course I'll give you a gift, but I've forgotten the safe combination. so hurry up and buy a high-quality imitation urn online.
Shinruoi shook off Gu Yi and hurried downstairs. When Gu Yi finished turning off the lights and tidying up before returning to the bedroom, he discovered this silly girl was actually browsing shopping websites.
Husband, look, it's exactly the same. Great value for money. Forget it. What if I can't tell the real from the fake later?
I shouldn't buy it, I shouldn't.
Dad probably wouldn't dare to touch it if he sees such a big jar, right?
Gu Yi sighed in relief after hearing it. I think if you give your father-in-law such a precious gift, he'll definitely be moved.
He wouldn't dare. Let him try touching it. Watching Shinruoi raising her head protectively like a mother hen, Gu Yi felt a tremor in his heart. Had he misunderstood something? Dare to move? Or moved?
The night was deep, and Tan Mengmeng, having slept her fill, woke up groggily stretching. Gazing into the pitch-black bedroom, Tan Mengmeng felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and emptiness enveloping her.
That's not right.
I don't live in the dorm anymore, this is Xiaoshen's place. Tan Mengmeng turned on the bedside lamp and got out of bed, yawning as she glanced at her phone. It's already 1 a.m., Xiaoshen and Guyu must be asleep by now.
I'm so hungry.
Entering the living room, Tan Mengmeng tiptoed forward cautiously, afraid of making any noise that might disturb Shinruoi and Guyu's sweet dreams. When she saw the packed meal on the dining table, her heart was filled with emotion. Beside it was a note with elegant handwriting that read, "The porridge is still warm.
Eat up." What's this about? Just a note, yet it makes me feel like little Shin is watching me from behind.
Tan Mengmeng muttered to herself, then picked up the bowl of porridge and drank it all in one gulp.
Yet at that very moment, a faint voice drifted out from behind the sofa in the dimly lit living room. Oh yes, I was staring at you. So what? Chapter 81, Her Best Friend's Only Virtue, was Shamelessness. 1:30 a.m.
Shinruoi held a broom, while Tan Mengmeng carried a mop.
Mengmeng, you're spraying way too far. I'm 3 meters away, yet you managed to splatter rice grains onto my face?
Shinruoi was utterly baffled, watching helplessly, completely helplessly, as a few rice grains slapped onto her face and stuck there stubbornly. At her complaint, Tan Mengmeng immediately took offense. Xiaoshen, if you hadn't sneaked out for a midnight snack and scared me half to death, would I have spat out my rice porridge? It's such delicious porridge I'd never waste it.
Shoo, midnight snack my foot. I only got up to reheat the porridge for you because I was worried, okay?
Shinruoi felt guilty, but that didn't stop her from making excuses.
Stubborn as a dead duck, your mouth is the hardest thing about you. Blah blah blah. Just go eat your meal.
Unable to win the argument or outtalk Tan Mengmeng, Shinruoi stuck out her tongue playfully and snatched the mop back.
What's she doing? She needs to clean up the crime scene.
If she doesn't gather those potato chip crumbs and yogurt remnants, she'll definitely get caught by Guyi. If Guyi puts all the snacks on top of the cabinet, she won't be able to reach them, no matter how much she jumps. Xiaoshen, you better behave, or else I'll tell Guyi about you sneaking snacks in the middle of the night. Let him give your bottom a good spanking. You! Shinruoi rolled her eyes repeatedly. If only she had kept quiet, it would have been far better to just silently munch on her potato chips. Now this situation made Mengmeng hold leverage over him. TSK. Vicious. What did you say? Cough. Hey, eat slowly, don't choke. I'll just pour this water down the drain. After Shinruoi finished tidying up, Tan Mengmeng also finished eating, and someone still had the audacity to suck her fingers with no regard for image. Here, Mengmeng, even my toes have the taste of rice porridge. If you're still hungry, want to take a few licks? Get lost. Guyi, aren't you going to rein in your wife? Shoo, for heaven's sake, shut up already. Let me give you a gift, just shut up, okay? If force doesn't work, try persuasion. If threats fail, resort to temptation. With a subtle flip of her delicate hand, Shinruoi revealed an exquisite ring resting in her palm. Ha, trying to bribe me? Want me to or not? If not, I'll put it on myself. Of course I want it. Only a fool would pass up free stuff. Tan Mengmeng snatched the jade ring and examined it under the light. The jewelry's beauty became even more dazzling, and she immediately fell in love with it, unable to put it down. Are you really giving this to me? Tan Mengmeng asked suspiciously. She had to double-check. What if this ring was Guya's love token meant for Shinruoi? How awkward would it be if she took it away? Here, it's yours. It was custom-made for you anyway. Sigh, I gave up getting a bracelet just to have this ring custom-made for you, and you still have the nerve to talk about my leverage? Of course I have the nerve. Oh no. I mean of course I don't. Definitely not. So, do you have any more of these rings? I'd like to wear one on my other hand too. Sweetheart, wake up. I confess I got greedy. I snacked on chips secretly. Tan Mengmeng is just way too greedy, honestly. Tan Mengmeng's face turned red with embarrassment as he quickly pulled Shinruoi, who was stiff-necked and shouting, to sit on the sofa. After playing with it for a while, Tan Mengmeng handed it back to Shinruoi. I'm afraid of you, alright? But this ring seems unusual, I can't accept it. Oh really, you won't accept it? Then give it back to me. Shinruoi was just about to withdraw the ring when Tan Mengmeng suddenly closed her palm around it.
This woman says one thing but means another. What a tease. Since we're graduating from university, I wanted to give you a gift. If we ever part ways in the future, you can look at this ring and remember me. Ah, thank you, my dear Ruoi. This gift is too precious. I don't know how to repay you. How about, I pledge myself to you? All I ask is that you cover my basic needs. Shameless brat. I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Come on, call me grandma. Grandma. Shun Ruoi.
Indeed, Confucius was right, a tree without bark will surely die, but a shameless person can conquer the world. This best friend of hers seemed to possess only two assets, her plump backside and ample bosom, with shamelessness being her sole virtue. The two sisters playfully tussled on the couch late into the night. For a moment, they were transported back to their carefree college dormitory days. Time flies so fast, 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Tan Mengmeng still clearly remembered her bold ambition from freshman year, find a handsome guy and have a romance that never ends. Perhaps the heavens heard her plea.
Didn't they say no breakup?
Well then, let's not even talk about it anymore. I'll just take this red thread of fate and burn it with a lighter. That night, the two of them talked about so many things.
Early morning, Guyi drowsily answered a phone call. The next second, he was wide awake in an instant, all sleepiness gone.
Neither his parents nor his in-laws were arriving early, they were arriving today, but rather, his wife was missing.
Sweetie, honey, where are you?
Guyi hurried into the living room searching for someone, and immediately spotted Shen Ruoi and Tan Mengmeng both sound asleep.
Though unsure what happened last night, their sleeping pose was downright hilarious. Head-to-feet style. Wasn't Tan Mengmeng bothered at all by Shen Ruoi's bare feet?
A closer look revealed Shen Ruoi covered by a blanket, peacefully sleeping with her hands protectively over her belly. Tan Mengmeng's pajama strap had slipped below her shoulder as she straddled a pillow, still murmuring in her dreams. Though he hated to disturb his wife's sweet dreams, there really wasn't much time left for them.
Sweetheart, wake up, wake up.
Your mom and dad are flying here, Guyi whispered while gently stroking Shen Ruoi's cheek. Even after opening her eyes, the drowsy Shen Ruoi remained in a dazed state of mind.
So she blurted out, Mom and Dad are flying here? Where are they landing? Where exactly? Just don't let them land in the living room. There's a chamber pot there.
You know, Guyi almost injured himself from holding back laughter.
Because Tan Mengmeng, who was talking in her sleep, somehow synchronized with Shen Ruoi. Where's the chamber pot? I'm looking for a chamber pot.
That's just ridiculous. Half an hour later, Tan Mengmeng was cleaning the room while Shen Ruoi squatted in front of the wardrobe, rummaging through clothes.
Hubby, stop laughing. Quick, tell me, do I look good in this outfit?
Yet the identical crimson flush on both their faces stubbornly refused to fade.
Social annihilation, double the embarrassment for the sisters.
Still, Tan Mengmeng felt grateful the dream had ended abruptly. Had she actually sat on that chamber pot in the dream, she would have fled Guya's home at any cost, swearing never to see him again in this lifetime.
When are you guys heading out? Xiaoshen, why are you dragging your feet like this?
Tan Mengmeng kept urging Shen Ruoi, rambling on about how their uncle and aunt couldn't wait any longer, as though last night's heartfelt sisterhood had vanished without a trace. Speaking of which, if there really existed a memory-erasing flashlight in real life, Tan Mengmeng would definitely shine it on Zhao Gai for a full day and night.